Chapter 1. A Mistake. The poison coursed through her throat, tearing through her insides. One bow to heaven and earth. The voice of the officiant resonated in Su Jianjia's ears like a thunderclap that shattered the silence of her mind. She opened her eyes abruptly, confronted by a blinding red that resembled the blood she might have coughed up in her final moments, reminiscent of the inferno that had claimed the lives of her mother and brother. For a fleeting moment, confusion engulfed her had she not already succumbed to the poison. "It's time for the ceremony. What is the bride doing?" The guests murmured among themselves, noticing her frozen stance. Shun Jue's eyes darkened, a frown etched on his face as he urged her, "Madam, are you fatigued? The auspicious hour cannot be delayed. Once the ceremony is completed, you may retire to rest." The familiar voice jolted Su Jianjia back to reality. It was him, Shun Jue. Even in ashes, she would never forget him. The seething hatred within her made her blood boil. A gentle breeze brushed against her, heightening her senses, and disbelief coursed through her as her eyes trembled violently. She had come back to life, returning to the day she was to marry into the Ho residence to bring fortune. This is wrong. Tears mingled with laughter in her eyes as she ripped away the bridal veil, the vibrant red fabric cascading to the ground, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, radiant as a lotus. The utterance of those two words froze Shun Jue's blood in his veins. Panic gripped him as he picked up the fallen veil, attempting to cover Su Jianjia once more. "Madam, do not act recklessly. If we miss the auspicious time, it will portend great misfortune." The crowd was in a state of bewilderment. What's wrong with the bride? How can she unveil herself? Su Jianjia's gaze was frosty as she regarded Shun Jue's utterly hypocritical expression, suppressing the urge to tear him apart. "I am Su Jianjia, daughter of the Su family. Today, I am to marry the Marquis of Chongning. I have heard that the Marquis is gravely injured and unconscious, teetering on the brink of death, which has left me in doubt. Might I inquire as to your identity?" Her words set the room ablaze with uproar. What? How can she be Su Jianjia? The bride today should be from a Mu family. This is a mix-up. How could such a significant error occur in the Ho residence? This is supposed to be in honor of the Marquis' recovery. A month ago, the Marquis achieved a great victory on the battlefield, capturing the enemy prince, but was subsequently ambushed and gravely injured. It was only through the guidance of a wise individual that we found ourselves in this joyous predicament, with both the Marquis and the eldest son marrying on the same day. The birth dates of the two young ladies were meticulously calculated. There must be no mistakes. The steward smote his thigh in dismay, his spirit nearly fleeing. "Hurry, go inform the matriarch." Shun Jue's face drained of color as a cold glint flickered in his eyes. How could this happen? Everything had been meticulously planned. A cold smile played on Su Jianjia's lips. In her past life, she had married alongside Mu Yunshu into the Ho residence to bring fortune. But a mishap had occurred. Mu Yunshu was sent to the Marquis' chamber while she was mistakenly wed to Shun Jie. Everyone believed she had willingly switched places with Mu Yunshu, when in truth she was innocent and bore the blame, scorned by the world, disdained by the matriarch, and tormented by the entire household. She had no voice to defend herself on their wedding night. The Marquis awakened, and Mu Yunshu became a beacon of fortune in the eyes of the Ho family. She bore the heir, becoming the rightful mistress of the house, while imposing rules upon her daily. Until one day, she inadvertently discovered Shun Jue's affair with Mu Yunshu, unveiling their treachery. The Marquis was only 25. How could he have an adopted son merely 7 years younger? That year, he had just embarked on the battlefield when he was encircled by the enemy. Shun Jue's father, a deputy general, had risked his life to save the Marquis, entrusting Shun Jue to his care at the end. Yet, wealth and power had blinded him, nurturing his insatiable ambition, as he knew he could never ascend to the title of heir. Mu Yunshu was pregnant with his child, and it was he who had orchestrated the switch with her. From the beginning, she had been a pawn in their elaborate scheme, and when she uncovered their betrayal, Shun Jue poisoned her to eliminate any loose ends, even going so far as to burn her mother and brother alive. The hatred she harbored was profound. In this life, she would ensure they paid in blood for their transgressions. In the Shoan Hall, what? They have confused the brides? This was meant to bring joy to He Ting. Are the people beneath us merely idle? They can't even manage this simple task. The matriarch dropped her prayer beads in shock. The steward dared not lift his head. After a moment, the matriarch gasped, still shaken. Fortunately, Su Jianjia and Shenjie have yet to complete the ceremony. There is still time. Quickly, summon them back. When the steward brought Mu Yunshu, Su Jianjia had already replaced her veil. Shenjue and Mu Yunshu sought to turn fate on its head, but she was determined to set things right. Soon, Mu Yunshu was led in by several maidservants. One bowed to heaven and earth, two bows to the ancestral hall. Hearing the voices behind her, Su Jianjia's face turned pale with frost, yet she smiled with satisfaction. Shenjue, Mu Yunshu, brace yourselves, the show has only just begun. She stepped forward, illuminated by the fiery afterglow, as if treading on a path of blood, entering the bridal chamber that was rightfully hers, a strong scent of medicine, overwhelming her senses in the wake of today's chaos. Her two handmaidens, Qianyu and Xingyu, had already been summoned by the steward for questioning. She dismissed everyone, removed her veil, and gazed at Shun heading on the bed. Despite his pallor and the faint aura of death surrounding him, his elegance remained, as pure as frost and bright as the moon. Alas, in her previous life, once he regained consciousness, he lived only 2 more months before falling victim to Shenjue and Mu Yunshu's treachery. The vibrant red candles flickered beside the gilded wedding characters, and Su Jianjia focused intently, a smile gracing her lips. In this life, the fortune bringer would be her. Who would have thought that the secret to Shun Heading's awakening lay within these very candles? Contemplating this, she snipped a piece from the base, hiding it away in her sleeve before placing the candles back in their original position. Cousin, how did this all unravel? What are we to do now? Mu Yunshu and Shenjie returned to the room, her hand resting on her abdomen, her face twisted in dissatisfaction. They were so close to success. Shenjue's eyes were filled with malice, his countenance darkening as if it might rain. It's all that wretched Su Jianjia's fault. She has ruined our plans. Cousin, are we to simply give up? Shenjie, now agitated, retorted, Be quiet, let me think. Suddenly, Mu Yunshu had a revelation. Cousin, quickly send someone to destroy those red candles. We cannot allow that wretched Su Jianjia to benefit from them. Shenjue's expression grew cold as he turned to leave. Moments later, he appeared in the Shoan Hall. Grandmother, I suspect today's mix-up regarding the bride was intentional. They seek to harm Father. I implore you, investigate this matter thoroughly to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating the Ho residence and endangering Father. He knelt before the matriarch, concern etched on his face. The matriarch, already suspicious, darkened her gaze. Summoned the Marquis' wife and the young lady. Chapter 2. How to voluntarily withdraw. Su Jianjia was acutely aware that Shenjue and Mu Yunshu would not let her off easily. They would undoubtedly exploit the misunderstanding regarding the bride for their own gain. The matriarch had summoned Miss Su to Shoan Hall without delay. When Su Mama, a trusted aide of the old lady, arrived with 2 other maids, her demeanor was as imposing as ever, and Su Jianjia felt no surprise. In her previous life, she had long been accustomed to the disdain of the Marquis' residence. Miss Su, she sat leisurely beside the Shun Heading's couch, smoothing out the creases in her sleeves, her shimmering eyes radiating a hint of frost. Was she truly regarded as nothing more than a mere trifle in Su Mama's eyes? Despite her status as the legitimate wife of the Marquis, Su Mama was taken aback. A woman from a humble background was surprisingly audacious. Her expression darkened, ready to unleash her ire. However, Su Jianjia seized a moment, her voice firm and unyielding. From the instant I became the Marquis' wife. Should you dare to show me disrespect, kneel? Su Mama scoffed, retorting, And who do you think you are, the Marquis' wife? At best, smack. In this second chance at life, if Su Jianjia were to be bullied by such insolent servants, it would render her existence meaningless. She raised her hand and struck Su Mama across the face. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to disrespect me again, it will be far worse. Please inform a matriarch that on the eve of my wedding, I dreamt the Marquis would awaken tonight. I believe that the safety of the Marquis supersedes all matters within this residence. When he awakens, I shall personally seek the matriarch and oppose as forgiveness. In her previous life, when Mu Yunshu entered the bridal chamber, Shun Heading would soon awaken. The matriarch regarded her as a blessing, and a month later, news of her pregnancy spread, prompting the matriarch to relinquish control of the household to her. After Shun Heading and Appo's demise, the matriarch adored her even more, and upon the birth of her child, he was designated as the heir. In this life, she would not allow them to have their way. Concerned for the Marquis, Su Mama, despite her anger, did not dare to delay. She shot Su Jinjia a cold glare, knowing that if the Marquis did not awaken that night, the matriarch would undoubtedly hold her accountable. Su Jinjia cast a glance at Shun Heading before moving to the outer room to await the arrival of the matriarch. Is it true? Will Heading truly awaken tonight? The matriarch demanded as soon as she arrived, with Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu trailing behind her. Su Jinjia rose and bowed to the matriarch, responding, "Yes, provided that you all heed my words. No one is permitted to disturb the Marquis." Before the matriarch could speak, Shun Jue impatiently confronted her. "On what grounds do you forbid us from visiting our father? Have you done something to him, or has he already fallen victim to your treachery?" Mu Yunshu eagerly chimed in, accusing her. "What are you trying to achieve, Su Jinjia? You disdain our father for being ill and refuse to marry him. First, you schemed to switch our identities, and now you deny us access to our father. Are you a spy from the enemy? The real Su Jinjia must have fallen victim to your malice." Her voice grew increasingly frantic as she spread her arms in front of the matriarch, exclaiming, "Who knows what else she might do? Grandmother, for the safety of the Marquis and the entire, summon someone to apprehend her and send her to the Ministry of Justice." The two were truly adept at theatrics. Observing the culprits from her past life who had brought about her demise, Su Jinjia laughed instead of fuming, her eyes glinting with venom. She leisurely adjusted the loose strands of hair by her temple and addressed them. "Eldest son, young lady, do you know to whom you are speaking? To disrespect your legitimate mother is to show filial ingratitude. Are you unaware of how the rules of the dictate your punishment?" Both were momentarily silenced. The matriarch appeared genuinely frightened by their antics, her complexion paling. Someone quickly, Su Mama, supported her as she hurried toward the bedroom, with Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu trailing behind, eager to follow. "Hold on," matriarch Su Jinjia interjected, stepping in front of them. "Do you wish for the Marquis and Appo's demise? If this is to be a joyous occasion, we must avoid any disturbances. With so many people present, who knows your zodiac signs and birth dates? What if they inadvertently disrupt the Marquis?" The matriarch paused in her tracks. Su Jinjia and Appo's eyes gleamed with determination as she pressed on. "Matriarch, are you truly willing to sever the Marquis and Appo's last chance at life?" Indeed, the matriarch began to waver. Shun Jue was eager to enter and extinguish the red candles, his expression darkening. "If you prevent us from entering, how can we ascertain whether our father has already fallen victim to your treachery? Grandmother, can't you see? She is merely stalling for time. Every moment we delay increases our father's peril." Mu Yunshu fanned the flames from the side. "If the matriarch is truly concerned, let Su Mama enter for a moment." Su Jinjia knew that her only adversaries were Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu. She understood that to win this game, she must first soothe the matriarch. The matriarch and Appo's expression softened, and Su Mama hurried inside. "How is Heading?" the matriarch inquired, her only son at stake. Su Mama replied truthfully. In response to the matriarch's inquiry, the Marquis remains as he was. Finally, the matriarch felt a sense of relief, her trust in Su Jinjia deepening. "You mentioned that Heading would awaken tonight. When might that be?" Reflecting on the events of her previous life, Su Jinjia assured the matriarch, "In 1 hour. The Marquis shall certainly awaken." The matriarch, upon hearing this, could not contain her joy and wept tears of happiness. Shun Jue calculated the time, realizing that for their father to awaken, at least 2 hours were needed. Before that time elapsed, he had to deal with Su Jinjia. "How can we know whether your words bear truth? What if, after 1 hour, father has not awakened?" Su Jinjia smiled enigmatically. "If, after 1 hour, the Marquis has not awakened, I shall voluntarily withdraw." Chapter 3. 3 joys arrive very well. Let be as you wish. Shun Jie was more than eager to expel Su Jinjia from the Marquis and Appo's residence. Whether she lived or died afterward would merely be a matter of his word. Su Jinjia was well aware of his intentions, yet she was no longer the compliant Su Jianjia of her past life. If the Marquis awakens in an hour, I shall hold you both accountable for your disrespect towards your legitimate mother. Shun Jue remained undaunted, stating, as long as father awakens. Mama Su summoned chairs for everyone, and they all sat in wait, the only sound being the gentle ticking of the hourglass. Su Jianjia took a sip of her tea. An hour could accomplish much, and she had no intention of wasting it. With a cheerful smile, she turned to the old lady. Unbeknownst to you, last night I dreamt of something quite intriguing. One must consider the master when dealing with the hound. She had struck Mama Su, inciting the old lady's ire. But this was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. The old lady refrained from expressing her anger, though her expression remained frosty. Oh, what was it? For reasons unknown, Shun Jue's heart sank. He implored, Madam, please be cautious with your words and refrain from invoking the supernatural. Mu Yinshu paid no mind, thinking that in an hour, this wretched woman would be ousted from the Marquis and Appo's residence. At that time, she would still be the blessing of the household, while matters concerning the child would be handled by her cousin. Su Jianjia raised her eyes to meet his gaze, unable to suppress a mocking smile. I have heard that the idea of bringing good fortune to the Marquis originated from the eldest son. If the eldest son does not believe in the supernatural, why then would he propose such a thing? She then returned to the matter at hand. In my dream, someone revealed to me that today, the Marquis and Appo's residence does not celebrate merely 2 joys, but 3. The old lady and Appo's face was a picture of astonishment. What did you say? Where does this 3rd joy come from? Suddenly, both Shun Jie and Mu Yinshu and Appo's expressions changed dramatically, a storm of anxiety brewing within them. Could she possibly know? How could this be? They dismissed the notion of dreams as nonsense, believing that this woman was merely deceiving them. Su Jianjia and Appo's gaze shifted to Mu Yinshu and Appo's abdomen, and she spoke with startling audacity. I declare that my daughter-in-law has been with child for a month. Whether this is true or not, I am quite curious. Why not summon the physician? A simple examination will reveal the truth, and we can ascertain the validity of my dream. What does the old lady think? No, I have not. I am innocent. Why do you slander me? Is it because I spoke a few truths that you feel threatened and wish to harm me? Mu Yinshu retorted, her face paling as she deflected the accusation. She knows. Shun Jue's heart trembled. He knelt before the old lady, declaring, Grandmother, prior to our marriage, Yinshu and I had never met. It is she who has wronged Yinshu. His heart sank heavily. The old lady valued propriety above all, and this matter must not come to light. The old lady scrutinized them with a discerning gaze. Su Jianjia, concealing her face with a silk handkerchief, laughed softly. Whether it is slander or not can be determined by the physician's arrival. Everything we do today is intended to bring good fortune to the Marquis. If it truly is 3 joys, how lively it shall be. What do you say, old lady? The old lady detested those who lacked decorum. She decisively ordered for the physician to be summoned. With tearful eyes, Mu Yinshu pleaded, Grandmother, I assure you I am innocent. If the physician comes, how will I ever stand in the Marquis's residence again? What face shall I show to the world? She begged her grandmother to reconsider, expressing her faith in Yinshu's character. Shun Jie spoke earnestly, his tone laced with desperation. Seeing the old lady wavering, Su Jianjia and Appo's eyes glinted with coldness. If you're truly guiltless, what is there to fear? Is it not you who is anxious? Sighing softly, she continued, You claim I do not wish to marry the Marquis and have schemed to switch with Mu Yinshu. Yet, if I had truly done so, why would I stop the proceedings in front of all the guests? Shuden and Appo's I have simply proceeded to wed Shinjue? She pondered aloud. If Mu Yinshu is indeed with child, whose child could it be? Should she successfully wed the Marquis, that child would be recognized as the legitimate heir, the future heir apparent. Wouldn't the entire Marquis's residence then belong to her? Mu Yinshu stood frozen in place. Shun Jue's complexion turned ashen. He hastily sought to argue, but the old lady interrupted him sternly. There is no need for further discussion. The physician and Appo's arrival will clarify everything. In truth, She held a private skepticism about Shun Jue and Appo's capacity for such actions. When this child first arrived at the Marquis and Appo's residence, she had treated him with respect out of gratitude for his father and Appo's kindness to her. It was not until he accompanied her to offer incense at Jiyun Temple that she realized his true character. When they encountered bandits and her life hung in the balance, it was this child who bravely shielded her with his frail body, enduring a grievous wound. From that moment, she had cherished him as her own grandson. Neither Shenjie nor Mu Yunshu dared to speak further. Before long, the physician arrived with his medical kit. Su Jianjia lowered her gaze, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes as frosty as the winter chill. She had borne the burden for them all her life. It was time for them to face the consequences. Mu Yunshu glanced anxiously at Shun Jue, instinctively trying to retreat. The old lady frowned. If you wish to hide, there's no need for the examination, which would only confirm that Su Jianjia's dream holds truth. Resigned, Mu Yunshu reluctantly extended her hand. Shun Jue's gaze was sharp and predatory as it swept over Su Jianjia, filled with cold fury. It was all this wretched woman's fault. He vowed to make her pay dearly. The physician took out his pulse pillow and laid it gently on Mu Yunshu and Appo's wrist. Cold sweat trickled down her back. At this point, she could only hope that the physician, with his failing eyesight, would be unable to discern the truth. As soon as the physician withdrew his hand, the old lady inquired solemnly, "What does her pulse indicate?" Chapter 4. Joyous revelations in an instant. All eyes turned towards the physician of the household. Shun Jue's gaze was particularly piercing. His eyes were dark and full of meaning. The physician, feeling a sudden jolt of anxiety, responded to the old matriarch that the young lady's health was not in jeopardy, merely suffering from slight blood deficiency. With a few prescriptions for nourishment, she would recover in 10 days to half a month. As his words concluded, Mu Yunshu let out a breath of relief, a flash of triumphant joy in her eyes, tears brimming as she implored her grandmother to advocate for her. The granddaughter, a pure and innocent maiden, was unjustly accused of premarital promiscuity. Even though the matter had been clarified, how could she face the world if such rumors circulated? Shun Jue cast a scornful glance at Su Jianjia, his face reflecting grievance as he sought his grandmother to restore Yunshu's dignity. Su Jianjia, however, was unfazed. With an air of composure, she regarded the physician with a half-smile, inquiring, "Are you certain? I grant you an opportunity to examine her again. Should you fail to detect even a sign of joy in her pulse, do you comprehend the gravity of what you risk? You jeopardize your entire medical career." The physician remained impassive, asserting, "Madam, my every word is true. I would never fabricate lies." The old matriarch was engulfed in conflicting emotions. She wished for Su Jianjia's words to be true, for if her dreams held any truth, there was hope for Shun Heading's recovery. Yet, she did not wish to become the subject of ridicule. "Ju, Su, and no. I demand you apologize to Xingjian and Yunshu," she commanded, referring to Shun Jue by his courtesy name. Su Jianjia's expression was cool and striking as she replied, "Grandmother, what if someone were to deceive us? Why not summon a physician from outside? The household physician attends to the Marquis daily. If he is not proficient, it could endanger the Marquis's health. If the external physician's findings align with yours, I shall kneel before both in apology." She was well aware that the physician was in Shanjie and Appo's employ and understood what the old matriarch valued most. The matriarch, unwilling to gamble with Shun Heading and Appo's life, turned to Su Mama and commanded, "You go personally." She offered no chance for others to interject. Shun Jie simmered with rage. He had thought he had escaped disaster. Yet Su Jianjia, this wretched woman, clung to her accusations. Could he bribe the household physician, yet manage to sway every external doctor as well? Mu Yunshu felt a growing unease, lowering her gaze to hide her own panic. The physician, now aware of the stakes, discreetly signaled to Shun Jue for guidance. Shun Jue was uncertain. Su Mama was swift, returning almost immediately with an elderly physician in tow. Su Jianjia's eyes sparkled with sharpness as she calmly observed the palpable distress on Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu's faces. She had no intentions of donning a widow-esque garb. To ensure Shun Heading's well-being, she first needed to eliminate the household physician. Please, young mistress. Mu Yunshu extended her hand. Shun Jue inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to see Su Jianjia drenched in blood. He instead contemplated how to placate his grandmother. The elderly physician, reliable in his demeanor, soon addressed the old matriarch. Congratulations, madam. The young mistress is already over a month pregnant. Mu Yunshu staggered. No, that cannot be. How could I be with child? Su Jianjia smiled, her presence commanding as she looked at Mu Yunshu. So it turns out that Miss Mu entered the Marquis and Appo's residence with a child in her womb. One must wonder whose offspring lies within you. Premarital loss of virtue can lead to dire consequences. Fury ignited within the old matriarch. Seize this vile woman. Two matrons stepped forward to restrain Mu Yunshu. In a state of panic, Mu Yunshu cast a desperate glance at Shun Jue. He was lost in thought, devising a strategy. The old matriarch, suppressing her anger, demanded, "Whose wretched seed resides within you?" Both Su Jianjia and Mu Yunshu were selections made according to auspicious birth dates. There was no possibility of them having met before marriage. Su Jianjia understood the old matriarch's thoughts, but what if this was all Shun Jue's scheme? Who could have predicted that Mu Yunshu was Shun Jue's own cousin, and they had been entangled long before? The physician, now trembling, quietly stepped back, hoping to escape unnoticed. Mu Yunshu, sobbing silently, refused to speak. Her vibrant red wedding attire stinging the old matriarch and Appo's eyes. She had been brought in to bring luck to Heading, yet dared to act so recklessly. This could cost Heading his life. The old matriarch trembled with rage. Very well. If you refuse to speak, then as you have married into the Shun family, you shall bear the consequences. I shall command your sinking into the lake. Mu Yunshu's face turned pale with fear. Su Jianjia leisurely interjected. Matriarch, merely sinking her in the lake is insufficient. The world must know what kind of daughter the Mu family has raised. Mu Yunshu's father was merely a sixth-rank military officer, hardly superior to the Su family standing. No, please no. As the matrons dragged Mu Yunshu away, she instinctively protected her abdomen, panicked as she looked at Shun Jue. Cousin, save me. Proceed as Su Jianjia suggests. We must demand an explanation from the Mu family. The old matriarch, her face betraying unmasked approval, seemed to confirm what the seer had foretold. Jianjia was indeed their family's fortunate star. If her dreams were true, then Shin Heading would surely awaken tonight. As Mu Yunshu was about to be taken away, Shunjie knelt before the old matriarch, pleading, "Grandmother, spare her. The child in Yunshu's womb is mine." Chapter 5. The green had a cold smile flitted across Su Jianjia's lips. He had finally admitted it in his own words. The old lady was confused and easily swayed. Though somewhat foolish, she had not yet reached the point of no return. She feigned shock. "Young master, did you not just claim that you had never met Mu Yunshu before marriage? How is it that, in the blink of an eye, the child in her womb has become yours? You cannot hastily place such a label upon your head. A green hat, no less. This is unacceptable." The matter concerned Shun Heading's life, and the old lady's face turned ashen. "Xing Jian, you must explain yourself. What on earth is happening here?" Mu Yunshu gritted her teeth in anger. Shun Jue and Appo's expression was equally grim. Kneeling upright, he began to defend himself. "Grandmother, I am wronged. A month ago, I was set up at Yunzhong Pavilion and was drugged. In a dazed state, I inadvertently wronged a young lady, and upon regaining my senses, she had vanished. I have felt guilty all this time, searching for her. Had it not been to save my father, I would never have wed, as I intended to take responsibility and marry that young lady. Unexpectedly, fate played its hand. It was only upon returning to the bridal chamber that I realized the young lady I married today was the very one from that day. It was my fault for not reporting this. I humbly request your punishment, grandmother." His thoughts were meticulous, and his logic was impeccable. Mu Yunshu and Appo's eyes reddened, tears of grievance spilling forth. "Grandmother, truthfully, I did not wish to bring joy in this manner. I am aware that I am no longer a paragon of virtue. Yet the Marquis insisted upon this. The Marquis is a war hero of our great way. I thought that if my damaged self could save his life, it would be worth my demise. It was only after meeting my husband that I recognized him. I truly did not know I was with child beforehand. Grandmother, it is only natural for you to feel anger. I am willing to accept punishment, but I beg you not to harm your health in your fury. The old lady remained silent, observing them, lost in her thoughts. Su Jianjia felt compelled to applaud them. Such eloquent and artful words, turning black into white. No wonder they succeeded in their previous life. Had the old lady ever considered what the consequences would be if I had foolishly married the young master? The old lady and Appo's gaze shifted to her. Each word was like a precious gem. Thus, Mu Yunshu and Appo's child, unbeknownst to anyone, had transformed into the Marquis and Appo's blood. Should she give birth to a legitimate son in the future, he would naturally become the Marquisate heir, and the entire Marquisate would be theirs. Suddenly, the old lady's expression changed dramatically. However, that was not all. Su Jianjia continued, "Old lady, why not ponder this? Had I not intervened today, would they have stepped forward to confess? Or would they have continued this charade?" Abruptly, her tone became sharp. Or perhaps this was their scheme all along. For the young master is merely an adopted son of the Marquisate. He knows he can never become the heir, and thus wishes for his son to be the rightful heir. Otherwise, how could the physician fail to detect even a hint of joy? Upon hearing her words, the old lady felt a chill run down her spine. Her voice rose sharply. "Xing Jian, do you truly harbor such intentions? If so, have I not been nurturing a tiger at their doorstep all these years? If my grandson denies it, would you believe him?" He wore an innocent expression, looking directly at the old lady. The old lady regarded him coldly. "Is everything that has transpired today merely coincidence? How can I trust you?" Her attitude spoke volumes. She had begun to harbor suspicions about Shen Jue. Grandmother. Shen Jue was greatly alarmed. All his years of plotting could not be in vain. He sighed in pain and smiled bitterly. "If grandmother does not believe me, then order my execution. I would willingly face death without complaint." With that, he slowly closed his eyes. "Old lady, the young master is wronged. Look at this." At that moment, Shen Jue's guard, Gu Ling, rushed in from outside. Kneeling beside Shen Jue and slowly lifting his wrist. Shen Jue's wrist bore a series of ghastly scars, overlapping in a horrifying manner, as if he had been wounded by a sharp blade. Everyone present could see it clearly. The old lady could not help but frown. "Xing Jian, what happened to your wrist?" Shen Jue glared at Gu Ling's silence. He attempted to retract his hand. However, Gu Ling held onto it tightly, tears streaming down his face. "I have heard that using human blood in medicine may have miraculous effects for the Marquis. The young master has been cutting his wrist daily to draw blood, using it to brew medicine for the Marquis, and forbidding anyone from telling a soul. Several times, the young master had fainted from blood loss. Old lady, please believe in the young master. For the Marquis, for you, he is truly willing to sacrifice his own life." "What?" The old lady was taken aback, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. "Xing Jian, how could you be so foolish? And why did you not inform me?" Truly, he was his most trusted confidant. Gu Ling and Appo's words delighted Shen Jue, but he needed to continue the charade. "Gu Ling, cease your words. I permit you no further speech. I lost my mother at a young age, and my father perished on the battlefield. Thanks to my father's kindness, I was brought back to the Marquisate and regarded as an adopted son, receiving your careful nurturing, so whatever I do is merely my duty." His words struck a chord with the old lady. Tears blurred her vision as she wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. "You are a good child. I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. Now, please listen to me and rise." Su Jianjia observed coldly from his side. This was the terrifying aspect of Shen Jue. He had calculated human emotions to perfection. If he could be easily toppled, he would not be Shen Jue. Thus, Su Jianjia did not feel disappointed. She spoke softly. "The young master is indeed sincere, yet I still harbor doubts. I wonder if the young master and the young mistress would dare to take an oath before heaven? What is there to fear?" Shen Jue replied emphatically. Mu Yinshu also held her head high, looking at her as an honorable daughter-in-law and wife. "We have nothing to hide, let alone one oath. We would dare to make 10 or 8. Su Jianjia awaited their response. Then let us swear before heaven, should you utter a single falsehood, may you be left without descendants." The old lady remained silent, yet her expression suggested she too wished to see their true intentions. "Very well." Without a moment and oppose, as hesitation, Shen Jue and Mu Yinshu immediately took a solemn oath. Su Jinjia lowered her gaze slightly. Unhurried, she would ensure that their vows would be fulfilled one by one. "Grandmother, I had not expected our physician to be an incompetent charlatan. He should be punished severely to serve as a warning to others, so that no one else dares to act in such a manner." After rising, Shen Jue's first order of business was to confront the physician. As he spoke, Gu Ling stepped forward, apprehending the physician, twisting his arm while restraining his throat, rendering him unable to speak. This physician was evidently his pawn, and his actions were to silence him. Su Jinjia could not allow this to happen. "Old lady, perhaps it would be better to send this incompetent to the Ministry of Justice for a thorough investigation. You never know what unexpected revelations may arise." The old lady hesitated momentarily. As Su Jinjia prepared to persuade her further, Shenjue suddenly glanced at the hourglass on the table. "Grandmother, an hour has passed. If what my mother said is true, my father must have regained consciousness by now." Chapter 6 Done He Ting Tian, my son. The old madam, upon hearing this, instantly forgot about the house doctor, and with Su Mama's support, she proceeded towards the inner chamber. This was precisely what Shen Jue desired. He cast a knowing glance at Gu Lin, who immediately took the house doctor away. Su Jinjia understood that the physician was Shen Jue's associate and was aware that his fate was sealed with death, yet she could only watch helplessly, for she was weak in the Marquis and Oppo's residence and had no one to heed her words. The inner chamber was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. "Mother, shall we go in and see father?" Shen Jie was certain that at this moment, Shen Hiting could not possibly awaken. He shot Su Jinjia a mocking look. "Very well." She had already moved the pair of dragon and phoenix wedding candles back to their place. "Hiting Tian, I beseech you, open your eyes and look at your mother." As anticipated by Shen Ye, Shen Hiting remained unresponsive. The old madam collapsed beside the bed, weeping bitterly. Mu Yinshu and Oppo's eyes glimmered with cold amusement as she spoke with a feigned sob. "Didn't you say, mother, that father would surely awaken in an hour? Why hasn't he awoken yet?" She felt an immense sense of triumph within. Soon, this wretched woman would be expelled from the Marquis's residence, and it would be utterly satisfying. "Indeed, mother, why hasn't father awakened?" Shen Jue wore a cold smirk, subtly reminding the old madam. Sure enough, the old madam suddenly turned her gaze, her reddened eyes fixated on Su Jinjia. "Didn't you say that Ting would awaken in an hour? Why has my son not yet opened his eyes?" Su Mama softly interjected, taunting the old madam, urging her not to let Su Jinjia off lightly. "You made us wait, and we waited. You forbade us from entering, and we refrained. Now tell us, why has Ting not awakened?" The old madam and Oppo's voice had turned sharp. Su Jinjia maintained a composed demeanor as she gracefully approached Shen Ting's bedside, entirely disregarding the gazes of those around her. She softly called, "Marquis, it is time to awaken." Simultaneously, she gently patted the back of Shen Ting's hand. Unbeknownst to anyone, she concealed a slender embroidery needle between her fingers, which silently pierced Shen Ting's ego point. Fortunately, she had prepared this needle long ago, rendering it a makeshift tool. In her previous life, while visiting Jian Temple with her mother, she had stumbled upon 2 scrolls. However, upon reading them, she was horrified and regarded them as a curse. She had never dared to reveal her knowledge in public, only secretly learning a few techniques, among which was this acupuncture skill, now her forte. Yet, she had never used it before, fearing the origins of this knowledge might invite disaster. In this life, she intended to transform this knowledge into her support, her weapon. But for now, it must remain a secret. Victory lies in the element of surprise. Shen Jue was filled with scorn, scoffing this wretched woman, forever engaging in theatrics. Does she truly believe that a mere shout will rouse Shen Hiting? Does she think herself a celestial being? How utterly laughable. "Grandmother," those were her own words. "We did not coerce her. You must not indulge her further. Quickly, expel her from the Marquis's residence. Mu Yinshu incessantly urged the old madam. Shen Jue cast a sidelong glance at Su Jianjia, ready to speak. Just then, to their astonishment, Shun Heting furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, and indeed. He opened his eyes. In an instant, Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 7. Will tonight be successful? Heting. The old lady immediately stifled her sobs, her joy barely contained as she gazed at Shun Heting, pressing a handkerchief tightly against her mouth, softly weeping, tears of overwhelming joy. You have finally awakened. Mother. Shun Heting, just emerging from slumber, still feeble, blinked several times before recognizing the figure before him. Thank the heavens. Thank all the deities for my son Heting. The old lady clasped her hands together, fervently expressing her gratitude. Su Jianjia glanced at Shun Jie and Mu Yunshu, teasingly remarking, Is the eldest young master and the young mistress displeased? Has the Marquis awakened? Why do their faces show astonishment rather than joy? The old lady immediately turned her gaze towards them. Not all. Mother has misunderstood. Yinshu and I are simply overwhelmed with happiness. Shun Jue forced a smile. Child pays respects to father. He lifted his robes and knelt on the ground, his eyes reddening as he choked back tears, thanking the heavens that his father had finally awakened. What a fright it had been for him and his grandmother. Mu Yinshu also knelt. Daughter-in-law pays respects to father, wishing for your health and a future free of ailments. Shen Heting furrowed his brow. Has the marriage been arranged? The old lady, perceiving his confusion, informed him of the auspicious circumstances, then beckoned to Su Jianjia. Heting, this is your wife. Jianjia, your awakening is greatly owed to her. You must treat her well henceforth. Shen Heting followed the old lady's gaze and noticed another person standing in the room. In the flickering candlelight, she adorned herself in a splendid red phoenix crown and wedding gown, her features exquisite and radiant, standing there without a hint of shyness. Resembling a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. He was momentarily taken aback. What did mother say? This is his wife, Jianjia? Marquis. Su Jianjia slightly bowed, offering a respectful greeting to Shun Heting. The old lady and Appo's words had deeply pierced Mu Yunshu and Appo's heart. She quietly gritted her teeth, realizing that this should have been her moment. Enough. Since Heting has awakened, let us return. The old lady rose, addressing everyone. For tonight was indeed Heting's wedding night. Her son had always been indifferent to women. She had observed closely and noted that when he looked at Jianjia, there was no sign of distaste. Yet, she pondered whether his health would permit it. Could tonight and Appo's union be realized? Furthermore, would he even be able to? That remained a question. What if he cannot? Su Jianjia cast a glance at Shen Jue and Mu Yunshu as they departed, a shadow passing through her eyes. No rush. She would settle the score during the tea ceremony tomorrow. Once they left, only she and Shun Heting remained in the room. Suddenly, a wedding candle adorned with dragons and phoenixes erupted in a burst of flame. Shen Heting slowly sat up from the couch. Su Jianjia was taken aback. What was the Marquis intending to do? Shen Heting, injured in the chest, stated, I wish to bathe. Fortunately, the bathing chamber was adjacent, accessible through a side door. Su Jianjia assisted him, graciously escorting him to the bathing area. Mississippi. Qian Yu and Qing Yu had returned, indicating that today's challenge had been surmounted. In this lifetime, no one would suspect her of having deliberately switched places with Mu Yinshu. The two maidservants looked at her with tearful eyes, filled with concern. Are you all right? Su Jianjia shook her head, recognizing that the complexities of marriage were overwhelming. The two maidservants had followed her tirelessly all day, their faces weary. She said no more, allowing them to rest. After Shun Heting had bathed, she too entered the bathing chamber, entirely unaware that Mama Su had made an appearance. This is what the old lady entrusted me to deliver to the Marquis. Mama Su presented several art albums to Shun Heting. After placing them down, she quickly departed. Each album was wrapped in red cloth. Shun Heting, filled with curiosity, randomly picked one up and opened it. The next moment, his expression darkened, a suspicious blush creeping onto his cheeks. His mother truly had someone delivered to him illustrations of amorous encounters. Chapter 8. Could it be that she possesses medical knowledge? He may not have eaten pork, but he has certainly seen pigs run. At that moment, he felt the album in his hands burning hot. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and in a flurry of anxiety, he shoved the album beneath his pillow. Su Jianjia entered after drying her hair. The room was illuminated only by a pair of red dragon and phoenix candles, and Shun Heading had already settled onto the bed. Clad in a vibrant red nightgown, Su Jianjia approached, prompting Shun Heading to instinctively shift further inside. His gaze inadvertently darted towards the pillow beneath which he had hidden the album. Su Jianjia lowered the curtains and gracefully climbed onto the bed. Not to mention Shun Heading's injury, rendering him incapable of much, he was also famously aloof and ascetic, avoiding the company of women. In the confined, dim space, an indescribable atmosphere lingered. Both remained silent. Suddenly reborn, Su Jianjia felt a tumult of emotions. She closed her eyes and slowly reflected on matters from her previous life. This was Shun Heading's first experience sharing a bed with a woman. Initially, he felt somewhat reserved, but seeing her poised demeanor allowed him to relax. Time passed unmeasured, and as Shun Heading drifted into a drowsy state, a small hand reached out. He was naturally very alert and abruptly awoke, though he kept his eyes closed. What was she attempting to do? Su Jianjia, believing him to be asleep, placed her hand on his wrist, delicately sensing his pulse. The poison within him was of the type known as Zhaoying from the Compendium of Toxicology. Fortunately, it had been temporarily suppressed. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand. Shun Heading, eyes still shut, was filled with confusion. What had she just been doing? Could it be that she was skilled in medicine? Su Jianjia also closed her eyes, each lost in their own thoughts. She was troubled by how to disclose to Shun Heading the matter of his poisoning. This was something that could not escape her lips, lest she find herself unable to articulate it. Exhausted, she gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. Once she was asleep, Shun Heading opened his eyes slowly, his gaze dark and fixed upon her, brimming with profound inquiry. Thus passed the couple's wedding night. The following day, before dawn broke, Su Jianjia awoke with a start, calling out for her mother and brother, her face pale and gasping for breath, suddenly sitting up on the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, she had recalled a matter of utmost importance. Today, without fail, she must return. Otherwise, her mother. Are you all right? Shun Heading, startled awake by her distress, inquired softly. Su Jianjia, her expression apologetic, replied, I had a nightmare, and I'm sorry for waking you. It is still early. Please rest a little longer, my lord. I must rise to serve tea to my mother. Her hands and feet were icy, as if pulled from water, and with lingering trepidation, she rose from the bed. With a soft thud, she failed to notice that her wide sleeves had inadvertently knocked the pillow down. Beneath it lay several fire prevention manuals, now fully exposed. Shun Heading, he was just about to reach out and conceal them. However, Su Jianjia had already picked up the fallen pillow and, as she returned it, suddenly spotted the manuals. Shun Heading's eyes widened slightly. Surely, she wouldn't think these belonged to him. What was her mother thinking, sending such things to him? Now it seemed her son might be misjudged as a lecher. Su Jianjia was momentarily taken aback, but her expression remained composed as she gently placed the pillow back. The manuals were once again pressed beneath it. She understood well that Shun Heading was a man of strict virtue, and these items must have been sent by the matriarch. The old lady's eagerness for grandchildren was understandable. She turned to leave, not forgetting to tidy the curtains for Shun Heading. After freshening up, Qin Yu prepared to apply her makeup, but Su Jianjia declined. There would be a splendid spectacle to behold today. The members of the second household must have already set the stage, so there was no need for makeup. Chapter 9. Does Aunt Eyre truly disdain the Marquis? As she had just tidied up, the old matriarch summoned someone to convey a message, stating that Shun Heading had just awakened and that it was more important for him to rest. Thus, there was no need for her to present tea. She was merely requested to come and make a brief acquaintance. She recalled vividly that in her previous life, it was only Mu Yunshu who presented the tea. The intricacies of this situation were indeed profound. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, she made her way to Showen Hall, for a satisfied stomach fosters strength and clarity of mind. She was resolute in avoiding the pitfalls that had ensnared Mu Yunshu in her past existence. Today, she adorned herself in a splendid crimson wide-sleeved dress, the hem trailing gracefully along the ground, with jingling accessories at her waist. The golden hairpin atop her coiffure swayed gently with her movements. And although her face bore no trace of makeup, the moment she entered Shoan Hall, she instantly captivated the attention of all present. Even Shun Jue's eyes reflected a glimmer of awe. Ah, so this is the younger sister-in-law. It seems you have finally arrived. Upon her entrance, Qin Shi greeted her with a beaming smile, subtly insinuating that she had arrived rather late. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the second household, she had previously witnessed Mu Yunshu suffering under Qin Shi's hand. The old matriarch, discerning the underlying tone in Qin Shi's words, acknowledged that Jianjia had indeed labored tirelessly in caring for Heading. This was a veiled defense of her. Thank you, mother. This is merely a daughter-in-law's duty. Not at all burdensome, Su Jianjia graciously responded, inwardly reflecting on the privileges accorded to her as a fortunate star. In her past life, no one in the Marquis's residence had ever treated her with such kindness. As the assembly discreetly scrutinized Su Jianjia, she too examined her surroundings. This room was filled with familiar faces, both old grudges and new grievances, ripe for reckoning. The old matriarch of the second household, he sure, remarked with a smile. Elder sister-in-law, you are indeed fortunate. Heading's wife is truly a delightful and charming presence. She brings joy to all who behold her. Who does not relish flattering words? The old matriarch mirrored this sentiment, her gaze fixed on Su Jianjia, attributing Shun Heading's revival entirely to her efforts. Mother, please enjoy this tea. Su Jianjia, well-versed in the customs of tea presentation, took the teacup from the side and, with utmost respect, knelt upon the mat, offering it to the old matriarch. Mu Yunshu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of jealousy, her eyes reddening with envy. The distinction between the Marquis's wife and the wife of an adopted son was indeed vast. When she entered, not a single soul had cast her a glance. It was Su Jianjia who had usurped everything that was rightfully hers. Very well, please rise, the old matriarch said, taking a sip from the tea with a broad smile. As Su Jianjia stood, Mama Su approached with the well-prepared gifts from the old matriarch, a thick red envelope, and a square sandalwood box filled with precious items. The men of the Shin family were known for their short lives, and in the second household, the only one deserving of tea was the old matriarch, he sure. It was now time for her to receive tea. Given her status, Su Jianjia need not kneel. Simply presenting the tea was sufficient. He sure was well prepared. Please enjoy this tea, in air. Su Jianjia lifted the teacup towards her, her eyes momentarily flickering. Do not be deceived by the gentle demeanor of this old matriarch, who constantly recited Buddhist scriptures. Her words concealed a venomous heart, far more formidable than the old matriarch. Su Jianjia had already experienced her cunning. In her previous life, when Mu Yunshu presented the tea, she had suffered greatly at He Shure's hands. Very well, Heading's wife is truly obedient, He Shure exclaimed joyfully. The two engaged in the ritual of tea presentation, the atmosphere seemingly harmonious. Only Qin Shi wore a thin smile, a cold smirk playing at her lips, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. The azure teacup fell from someone's grasp and shattered into countless pieces upon the ground. Instantly, everyone froze in shock. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Jianjia's eyes as she feigned astonishment, seizing the moment before He Shure could respond. In air, what is the meaning of this? Why did you deliberately shatter the teacup? Do you truly wish to see the Marquis suffer? Chapter 10. She had not forgotten the account from yesterday. On a day like this, shattering a teacup could only be considered inauspicious. The matriarch of the second house had originally intended to take this opportunity to target Su Jianjia, yet she found herself preempted, caught off guard by Su Jianjia's swift retort. Her face stiffened as she exclaimed, "Hurting daughter-in-law, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. It was you who broke the teacup, yet you lay the blame on me. To put it mildly, this reflects poorly on your character. To put it more gravely, it is a sign of disrespect to your elders. On your first day as a bride, You dare to behave this way. What will come of it henceforth? As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards the old matriarch. Sister-in-law, one must not overlook the larger implications here. If she is not disciplined, she may cause more trouble in the future. Qin looked at Su Jinjia with reproach. Speaking on behalf of the second house's matriarch, Aunt, I have been closest to my mother, and I can say with certainty that it was clearly my sister-in-law who was unsteady with the teacup. Perhaps she feared a reprimand, and thus blamed it on my mother. While our Shen family does not place great importance on lineage, we do hold character in high regard. At this point, her tone softened, becoming more amiable. Jinjia, your sister-in-law knows you did not intentionally knock over the teacup. This is not a grave matter. If you simply admit your mistake, it can be brushed aside without anyone holding it against you. The two women, a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, played their parts in unison, deftly digging a pit for Su Jinjia. Mu Yinshu observed this scene with delight, realizing that she was not the only one wishing ill for Su Jinjia. Su Jinjia smirked inwardly. If she acknowledged this fault, it would imply that she had wrongfully accused the second house's matriarch, thereby tarnishing her own character. In her past life, Mu Yinshu had fallen into this very trap, and she was not foolish enough to repeat the same mistake. The old matriarch, though soft-hearted, was also protective. After all, it was not Su Jinjia's fault. She had already stated that it was her mother-in-law who was unsteady. Mother, look, Su Jinjia said, somewhat taken aback that the matriarch would defend her. With a face full of feigned grievance, she slowly extended her hand, revealing a bright red mark on the back of her hand. If I had been unsteady myself, I would have burned my palm or fingers, never the back of my hand. I was clearly steady when I passed the teacup. It was indeed my second aunt who knocked it over. Enough. The old matriarch's gaze sharpened as she turned to the second house's matriarch. If anyone in this household dares to wish ill upon hurting, I will ensure they do not fare well themselves. The second house's matriarch felt a chill run down her spine and forced a smile. Sister-in-law, you jest. Who would not wish well for hurting? It is precisely because I was so overjoyed at Hurting's recovery that I momentarily lost my grip. I failed to see clearly in my fluster and wrongly accused Su Jinjia. She smiled at Su Jinjia. Jinjia, it was an unintentional mistake from my second aunt. You wouldn't hold against her, would you? A glint of coldness flickered in Su Jinjia's eyes, though she maintained a smile on her face. I bear no grudge against my second aunt, but the teacup is indeed broken. What if it offends the Marquis's fortune? At that moment, the old matriarch's expression grew increasingly grim. Qin chuckled, attempting to smooth over the tension. It was just a teacup. How could it offend the Marquis? Haven't you heard the saying, shattered things bring peace? From now on, the Marquis shall surely enjoy a smooth and prosperous life. Such eloquence. The second house's matriarch echoed her words repeatedly. Even the eldest son of the second house, Shan Guanshan, spoke up. Aunt, my younger brother will certainly live a long and carefree life. Let's not make a fuss over such a trivial matter. They were all adept at downplaying the situation, seeking to minimize the incident. However, Su Jinjia was determined not to let them have their way. If she could not prove her innocence, she would face a fate akin to Mu Yinshu's, kneeling in the ancestral hall for an entire day and night. Hearing that my second aunt is devoted to Buddhism and prays earnestly each day, why not have her transcribe the Lotus Sutra 81 times to pray for the Marquis's blessings? Surely, my second aunt would not refuse. Upon hearing this, the second house's matriarch nearly ground her teeth in frustration. The Lotus Sutra was lengthy, with over 69,000 words. To copy it 81 times would surely be a strenuous task. What cunning little wretch! She had intended to turn the eldest branch's foolish daughter-in-law against her, but found herself ensnared instead. And yet, she could not voice her grievances. How could she pray for hurting? She was, of course, willing to comply. Su Jinjia's smile was radiant. Then I shall trouble my second aunt. 1 volume a day will surely see it completed in no time. The second house's matriarch was left speechless. 1 volume a day. This little wretch truly dared to say such a thing. She intended to exhaust her to death. The old matriarch cast a sharp glance, and a servant quickly brought another cup of tea. This time, the second house's matriarch dared not stir up any further trouble. Mu Yinshu secretly gritted her teeth, wondering how Su Jinjia had managed to evade this predicament. Su Jianjia presented the second house's matriarch with a handmade pair of knee pads as a gesture of goodwill. With a bright smile, she remarked, "It is said that kneeling while transcribing scriptures is the most sincere and effective practice. These knee pads are just perfect for my second aunt." The second house's matriarch's expression darkened. Allowing her to transcribe scriptures was one thing. To have her do so while kneeling was quite another. How could she dare? Despite her rising anger, she had no choice but to accept with a smile. Herding's daughter-in-law is thoughtful. She painfully removed a jade hairpin from her hair and handed it to Su Jinjia, along with a red envelope. Su Jinjia was thoroughly pleased. In her past life, she had dealt Mu Yunshu a bitter lesson. Had she not surpassed her? After serving tea to her elders, it was time for her peers to pay their respects. She had not forgotten the account from yesterday, and when it came to settling scores, she was most proficient. Chapter 11. A couple of silver coins in the long residence. The lineage was rather thin. The old marquis had never taken a concubine, and the old matron had given birth to only one son, Shun Heading. He had an elder sister who was married in Jinling, hundreds of miles away from the capital, and a legitimate younger sister whose marriage to the heir of the Duke of Anghua was in the capital, where they would soon reunite. In contrast, the second branch flourished, with the matron of the second branch having borne 2 sons and a daughter, alongside several illegitimate children, totaling 7 or 8. In such gatherings, the illegitimate children were not entitled to appear. Shen Guanshan sat side by side with Mrs. Qin. Su Jianjia was seated beside the old matron, a clear distinction in their statuses. She nodded slightly to them, addressing them as elder brother, sister-in-law. As the Marquis's wife, they were obliged to return the greeting, and unlike her casual demeanor, they must act with utmost respect. Following the earlier incident, the second branch members appeared more subdued. Younger sister, Shen Guanshan exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Jianjia, and both he and Mrs. Qin formally returned her greeting. Su Jianjia had prepared gifts for them, presenting a handkerchief to Mrs. Qin and an inkstone to Shen Guanshan, adhering to the proprieties. Look at the exquisite embroidery, and the magpie appears almost lifelike, Mrs. Qin smiled insincerely, producing a pre-prepared red envelope to hand to Su Jianjia. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Su Jianjia replied, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes as she regarded the envelope. In her past life, it was this very envelope that had prompted Mu Yunshu to curse Mrs. Qin countless times. It was time to let the old matron see what sort of people the second branch truly were. Intentionally gripping the bottom of the red envelope, she let it slip, causing the silver note concealed within to flutter to the ground. "Oh, Sufyantia Feignit Surprise." Coincidentally, the note landed face up, quietly resting on the floor. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to see how much Mrs. Qin had given Su Jianjia. A clear view revealed it was merely 1 tael of silver. Mrs. Qin had managed to give Su Jianjia a paltry sum, clearly having gone to great lengths to find a single tael note. Instantly, expressions varied across the faces of those present. Su Jianjia said nothing, bending to retrieve the note, a cold smile hidden in her gaze. Mrs. Qin was not only shrewd, but also miserly, having calculated that by concealing the note in the red envelope, others would not see it, her gesture merely a token. Yet she was determined that everyone should know. The old matron's face darkened considerably. Su Jianjia was her daughter-in-law. Were they attempting to humiliate her? Mu Yunshu nearly laughed aloud, realizing just how much the second branch despised Su Jianjia. The matron of the second branch, caught off guard, felt her own face flush with embarrassment as she subtly glared at Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin's face burned with shame. She struck the maid beside her, furious. "You wretched girl! How could you mess up something so trivial? Did I not instruct you to select the highest denomination note for my sister-in-law?" The maid quickly grasped the situation, kneeling and begging for mercy, claiming full responsibility. The performance between the mistress and her maid was so convincing. Su Jianjia feigned realization, saying, "Of course, sister-in-law is a lady of noble birth. How could she be so stingy? If word got out, it would be a source of ridicule. I had assumed sister-in-law prepared a note of 10,000 taels as a greeting gift. How truly generous of you, sister-in-law." Mrs. Qin, what 10,000 taels? When had she promised such a sum? She had merely mentioned the largest denomination. Su Jianjia, amused internally yet appearing surprised, continued, "Sister-in-law, could it be that I misspoke?" Meeting the old matron's gaze, Mrs. Qin dared not refute her. Her heart ached, as though she had indeed intended to give a 10,000 tael note. "Sufyankias maid sweetly. Sister-in-law is truly kind to me." "Mrs. Qin, no, I did not intend to. You forced my hand." Yet, with her words already spoken, there was no recourse. She could only instruct for a 10,000 tael note to be brought forth and personally handed to Su Jinjia. The legitimate daughters of the second branch had already been married off. Next was the second master, Shun Lu Bai, 2 years younger than Shun Heading, unmarried and dressed in an elegant blue robe, exuding an aura of refined grace. "Greetings, second sister-in-law," he said, bowing to Su Jinjia, his gaze harboring a hint of frivolity that was quite unappealing. "Young uncle, you are courteous," Su Jinjia replied with a serene smile, as Xiaoya promptly presented him with a gift, an inkstone identical to Shun Guanshan's. Recalling the events of her past life, a chill coursed through her as she longed to strip away his fa ade and reveal his true, loathsome nature. The main event was yet to unfold, as it was time for Shen Jue and Mu Yunshu to pay their respects with tea. After serving tea to the old matron, they stepped forward, kneeling before her. Accepting the teacups presented by the matrons and respectfully addressed Su Jinjia, "Please, mother, partake in this tea." Su Jinjia appeared not to have heard their words, her gaze indifferent upon them. A flicker of darkness crossed Shun Jue's eyes. What did this wretched woman intend? Mu Yunshu, already simmering with resentment, felt a surge of fury. Was she deaf? They persevered, speaking again, "Please, mother, drink the tea." Still, Su Jinjia did not respond. The old matron frowned at her, while others looked on in confusion, uncertain of her intentions. Finally, Su Jinjia spoke with a cool detachment. "The tea you offer, I would never dare to partake." Chapter 12. Did he not request the punishment himself? Shunjie was well aware that the events of last night were far from over. Su Jinjia would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by the tea ceremony to confront them. Fortunately, he had already devised a strategy. With a facade of trepidation, he acknowledged his offense against his mother, claiming it was entirely his fault, and according to family regulations, he should receive 30 strokes as punishment. He implored his mother to deliver the chastisement. However, he harbored ulterior motives. The old matriarch despised cruel-hearted women, and he did not believe Su Jinjia would truly dare to punish them. This was a tactical retreat on his part. Mu Yunshu also appeared anxious, kneeling and acknowledging her wrongdoing, pleading for her mother-in-law's mercy. Su Jinjia sat calmly, observing them kneeling before her, digging their own graves. The allegation of her being wronged made her seem unreasonable. If she were to truly punish Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu, she would risk being accused of harsh treatment towards her adopted son. She remained composed, neither speaking nor accepting the tea they offered. "Jinjia, as the wife of the Marquis, I hope you possess a sense of propriety. Let the events of last night pass." The old matriarch expressed her displeasure, having already decreed that no one was to mention the previous night's incident. Although she valued Su Jinjia, her affection for Shun Jue, whom she had raised with her own hands, was even greater. The members of the second house were left bewildered. What had transpired last night? They were unaware and did not dare speak out of turn. Shun Jie gritted his teeth in frustration. This wretched woman was not falling for his act. Mu Yunshu grew increasingly anxious, her legs numb from kneeling. Did they intend to remain in this position indefinitely? She signaled Shin Jue with her eyes. Su Jinjia, however, did not respond to the old matriarch's entreaty. She remained unperturbed, for it was they who should be anxious. The standoff lasted the duration of half a tea. "My son willingly accepts his punishment, but Yunshu is frail. I kindly ask for your leniency towards her this time. Come, prepare the rods." Shun Jue inhaled deeply and commanded. "Jinjia." As he prepared to take serious action, the old matriarch attempted to dissuade Su Jinjia. But Shun Jue, exuding righteousness, silenced her, stating that his grandmother need not plead for him. Right is right. There are laws for the nation and rules for the family, and punishment cannot be evaded. Soon, the instruments required for the punishment were brought forth and placed in the courtyard of Shoan Hall. Shunjie strode out boldly, leaning over a bench, and instructed the attending servants, "Strike me fiercely. Should you dare show mercy, I shall have my mother sell you all." Su Jianjia remained silent, her expression a blend of amusement and disdain as she observed his theatrical display. The sound of the rod striking flesh echoed dully. The old matriarch winced in sympathy. "Jinjia, Xingjian has already acknowledged his wrongdoing. Let this matter rest." The matriarch of the second house feigned concern, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief as if shedding non-existent tears. "He is still but a child. As an elder, you ought to show compassion. On his first day in the household, punishing him will surely invite gossip." Qin, suppressing her amusement, remarked, "Indeed, sister-in-law, please be merciful this time." Su Jianjia feigned innocence. "Mother, second aunt, have I said anything? Did he not request the punishment himself?" She gazed at Shunjie, who was enduring the blows, her eyes glistening with tears of joy, exclaiming, "Xingjian is truly a child of great understanding, willing to set an example for the sake of our family rules. If I were to intervene, would it not be a disservice to his intentions?" As Shunjie absorbed the blows, he was aghast at her disingenuous words, his lips twitching in disbelief. Shun Lubai, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter, having thought her a fiery woman only to discover she was a cunning manipulator. This marquis household was becoming increasingly lively. Her proclamations of righteousness left the old matriarch at a loss for words. Mu Yunshu, still kneeling with tea in hand, cast a furtive glance at Xinjue, her heart trembling. "Mother, as a daughter-in-law, I willingly accept kneeling in the ancestral hall as punishment. I beg for your permission." Sufyankia Said softly. "I had hoped you would simply acknowledge your errors, and this matter would be resolved. Yet your oversensitivity is truly heart-wrenching." Mu Yunshu's frustration simmered. She felt her temper flaring. This wretched woman had exhausted all her kind words. If she truly wanted them to admit their mistakes, why had she not spoken sooner? Why feign benevolence now? "Jinjia, please do not." Yunshu she. The old matriarch recalled Mu Yunshu's pregnancy, swiftly interjecting. Mu Yunshu felt a surge of joy internally, though she feigned composure. "Grandmother, it's quite all right. I can bear it." Su Jianjia took the tea from Mu Yunshu's trembling hands. "You are indeed good children." She raised her gaze and instructed. "I understand I cannot prevent this, but since Yunshu is expecting, ensure the kneeling mat is thick, and let it be for only 1 day, not 3. Mu Yunshu was taken aback. She had intended to kneel for merely half an hour as a show. Now, she was expected to endure a full day? She could hardly believe it. What? Xingjian's wife is with child? The members of the second house gasped in astonishment. The old matriarch wished to suppress this news, for it was not something to be paraded. She shot a reproachful glance at Su Jianjia. Su Jianjia was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a joyous occasion? Had her mother not mentioned it? Observing Mu Yunshu, the scornful gazes of others revealed her true nature. So, she's just as vile? Mu Yunshu's complexion paled. Clearly, the old matriarch intended to conceal this matter, and she shared the same sentiment. Su Jianjia concealed her delight, realizing that even as a disgrace, one must consider whether she would grant approval. Unable to endure the judgmental stares any longer, Mu Yunshu hastily retreated to the ancestral hall to kneel. It was not until Su Jianjia witnessed Shun Jue endure 30 strokes that she finally stood up. She offered a respectful bow to the old matriarch, stating, "If there are no further instructions, I shall return to tend to the marquis. Quickly, fetch a doctor." The old matriarch lamented as she observed Shun Jue, waving her hand towards Su Jianjia. As Su Jianjia entered the courtyard, she found Xinjie still bent over the bench, bloodied and bruised, indicating that the punishment had been severe. As long as they suffered, she felt a sense of satisfaction, feigning concern. How could he be so badly hurt? Poor Xingjian. Can my mother now forgive me? Xinjie, pale as a ghost, gasped for breath, supported by 2 servants as he attempted to stand. Su Jianjia noted the tremors in his legs. They were family, and forgiveness was secondary. She merely instructed him to refrain from repeating such transgressions. With a loving demeanor, she patted his shoulder. The pain from her touch caused Xinjie to nearly collapse, blood and flesh torn asunder. This wretched woman is doing this on purpose. Good child. Be sure to take care of yourself, she said, leaving him in her wake. Shen Jue felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting from anger. The doctor soon arrived, and they hurried to escort Shen Jue back to his quarters. Grandmother, I'm fine. I can endure this. According to the rules, I must pay my respects to father. Shen Jue insisted, though he was on the verge of collapse. He resolved that this punishment would not go unrecognized. He needed to show his father what kind of treacherous woman he had married. If only his father were to take offense, it would be easy for him to rid himself of her. Chapter 13. You have suffered Qianyu, and Qingyu had never witnessed such a grand spectacle, both rendered nearly speechless by the overwhelming display. On their way back, Qianyu, still shaken, tugged at Su Jinxia's sleeve and said, Miss. Although it was the young master and young madam who were at fault initially, others are unaware of the truth and may perceive you as narrow-minded, unwilling to forgive a minor mistake. Qingyu, equally concerned, added, Miss, what about the Marquis? Have you considered how to address this? What if he punishes you or grows to disdain you? Su Jinxia lowered her gaze slightly, already contemplating this dilemma during their journey. While she believed Shun Heading should not have died, if he were to consistently favor Shinjie, then let him perish, she harbored no objection to widowhood. In a year or so, once she had outlasted the old madam, she could adopt a child from the Shun family's collateral line, thereby becoming the most prominent figure in the Marquisate. Upon her return to Tingyu Pavilion, she inquired of the attendants and learned that Shun Heading had awakened. Just as she stepped into the chamber, without having the chance to exchange a word with him, Shun Jue arrived. Naturally, he announced himself first and entered only upon Shun Heading's permission. He approached with a cloak draped over him, deliberately attempting to conceal the bloodstains that clung to him. Child, pay your respects to your father, he said. Yin Shu should have come as well, but she is unwell. Once she recovers, I will bring her to greet you. His movements were stiff as he bowed to Shun Heading. Xingjian, you have been injured. Shun Heading, having achieved renown at a young age and traversed through the trials of life, detected the intense stench of blood the moment Xinjie entered. A chill crept into his refined features. Who has harmed you? Su Jinxiao was not at all surprised. She had anticipated Xinjue would seek to report to Shun Heading. Please, father, do not blame mother. This matter has nothing to do with her. It was all my fault for clashing with mother last night. Today, it is not mother who seeks to punish me, but my own conscience that weighs heavily. I request 30 strikes as punishment. You focus on your recovery. I shall return now. Before Xinjue could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, revealing his bloodied back. The silence in the room was deafening. Xingjian, quickly summon help. Get him back and call for a doctor to tend his injuries. Shun Heading abruptly sat upright, unable to suppress a cough, struggling to rise from his bed. Soon, only he and Su Jinxiao remained in the room. Su Jinxiao maintained an air of calm, awaiting Shun Heading's angry inquiries. In her heart, she silently mused. Shun Heading, I wish to save you, but whether you live or die rests solely upon your own choices. Shun Heading's gaze fell upon her. She stood enveloped in a gentle glow, lips pressed together in silence. He discerned a hint of stubbornness in her demeanor, akin to a child who had been wronged, resolutely withholding her grievances, waiting to be comforted. After a moment, Su Jinxia took the initiative to speak. Marquis, will you punish me? Qianyu and Qingyu, intently listening to the commotion within, rushed in, eyes reddened with emotion, kneeling before Shun Heading. The madam has done no wrong. We implore you, Marquis, do not punish her. Though Shun Heading's figure was gaunt, his deep-set eyes shone with clarity as he looked at Su Jinxia and softly asked, What transpired last night? Speak to me truthfully. Su Jinxia smiled lightly. Will you believe me, Marquis? Shun Heading had not expected such a response. As long as you speak, I shall believe. Su Jinxiao waved for Qianyu and Qingyu to withdraw, then recounted the events of the previous night to Shun Heading, omitting Xinjie and Oppos, as plot against him. After all, Shun Jue played his role impeccably, forever the dutiful son in public, charming both the old madam and his father effortlessly, without any evidence. To suddenly accuse the child he had raised of attempting to harm him and seize his inheritance would not only be unbelievable, but might also sow discord between them. Once she finished, a faint smile graced Su Jianxia's lips as she awaited Shun Heading's reaction. In Luyan residence, Shun Jue lay on the couch, replaying the events of the previous night in his mind. It was inevitable that Su Jianxia would inform their father. Yet Shen Heading would not be able to pin any fault on him. A single phrase, "concern leads to confusion," was enough to obscure everything. The doctor had already treated his wounds, but the pain on his back still burned fiercely. His expression turned sinister. Today's reaction from his grandmother spoke volumes. She believed Su Jianxia to be the Marquis and Appo's blessing. Just wait. He would personally pull Su Jianxia down from her pedestal. And soon enough, there would be no remedy. Once today passed, his father would fall into unconsciousness once more, and he would ensure that the vile woman would not have an easy time either. After a brief silence, Shun Heading suddenly broke the quiet, his voice soft. "I understand now. You have suffered." He gently pinched his fingers, his gaze profound. The joyous occasion, the mistaken bride, and the fact that Mu Yunshu was already with child. Were these mere coincidences? Su Jianxia had already envisioned his reaction. Anger? Fury? Or perhaps he would deem her a narrow-minded person. She had not anticipated he would utter such words. "You have suffered?" She lifted her gaze abruptly, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Was she suffering? Indeed, she had endured much in her past life. Even her death had been suffocating, without anyone to confide in. A wave of bitterness surged within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Do you not think I was in the wrong? You have done nothing wrong." Shun Heading regarded the redness at the corners of her eyes, pausing for a moment before adding, "Do not overthink it." Su Jianxia relaxed her grip on her handkerchief slightly, contemplating that perhaps the valiant warrior could be a worthy ally. Smiling, she said, "Will you believe whatever I say, Marquis?" Shun Heading cleared his throat, presenting Su Jianxia with an almost perfect profile. His voice grew slightly awkward as husband and wife. It should be thus. Su Jianxia stepped forward, suppressing her smile, calculating the time before stating earnestly, "Last night, I dreamt again. I dreamt that your unconscious state was due to poison within you." She aimed to test Shun Heading's reaction. "I am. Poison?" Shun Heading's eyes sharpened suddenly, akin to a hawk on the hunt, his entire demeanor transforming into that of a drawn sword. In Showan Hall, Mama Su was administering eye drops to the old madam. Old madam. The young master acted for the Marquis's sake. The madam should have shown understanding of his filial piety. Today's uproar only serves to provide the second house with ammunition against us. This is truly unacceptable. The Su family status is indeed somewhat lacking, making it a challenge to match with the Marquis. Every word resonated deeply with the old madam, who was already somewhat displeased. Su Mama and Appo's words stoked the flames of her anger, elevating it from a mere 2 points to 7 or 8. She slammed her teacup down heavily. Yet, now that the marriage had taken place, the best course was to offer guidance moving forward. Before Su Mama could elaborate further, an attendant rushed in. "Old madam, there's news from Tingyu Pavilion. The Marquis has summoned someone to the palace for the imperial physician, stating that the madam dreamt again last night. The Marquis remains unconscious due to poisoning. You insufferable old servant. How dare you speak such foolishness before me, spreading these absurd tales of dreams? Get out." Before she could finish, a voice of wrath interrupted. Su Mama's face brightened at the sound. At last, someone capable of taming that little vixen, Su Jianxia, had arrived. Chapter 14. One must repay doubles what is owed. The old lady had just been murmuring about the third young lady when, unexpectedly, she arrived. Truly a testament to the bond between mother and daughter. As Su Mama offered flattering words, she hurriedly bowed to Shen Qingji. The old lady's gaze flickered momentarily, betraying a hint of unease. Initially, Shen Qingji had vehemently opposed the idea of a marriage to dispel misfortune, a decision made without her knowledge. With the engagement arranged in a single day, and she only learned of it on the wedding day itself. Thus, she arrived today filled with indignation. Shen Qingyao, adorned in resplendent purple silk, bore a striking resemblance to the old lady, her long gown trailing behind her, a delicate yellow shawl draped over her slender arms. Currently in a fit of anger, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Mama, scoffing. Mother wishes for me? How amusing. I thought you would be delighted for me to never set foot in the Marquis residence again. The old lady recognized her misstep. Gire, I had no other choice. I could not bear to watch your second brother perish. Upon the arrival of the Su and Mu families, your second brother regained consciousness last night, demonstrating that the marriage to dispel misfortune had merit. If such a marriage were indeed beneficial, why then do we need physicians, Mother? You are being foolish. My every effort to prevent this was for the sake of the Marquis, for your brother's well-being. As Shun Qingji spoke, her expression darkened. Have you considered Princess Ningen? She fell head over heels for your brother, defying all opposition, waiting year after year. When your brother lay gravely injured and unconscious, Princess Ning and Amp, oppose. Hearing of the miraculous Guanyin Temple on Jiuhua Mountain, the Emperor's most cherished daughter journeyed there personally to pray for him. With her son's life hanging by a thread, the old lady was anxious, her lips blistering with worry, scarcely recalling the matter of Princess Ning and Amp, oppose, and until it was mentioned, stirring a sense of unease within her. Dear, given the circumstances, we must proceed as we must. Regardless of the princess, one cannot simply take another's husband. What does we must proceed as we must mean? Once Princess Ningen returns, what awaits her? A fallen noble's daughter, usurping her position and marrying her brother. What a farcical turn of events for her over the years. At this thought, Shun Qingji felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Shenjue, the source of this calamity. And now, you still dare send someone to the palace for a physician? I heard everything that Mamali said. What is Su to be making such remarks in the Marquis? How many physicians have already examined your brother? Yes, he was poisoned, but the physicians have long since treated him. To summon another physician now, do you doubt their skills? Or do you suspect the esteemed one in the palace? Shun Qingji's words left the old lady stunned. Gire, cease this talk at once. Are you courting death? The old lady immediately commanded Su Mama to retrieve the one dispatch for the physician. Mother, let us go see your brother and also take a look at that Su. Shun Qingji interjected, linking arms with the old lady. A mere nobody from a corner wishing to become the Marquis' wife. Let us see if she is worthy of such a destiny. The position of second sister-in-law can only belong to Princess Ningen. Only then can the Marquis ascend to greater heights. She, as the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, had married into the Duke of Anne's family. Yet such a lofty marriage came with its own burdens. Only if her family prospered could she hold her head high in her husband's household. The old lady, preoccupied with concern for Shun Heading, wished to see him. The two women walked and spoke, but within Shun Qingji's eyes flickered a glint of malice. Mother, now that your brother has awakened, what purpose does Su serve? If Princess Ningen learns that the marriage was merely to dispel misfortune, considering her affections for your brother, she might yet forgive the Marquis. But only if Su, this eyesore, is no longer in the picture. But Jianjia is our Marquis' lucky star. How could we act in gratitude? The old lady did not share Shun Qingji's sentiments. Princess Ning and oppose, and will never relinquish her claim. Mother, do you wish for the princess to become your brother and oppose? As concubine? Shun Qingji sneered. This Su must inevitably meet her demise. Even if we do not act, others will. Who told her to occupy a place that does not belong to her? The old lady, lost in the joy of her son's awakening, had never considered such matters, but she too felt a twinge of doubt. Indeed, Princess Ningen posed a troublesome issue. In the listening rain pavilion, Su Jinjia understood that no physician would come, her heart heavy with concern for her mother, her mind elsewhere. Fortunately, today another crucial figure would arrive, allowing her to return home without pretense. As anticipated, Xiao Zhan soon returned. Shen Heading furrowed his brow. Didn't Ti instruct you to fetch a physician? Why are you back? Before Xiao Zhan could respond, Shun Qingji, supporting the old lady, entered the room. In that instant, Su Jianjia froze, her slender figure stiffening, rage swirling in her clear eyes, darkening them to a murky hue. In her past life, she had lived in this residence, humbly enduring the disdain of others. Yet, if asked whom she loathed the most, it would undoubtedly be Shun Qingji. She bore no fondness for Mu Yinshu. But her hatred for Shen Jue was profound. As Shen Jue's confidant, she naturally became the target of Shen Qingji's scorn, beaten, insulted, tormented, as if it were an everyday affair. But she had one unforgivable sin. She had dared to touch a yin. That day, Shen Qingji accused her of stealing her bracelet, striking her fiercely before intending to have her punished. Just then, a yin came to visit her. To protect her unworthy sister, a yin rushed forward to argue, threatening to report the incident to clear her name. Enraged and humiliated, Shen Qingji commanded that a yin's legs be broken. A yin, exceptionally gifted, had devoted himself to his studies, aiming for the Imperial Academy, with his talents ensuring his success. Yet it was she who had ruined his life, leaving him confined to his bed until death, never stepping beyond the confines of that square courtyard. This was also why he had perished in that inferno. Perhaps he had never intended to escape. Her gaze swept down to Shen Qingji's legs, a bloodthirsty smile crossing her lips. One must repay doubly what is owed. Chapter 15. Were you to deserve this? Mother. After greeting the old lady, she turned her radiant smile toward Shen Qingji. Is this the third sister? Shen Qingji did not grant her even a glance, as if she were a celestial being and Su Jianjia merely the dust beneath her feet. A mere glance would tarnish her vision. Were you to call me that? Su Jianjia's eyes darkened. This was the hard battle she had anticipated. Shen Jue and Mu Yinshu were nothing in comparison. She held the upper hand in status now. Dealing with them was effortless. This young lady was the cherished youngest daughter of the old lady, the most beloved sister of Shen Heading. As the smile on her face faded, she met Shen Qingji with an unwavering demeanor. Oh my! It seems the Lady of the Air has forgotten. It is not our Su family that seeks to climb the ranks of the Marquisate, but rather it was your Marquisate that sought to marry into our family. Had it not been for the Marquis and Amp, Appo's, as perilous condition, our Su family might not have consented to this union. Her words were not only directed at Shen Qingji, but also intended for the old lady and Shen Heading. She needed them to comprehend that it was never her desire to marry into the Marquisate. Instead, it was they who had sought her out. Thus, they should refrain from presenting their lofty airs before her. Shen Heading glanced at her, noticing her standing tall, her brows and eyes exuding a chill, bearing an innate pride akin to plum blossoms flourishing in the face of wind and snow. Suddenly, a gentle feather seemed to brush across his heart, and his tone grew solemn. Ji and Appo's. She is your sister-in-law. Do not be disrespectful. The old lady and Appo's displeasure was palpable. Was she implying that it was the Shen family that had sought her hand in marriage? Shen Qingji felt as though she had been slapped in public. Second brother, how can she be considered my sister-in-law? Have you forgotten about Princess Ningen? The princess's affection for you is profound. How can this woman compare? Su Lianjia lodet hergaze, concealing the chill in her eyes, well aware that behind Shen Qingji stood Princess Ningen, who had been her close friend in the boudoir. And now Shen Qingji was intent on marrying the princess to Shen Heading. In her past life, why had Mu Yinshu tormented her daily? It was because her own situation was dire, with Shen Qingji above her, determined to drive her from the Marquisate, while the second branch often set traps for her. Not to mention the ever-watchful Princess Ningen. Now, all that burden had fallen upon her. Do not speak recklessly. My relationship with the princess is pure. Do not tarnish her reputation. Shen Heading frowned, casting a glance at Su Jinjia. The moment you stepped into this house, you became my rightful sister-in-law. Shen Qingji could not suppress a cold laugh. Just because a sedan chair is carried in does not mean she has formally wed you. Is this what you call rightful? Truly laughable. Indeed, I have yet to wed the Marquis, but I possess a marriage certificate as proof. Lady of the Air need not be angered. As soon as the Marquis writes a letter of release, I shall leave the Marquisate immediately, without lingering for even a moment. Su Jianjia's words were resolute. To deal with someone like Shen Qingji, one must be even more ruthless. This time, the old lady's anger was overt. Jianjia, whom are you threatening? Do not think our Marquisate cannot function without you. Ji has this temperament. What harm is there in letting her have a few words? Madame Su wore an unmistakable smirk on her face. A lowly girl from a humble household dares to act like the lady of the marquis. She ought to consider whether she is worthy. Su Jianjia quickly corrected herself. Old lady, I am not threatening anyone. It is the lady of the air who claims I am unworthy. Remaining here is merely inviting humiliation upon myself. She then turned to Shun Heading. I request the marquis to grant me a letter of release immediately. This was precisely what Shun Qingji had hoped for. Second brother, you see, she does not even care to be the lady of the marquis. It would be better to grant her wish. Shin Heading interrupted her sternly. Ji and Amp, oppose, be silent. I owe her this much. Once I recover, I shall choose an auspicious day to rectify this matter. No matter the reason, she had already entered the marquisate. Thus she was his wife, and he had to take responsibility for her. Shun Qingji was taken aback. Second brother truly intends to marry this woman. How can this be? I shall not permit it. Eldest sister would never agree to this woman entering the home. Aside from mother-esque confusion, they're all quite clear-headed. Yet she knew her second brother was resolute. Her eyes darted about, contemplating countermeasures. Su Jianjia understood well that Shun Heading, though seemingly cold, was a man of integrity and righteousness, and his words were merely born of responsibility. He would act this way for anyone. Moments later, Shun Qingji suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She first explained to Shun Heading the reasons for not alarming the physician, then swiftly changed her tone. Second brother, I have already sent someone to summon Elder Su. You know, his medical skills are on par with those of the palace physicians. Shun Heading was aware of this. Elder Su was renowned, indeed not inferior to the palace doctors. Mother claims I am the Marquisate's lucky star. It is because of me that you have awakened. But I do not share this sentiment. You awakening is due to your own fortune and largely thanks to Princess Ning'an's efforts. You are unaware that she personally visited Jiuhua Mountain for you. Shun Qingji had devised a plan to expel this woman from the marquisate. With piercing eyes, she continued, let us not say I am denying her a chance. Rather, let us see whether she is indeed a lucky star or a calamity. When Elder Su arrives, if it turns out there is poison within second brother, I shall acknowledge her as a lucky star and respectfully call her sister-in-law from henceforth. Otherwise, I ask mother and second brother to expel this troublemaker from the marquisate. The old lady pondered. It would be impossible to expel Su Jianjia, and she could not bring herself to do so. If others were to learn of it, it would surely damage their reputation. Jir, after all, she was brought in through proper channels. It would not do to expel her from the marquisate. A mere apology should suffice. Shun Heading disagreed. She's also concerned for my health. Even if it turns out to be a false alarm, her intentions were good. I, Shun Heading, shall only marry once in this lifetime. Very well, as the Lady of the Air suggests, if the marquis is unharmed, I shall leave the marquisate immediately. Su Jianjia slowly raised her eyes, realizing that today, as events truly warranted her gratitude toward Shun Qingji. Otherwise, how would she return? Shun Heading regarded her with surprise. Was she truly so confident? Or did she genuinely not wish to be the lady of the marquis? Even the old lady appeared somewhat astonished. Shun Qingji laughed, mother. Second brother, did you hear that? She is quite self-assured. Elder Su soon arrived. Elder Su, please examine my second brother and see if there is any residual poison within him. Shun Qingji spoke with a smoothness that was calculated. Elder Su nodded, producing a pulse pillow. Marquis, please. Shun Heading placed his hand upon the pulse pillow. All eyes were fixed upon Elder Su, who furrowed his brow before his fingers on Shun Heading's wrist grew heavy. The old lady's heart sank, and she trembled as she asked, Elder Su, could it be that Heading still harbors poison within him? Chapter 16. I shall depart from the Marquis's residence at the entrance. Qian Yu and Qing Yu anxiously awaited, their hearts racing like ants on a hot pan upon learning the chaos had escalated so dramatically. The young lady had already experienced one broken engagement. Should she be expelled from the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's residence again, her future would likely consist of nothing but the company of a flickering lamp and ancient Buddha. They exchanged glances, and without hesitation, Qing Yu dashed away. Inside, Su Lao and Oppo's voice was measured yet tinged with evident displeasure, who claimed that the Marquis still harbored residual toxins. The Marquis and Oppo's pulse was stable, and as for his external injuries, with proper care, he would soon recover. Su Jianjia was not at all surprised by this outcome. The poison that Shun Jue had employed on Shun Heading was documented only in an ancient text that had long been lost to time. Mother, second brother, did you hear that? I told you second brother was fine, yet you did not believe me. Such dreams are merely fabrications spun by this woman to deceive you both. Shun Qingji's lips curled into a triumphant smile, her satisfaction unmistakable. Shun Heading, Su Lao, are you certain? Though he felt no unusual symptoms, he recognized that she was no ordinary woman of limited understanding. Su Lao not det in a fi mai sung. This was the Marquis. Had it been anyone else daring to question his medical expertise, he would have shown them his displeasure long ago. Shun Qingji summoned someone to escort Su Lao out. The old matriarch exhaled deeply, her heart filled with doubt. Could it be that the prior incidents were mere coincidences? Or was it as Zires claimed, that these were all part of her schemes? Miss Su, please proceed. Shun Qingji shot a cold glance at Su Jinjia. Thinking of soon reuniting with her mother and Yen, Su Jinjia's expression softened, and she repressed her smile, speaking calmly. I shall leave the Marquis's residence now. I kindly request that the Marquis send someone to deliver the divorce papers at his earliest convenience. At that time, I shall return the betrothal gifts and marriage certificate. Seeing her maintain her composure, even in such dire circumstances, Shun Heading felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Did she truly wish to part ways? She had entered the Marquis's residence solely to save him, and now that he was safe, she dared not aspire for more. Do you genuinely wish to leave? You entered the Marquis's residence to save me, and now that I am well, you feel unworthy? Pondering the past, when Mu Yunshu had relied on her pregnancy to establish her position in the Marquis's residence. With no child to rely upon, she had to seek other means. Most importantly, there was a matter compelling her to return today. The old matriarch felt something was amiss. Very well. As long as you remain well-behaved in the future, we shall let this matter pass. Su Jianjiao was well aware of the matriarch's concerns. Rest assured, I shall not allow today and Appo's events to tarnish the reputation of the Marquis and Appo's residence. The old matriarch sighed, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. With her head held high, Su Jianjiao brushed her sleeves and walked away with poise. Shun Heading and Appo's emotions were unreadable as he fixed his gaze upon her. Shun Qingji exchanged a glance with Mama Fan beside her. Do not fear, miss. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, Mama Fan assured. Her heart filled with compassion as she rushed to meet Su Jianjia. Just as they stepped out of Tingyu Pavilion, Mama Fan and several burly women surrounded them. My lady, the young master's wife has ordered that we ascertain whether your hands are clean. What treasures lie within this Marquis's residence? Should anything go missing, it will be catastrophic. Come fort. Search them thoroughly. Who dares to touch my lady? You are too much, Marquis's residence. Initially, it was you who sought my lady to bring good fortune to the Marquis. Now that the Marquis has awakened, you seek to sever ties. Are you not afraid of retribution? Qianyu stepped forward, trembling with rage, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Jinjia. Su Jinjia lifted her eyelids slowly, her gaze sharp. I dare anyone to lay a finger upon me. Until the Marquis presents me with the divorce papers, I remain the Marquis's wife. Have you forgotten? This is the Chongning Marquis's residence, not your Duke's manor. Mama Fan showed no fear, spitting defiantly. Do you even know your place in the Marquis's residence? You think you can impose your authority here? Your obstruction suggests guilt. What are you waiting for? Seize her. With a fierce expression, she rolled up her sleeves and lunged forward, forcefully pushing Qianyu to the ground, reaching for Su Jinjia and Appo's dress to tear it apart. She was determined to strip the girl of her dignity, believing that once she lost her shame, she would seek her own demise, thus sparing her young master's wife the trouble. Qianyu. Su Jinjia's eyes darkened ominously. Grabbing Mama Fan's wrist, she pressed her hairpin against the woman's neck. It was merely a hairpin, resulting in a trickle of blood rather than a fatal wound. Mama Fan fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. Oh, it hurts so much. Why are you still standing there? Quickly, tear this little wretch apart. Su Jinjia helped Qianyu up, pulling her back. At Mama Fan and Appo's command, Several robust women surged forward, each one formidable. Qianyu, determined, released Su Jianjia's hand and gently urged her, "Miss, I will hold them off. You must escape. What a foolish child. Surrounded by them, how can you possibly leave?" Su Jianjia's demeanor turned icy, gripping her hairpin tightly. "If you wish to die, then come at me. You little wretch, thinking you can steal from the Marquis's residence and leave unscathed?" The women were undeterred, charging at her. Having returned to this life, Su Jianjia was unafraid of bloodshed. Should they dare approach, she would ensure they all tasted it. "Stop!" Just then, two voices rang out in unison. Xiao Zhan supported Shen Heading, his gaze commanding, causing several women to kneel in fear. "Sister!" At the same time, a tall figure, as slender as a bamboo, swiftly appeared before Su Jianjia, kicking aside two women who obstructed her path. His fierce eyes softened as he regarded her. "I apologize for my tardiness. Yin, you have come just in time." After a lifetime apart, the siblings reunited, and seeing the youth, taller than her, Su Jianjia could not contain her joy, tears streaming down her cheeks, blurring her vision. She dared not blink, fearing that if she did, Yin might vanish. "Sister, I am here. Do not fear." The 15-year-old boy stood tall, like a straight pine tree. He took out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. Though their father was gone, he remained. He positioned Su Jianjia behind him, slowly raising his head to meet Shen Heading's gaze. "Is this how you treat my sister, Marquis? You must remember, it was your family that sought to marry her, not ours that forced her into your household. How can you now deem her unworthy?" "Very well. I shall bring the clan elders tomorrow to discuss the matter of divorce. However, regarding today's incident, I implore you to provide me with an explanation." Chapter 17. The news suited her best. Tears welled in Su Jianjia's eyes once more, overwhelming her with the regrets and endless sorrow of her past life, threatening to shatter her. This was her Yin, her brother, who selflessly sought to shield her and their mother from the storm, already remarkable at such a tender age, showed no fear even when facing Shen Heading. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect Yin fiercely, ensuring he would not repeat the tragic fate of their previous existence. The old lady and Shun Qingji had also arrived. Shun Qingji scoffed disdainfully, claiming she merely wanted to check if Su Jianjia had secretly hoarded items from the Marquis and Amp, Appo's, estate, ostensibly for her own good. It was as if she genuinely cared for Su Jianjia's well-being. "Shun Qingji, silence yourself." Shen Heading interrupted coldly before she could finish, his gaze sweeping over the maidservants, ordering them to be dragged away and punished with 50 strokes. The maidservants trembled in fear, pleading for mercy. "Second brother." Shen Qingji could hardly contain herself. The moment Shen Heading cast a glance her way, she shivered involuntarily, her words choking in her throat. She stared at Shen Heading in disbelief. It was the first time he had ever raised his voice at her, and for the sake of an outsider no less. Su Jianjia stepped forward from behind Su Yin. Sunlight slanted through the trees, casting dappled shadows upon her, and she spoke with unwavering resolve. "Old lady, should I step beyond this threshold today, you may find it necessary to implore me on your knees before I ever consider re-entering the Marquis and Amp, Appo's, estate." Her boldness indicated she had the means to back her words. "Ha ha! Su Jianjia, you are merely dreaming. In the next life, I shall never beg you." Shen Qingji mocked. Su Jianjia regarded her with indifference, wishing for it to be so. The old lady was somewhat vexed. She had no intention of forcing Su Jianjia from the Marquis's estate. It was Su Jianjia's own refusal to stay that led to this. Shen Heading's gaze deepened, scrutinizing her with complex emotions swirling in his eyes. "Sister, come. I will take you home." Su Yin took the hairpin from Su Jianjia's hand, coldly discarding on the ground, then smiled as he knelt before her. "When you married, I carried you out. Today, it is only fitting that I carry you home." Yin was defending her. Very well. Su Jianjia's heart softened completely. She did not hesitate as Su Yin lifted her onto his back. Though his frame was still somewhat slight, warmth enveloped her entirely. "Mother, there is no need to reclaim the betrothal gifts from the Su family. Consider compensation for her. As for the reason for our separation, we shall declare that I was injured on the battlefield and do not wish to delay anyone's prime." After watching Su Jianjia depart, Shen Heading withdrew his gaze, leaving those words hanging in the air. This would preserve her innocence and prevent her from being led astray in life. The old lady was taken aback by his statement. Heading, what do you mean by being injured on a battlefield? Are you suggesting we, the Shun family, will become extinct? I will not allow you to say such things. Furious, Shun Qingji clenched her teeth. She would not let Su Jianjia off so easily. The Su family held a prestigious status, and she had already gathered information. The second branch of the Su family was not to be trifled with. She would ensure Su Jianjia would suffer for this disgrace, signaling to Mama Wu to stoke the flames of conflict. Once in the carriage, Su Jianjia's gaze turned cold. She wondered if her uncle and aunt were adequately prepared. From this day forth, their good days would be numbered. Since her rebirth, she had returned to claim vengeance. In her previous life, they had feasted on her mother's flesh while, today, they had cast her mother into the lake. By the time her mother was rescued, she had already lost her breath. Even if she had managed to cling to life, she was left with an affliction that confined her to a sickbed, reliant on medicine to survive. Sister, do not worry about the future. I plan to take part in the imperial examination next spring. I shall earn a bright future for Mother and you. After I succeed, I will seek a talented young man to marry you, and the threshold of our home will surely be worn down by visitors. Su Yan believed she was merely anxious about what lay ahead. Su Jianjia's smile was radiant. Very well, sister shall await that day. My Yan will surely excel. The youth's tone was light. Yes, I will not let mother or sister down. Su Jianjia, this is all of your own making. If you had obediently married me and accepted your role as mere decoration, you could have remained in the Marquis and Appo's estate, living in luxury. Look now, without my protection, you can only leave the Marquis and Appo's estate in disgrace. The pent-up frustration within Shun Zhuxin dissipated with that derisive laugh. Upon learning that Su Jianjia had dreamt of the true reason behind Shun Heading's coma, he was drenched in a cold sweat, still pondering his response when he heard that Shun Qingji had returned. Instantly, he felt a sense of relief. Shun Qingji would undoubtedly make her life miserable. However, he was unprepared for Shun Qingji to expel her from the Marquis' estate. This was indeed good news for him. Yet, he wished for total eradication of the issue. For only he knew that Su Jianjia and Appo's dream was a reality. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eyes as he glanced back and ordered, "Tonight, send Su Jianjia away. Let her be cast out after just one day as the Marquis and Appo's wife. It would suit her to despair and take her own life." Chapter 18. Do you possess such a rarity as face? As soon as Su Jianjia entered the alley, she eagerly lifted the carriage curtain, and indeed, she spotted her mother waiting at the door, her frail face etched with concern. Everything that transpired today was within her mother and Appo's calculations. Had she not been driven out of the Ho residence, how could she return home? How could she rescue her mother? "Mother, your daughter has returned." Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could no longer contain her sorrow, cascading down her cheeks as she leapt from the carriage before it even came to a halt, hastening towards Ruanshi. Su Yan was taken aback, while Qian Yu and Qing Yu were filled with dread, fearing for the young lady's safety. "Mother, I have missed you dearly," Su Jianjia cried as she fell into Ruanshi's embrace. Ruanshi, mistaking her tears for grievances, felt her heart twist in pain, her eyes glistening with tears as she gently patted Su Jianjia's back, murmuring, "It is I who have wronged you. I should never have heeded your uncle and aunt's words, urging you to marry for the sake of fortune. It is my fault." Ruanshi was consumed with regret. The two embraced tightly, Su Jianjia's tears soaking Ruanshi's garments. It was her failure to protect both her mother and Su Yan. In this lifetime, it would not happen again. Watching from the side, Su Yan felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to rise above and ensure that neither his mother nor sister would suffer again. He stepped forward and said, "Mother, sister, let us return home." Ruanshi nodded. "Jianjia, you will always be your mother's daughter, and this will forever be your home. Gulme, let's go home together." She held Su Jianjia close and began to walk inside. Su Jianjia, with her long, raven-black hair slightly drooping, realized that entering through this door would not be an easy feat today. Suddenly, As they took a few steps, a bucket of water was splashed before them, nearly drenching Su Jinjia. Looking up, she saw it was Mama Kong, a confidant of Meng Shi. A cold laugh escaped her lips without Meng Shi's directive. Would a mere servant dare such insolence? Su Yin immediately erupted in anger. Mama Kong, what do you intend to do? Have you forgotten to bring your eyes with you today? It is all the fault of this old servant. Is that not the young lady? Look at this mouth of mine. What young lady is there now? Madam Ho, why have you come here today? It is not yet the time for a visit. Mama Kong exclaimed, her face resembling an orange peel, clearly displaying her disdain. She was well aware of the truth. Ah, what Madam Ho? Just a discarded woman. Su Jinjia could easily discern the mockery woven into her words. Ruan Shi, typically gentle, found her temper rising. Mama Kong, what are you clamoring about? This will always be Jinjia and Appo's home. She can return whenever she wishes without needing your approval. Now step aside. Mama Kong blocked the entrance, refusing to budge. The second madam has given strict orders that this little wretch must not set foot in the Su family today. Jinjia, why have you returned? At that moment, Meng Shi approached, resplendent in her attire, surrounded by a throng of maids and matrons, with Su Wan and Appo's trailing beside her. One might mistakenly believe they were the true masters of the Su family. She feigned confusion, clutching her handkerchief and looking around. Where is the Ho? Why do I not see him returning with you? Indeed, where is your husband, elder sister? Why have you returned alone? Su Wanner inquired, her brow furrowed. Adorned in the latest satin fashion, her hair embellished with precious pearls, exuding both beauty and innocence. Mentioning this made Ruan Shi's heart ache. For once, she found her resolve. Sisters-in-law, what kind of talk is this? Can Jinjia not return alone? Su Yin positioned himself protectively beside Su Jinjia, his voice icy. Sister has no further ties to the Ho residence. From now on, do not mention it again. Furthermore, please prepare the betrothal gifts sent by the Ho for return tomorrow. To demand a return of those gifts was akin to tearing flesh from her body. Meng Shi's heart ached at the thought, her disbelief evident as she stared at Su Jinjia, feigning ignorance. What do you mean there are no ties left with the Ho? Elder sister, you haven't been cast aside by the Ho, have you? Su Wanner exclaimed loudly, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, drawing onlookers to pause and observe. Su Jinjia regarded their theatrics with a calm demeanor. Second sister, are you so eager for my downfall? Regrettably, your hopes shall be dashed. Today, she would ensure Meng Shi regurgitated every morsel she had consumed. Oh dear, elder sister, your fate is indeed wretched. Just recently rejected, you finally made it to the Ho residence, only to be returned like an unwanted item. If it were me, I would have lost all face. Su Wan and Amp, Appo's, twisted her handkerchief, feigning tears, while inwardly cursing, wishing for Su Jinjia and Amp, Appo's demise. As long as she remained a member of the Shun family, the betrothal gifts would not need to be returned. Listening to her words, Su Jinjia felt no anger, only amusement. Her gaze laced with mockery as she regarded Meng Shi and Su Wanner. Such a rarity is face. Do you, dear uncle and aunt, possess it? Chapter 19. Utterly shameless Meng and Appo's face darkened with anger. What do you mean, Jinjia? Su Jinjia glanced at them, a light laugh escaping her lips. Second aunt, perhaps you've forgotten who the true master of this household is. Shall I clarify it for you? You are merely residing here temporarily. How is it that after such a prolonged stay, you have begun to consider yourselves the rightful owners of this home? The Su family's ancestral roots lie not in the capital, but in Longnan. This residence was part of her mother's dowry. Her father had passed away early. While the world may label the Su family as impoverished, little do they know that her maternal family is one of the most distinguished merchants in Jiangnan. When her father was alive, her uncle's family came to seek refuge with them. Her mother, being virtuous, welcomed them, and even after her father's demise, she did not send them away. They have lived here for over a decade, and having settled in for so long, they began to presume that this house and everything within it belonged to them. Indeed, this is my home, along with my mother and elder sister. I shall see who dares to obstruct my sister. If second aunt is unwilling to stay here temporarily, she is free to leave at once. Su Yin has long been displeased with the second branch of the family. They feast on the fruits of the first branch while resenting my sister for being in their way. What kind of logic is that? Ruan, observing her children, suddenly transformed from her usual meek demeanor, her expression cold as she addressed Meng. Your family has been residing in my home for over a decade. It is time for you to leave, lest Jianjia be implicated and jeopardize your children's futures. We cannot bear that responsibility. The onlookers were incredulous. They had always believed it was the Su family's first branch that was residing with the second branch, only to discover that this estate actually belonged to the first branch, making the second branch the guests. The crowd's expressions varied widely. Someone shouted, "What right do they have to bar the eldest daughter of the Su family from entering?" For years, Meng had acted as if she were the mistress of the house, forgetting who truly held that title. Suddenly reminded of this fact, she felt a flush of humiliation wash over her. Not only had she lost face, but she also felt stripped of her dignity. She glared at Ruan, sister-in-law. "I am merely stating the facts. Reflect honestly on what I have said. Which part is incorrect? Are you truly considering a separation from our family?" Separation? Su Jianjia could not help but chuckle. Second aunt, how can you even speak of separation? Everything you consume, use, and even the 2 concubines that uncle has taken, all stem from my mother's dowry. This grand estate, along with its servants and every blade of grass, belongs to us. Have you perhaps developed amnesia? If you wish to separate, you should return to Longnan. Do you think you can claim anything here? You have been living off us for 15 years. How do you account for that? Su Yin was equally shocked by their shamelessness. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Who would have thought that they had been living off their sister-in-law and Oppos, dowry, even the fund for taking concubines? The second branch of the Su family was indeed utterly shameless. It is fortunate that the elder Su still holds an official position. It seems he has wasted his scholarly pursuits. As for his son, Su Wen, how could he disgrace himself by studying at the Imperial Academy while living off his wife's dowry? Indeed, throughout history, only the most unworthy men would rely on their wives' dowry to support an entire household. They are, quite frankly, beneath contempt. And yet, they dare to expel the eldest daughter of the Su family from her own home. On what grounds? Their brazen shamelessness? Meng was enraged by these remarks. Her face flushed with fury as she looked at Ruan and the others. You speak nonsense. It is true that this estate belongs to the first branch, but for years, it has been us of the second branch who have supported you. Now you turn against us, accusing us of taking from you. How can you so easily invert right and wrong? Are you not afraid of retribution? Is there no justice left in this world? Su Wanner stood dazed, having always believed that this was the second branch's estate. The servants in the household were also theirs. Once she regained her composure, she cried pitifully, "Aunt, big sister, how can you bully us like this? You claim that we have taken from you, yet you accuse us of having taken advantage of you." Su Yin opened his mouth to retort, but Su Jianjia shot him a glance, her expression a mixture of amusement and disdain as she regarded Meng and Su Wanner. If I recall correctly, Uncle is merely a 5th-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue. His annual salary tops out at 200 taels of silver. Yet, second aunt wears luxurious shoe brocade that costs 100 taels per bolt, and second sister in Oppos, as pearl headdress, sourced from Byuxuan, must be worth at least 300 taels. Where does Uncle acquire such wealth? Could it be that all this comes from his embezzlement? Chapter 20. Who is the true master of this household? These words were deadly. And Meng and Oppos' expression twisted with fury as she glared at Su Jianjia. You insolent wretch! What nonsense are you spouting? When has Jianliang ever embezzled money? Have you seen it? Or do you have evidence? How dare you recklessly drag your second uncle into this? It's outrageous. No wonder the Marquis has cast you aside. Someone like you, so unfilial and rebellious, deserves to be punished severely. Su Jianjia deliberately refrained from interrupting Meng. Despite Su Yan's repeated attempts to intervene, she silenced him with a glance. Her mother and father shared a deep bond, and since her father's passing, her mother had been beset by illness, unable to manage the household affairs. She needed her mother to witness the kind of people she had raised over the years, so that she would not be swayed by compassion in the future. Shut your mouth. Who gave you the right to speak to Jianjia like that? Ruan, her face filled with rage, reprimanded Meng sharply. While she was aware of Meng's penchant for petty grievances, she had not anticipated such maliciousness, daring to curse her daughter. She felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. In fact, she did just that. Ruan released Su Jianjia and swiftly approached Meng, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed through the air, using all her strength, leaving Meng momentarily dazed. The right side of Meng and Appo's face instantly swelled, and she stared blankly at Ruan, her ears ringing. "Mother! How dare you hit my mother? I'll fight you." Su Wanner, accustomed to being arrogant, rushed at Ruan with fiery eyes. Like a furious beast, claws poised to strike. Su Jianjiao was equally astonished by Ruan's outburst. Her mother had always been gentle, never resorting to violence. Yet today, she had struck Meng's face in her defense. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she seized Su Wanner's wrist and forcefully pushed her away. Su Wanner stumbled and fell to the ground. Meng recovered her senses and bellowed at the maids and servants behind her. "Are you all dead? Can't you see your mistress and Jinjia are going mad? Hurry, tie them up and take them back, and call for a doctor." At her command, several maids and servants advanced menacingly toward Ruan and Su Jinjia. With a frost-bitten expression, Su Jinjia warned, "Have you forgotten whose contract bind you? Who is the true master of this household?" Although her mother did not manage the household, she was far from foolish. The land deeds, house contracts, and all the servants' contracts were in her possession. The maids' and servants' faces paled, each breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, how could they have forgotten that their contracts were all held by the first wife? She was the true master of this household, and the second wife had been in control for so long that they had overlooked this fact. What are you still standing there for? Don't let the mistress and Jianjia injure someone by mistake. Quickly bind them and take them back. Despite Meng's frantic shouts, none of the maids or servants dared to move. Meng resembled a foolish clown, while Su Wanner angrily retorted, "How dare you lowly wretches defy my mother's orders? Do you want to die?" Su Yan's expression was stern. "Second miss, what great airs you put on. Who do you think you are? Even the authorities do not dare to take lives so lightly. Why do you have to harm them?" Even the onlookers could no longer bear the scene. Had second miss elevated herself to the status of an emperor? Furious and embarrassed, Su Wanner glared at the speaker through gritted teeth. "What is this commotion? Aren't you ashamed?" At that moment, Su Jianliang strode over, clad in a deep blue official robe. Although his position was not particularly high, he exuded an undeniable authority. Having just been humiliated, Meng trembled visibly upon his arrival. She stepped forward, eager to lodge a complaint, but to her surprise, Su Jianliang cast her a cool glance. "Foolish woman, why can't you resolve matters privately without making them public? It was Yun and Wanner who offended your sister-in-law. I am here to apologize on their behalf," Su Jianliang said, his demeanor grave as he bowed respectfully to Ruan. Beneath his calm exterior, a storm brewed within him, a cold glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. His servants had already apprised him of the events that transpired. It was his kindness that had led to this moment. Had he known earlier how Ruan and her two brats would cause him to lose face, he would not have allowed them to remain alive until today. Su Jinjia keenly sensed the murderous intent behind his gaze. He harbored thoughts of eliminating them. If one were to name a hypocrite, Su Jianliang would boldly claim second place, for none would dare to claim the first. In a gentle tone, he feigned humility. "Sister-in-law, let us discuss matters at home. I am aware of Jinjia's situation. Rest assured, I will advocate for her." Ruan's expression softened slightly at the mention of her daughter. Su Jianliang subtly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if he could coax them back home, he would find a way to deal with them later. As Ruan opened her mouth to speak, Su Jinjia silently tugged at her sleeve. Ruan instinctively turned to her, and Su Jinjia first bowed to Su Jianliang before speaking. "Uncle, you have arrived at a most opportune moment. I have a few inquiries for you." Su Jianliang's gaze darkened momentarily, but he smiled warmly. "Uncle knows that Jinjia has suffered injustice. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Your mother is unwell. Let us return home to discuss this." He began to lead the way back to the Su residence, with Meng and Su Wanner hastily following him. Su Jianjia remained rooted in place, fully aware of Su Jianliang's intentions. She raised her voice, may I inquire, Uncle, to whom does this residence truly belong? The gathered crowd leaned in, eager to hear Su Jianliang's response. However, Su Jianliang, shrewd as he was, kept his silence and continued walking, ignoring Su Jianjia's question. Unkerturdet, sununtai yianya krisidon. I recall my father mentioning that when you and your family sought refuge with him, you arrived in rags, without a single coin to your name, having gone 2 full days without food. Is this true? Your annual salary is no more than 200 taels, correct? My aunt claims that you have supported our family all these years. Is that true? Unless I am mistaken, that jade pendant at your waist is worth 1,000 taels of silver. If you were to abstain from food and drink, it would take you 5 years to acquire such a piece. I wonder, Uncle, from whence do you acquire the silver to travel in carriages, dress in fine clothing, host banquets for your colleagues at Baisian Tower every month, and even take 2 concubines, bearing several illegitimate children? With each question she posed, Su Jianliang's expression darkened further. Meng, unable to remain silent, tugged at Su Jianliang's sleeve. Master, will you allow this insolent girl to tarnish our reputation without doing anything? But Su Jianliang shook her off, knowing that if he spoke, he would fall into the trap laid by that insolent girl. Su Jianjia coldly observed his retreating figure, swiftly delivering a heavy blow. By this calculation, Uncle, how much silver have you embezzled over the years? Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Jianliang halted abruptly, turning sharply to face her. Jianjia, you must not speak recklessly. Well, have I ever embezzled a single coin? Su Jianjia had been waiting for this very moment. With a playful smile, she retorted, so, you admit it. All these years, your entire branch has relied on my mother's dowry to survive? Chapter 21. Are you not ashamed? Confronted by the mocking gazes of the crowd, Su Jianliang harbored a deep resentment towards Su Jianjia, yet he refrained from revealing his true feelings. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented, Jianjia, are we not family? Must we be so meticulous in our accounts? Indeed, we must, came the retort. For many years, your family has dwelled in our home without contributing, perhaps believing themselves the rightful owners of this estate. Otherwise, your wife would not dare to threaten my sister or keep her outside. Even brothers must be clear in their dealings. Uncle, you have lived off my late father's legacy for years. Do you not feel any shame? It is time we settle this matter. As the sole male in the family, Su Yin stepped forward, determined to expel these leeches from their lives. The siblings exchanged knowing glances, and Su Jianjia, with a hint of derision, inquired, Uncle, do you intend to evade responsibility? She had no desire to waste time quarreling with the second branch. She aimed to reclaim every morsel they had consumed over the years, with interest. Yin summoned the authorities she commanded. Su Yin nodded and promptly called for the officials. Upon hearing this, Su Jianliang's feigned demeanor shattered. His eyes narrowed menacingly at Ruan Shi. Sister-in-law, have you forgotten my brother? Are you truly willing to sever all ties? It is said that family matters should remain private. Even if we must settle accounts, it ought to be done behind closed doors. How could I possibly owe you any money? Must you make this a public spectacle? Su Jianjia feared her mother might relent, but Ruan Shi's gaze was resolute. You have forgotten your brother. Today, we will settle the accounts, and you shall vacate the premises. The implication of expulsion sent Meng Shi into a frenzy. We have cared for you all these years. By what right do you demand we leave? Su Wan'er, who had only been 2 years old upon arriving in the capital, had long forgotten how destitute their family had been at that time. She spoke with arrogance. You claim to have supported us all these years. But did my mother not come with a dowry? And my father's salary over the years has also been for the household. You cannot simply turn your back on us now. Sister-in-law, cease this uproar and return home. I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation today to avoid making a spectacle of ourselves. Su Jianliang desperately suppressed his anger, gazing at Ruan Shi almost pleadingly. At this juncture, he still believed they were merely throwing a tantrum. Su Jianjia, observing Su Wan and Appo's, could not help but chuckle. You are right. My aunt certainly possesses a dowry, albeit a mere 2 acres of barren land. As for Uncle's salary over the years, it wouldn't even suffice to outfit you all. Meng Shi's face flushed with embarrassment. Su Jianliang's eyes flashed with determination as he gestured to two nearby servants, commanding, "Take sister-in-law and Jianjia back." Meng Shi quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Sister-in-law and Jianjia have lost their senses. They're speaking nonsense. Quickly take them home. Is it not you and your wife who are deranged? Do you intend to silence us and seize our inheritance?" Su Yan retorted sharply. As the two servants approached, Su Jianjia laughed heartily. "Mother, summon all the contracts of servitude from the estate. Let us sell these disobedient servants, women to brothels, men to the underground market." The servants, realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly understood that the true masters were Madame Ruan and young Master Yin. Meng Shi's mind raced. Yes, the land deeds, house deeds, and servants' contracts. Whoever holds these documents owns the estate. She rushed into the Su residence to seize them. But alas, it was too late. Before Su Jianliang could return, Su Jianjia had already instructed Ruan Shi to gather the land and house deeds, along with all the contracts of servitude. Madame Wei, cradling a box, stood beside Ruan Shi. Having cared for Ruan Shi since childhood, she had witnessed the ambitions of the second branch over the years and was overwhelmed with joy. "Miss, all the contracts of servitude are here. Just say the word, and I will ensure the sales are handled properly." The servants stood frozen, no longer daring to move. Su Jianliang realized they were serious, yet with so many eyes upon him, he could not act rashly. Meng Shi was in a frenzy, fretting over the gifts from the marquis and the treasure she had gathered over the years, all stored in her quarters. If expelled, what would become of them? She frequently cast glances at Su Jianliang, urging him to devise a plan. Before he could formulate a strategy, the officials arrived, led by the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Mo Daoji. Su Jianliang clenched his fists in silence, forcing a smile as he approached. "I greet Lord Mo. I apologize for troubling you with our trivial family matters. I shall handle this myself, and will personally apologize on another day." He attempted to downplay the situation, hoping to convince Mo Daoji to treat it as a private affair. "My lord, I am the one who reported this matter. I wish to accuse Su Jianliang of debts unpaid, seeking to claim my mother's estate as his own." Su Yin interjected, stepping forward respectfully. Su Jianjia also emerged, her demeanor composed. "I, Su Jianjia, wish to accuse Meng Shi of embezzling the betrothal gifts sent by the marquis." As they took turns presenting their grievances, Su Jianliang's fury reached its peak. He pointed angrily at Su Yin and Su Jianjia, exclaiming, "How dare a nephew accuse his uncle and a niece accuse her aunt?" Ruan Shi's expression darkened. "Brother, it is only right to repay debts. Yin and Jianjia merely wish for you to return what you have consumed over the years. What fault lies with them that you should scold them? My lord, I too wish to accuse Su Jianliang, demanding he return all the money he owes me." Meng Shi chimed in. Mo Daoji, still youthful in appearance and clad in a deep purple official robe, glanced between Su Jianliang and the siblings, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "This is indeed intriguing. I shall take on this case." Su Jianjia's lips curled into a smile, and she turned to the trembling servants. "Now, I offer you all an opportunity for redemption. Whoever can locate the account books from the second branch over these years shall be allowed to remain in the Su household, with past transgressions forgiven." Chapter 22. A resounding slap in the face, miss. I am aware of the whereabouts of the second madam and Appo's account books. She has always been meticulous in her record-keeping, and over the years, she has documented every expense of the second household with great precision. I shall retrieve them for you at once. Unexpectedly, it was Mama Kong who stepped forward first. Who would have thought? Su Jianjia glanced at her and nodded. Mama Kong hurried away, as if pursued by someone, eager to ensure that no one else claimed credit for her discovery. "You treacherous wretch, how dare you betray me? Come back here." Seeing Mama Kong defect, Meng's eyes reddened with fury, and she rushed forward to confront her. Before Su Jianjia could utter a word, two maids stepped in to block her, their faces adorned with eager smiles as they hurried to curry favor with Su Jianjia. Meng looked desperately at Su Jianliang. Mo Daoji had not come alone. He was accompanied by 5 or 6 guards. Suwan and Amp, Oppos, was taken aback by the commotion, too frightened to utter a sound. She hid behind Meng. afraid to show her face. I have supported my sister-in-law's family for so many years. Even if I have no merit, I surely have borne hardships. Has my sister-in-law truly forgotten all feelings of kinship? Su Jianliang and Amp. Appo's indignation was palpable as he cast a resentful glance at Ruan. Su Yin, amused by his words, replied, "Uncle, my mother is too sentimental, which has allowed you to take advantage of us. You even dared to encroach upon the betrothal gifts the whole family presented to my sister." Meng, with her neck stuck out defiantly, retorted, "What do you mean by encroach? Your sister's health is frail, and you are too young to comprehend the affairs of the inner household. I merely took charge temporarily." Taking charge temporarily, only for it to become theirs? Is that truly what you call temporary management? Su Jianjia mocked with a smirk. "There is no need to trouble my second aunt. I will manage it myself, as long as she returns what is rightfully mine." Moments later, the account books have arrived. Mama Kong rushed in, breathless, clutching a thick stack of ledgers. Meng and Appo's eyes nearly bulged out of her head at the sight. Su Jianjia instructed Mama Kong to place the books on the ground and turned to Qin Yu and Qing Yu, saying, "You read them aloud. And remember to speak clearly so everyone can hear. Qing Yu, you will calculate the accounts meticulously to ensure that my uncle and the others cannot dispute them." Qin Yu was overjoyed. For years, the second madam had bullied the madam in Mississippi. She casually picked up a ledger and read aloud with clarity. In the 11th year of Jian and Appo's, and on the 8th day of the 12th month, the second master hosted a banquet for colleagues at the Eight Immortals Tower, costing 38 taels of silver. On the same day, the second miss purchased 2 bolts of flowing cloud brocade at the Rainbow Pavilion, costing 150 taels. On the 10th day of the 12th month, young master bought writing supplies at the calligraphy studio, totaling 175 taels. On the 13th day of the 12th month, the second madam sent a sum of 1,000 taels of silver, 6 bolts of satin, 2 ginseng roots, and 9 taels of bird's nest to her family, totaling 2,100 taels. Qin Yu's abacus clicked rapidly in sync with Qian Yu's reading, their coordination seamless. The accounts were recounted in reverse from the previous year. As Su Jianliang listened, his complexion darkened, his jaw clenched tightly. This wretched Su Jianjia was dragging his reputation through the mud. Today I have gained insight. The second madam has not only consumed her sister-in-law's dowry, but also found ways to support her own family. To spend such a vast sum while living in the Su residence for over a decade, how many times has she subsidized them? This second household truly behaved like vampires, shamelessly draining the lifeblood of the first household while showing no gratitude. The murmurs of the crowd pierced Ming's heart like sharpened blades. She was a person who valued her face above all, and now she merely wished to find a hole to burrow into. Mo Daoji pondered a different matter. Wasn't the Su family merely a fallen household? What was the true background of the first madam, who seemed to possess boundless wealth? Sufiantia se portidruan, leisurely observing the disgrace of the second household, releasing a long sigh of relief. In this life, she would not permit the second household to feast upon their flesh, drink their blood, and still seek to dismantle their very bones. In the 7th year of Jianan, the second master took concubine Shui, costing a total of 1,600 taels. Listen, everyone hear this. The second master truly used his sister-in-law's dowry to bring in concubines. How shameless. This is nothing remarkable. He has not only taken 1 concubine, but 2. As Qian Yu continued reading, Su Jianliang could no longer contain himself. Enough. Just tell us how much the second household owes you. I assure you, we will repay every last coin. His tone was audacious indeed. Sudan is mirkid slightly. Uncle. Why the rush? We must ensure everything is accounted for. Meng, behaving like a shrew, protested, "Isn't this sufficient? How much more do you need? Have we toiled for you all these years for nothing?" Su Jinjia cast her a sidelong glance and replied leisurely, "How could we allow my second aunt to manage without compensation? Qin, you shall calculate according to uncle's salary, giving my second aunt 200 taels of silver per year as a reward for her hard work." Her statement not only struck Meng and Appo's face, but also embarrassed Su Jianliang. Mo Daoji chuckled, the young lady of the Su family, Oh no, the lady of Chongmingho is indeed quite entertaining. Qian Yu's mouth grew dry from reading, and Qing Yu's hands moved swiftly on the abacus, their calculations revealing astonishing figures. Miss, after deducting the second madam's compensation and the second master's salary, the total expenses of a second household over the years amount to 159,763 taels of silver. What? How can there be so much? Su Jianliang staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Uncle, everyone has heard clearly. Do you intend to renege on your debt? Su Hianxiak Wishin loudly. Su Yin added, Uncle, you just assured us that you would repay every last coin. Do you now wish to avoid your promise? Ruan was also taken aback by the figure. She had thought the second household had merely taken small advantages over the years, unaware that her father and brothers, out of compassion for her and her mother, had prioritized their well-being, providing them generously, all of which had fallen to Meng and Appo's as hands. Meng clenched the handkerchief tightly, gritting her teeth. We acknowledge these debts. I will return to my room to fetch some silver to repay you a portion. The rest will be returned gradually. I assure you every last coin will be repaid. Su Jianliang regarded her with a glance. What my second aunt says is correct, seeing them still intending to return to the Su residence for more. Su Jianjia could not help but laugh. Mama Kong seized the opportunity to showcase her disdain for Meng, spitting on the ground. How ridiculous, second madam. Is there anything in this Su residence that belongs to you? As she spoke, she snapped her fingers, looking obsequiously at Ruan and Su Jianjia, Madam Miss. I just remembered that Meng has a hidden stash of private funds, totaling 30,000 taels. Chapter 23. Only 2 broken bowls upon hearing this. Meng was so enraged that she nearly fainted. She pointed an accusatory finger at Mama Kong and exclaimed, Yuval's servant, I shall take your life. Mo Daoji cast a sidelong glance at her, bemused, uncertain as to whom the second lady wished to kill. Meng, suddenly jolted back to reality, stammered, My lord. I merely spoke in jest, never intending to commit murder. Su Jianliang expressed his discontent. How is it that the Su family possesses nothing that belongs to us? Sister-in-law, you have ruthlessly driven us away. Do you also deny us the right to gather our belongings? Your belongings? Oh, I recall our father mentioning that when uncle and aunt came, they indeed brought items with them. She shot a knowing glance at Qianyu. Qianyu dashed off, only to return shortly, brandishing 2 chip bowls before Su Jianliang and Meng. Su Jianjia leisurely remarked, when uncle arrived with his family seeking refuge, they did so while begging, carrying only these 2 broken bowls. Now that their possessions are returned, I kindly ask uncle to safeguard them, lest they shatter. You all. Su Jianliang was seething with rage. Ruan, who had remained silent until now, confirmed the accuracy of Su Jianjia's words. With the items now returned and accounts settled, he inquired, Pray tell, what possessions do you claim belong to you? Meng was livid, exclaiming, How can there be nothing that belongs to us? Everything in the eastern courtyard is ours. Furthermore, the betrothal gifts sent from the Ho residence were meticulously planned for Wan S dowry and my son S engagement. How can this be a total loss? Su Jianjia turned to Mo Daoji, curtsying gracefully. What do you think, my lord? Mo Daoji glanced at the 2 chipped bowls on the ground and cleared his throat, since they have been returned to their rightful owner. It would be prudent for Lord Su to settle the debts owed. Su Jianliang was at a loss. Did he not wish to repay? The crux of the matter was, what could he possibly use to repay? His own tarnished reputation? Bring forth all of uncle's concubines, as well as his illegitimate children, and ensure they do not carry anything with them, Su Jianjia commanded. Soon, concubine Shui, concubine Dong, and the various illegitimate offspring were summoned, their eyes wide with confusion. Master, what has transpired? Daddy, hold me. Several younger, illegitimate children rushed forward. Su Jianliang nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Mama Kong had already found the silver notes that Meng had hoarded and handed them to Su Jianjia. Meng stared wide-eyed at the silver notes in her hand. Su Jianjia lightly flicked the notes. I am aware that uncle currently lacks silver. We are not heartless individuals. Here is a proposition. If uncle writes a promissory note detailing the debts owed, you may repay us at your convenience. Is this not a display of heartlessness? Su Jianliang glared, teeth clenched. Very well, I shall write this note. Su Jianjia had already prepared ink and writing materials. Under the watchful gaze of all, Su Jianliang scrawled the note and tossed it to the ground. Now may we take our leave? Su Jianjia glanced at the note, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with frost. I am afraid not, dear uncle and aunt, as well as sister one and the concubines. I must kindly ask you to remove your jade pendants, jewelry, and headdresses and return them to us, for they are indeed possessions of the Su family. The concubines finally grasped their predicament. Were they being expelled from a main family? All right. Su Jianliang was the first to strip off his jade pendant and toss it to the ground before striding away. The others followed suit. The second house totaled over a dozen individuals. Once they departed, Su Jianjia did not even glance at the items left behind. Instead, she instructed her servants to exchange these possessions for silver, distributing the funds to beggars in the city, ensuring they had a hearty meal. Having said this, she handed a silver note to Su Yan. Understanding the implication, he expressed gratitude. Today, you have worked hard, my lord. Thank you for seeking justice for our family. He passed the silver note to a guard beside Mo Daoji. Please treat these fine gentlemen to a drink, a modest token of appreciation, and I hope you will not refuse. Every detail was executed flawlessly. Su Jianjia regarded him with admiration. Mo Daoji led the officials away, and the Su family gate was closed. Madam, Miss, we acknowledge our mistakes. We beg for another chance. The maidservants and servants knelt, trembling as they witnessed the expulsion of the second house. Ruan, unaccustomed to managing such affairs, looked to Su Jianjia, who was equally inexperienced in household matters. Please rise. Mama Kong. Su Jianjia did not intend to involve him, instead assisting Mama Kong to her feet. Mama Kong, filled with shame, kept her head bowed, unable to meet her gaze. Su Jianjia, with clarity in her mind, recognized that these individuals were long-standing members of the Su family. Rather than banishing them, it would be wiser to keep them under close watch. Learning from mistakes of the second house, they would dare not entertain any further mischief. I will grant you one more chance. Mama Kong, it is your responsibility to oversee them. Should any of them harbor ill intentions, dispose of them without mercy. Mama Kong was both astonished and delighted. Rest assured, Miss, I shall keep a vigilant eye on them. Su Jianjia exchanged a meaningful glance with Mama Wei, signaling her to monitor Mama Kong and the others. Mama Wei nodded in understanding. With the leeches of the second house expelled, Su Jianjia felt the air grow lighter. She then entrusted Mama Wei with an important task. A Yin was to enter the Imperial Academy. For his reputation, there were certain actions she could not take too harshly, but those actions could be delegated to others. What lay ahead was of utmost importance. Departing from the Ho residence, she knew Shinjue would not let her off easily. He was not the only one seeking her downfall. Tonight would undoubtedly be arduous. Upon returning to her former boudoir, she scarcely had time to survey her surroundings before urgently instructing Qianyu and Qingyu on a pressing matter. Father, mother, are we to be driven out like this? Is there no distinction from a family of stray dogs? Su Wan and Appos lamented, unwilling to part with her cherished pearl headdress, nor her exquisite garments. What pained her most were the betrothal gifts from the Ho residence, which she firmly believed belonged to them. Meng's eyes burned with rage, my lord. Wanner speaks the truth. We cannot let this matter rest. Su Jianliang, with a flick of his sleeve and a venomous glare, had already devised a plan to deal with Su Jianjia and her kin. Fear not. Ruan is frail. Su Yan is but a child easily manipulated, and Su Jianjia is now a discarded wife of the Ho family. The humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. For now, we shall seek out Wen who has been at the Imperial Academy for 2 years and knows many influential people. With but a gesture, he could easily eliminate Su Jianjia and her family. Chapter 24. She was seeking his help despite having expelled the second branch of the family. Su Jianjia still could not afford to be complacent. She was fearful that the Ruan family might once again find themselves in peril, plunging into the lake of misfortune. Hastily, she donned a light dress and went to accompany Ruan. After the family gathered for lunch, Su Jianjia clung to Ruan, refusing to leave her side. Ruan, mistaking her daughter and Appos' behavior for that of a wrong child, secretly wiped away tears multiple times. She refrained from mentioning the affairs of the Marquis and Apo's residence, thinking that as long as her daughter was well, she would support her for a lifetime. If necessary, she would invest heavily to find a clever and obedient son-in-law for her daughter, one who would heed her commands without question. Su Jianjiao was troubled by matters outside, uncertain whether Qianyue and Qingyu had succeeded in their endeavors. Their success was crucial to their very lives. They must not fail. After lunch, Su Yan left for the academy. Qianyue and Qingyu were gone for the entire afternoon, and when Su Yan returned, they had yet to arrive. Upon entering, Su Jianjiao noticed that his expression was grim. She smiled and inquired about the cause of his distress, wondering if his uncles had troubled him again. Su Yan shook his head, initially reluctant to speak. He considered that these matters would eventually reach his sister's ears. However, he did not want to add to their mother's worries. So he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jianjiao. The siblings then proceeded to the flower hall. "Sister, please do not be upset upon hearing this, but some scoundrel has been spreading malicious rumors, claiming that Shun Qingji looks down upon our family's status. They say that as soon as the Marquis regained consciousness, he expelled you from the Marquis and Apo's residence and even intended to kill you to silence you. This has already spread throughout the capital. You have suffered an injustice. But do not worry. I will find the one responsible for these rumors and ensure he is punished." The more Su Yan spoke, the more indignant he became. Su Jianjiao, however, could not help but laugh. "Yin, that was my doing." Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping her words. Su Jianjiao clarified, "I was the one who instructed people to spread those rumors. Why would you do such a thing?" Su Yan was first shocked, then felt embarrassed, as he realized he had been cursing his own sister. A radiant smile blossomed on Su Jianjiao's lips. She laid out her reasoning, explaining that while education was essential, one must not be foolishly devoted to it. Even though Shun Jue was merely an adopted son of the Marquis' residence, he was a formidable force capable of annihilating them with a mere flick of his finger, especially with Shun Qingji at his side. Since she currently lacked the power to confront them, she could only leverage the situation. "You are very clever, sister. I have been foolish," Su Yan nodded in agreement. He then brought up another matter. "Sister, I have formulated a plan regarding the divorce. Tomorrow morning, I will summon the clan elders to negotiate with the Shun family, and I believe we shall obtain the divorce decree swiftly." Although the Su family's ancestral home was in Longnan, there were still many relatives in the capital. Su Jianjiao accepted this, understanding that they must display their stance. Rumors, though originating from the streets, had quickly reached the ears of the capital's nobility. Shun Heading, known as the god of war, had never tasted defeat since entering the battlefield, and to many, he was a godlike figure. The rumors that Su Jianjiao had spread were cleverly crafted. People perceived Shun Qingji as the sole villain, one who despised the poor and was ungrateful. A married daughter who had no sense of decorum, returning to the Marquis and Apo's residence to meddle, which only fueled their disdain. Thus, the current predicament was born. Though both the Marquis' residence and Shun Heading were enmeshed in the rumors, not a single soul dared to cast blame. Shun Qingji spent the entire day accompanying the matriarch at the Marquis and Apo's residence and returned to the Duke's residence only as dusk fell. None dared to gossip in her presence, so she remained unaware of the rumors. "Young mistress, the matriarch requests your presence," greeted Mama Sure as soon as Shun Qingji entered the Duke's residence. Without overthinking, Shun Qingji assumed the matriarch had summoned her for some instructions. To her surprise, the first words from the matriarch were, "Starting tomorrow, you are not to step outside the Duke's residence, nor are you to interfere with the affairs of the Marquis' residence. Should you disobey, I will have to resort to family regulations." Shun Qingji was taken aback. "Mother, why?" The matriarch retorted, "That is for you to ponder. What good deeds have you accomplished today? If you cannot recall, do not worry. Simply go outside and listen to what others are saying." Upon exiting the matriarch and Apo's presence, Shun Qingji immediately summoned Mama Wu to investigate. She learned that Mama Fan had been punished and was currently unconscious. Mama Wu soon returned with alarming news. "Young mistress, it is dire. There are widespread rumors claiming that you look down upon the Su family status. and that the Marquis expelled Su Jianjia from the residence as soon as he regained consciousness, even intending to silence her. Furthermore, what else? Shen Qingji's voice rose sharply. Mama Wu hesitated before continuing. They also say you are ungrateful and lack compassion. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingji nearly exploded with rage. How dare they say I expelled her? It was she who manipulated the situation at the Marquis's residence with her superstitions. My actions were for the benefit of the Marquis's residence. Go, round up those who indiscriminately spread these rumors and have them executed. And ensure that Su Jianjia, that little wretch, is dealt with as well. Mama Wu interjected, Young mistress, you must not. The rumors are rampant, and the capital is filled with those who follow the crowd. At this critical moment, if anything were to happen to Su Jianjia, the blame would inevitably fall upon you. Shen Qingji understood this truth, but was consumed by fury. It must be Su Jianjia who instigated these rumors, believing that the Marquis's residence would accept her back. She is utterly deluded. I must ensure that my second brother divorces her. No, not just a divorce. I want her cast aside. Fuming, she was about to return to the Marquis and Appo's residence when she realized she was already barred from leaving, with guards stationed outside her courtyard. At the loaning Marquis and Appo's residence, the rumors had reached Shun Heading's ears. Draped in white, he lay upon a couch, an unexpected smile curving his lips. Xiao Zhan, perplexed, wondered why the Marquis was smiling when the rumors were so severe. Shouldn't he be angry? After a moment, Shun Heading slowly lifted his gaze. Go now, and dispatch a team from the silver-armored guards to secretly protect her. Xiao Zhan was taken aback, which her Shun Heading's eyes flickered as he spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Miss Su. The rumors were indeed instigated by her. She was seeking his help. What a clever girl she was, but alas. Xiao Zhan and Appo's eyes widened. The silver-armored guards were the Marquis and Appo's personal secret protectors. Why would the Marquis send them to guard Miss Su? Hadn't he already prepared a letter of divorce? Why was he still concerned about her? Certainly, the Marquis was worried that the third young lady might do something reckless. Yes, that must be it. He turned to leave, only to hear Shun Heading add, also, keep an eye on the household staff. From this day forth, let the silver-armored guards take charge of all matters in Tingyu Pavilion. Xiao Zhan was utterly astonished. Did the Marquis truly believe Miss Su's words? Chapter 25. Killing two birds with one stone. Upon learning of the rumors circulating outside, Shun Jue couldn't help but chuckle. He had feared that Su Jianjia's potential suicide might arouse suspicion. Yet these rumors proved to be quite advantageous for him. Reflecting on how Shen Qingji had never bestowed him with a kind glance and had constantly suppressed him, he promptly ordered that there was no need to fabricate a suicide. Instead, they would arrange for her murder. This would conveniently place the blame squarely on Shen Qingji, achieving his dual objective. Mu Yinshu, standing beside him, remarked with a smile, Cousin, you are indeed clever. Not only can we rid ourselves of that wretched Su Jianjia, but we can also drag Shen Qingji down with her. Others will only assume it was she who orchestrated Su Jianjia's demise. Gently caressing her hand, Shen Jie reassured her, You have endured much these past days, but fret not. After today, the members of the Marquis household will soon realize who their true benefactor is. During Su Jianjia's time in the Marquis residence, he had longed for his father and Appo's poison to take effect. Now, with Su Jianjia expelled from the household, as long as his father remained unharmed, the old matriarch and the others would undoubtedly learn who truly saved him. He had already arranged for someone to replace the candles in his father and Appo's chamber. His gaze fell upon Mu Yunshu's still flat abdomen, his mind calculating. He had devised a plan involving a woman from a collateral branch of the Shun family who was similarly with child. Once both children were born, he would find a way to swap them, then persuade the matriarch to adopt a child from the collateral branch under Shun Heading's name. Only in this manner could his son rightfully inherit the Marquis title and estates. Just as he believed his plan was foolproof, he was interrupted by a sudden report. Young master, all the guards at Tingyu Pavilion have been replaced, and our people cannot gain entry. Even the kitchen maid delivering dinner to the Marquis has been barred from entering. Gu Lin rushed in, whispering urgently in his ear. Upon hearing this, Shun Jue's expression darkened. His father had grown suspicious. Su Jianjia dined with Su Yin and Ruan Shi. After the meal, Su Yin stayed for a brief tea session before retreating to the study to read. Su Jianjia waited until Ruan Shi had fallen asleep before rising to leave. Her steps were light and filled with satisfaction. In this life, she had finally rewritten her mother's fate. Without the incident of falling into the water, there would be no subsequent illness, and her mother would not languish in bed for days on end. This clearly indicated that her mother's previous misfortune had indeed been orchestrated by the second branch. She would ensure to settle this score meticulously with them. Qian Yu and Qing Yu had returned, and Su Jianjia lavished praise upon them, leaving both girls somewhat bashful. In truth, she had taken something with her when leaving the Marquis residence. Once she had bathed and found herself alone in her room, she retrieved it from her sleeve. It was the half of the candle she had cut on her wedding night, containing the secret to Shun Heading's awakening. She placed half of it into a pre-prepared copper dish and set it over a gentle flame, watching intently as the red wax slowly melted. By mentioning the poisoning today, she aimed to alert Shun Heading. Given his perceptiveness, he would surely become suspicious if he could not discern such a simple thing. He would be oblivious to the many dangers surrounding him. As long as he harbored doubts, he would undoubtedly make arrangements, complicating Shinjue and Appos as plans. The rumor she had spread served a dual purpose: to teach Shin Qingji a lesson while simultaneously conveying a message to Shun Heading. With his understanding of Shun Qingji, he would know her words were not baseless. Currently, the one most fearful of her demise was indeed Shun Heading. Her death would leave Shun Qingji unable to clear her name. With the presence of this jade-faced warrior, she had no reason to fear for her safety that night. Once the candle had fully melted, Su Jianjia took a spoonful of the wax and placed it in her mouth, closing her eyes to discern the ingredients. As she spoke the names of the herbs, Yangxianko, Chantoa, Mianjingzi, Longshalin, Saniguasian, her tone slowed, and finally, her brow furrowed in disappointment. She had suspected that Shanjie possessed no antidote. These herbs could only delay the onset of the poison, and there remained one final herb she could not identify. Though she was not skilled in medicine, she was well versed in poisons. The crafting of poisons required various herbs, and she had both recognized and tasted many of them. She expelled the wax she had tasted, rinsed her mouth carefully, and then held the remaining wax in her mouth once more, attempting to discern the herbs within. Yet again, she failed to identify the last ingredient, and a sense of agitation began to swell within her as she paced restlessly in her room. In the stillness of the night, several shadows stealthily swept across the Su household, heading straight for Su Jianjia's chamber, revealing their intimate knowledge of the estate. A light remained lit in her room. Accidentally, she glanced up and caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past her window, a cold glint in her eyes indicating that someone had come. From her sleeve, she drew forth a porcelain vial as white as jade, gripping it tightly while smoothing the creases of her sleeve. The anticipated forceful entry did not occur. Soon, sounds of a struggle erupted outside. Su Jianjia's lips curled into a seductive smile, her eyes sparkling with cold elegance. It seemed her gamble had paid off. Shun Heading had indeed dispatched individuals to protect her, clashing with those sent by Shun Jie to take her life. The sounds of combat were swift to commence and just as quick to subside, returning the night to tranquility. Pretending to be unaware, Su Jianjia extinguished the candlelight in her room. At Tingyu Pavilion, Shun Heading lay awake, feeling an inexplicable absence. "My lord, the Silver Armor Guards have just reported an assassination attempt on Miss Su. There were 5 assailants, all well trained. We managed to capture 2, but they chose to poison themselves instead," Xiao Zhan announced, knocking lightly before entering upon receiving permission. Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Shun Heading's inky eyes. Someone had indeed sought her life. Who could it be? Did she possess some foresight? Xiao Zhan pondered aloud. Could it be the third young lady and Appos? As doing? No. Shun Heading replied decisively. While she may be willful, she is not so foolish. Moreover, with such rumors circulating in the capital today, given the old matriarch's character, she would find it difficult to even step outside. A trace of amusement crossed his features. Who said Su Jianjia was weak? Just look at how deftly her claws were at work. There was no need for her to act. Others would take care of Shun Qingji for her. Find out who sought her demise. I want to know who would dare to threaten her life. The Su family may not be prominent, and she is merely a sheltered young lady. But who could she have offended? That night, Shen Jue could not find rest. His hands were tied concerning his father, which left him in a state of agitation, and the pain from his back was searing. On top of that, the people he had sent out should have returned by now, yet there was no word. He remained wide awake, enduring the night in silence. The following morning, before dawn, the entire Marca residence remained enveloped in tranquility. Old matriarch, something terrible has happened. The guards at Tingyu Pavilion reported that the Marquis has suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Su Mama's panicked voice shattered the calm, striking like thunder in the old matriarch's ears. Chapter 26. This is truly retribution. The old matron was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. She seized Su Mama's hand with such force that it caused her pain. What did you just say? What has happened to He Ting? Su Mama could only repeat her previous words. The old matron nearly gasped for breath, urging, quickly, summon the imperial physician. A dreadful thought silently surged in her mind. Could it be that Su Jinjia's dream was true? Had He Ting truly been poisoned? When the old matron arrived at Tingyu Pavilion, Shun Jie and Mu Yinshu were already vigilantly stationed by Shun He Ting's bedside. He Ting lay unconscious on the couch, his already frail visage rendered even more pallid. Bloodstains marred the pristine white of his garments. The old matron could scarcely bear the sight. She took a single glance before clutching her heart and weeping. Grandmother, do not worry. Father will surely be fine. Did not Elder Su say, just yesterday, that father was merely a bit weak? Perhaps he has simply expelled the stagnant blood from his chest and will awaken soon. Shen Jue comforted her, suppressing the pain in his back. Mu Yinshu handed a handkerchief to the old matron and gently urged her, expressing her agreement with her husband's reasoning. Elder Su's medical skills were no less proficient than those of the palace physicians. If he claimed that father was unharmed, then he must indeed be fine. The old matron clung to this hope like a lifeline. Yes, Elder Su would not be mistaken. Meanwhile, consumed with concern for the Marquis, Su Jianjia had risen early. She instructed Qinyu to remain and assist with her attire while sending Qinyu out at dawn to gather news regarding the Marquis. After dressing, she went to pay her respects to Madame Ruan. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed a drop of blood on the ground, but chose to walk past it nonchalantly. Su Yin had awakened earlier than her. By the time she arrived, he was already with Madame Ruan. After the events of the previous day, the household servants had become notably subdued. Following breakfast, Su Yin went to consult the clan elder, intending to discuss the matter of divorce with him. No matter what, he was determined to retrieve the divorce document for his sister. Just as he left, Qingyu returned. Miss, early this morning, the Marquis dispatched someone to the palace to summon the physician. I spent some silver to inquire with the gatekeeper, and guess what? The Marquis has fallen into unconsciousness again. This is truly retribution. Qingyu felt similarly vindicated. Who told them to disdain our young mistress? They deserve it. Though the two maidservants voiced their grievances on her behalf, Su Jianjia could not abide such talk. After all, leaving the Marquis had been her own strategy. Qingyu, do not speak like this. It is because of the Marquis and countless warriors that we enjoy this era of peace. What pleased her was that everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. After breakfast, and spending some time with Madame Ruan, Su Jinjia returned to her chamber to continue her study of the remaining half of the candle. Shen He-Ting must not die. He ought not to die. Today, it seemed unlikely that Yin would retrieve the divorce document. However, this suited her perfectly. Even if she were to leave the Marquis, it would not be at this moment. As word spread of Lord Changning's renewed unconsciousness, the physician arrived swiftly. He began to examine Shun He-Ting's pulse while everyone watched intently. Upon hearing that Shun He-Ting was in distress, members of the second house attempted to visit but were promptly turned away by the old matron. Physician, is it true that He-Ting has fainted due to poisoning? The old matron urgently inquired, unable to contain her worry. The physician deliberated before responding. In answer to the old matron, there is no indication of poisoning based on the pulse. That arrow from the Rong Di nearly struck the Marquis as hard. I deduce that he has merely expelled the stagnant blood accumulated in his chest, which is a good sign. After I administer acupuncture, he should awaken shortly. The old matron retreated with the others to an outer chamber while the physician remained to treat Shun He Ting. Once the acupuncture was completed, they returned to the inner chamber. Physician, why is He Ting not awakened yet? Did you not say he would wake after the acupuncture? The old matron pressed. Noticing that Shun He Ting showed no signs of regaining consciousness, Shun Jie and Mu Yunshu exchanged glances, silently observing the candle holder, their eyes glinting with mirth. Those who arrived early naturally enjoyed certain advantages. The two worked in tandem, with Shun Jue drawing the attention of the others while Mu Yunshu discreetly replaced the candle on the holder. When night fell, Shun He Ting would surely awaken, dispelling the rumors of poison, and the old matron would no longer believe that wretched Su Jinjia. Yet one matter perplexed Shin Jue. The informants he had dispatched returned with news that Su Jinjia was alive and well, while his own spies appeared to have vanished without a trace. Was someone aiding Su Jinjia from the shadows? Despite the assassination attempt failing, he felt no concern of igniting a fire that would consume him, since those he had sent were all sworn to die. Failure would mean only one path, death. The physician clasped his hands and remarked, "The Marquis is merely weak. It is not unusual for him to take longer to awaken." The old matron, however, felt increasingly restless, her mind frequently drifting to Su Jinjia's words. Shun Jie and Mu Yunshu were attempting to console her when the steward hurriedly entered, reporting to the old matron, "Su Yan has brought the clan elder from the Su family to demand the divorce document. Should we welcome them in, or?" At that moment, Shun Jue's eyes sparkled with insight. "Grandmother, since the Su family has come, why not allow me to draft a divorce letter for father and send them away?" Mu Yunshu felt a thrill of excitement. Last night had been inconsequential, for there would be ample opportunities in the future. The old matron gazed at the unconscious Shun He Ting, pondering the situation. What if Su Jinjia was telling the truth? "Grandmother, I shall go and send the Su family away." Shin Jue thought he understood her thoughts. No matter what, he could not allow Su Jinjia the opportunity to return. He turned to leave. "Wait," the old matron suddenly called out. Chapter 27. The heartless man dares to return. A jolt of apprehension surged through Shun Shui as the old matriarch declared, "Let us temporarily set aside the matter of divorce until your father awakens. Have someone send the Su family away." "Grandmother, this may not be prudent," Shun Shui protested. "Yesterday, the Su matriarch left with such finality, and now, early this morning, they come demanding the divorce papers. This shows she has little regard for my father's condition and his well-being. If she learns that he has fallen unconscious again, who knows what scheme she might devise." Seizing the opportunity to cast further suspicion, Mu Yunshu chimed in, "Grandmother, even the daughter-in-law suspects that it is she who has harmed father, causing his current state. Such a menace cannot be tolerated. It would be wise to report her and have a thorough investigation conducted." "Enough. This household is under my authority, not yours. We shall discuss everything once your father awakens." The old matriarch interrupted firmly before the discussion could continue. The steward turned to address the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Su Yin and the Su family elder remained waiting at the gate of the Marquis's residence. As soon as the steward's words reached him, Su Yan's temper flared. "My father lies in a comatose state, and what does that have to do with us? Hand over my sister's divorce papers, and we shall leave at once. Otherwise, you shall not bar our exit." Despite the steward's attempts to reason with him, Su Yin was unyielding, leading the steward to close the gates firmly against them. After a brief wait, the elder of the Su family remarked, "Yin, I believe we should return for now. Though our ancestral home is in Longnan, there are still some connections in the capital, albeit limited. There is but one elder present." His reluctance to see Su Jiashir divorced from the Marquis was evident. Even the reputation of a divorce was not favorable, and every family has daughters awaiting marriage. With the elder's intervention, Su Yin had no choice but to retreat for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Jinjia, still unable to discern the last ingredient in the candle's wax, was startled when Su Yin stormed in, irate. "The Marquis's residence is simply intolerable. My father lies unconscious, and they dismiss us so readily." Understanding the situation, Su Jinjia calmly poured a cup of tea for Su Yin. "Yin, take a moment to calm down with this tea. If today proves unfruitful, We can always try again tomorrow. Qian Yu and Qing Yu shared her sentiments, feeling the Marquis's residence was exceedingly unreasonable. Yet, Su Jianjia remained unfazed. If Yan were to bring back the divorce papers, how would she continue her performance? She intended for Shun Qingji to come pleading with her, kneeling, no less, and for the old matriarch to present her desired items. Patience was key. They would undoubtedly come. As the afternoon wore on, the old matriarch, unable to bear the sight of Shun heading still in a coma, finally declared, Su Mama, take someone to the Su family. Tell them it is my wish for Su Jianjia to return. If she agrees, she will still be the mistress of this Marquis's residence. Without waiting for any objections, she turned to Mu Yunshu and added, Xianjian, Yunshu, I would appreciate it if you could accompany Su Mama to lend an air of sincerity. Shun Chue reacted strongly, but quickly suppressed the tumultuous emotions welling within. Grandmother, perhaps we should wait a little longer. Let us see if father awakens by tonight. If not, we can send for her tomorrow. After much persuasion, Shun Che and Mu Yunshu managed to placate the old matriarch. By morning, the candle brought from the Marquis's residence had long burned out, yet Su Jianjia had memorized the scent. Even without the candle, it mattered not. She spent the afternoon lost in thought. Finally, fortune smiled upon the diligent. I've identified the last ingredient. It is Qilin Jia, she exclaimed joyfully, prompting surprise from Qian Yu and Qing Yu. Miss, what is it? What is Qilin Jia? They inquired, puzzled. It is a plant sap derived from the Qilin blood vine, also known as the blood snake vine. Su Jianjia was about to elaborate when Kong Mama entered briskly. Miss, the successful scholar from the Gu family insists on seeing you. Before Su Jianjia could respond, Qian Yu flared up. That heartless scoundrel dares to return? I shall summon someone to break his legs. Qian Yu, come back. Su Jianjia laughed at her friend's fervor. Qian Yu hesitated, Mississippi. You still cannot let go of Gu Changgang? As she was about to speak, Qing Yu swiftly gestured for her to be quiet. Such words were not theirs to utter. Su Jianjia had long since lost any feelings for Gu Changgang. He was merely a callous and indifferent man. Relay this message for me. I have severed all ties with him, and he should never appear before me again, for his very presence disgusts me. Their engagement had been arranged long ago, but to her dismay, his first act upon becoming the top scholar was to break their engagement. Within 2 months, he married the daughter of the Minister of Personnel. Is she unwilling to even see me? I merely worry she may feel heartbroken. Gu Changgang appeared utterly dejected. As if he cares for your feelings. Has he forgotten that the hardest days of my life were all due to him? Now he feigns deep emotion. Qing Yu spat, turning to him and signaling the gatekeeper to close the door. As night fell, Shun Heading remained unresponsive. Shun Shui assured the old matriarch that Shun Heading would certainly awaken that night, and all gathered around his bedside. At the Gu residence, Gu Changgang returned home dejected, spending the night alone in the study. Lin Wanru waited anxiously for his return, eventually sending her maid Ding Mama to investigate. Upon learning he was locked away in the study, Lin Wanru's displeasure grew. What is the matter with him? Why won't he return to our room? Miss, I have some news for you. Guess where the young master went today? Ding Mama inquired. Lin Wanru was unaware. The young master visited the Su family and has locked himself away since returning. The servants in the courtyard say he hasn't even eaten dinner, Ding Mama whispered. You know well that the Su girl was driven out by the Marquis's residence. The young master may still harbor feelings for her. Lin Wanru slammed her hand on the table, shattering the jade bracelet she wore. So he still thinks of that little hussy as his wife. It is my duty to alleviate his burdens. She exchanged glances with Ding Mama and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Ding Mama smiled reassuringly. Rest easy, miss. I shall handle this matter splendidly. What Shun Che never anticipated was that, as night passed, the candles burned out, and Shun Heading showed no signs of awakening. The physicians could not offer any explanations, and even when they summoned the chief physician Shui, he found himself at a loss before the still unconscious Shun Heading. The old matriarch had spent the night beside Shun Heading's bed. Unable to endure any longer, she sent for Zhe. Hurry, go. Chapter 28. A proposal to take Miss Su home as a concubine. The streets were bustling with activity. Suddenly, A small and dilapidated sedan chair was brought to a halt in front of the Su residence. This chair, hardly fit for a single occupant, was a far cry from the lavish ones typically discarded by noble families. Passers-by turned their heads in curiosity, wondering what was transpiring. The doorman was about to step forward to disperse the gathering when Ding Mama, stepping ahead, raised her voice. "I am a servant of the Gu family. Upon hearing that Miss Su has been expelled from the Marquis's residence, my mistress, recalling her past acquaintance with our master, could not bear to let Miss Su languish in solitude. She has sent me to bring Miss Su back to serve as a concubine. My mistress is most benevolent. Do hurry and fetch Miss Su to accompany me home." The doorman quickly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to inform the young lady of the unexpected visitors. It was utterly disrespectful to request someone to be a concubine in such a manner, particularly with such a shabby sedan chair. This was clearly an act of humiliation. The first to learn of this was Ruan Shi, who was so infuriated that she began to cough. Gu Changgang was indeed overstepping his bounds. Not only had he wronged Jianjia, but he now dared to send a broken sedan chair to claim her as a concubine. As if the Su family had no dignity left. Have them thrown out. They are merely a few servants. We can afford the consequences. If they were to be injured, let be on the Su family's account. Su Yan had already left for the academy. A chill settled in Su Jianjia's gaze as she recognized that Lin Shi must have been aware of Gu Changgang's visit the day before. What a shameless pair. Even after committing such a transgression, they still dared to act with impunity. Qianyu, go and send them away. Do not show them any courtesy. Lin Shi's audacity stemmed from the belief that, having been expelled from the Marquis's residence and severed ties with the second branch of the family, they were easy prey. She would settle this score one day. Ding Mama waited for a while, but when the messenger did not return, she ordered the sedan chair to be lifted and boldly advanced towards the Su residence, proclaiming, "Miss Su was first rejected from her engagement and then expelled from the Marquis's residence. My mistress, being magnanimous, willingly offers her refuge. Such goodwill is rare. She must be overjoyed." By the time Qianyu arrived, the steward had already led a group to expel them. The bearers lay strewn on the ground. While Ding Mama wailed, "My mistress had the best intentions. You truly are ungrateful wretches, unable to recognize kindness. Now, beside my mistress, who else would dare to welcome her as a concubine?" Just then, an opulent carriage came to a halt at the Su family's entrance. Who could this be? The crowd turned in unison to see Shun Qingji, reluctantly dismounting with the support of Wu Mama. Upon spotting her, Qianyu smirked. "Why? If it isn't the young lady of the air, what brings you to our humble abode? We are but a modest household, ill-suited for your grandeur." Ding Mama, startled by Shun Qingji's arrival, was momentarily at a loss, afraid to utter a word. "Su Jianjia, come out." Shun Qingji stormed into the Su residence, demanding her presence. Su Jianjia, having received notice, arrived promptly. "What brings the young lady of the air here?" she inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Come back with me and continue as the Marquis's wife," Shun Qingji commanded. Su Jianjia suddenly burst into laughter, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is the young lady of the air truly delusional? You are not welcome here. Please leave." She issued an unequivocal dismissal and turned to depart. "Su Xianxia, stop. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me so? If it were not for my mother, do you think I would wish to take you back? I have shown you enough respect. Do not overstep your bounds." Shun Qingji shouted at her retreating figure. Shun Qingji ordered her subordinates to block Su Jianjia's path. Only then did Su Jianjia slowly turn around. "Young lady of the air, I have made myself clear. If you continue this nonsense, I will have no choice but to report you to the authorities. What will it take for you to return with me?" Shun Qingji demanded. Her alabaster forehead lined with veins, her voice laced with fury. Su Jianjia, feigning nonchalance, replied, "You, the young lady of the air, deem me unworthy. Yet now you demand my return? Do you not find this amusing? Enough with the pleasantries. Simply state your demands." Shun Qingji's patience was wearing thin. "I thought the young lady of the air understood. I made my intentions clear upon my departure. Do you wish for me to kneel and beg?" Shun Qingji thundered. Su Jianjia merely smiled in silence. Shun Qingji's exquisite features twisted with rage as she turned to leave, recalling Shun Heading's words. She paused, her icy gaze fixed on Su Jianjia. Did you not dream that my second brother was poisoned? If you can dream of the antidote, I shall kneel and plead for your return. She had no faith in such superstitions. If she were unaware of the antidote, she would have no worth in returning. She would provide her mother with a justifiable excuse. Su Jianjia beamed. I apologize for disappointing the young lady of the air, but I happened to dream of it last night. The golden hairpin on Shun Qingji's head glimmered fiercely, and her expression darkened, her eyes narrowing dangerously. If you dare deceive me, I will take the lives of everyone in the Su family. Whether you believe me or not is your prerogative. I do not wish to engage further. Su Jianjia's eyes blazed with cold fury, fearing that if she gazed upon Shun Qingji any longer, she might be compelled to attack and end her life. Seeing Shun Qingji's face contorted with rage as she turned to leave, Su Jianjia noted the tension in her brow, and the jewels adorning her head could not conceal her monstrous countenance. This wretched girl, does she truly expect me to kneel before her? Shun Qingji seethed. Miss Su, allow me to speak frankly. You have already been rejected once. Should you part ways with the Marquis, there may be no place left for you in this world. I imagine you do not wish to implicate your family further. I have heard you have a younger brother who wishes to enter the Imperial College. If you are wise, you will understand what must be done. Wu Mama's words dripped with an undisguised threat. This remark struck a nerve in Su Jianjia, igniting her fury. She laughed bitterly. Very well, then let the Marquis accompany us to the grave. I shall see how long the Duke's household can tolerate such arrogance from the young lady of the air without the support of the Marquis's residence. Su Jianjia, remember this. I will not let this matter rest. Shun Qingji hissed, each word with venomous intensity, her grip tightening so fiercely that her headpiece trembled. Do you not wish for me to kneel and beg? Her voice rose sharply at the end. Very well, I shall grant you that satisfaction. Chapter 29. Shun Qingji knelt before Su Jianjia, pleading, Madam, please. Who could discern the truth in her words? Your status is exalted, while hers is humble. How could you possibly kneel before her? Wu Mama reached out to stop Shun Qingji, but she forcefully pushed her aside. With a swift motion, she lifted her skirts and knelt before Su Jianjia, vowing that if this vile woman dared deceive her, she would ensure her demise without a trace. Now, can you accompany me back? Thankfully, her murderous glare could not kill. Otherwise, Su Jianjia would have been subjected to her wrath long ago. From her elevated position, Su Jianjia looked down at her with indifference. Is the wife of the heir suffering from hearing issues? When did I ever agree to return to the Marquis's residence? Qian Yu and Qing Yu exchanged amused glances. It was indeed poetic justice for her. Mama Kong, watching from the side, was astounded, her eyes nearly popping out. The wife of the heir had genuinely knelt before her young mistress. Who would believe such a tale? Su Jianjia, how dare you mock me? Shun Qingji and damp. Appo's eyes blazed with fury as she sprang to her feet and charged towards Su Jianjia. Qian Yu shielded Su Jianjia, saying, It was the wife of the heir who chose to kneel. My mistress has never consented to return with you. Could it be that the wife of the heir was suffering from delusions? Qing Yu, sharp-tongued, joined Qian Yu in protecting Su Jianjia. Stepping out from behind them, Su Jianjia mocked Shun Qingji. Are you preparing to strike, wife of the heir? Mama Kung, please invite the common folk at the entrance to witness the illustrious presence of the wife of the heir. As you wish, my lady. I shall do so at once. Mama Kong was more efficient than ever. Heavens, their young mistress was truly remarkable. Shun Qingji would think twice before causing trouble again. Su Fianxia, if it were not for years of decorum, I would relish the chance to scratch that wretched face of yours. Wife of the heir, my Jianjia will never return to the Marquis's residence. You are not welcome here. Please leave. At that moment, Ruanshe hurried over, directly issuing an eviction order to Shun Qingji. Seeing the lowly commoners about to rush in, Shun Qingji seethed and stormed away. You will pay for this, Su Jianjia. Ruanshe immediately ordered the guests to be escorted out. Mama Kong ushered the commoners away and noticed Ding Mama sneaking a glance inside. She nearly spat in her face. What a disgrace. Do you think my mistress will become a concubine for your Gu family? Perhaps in your next life. Look, even the wife of the heir personally came to plead for my mistress to return, and yet my mistress expelled her. If you do not leave, I shall have you beaten. Upon hearing this, Ding Mama fled in terror. Jianjia, as the weather warms, let us retreat to the countryside for a while. Su Jianjia followed Ruan Shi back to the room, where her mother held her hand tightly. She understood her mother's intent. Leaving the capital would distance them from these insidious intrigues. She confided in Ruan Shi, "Mother, I fear I must return to the Marquis's residence." "No, absolutely not. I will not allow you to suffer there again." Ruan Shi adamantly refused. Su Jianjia supported her to sit down and, like in her childhood, rested her head on her lap. "Mother, you saw it yourself. As soon as I left the Marquis's residence, Lin Shi dared to send a palanquin for me. Do they think the Su family is easy prey? This may be the first instance, but it certainly will not be the last." Ruan Shi was alarmed. The only solution she could conceive was, what if we leave the capital and return to your maternal family? "Mother, it is too late." Su Jianjia shook her head. Shun Jie, Shun Qingji, and Princess Ningyan, who would be easy to deal with, not to mention the second branch of their family, eagerly awaiting the chance to flay them alive. Ruan Shi, unable to bear the thought of her daughter's suffering, gently stroked Su Jianjia's hair, saying with a pained heart, "Is there truly no other way?" Su Jianjia closed her eyes, and when she opened them, clarity shone within. "Mother, on the night I entered the Marquis's residence, I had a dream, a nightmare in which you and I Yan were both harmed. I dreamed of many things. Qian Yu and Qing Yu stood by, serving her." Su Jianjia's words were not only for Ruan Shi, but also for them. Her sudden change in demeanor and her references to dreams stirred their curiosity. Even if they remained silent, Ruan Shi furrowed her brow. "Jianjia, it was merely a dream. How can one take dreams seriously?" "But mother, everything from that dream has come to pass." The weight of her revelation drained Su Jianjia of her strength. Slowly lifting her head, she still felt an ache in her heart. Ruan Shi and the two maidservants were left speechless by her words. Shun Jue had been somewhat concerned, but upon witnessing Shun Qingji's furious entrance, he understood everything. Shun Qingji had not only failed to bring anyone back, but had also returned in a state of fury. "Mother, do not say I did not go. Do not say my heart was insincere." I knelt before her. As for dreaming of ways to save second brother, her claims were nothing but lies. The Gu family sought her out to carry her back as a concubine. Being the mistress of the Marquis's residence was 1,000 times better than being a concubine. Her heart was clearly troubled. Upon hearing this, Shun Jie felt a pang of alarm. Su Jianjia could not possibly have dreamed of a way to save their father, as even the antidote lace candles had proven ineffective. The old matriarch, initially irked, had been contemplating why Shun Qingji refused to return, but upon hearing that Su Jianjia possessed a method to save Shen Heading, she grasped Su Mama's hand tightly. "Quickly, fetch the family's pair tablets." "Mother, what do you need the tablets for?" Shun Qingji was so startled she forgot to be angry. The old matriarch shot her a glance. "That is not for you to question." Ding Mama scurried back to the Gu family in a panic. "Madam, it's disastrous. We've landed ourselves in a tremendous calamity." Lin Wanru, upon hearing this, was displeased. "What calamity? How superstitious." After listening to Ding Mama's subsequent words, she could not help but laugh. "Do you actually believe that?" Shun Qingji. Her temperament is such that calling herself important would be an understatement. Her eyes are perpetually on the high ground. Huh, she want to plead with Su Jianjia? She must have heard the rumors from that day and sought her out. Ding Mama, abashed, admitted, "I merely heard it from that old hag. I did not witness the specifics myself." This time, Lin Wanru issued a stern command. "Does she not enjoy manipulating her husband? I do not care how you do it. You must bring her back, even if it means force." Su Mama quickly fetched the family's pair of tablets. The old matriarch examined the tablets, first glancing at Shan Jue and Mu Yunshu, then at Shun Qingji, shaking her head in disappointment. "All useless. Very well, I shall go myself." Chapter 30. The matriarch personally comes to request upon returning to her chamber. Su Jianjia awaited something only she understood. "My lady, a grave matter has arisen. The Gu family is utterly lawless. I have made it abundantly clear to them, yet they dare to bring their servants to our residence to abduct you. Mama Kong arrived with urgency, her voice preceding her presence. This was indeed unexpected for Su Jinjia. Qing Yu, protect the lady. I shall report this to the authorities, Qianyue declared. Rising to take action. Not so fast. Come with me first, Su Jinjia replied coldly, rising to leave, with Qianyue and Qing Yu hastily following her. With Lin Wanru's encouragement, Mama Ding's actions grew increasingly audacious. She insisted on having a small sedan chair carried, accompanied by a dozen servants, who were already embroiled in a struggle with Su family's attendants. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed an opulent carriage had quietly come to a halt at the entrance of the Su residence. What are you doing? A commanding voice interrupted, causing the crowd to turn in confusion. The matriarch immediately spotted the shabby sedan chair at the entrance, her anger flaring. Mama Ding, you have yet to recognize me? Jinjia is my daughter-in-law, the legitimate mistress of our marquisate. How dare you act so insolently? Someone, bind them all and take them to the authorities. This is the old matriarch of the marquisate. Mama Ding's face turned pale as she collapsed to the ground. Matriarch, I have severed all ties with your Shun family. If you have come to deliver a divorce decree, I welcome it. Otherwise, please leave. Su Jinjia's voice rang out, devoid of any excess expression even in the presence of the matriarch. Yet she was acutely aware that her plans had succeeded. Mother, please refrain from speaking in anger. Grandmother and I have come to bring you home. Shan Jue chimed in, joining them. The matriarch, somewhat reluctant to concede, exchanged a glance with Mama Su. Madam, the matriarch has decreed that you shall preside over the household from today. Mama Su approached respectfully, presenting the household's insignia to her. Upon witnessing this, Mama Ding gasped in shock, collapsing in terror. Mama Kong was equally startled. The matriarch had come in person and even brought the household insignia. She immediately glanced at Su Jinjia, exclaiming, "Oh, my lady, what are you waiting for? Accept it." Su Jinjia merely cast a fleeting glance at the insignia, then stepped back, performing a graceful bow. I am but a humble servant of a small household. I am unworthy of such a burden. I implore the matriarch not to trouble me further. With that, she turned to leave, ensuring the door was closed behind her. Jinjia, it is I who have erred. My ears are too soft. Please forgive your mother this once. If you agree to return to the marquisate, all affairs will be under your command. The matriarch hastily pursued her, eyes filled with sincerity, resembling a child who had misbehaved. Upon hearing this, Shun Jue's eyes darkened with intensity. He clenched his fists behind his back, allowing this wretched woman her moment of triumph. When they returned, and she could not produce the antidote, it would not require his intervention. The matriarch and Shun Qingji would tear her apart. Su Jinjia furrowed her brows in silence, casting a reproachful glance at the servants guarding the door for their negligence. Even heading will be under your care, all right? The matriarch, unaccustomed to admitting fault, tugged at Su Jinjia's sleeve before quickly releasing it. How amusing! Su Jinjia suppressed a smile, lowering her gaze. Matriarch, you jest. I am unworthy. Who says you are unworthy? If anyone dares to utter such nonsense again, I will be the first to cast them out. The matriarch's voice rose, strong yet tinged with an undercurrent of insecurity. Jinjia, see, your mother has come personally. Grant her this favor. If you wish for my elder sister to return, then so be it. On the day of her marriage, you used a grand sedan chair to bring her to the Shun family. Today, you shall do the same, or you shall not dream of bringing her back, Su Jinjia asserted. At that moment, Su Yin strode in, his face serious, perspiration dotting his brow from his hurried return. Yin speaks precisely what I intend to say, he stated, just as Ruan came in. Su Jinjia moved closer to them, glancing at the matriarch. Given her understanding of the matriarch's disposition, she feared the matriarch would hesitate. Very well, let it be done. I do not wish to see Jinjia wronged. Mama Su, prepare immediately. A grand sedan chair must be arranged, and the music must not be lacking, the matriarch commanded resolutely. What could be more important than heading into Appo's life? Moreover, they did indeed overstep their bounds that day. Su Jianjia was momentarily taken aback. Jianjia, you shall accept the household insignia, yes? The matriarch, fearful of her refusal, pressed on. May I be permitted to speak with my brother? Su Jianjia requested, turning to Su Yin, who had rushed back from the academy, likely already aware of the Gu family situation. There were matters she needed to discuss with him. The matriarch nodded in acquiescence. Su Jianjia relayed her discussion with Ruan to Su Yin, contemplating that it was best she inform him personally. Sister, do not worry. I will ensure the events of the dream do not repeat. If you wish to return to the Marquisate, I will be your support, and no one shall bully you or mother again, Su Yin declared, his voice resolute, filled with concern. The matriarch urged Su Jianjia to return. Soon, Mama Su had arranged everything. A large red sedan chair stood at the Su residence, and the sound of drums and music filled the air. Only then did Su Jianjia accept the household insignia, stepping into the sedan chair under the watchful eyes of Ruan and Su Yin. On the way, many passers-by paused to watch. Whose bride is being welcomed? What bride? You are unaware. This is the Marquisate reclaiming Miss Su. And it is said the old matriarch herself came to negotiate for her return. Due to the throngs of onlookers, traffic became congested, forcing many to halt. Among them, a group appeared weary, vigilantly encircling a rather unassuming carriage. Which Marquisate? Someone wondered. The Marquisate of Chongning. Suddenly, those within the carriage raised their heads. Who is seated within the sedan? A pair of fair, delicate hands lifted the curtain. From a distance, the crowd could not discern the identity of the occupants. Only that a young lady resided inside. Naturally, the lady within was the Marquis's wife. Then, a cold snort emanated from the carriage. The Marquis's wife? What is she worth that she deserves to be compared to Brother Heading? Upon learning that the matriarch not only relinquished the household insignia, but also employed a grand sedan chair to bring her back, Shen Qingji was furious beyond measure. Su Jianjia, you have obtained what you desired. Now you may hand over the antidote for my second brother. Shen Qingji confronted her as the matriarch and Su Jianjia entered the door. Chapter 31. The silver needle turns black as Su Jianjia followed the matriarch into the Marquis's residence. The servants within the estate were keenly observant. Although the key to governance lay in her hands, her ability to manage this household depended not only on her own capabilities, but also on the matriarch's disposition. Was this key truly bestowed upon her willingly? It was, after all, a reluctant concession. Pausing for a moment, Su Jianjia said nothing, merely fixing her indifferent gaze upon Shen Qingji, and that alone sufficed. A sudden unease gripped the matriarch's heart. After all, He Ting was still in dire need of rescue. What was Qingji doing? With a stern countenance, she admonished, Qingji, cease this at once. Who taught you such manners? Is this how you address your sister-in-law? I demand you apologize to Jianjia right now. Mother, on what grounds should I apologize to her? Have I spoken amiss? Or is it that she alone is permitted to act while others must remain silent? I am certain she has done something to second brother. Otherwise, how could she alone be aware of his poisoning? Are the imperial physicians merely incompetent? The matriarch had never been so severe with her before, and Qingji felt deeply humiliated today. The surrounding servants exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe that the matriarch would demand an apology from the third young lady. Seeing Qingji's eyes redden with grievance, the matriarch's heart ached. Indeed, the adage whoever gives birth feels the pain rang true. Initially, she had only intended to feign authority, and so she glanced towards Su Jianjia. A trace of cold amusement flickered in Su Jianjia and damp, Oppo's sighs. She remained silent, lifting her gaze towards Qianyue and Qingyu before taking a step back. Qianyue immediately grasped the situation. Miss, it is evident this Marquis's residence does not welcome us. You should return the key to the matriarch, and let us depart. The lady and young master await our return for dinner. The matriarch's voice rose again. Qingji, did you not hear my command? I expect an apology. With gritted teeth, Shen Qingji reluctantly forced out, Sister-in-law, I am sorry. As Su Jianjia turned her gaze to the servants, they hastily bowed their heads in a flurry. Matriarch, why are you still dawdling? Do not forget to greet the lady. Only then did the servants step forward to pay their respects, calling out, We pay our respects to the lady. A faint smile finally graced Su Jianjia's face. The matriarch had indeed helped her establish authority, yet she wondered how Shun He-ting would react upon learning of this. In the entire Marquis's residence, the only one whose thoughts eluded her was Shun He-ting. As for Shun Qingji, she could bear the offense. After all, only one of them could survive. Mother, you have finally returned. Grandmother indeed has her ways. I am greatly impressed, Mu Yunshu exclaimed, bustling in amidst the lively atmosphere. Su Lianjia li susuri liftet heredits. A smile curling her lips. This Marquis and Appo's residence was truly not without its complexities. Mu Yunshu and Appo's words served not only to flatter the matriarch, but also subtly conveyed to her how difficult it was to invite her. She ran her fingers through her hair. Addressing Yunshu, you and I are to marry into the Marquis's residence together, bringing joy to the Marquis. Logically, you should assist me in alleviating the matriarch and the Marquis's burdens. How is it that you are unaware of the Marquis's poisoning and do not know how to save him? Could it be that the esteemed individual has miscalculated? Initially, the matriarch had not perceived any issue, but Su Jianjia's words made her realize that Mu Yunshu was indeed ineffectual. Mu Yunshu's expression stiffened. Jianjia, it is time for you to produce the antidote, the matriarch urged, anxiety rising over the matter of the remedy. No one believed Su Jianjia could truly procure an antidote. Everyone was eager to witness what would unfold if she failed to deliver. Shun Qingji shot her a sidelong glance, snorting coldly. Suddenly, Mama Wu approached her, whispering something, causing her previous gloom to dissipate. A triumphant smile crept onto her face, casting a look of smug satisfaction at Su Jianjia, reminiscent of a defeated hen suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Shun He-ting remained in a deep, unfaltering slumber, his complexion deteriorating further, shrouded in a faint pallor that hinted at impending death. Su Jianjia's heart sank. The poison he had been afflicted with was ranked third in the toxicology manual. Known as reflecting shadow. Once poisoned, it was akin to a malignant growth. With each episode, the toxin would deepen its hold, even if Shun Jue had replaced the candles. The reason for his continued unconsciousness was clear. Shun Qingji shot a glance at the matriarch, who had endured much. She could no longer restrain herself. Jianjia, it is time for you to produce the antidote, is it not? Rest assured, as long as you can save Yi-ting, my word shall hold true. From this day forth, the entire household shall be under your command. In an instant, numerous gazes converged upon Su Jianjia. Shun Jue and Mu Yunshu exchanged knowing smirks, while Shun Qingji's glee was unmistakable on her face. They all believed that Su Jianjia would surely be unable to provide the antidote, except for Qianyue and Qingyu, who looked at her with unwavering faith. As Su Jianjia dipped her brush in ink, preparing to inscribe the prescription, she suddenly noticed a slip of paper beneath the weight. A cursory glance revealed the words divorce agreement, illuminating her understanding that the Marquis had already prepared such a document. A smile crept onto Su Jianjia's lips. This was for the best. She had no intention of entangling herself further with Shun He-ting. After exacting her revenge, she would depart the Marquis's residence, and, as reparation, she would ensure the complete cure of his affliction beforehand. Just as Su Jianjia finished writing the prescription, Shun Qingji rudely snatched it from her hands, demanding, "Let me see what nonsense you have written." Though she lacked medical knowledge, she recognized the individual characters, yet when they were strung together, their meaning eluded her entirely. Shun Jie stood beside her, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, but upon discerning the words, his eyes widened in shock. How could she possibly know? Is my handwriting truly that poor? Or have you seen this prescription before? Su Jianjia noted Shun Jue's astonishment with keen interest. Shun Jie suppressed his surprise, replying, "I am merely surprised. Your mother has remarkably fine penmanship. Jianjia, can this truly cure He-ting's poison?" The matriarch took the prescription from Shun Qingji for a closer look. Though she too could not decipher it, Shun Qingji dared not allow Shun He-ting to consume any medication indiscriminately. "Mother, who knows if there's an issue with this prescription? We should call for Elder Su to examine it." Her suggestion struck a chord with the matriarch. "Qingji, send for him at once." Su Jianjia eagerly anticipated Elder Su's arrival. Shen Jue's thoughts were tumultuous. What connection did Su Jinjia have with that individual? Or was this truly a figment of her imagination? Regardless of which scenario it was, he felt as though he were perched upon needles. With Shen Qingji present, Mu Yinshu did not dare to speak out, remaining quiet. Elder Su soon arrived, exclaiming, "Nonsense! I have already stated that the Marquis is not poisoned. How dare you administer random medications? Are you seeking to end his life?" He scolded vehemently without even reviewing the prescription. Su Jinjia interjected, "Elder Su, may I borrow a silver needle?" Elder Su regarded her with curiosity. "What is your intention? Surely, you do not mean to stab the Marquis?" Su Jinjia raised an eyebrow. "It is merely a silver needle. You would not begrudge me such a thing, would you?" "Very well, very well." Elder Su retrieved a packet of silver needles from his medicine box and pressed it into her hands. With a smile, Su Jinjia extracted a single silver needle and approached Shun He-ting, her movements swift and decisive as she pierced the needle into the He-gu point on his hand. Elder Su breathed a silent sigh of relief. She was indeed not intending to harm him, but had aimed the needle at the Marquis instead. That was a relief. Even Shenjue remained uncertain of her intentions. Moments later, Su Jinjia withdrew the needle and presented it before Elder Su. Initially indifferent, he soon found himself unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. The silver needle had turned black. Chapter 32. As the Marquis was unfastening his trousers, he awoke. The old lady and Shun Qingji also observed the scene with clarity. The room fell into a profound silence, with every gaze fixated on the darkened silver needle. Shun Jue's eyes were locked onto Su Jinjia, his face contorted with malevolence. This wretched woman had once again thwarted his plans. Initially, the notion of Shun Heading being poisoned seemed dubious. If everyone insisted he had not been poisoned, he would eventually come to believe it as well. Yet, she not only produced the antidote, but also exposed the matter of Shun Heading's poisoning. Mu Yunshu felt a pang of fear. How had this situation been revealed? And what would they do next? The Marquis had indeed been poisoned. Elder Su rushed forward, placing his hand on Shun Heading's pulse, bewilderment etched on his face. What on earth is happening? According to the pulse, the Marquis appears to be in perfect health. Su Jinjia and Appo's eyes flickered momentarily before she maintained her composure, stating, "I have always found this matter to be quite peculiar. Upon returning home, I perused numerous ancient texts and fortuitously discovered that certain poisons can remain hidden within a body, undetectable even by pulse examination. One must probe the Higu acupoint with a silver needle. Thus, I thought to give it a try, and to my surprise, it yielded results." Her words were a blend of truth and deception. Elder Su paced restlessly within the room, muttering, "How could I not have thought of this? I know what poison the Marquis has been afflicted with." Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "It must be the poison from the poison cannon. Since the text has long been lost, I never considered it." The old lady nearly staggered back in shock. "What? The poison from the poison cannon? May I ask, Elder Su, what exactly has my son been poisoned with?" Su Jinjia lowered her gaze slightly, concealing the amusement in her eyes. This was precisely what she wished Elder Su to reveal. How could one seek revenge without a trump card? Now is not the time for her to unveil hers. The old man remained uncertain. Such a peculiar poison could only be found in the poison cannon. Su still had some confidence in this regard. But how can we counteract this poison affecting Heading? The old lady's heart plummeted. Elder Su shook his head, explaining that the poison cannon was divided into 2 volumes. The first volume detailed the creation of poisons, while the antidotes were recorded in the second volume, which he had no knowledge of. The old lady's face turned ashen, and suddenly she recalled something. "Elder Su, please examine this prescription. Could it possibly counteract the poison in Heading?" Shun Qingji was equally eager to learn Elder Su's verdict. Having cast aside her grievances with Su Jinjia, if her second brother were to fall into peril, the Marquis would certainly crumble. Once her brother was safe, she could deal with Su Jinjia later. Elder Su scrutinized the prescription and could not help but praise. "The use of herbs here is truly exquisite. Whether it can alleviate the Marquis's poison, summon someone to brew a bowl of this concoction. I have my methods for verification." Upon the old lady's command, It took merely half an hour for Xiao Zhan to enter with a steaming bowl of medicine. Elder Su once more pierced Shun Heading's Higu acupoint with a silver needle, then plunged the discolored needle into the brown potion, steam wafting around them, all eyes glued to the scene. Elder Su and Apos. S demeanor was tense. Once the needle was withdrawn, if the color remained unchanged, it would signify the medicine's ineffectiveness. Conversely, if the color altered, it would indicate its efficacy. Everyone awaited anxiously. Su Jianjia appeared composed, while Shun Jie and Apos' gaze swept over her, questioning her unwavering confidence. Little did she know that the antidote had likely lost its potency. Moments later, Elder Su extracted the silver needle. The tension in the room escalated. The old lady, her vision failing, hurried forward for a better view, only to hear Elder Su exclaim with astonishment, "It has lightened. The color of the needle has shifted from black to gray. This medicine is effective. It can suppress the poison within the marquis." Shun Jue's expression darkened further, allowing this wretched woman a moment of triumph. He vowed that when this medicine failed to save his father, she would have her comeuppance. Su Jianjia smiled gently, and with Elder Su's words, she had firmly established her position within the marquis. The old lady immediately ordered someone to prepare more medicine for Shun Heading. After sending Elder Su away, Shun Qingji, filled with reluctance, glanced at Su Jinjia, preparing to speak, but Su Jinjia met her gaze. "Surely, the Marquis's poison is not something I inflicted upon him, is it? You heard Elder Su state that the poison cannon has long been lost. Do you think I possess such capabilities? Perhaps the esteemed lady could enlighten me with her knowledge of poisons from the poison cannon?" You. Shun Qingji was rendered speechless by her retort. Su Jinjia intended to use Shun Qingji's words to silence all others. Witnessing Shun Heading take the medicine, the old lady remained uneasy. "Jinjia, when do you think Heading will awaken?" "Perhaps by tomorrow morning." Su Jinjia pondered briefly. "Jinjia, my mother is immensely grateful to you. Your presence is indeed a great fortune for the Marquis." The old lady grasped her hand tightly, expressing her profound gratitude. Upon returning to Shoan Hall, she immediately dispatched someone to bring Su Jinjia numerous valuable gifts, all drawn from her private treasury. Angered, Shun Qingji stormed out, thinking that others had a cherished daughter-in-law. The spectacle today might lead one to believe the Marquis was hosting another wedding. Why should she linger here, becoming an eyesore? Shun Jie and Mu Yunshu also retreated to their quarters, leaving the room desolate. As night fell, Shun Heading remained in a deep slumber. Su Jinjia administered another dose of medicine, remaining vigilantly by his side. Strangely, she sensed a faint metallic scent of blood in the air. She bit her lip, gently lifting the brocade blanket covering Shun Heading. He was clad in a white inner garment, and her gaze drifted downward. Suddenly, a pool of blood at the base of his thigh caught her off guard. Su Jinjia's eyes widened. She realized he had sustained an injury from an arrow to his chest, yet this wound remained concealed. Did anyone else know? He had not mentioned it that day. Had he received any treatment? It seemed highly unlikely. She summoned Qianyu, requesting healing ointment, a basin of clean water, and cloth. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered, casting shadows across her face. Standing before Shun Heading's bed, she gazed at his wound, mentally preparing herself for an extended period. He was merely an ailing patient. Could she continue to witness his bleeding without intervening? Finally, she took a deep breath, closed her eyes, steeled her heart, and with trembling, porcelain-like hands, she began to remove his blood-stained trousers. Moments later, he was left in only his white undergarments. Su Jinjia kept her eyes shut, her hands frozen in the air for a long while, before slowly lowering them to grasp the waistband of his undergarment. With a gentle tug, she felt it loosen. She then slightly shifted her body, her hands clutching his undergarment, pulling it down bit by bit as if she were a thief. Her only solace was that Shun Heading remained unconscious, completely oblivious to her actions. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, her wrist was seized forcefully, and a hoarse voice laced with fury rang out. Su Jinjia instinctively opened her eyes. Chapter 33. A wooden stake. This scene arrived with an overwhelming suddenness, leaving no room for expectation. The two individuals met each other's gaze, and time seemed to freeze for a fleeting moment. Ah! Su Jianjia covered her face and let out a shriek, quickly turning away, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Stammering, she implored, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. I merely noticed that you were injured, and you lay unconscious. I only wished to assist you. I truly saw nothing." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost as faint as a fly's buzz, as if the words "feeling guilty" were branded upon her forehead. She genuinely had not meant to intrude. Behind her, Shun Heading struggled to suppress his breath, hastily pulling up the quilt to cover himself completely. Typically, he was the embodiment of calm even in the face of calamity. Yet at this moment, his face was flushed as if it could bleed, and even the nape of his neck burned with crimson. Unaware of his embarrassment, Su Jianjia was consumed with anxiety, fearing that Shun Heading might blame her. Shun Heading gazed at her quivering silhouette, noticing the redness creeping up her neck, and found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to be angry or amused. Wasn't she supposed to be bold? Why was she now frightened? Aware of his own injuries, he attributed them to minor wounds and dismissed them, not realizing they had worsened due to contact with water. "Where's the medicine? Where an amp? Amp? Oppos. Even tend to my wounds?" His voice emerged raspy, barely above a whisper. "The medicine is here, my lord. Since you are awake, you may apply it yourself." Su Jianjia placed the medicine down, still facing away from him, and intended to flee the scene. Shun Heading grasped her sleeve, causing her to halt, her head remaining turned away. In a voice equally hoarse, she asked, "Is there anything else, my lord? My injury is on my chest, affecting my arms. My hands are not very dexterous. I would appreciate your assistance in applying the medicine." His gaze was deep and solemn. Having entered his quarters and shared his bed, she was now his wife, and he had no intention of seeking another. Since she had already seen, she ought to do something about it. Wasn't she supposed to help him with the medicine? It was unreasonable to abandon the task halfway. Su Jianjia's eyes widened in surprise. "My lord, why did he still want her to apply the medicine when he was awake? Just moments ago, he had been blushing. How could he now appear unashamed?" With this thought, she steadied herself. "Very well, I shall tend to your wounds." Upon hearing her acquiescence, Shun Heading released her sleeve. Su Jianjia composed herself and began to tend to him. She had been startled earlier, and as long as she herself was not embarrassed, it was he who should feel the shame. She silently repeated to herself, "This is merely a wooden stake, just a wooden stake." Yet her delicate, porcelain-like hands trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Shun Heading Kuden and Oppos. T helped but watch her, captivated by the intense focus etched upon her youthful face. Her eyes, dark and bright, observed his injury with unwavering steadiness. In contrast, he found himself unable to mirror her calm. Her gentle fingers grazing his skin sent tremors coursing through him, making his heart race and his breath falter, with his ears burning as if aflame. He regretted it. She was not merely applying medicine. She was inflicting torture. Su Jianjia discreetly raised her eyes and caught sight of his flushed ears. A smile flitted across her lips. Did he think she was unaware of his embarrassment? Deliberately, she slowed her movements, mentally reiterating, "This is just a wooden stake." As Shun Heading grew increasingly tense, each passing second felt like an eternity. "Is it done?" He forced out, suppressing the tremor in his voice, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Almost there," Su Jianjia replied at a leisurely pace, driving him to the brink of madness. Just when Shun Heading felt he could no longer endure, she finally announced, "My lord, it is done." Those words rang like celestial music to his ears. "Thank you." He exhaled a long-held breath, his rigid body relaxing. "I shall take my leave now," Su Jianjia said, tidying up her belongings before turning to exit. Shun Heading watched her fleeing figure, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. If she truly felt no shame, why did she run away? He was convinced he had indeed been poisoned, likely due to his mother summoning her back. After the medicine was applied, he called for Xiaozhan. From him, he learned of the events that transpired during his unconsciousness, discovering for the first time the existence of a poison manual. And he pondered who might have schemed against him. "My lord, could it be the lady?" Xiaozhan ventured boldly. Shun Heading recalled her flushed neck and dismissed the notion. Such a gentle soul could never wield a murderous blade. "It is not her. Investigate thoroughly. We must uncover the poison manual and identify the villain responsible for my affliction. But, my lord, old Su mentioned that the poison manual has long been lost, Xiao Zhan replied. A smile flickered across Shan Heading's face, albeit devoid of genuine warmth. If it has been lost, how could it have found its way to me? Old Su only knows of the poison and amp, Appo's existence, yet he does not even comprehend its nature. How can I feel at ease? My lord speaks truth, yet the lady does possess many suspicions. Can she truly be trusted? Xiao Zhan expressed his doubts. Shen Heading's gaze deepened, unhurried. She is right under my nose. I shall discern the truth in due course. As Xiao Zhan prepared to leave, Shen Heading suddenly recalled his earlier query. The Gu family. Which Gu family are you referring to? They have overstepped their bounds, even daring to insult our marquisate. Su Jinjia dared not step into the inner chamber any longer. Instead, she had a soft couch set up in the outer room. As Shen Heading awoke, news reached the old lady, prompting her to chant several Buddhist prayers before turning to Su Mama. Keep a close watch on the people below. If anyone dares to show disrespect to Jinjia, report it to me immediately. Lu Yunjiu. What? You say father has awakened? Shun Jue exclaimed incredulously upon hearing the guard's report. The antidote had clearly lost its efficacy within the candlelight. How could father have regained consciousness? Mu Yunshu declared fiercely, Cousin, shall we simply let that wretched Su Jinjia go? Not only has she thwarted our plans, but she has also seized control of the household. Will she not ride roughshod over us in the future? I care not. By any means necessary, we must eliminate that wretched girl. Shen Jue, however, was not so easily convinced. After sealing the prepared letter, he scoffed. Do you think her current position as head of the household is a blessing? The power she holds is akin to a death warrant. The first to turn against her will be those from the second branch. Do you know how many in this household belong to the second branch? Just one of them would be enough to ruin her. Mu Yinshu pondered, realizing that the first to be targeted would be Su Jinjia. The second branch was furious upon learning that the old lady had entrusted the household's authority to Su Jinjia, each member seething with indignation. Having been managed by the eldest branch for a lifetime, how could they accept being overseen by a lowly girl brought in through marriage? The old lady of the second branch was so incensed she could not even eat. Qin Shi, equally enraged, reassured her mother, do not worry. She is merely a small-time girl. Has she ever run a household before? I could easily subdue her with a mere flick of my finger. If the eldest branch is truly out of options, perhaps it would be better to hand the household management over to us in the second branch. The old lady of the second branch regarded her daughter with a knowing glance. Be discreet about it. After all, Su Jinjia is the apple of my sister-in-law and Appo's. Have you not seen how she neglects her own daughter? The following day, after paying her respects to the old lady, Su Jinjia requested, Qian Yu, please bring my dear daughter-in-law to me. I have prepared a grand surprise for her. With everyone vying for control of the household, she cannot afford to become a scapegoat. Chapter 34. The shield has arrived soon. Mu Yunshu arrived, unbeknownst to her, as to why her mother-in-law had summoned her. More precisely, she was there as a shield. Upon seeing her, Su Jinjia greeted her with a warm smile. Yinshu, you're here. Please take a seat. She hurriedly called for tea and snacks to be prepared. Mu Yinshu furrowed her brows slightly, sensing that this little vixen had ulterior motives, akin to a weasel wishing a hen good fortune. What mischief was she concocting? Yinshu, you know our Su family is modest, and I am not adept at managing household affairs. Moreover, your father requires care, and I simply cannot manage everything. I thought to ask for your assistance. Su Jinjia began after Mu Yunshu had sipped her tea and tasted a pastry. She then produced a family management token and pushed it toward Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu's heart raced. This was the power of the household. Who would tea desire it? Mother, this is utterly inappropriate, she exclaimed, reaching for it, but suddenly recalling Shan Jue's warning. What Su Jinjia offered was not a token of authority, but a death warrant. Su Jinjia, with a hint of melancholy, asked, do you truly not wish to assist your mother? Mu Yinshu dared not accept. Very well, this matter cannot be forced. Qianyu, please summon your sister-in-law. It seems I must let her temporarily manage the household affairs, Su Jinjia sighed, turning to leave. Upon hearing that she intended to pass the household power to Qin, Mu Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. The second branch would surely scheme to seize the authority, and here she was offering it freely. The power, once in their hands, would be as difficult to reclaim as retrieving meat from a dog. Su Jianjiao was convinced that Mu Yunshu would not withstand the temptation. Just as Qianyu was about to seek out Qin, Mu Yunshu could no longer hold her tongue. Mother! A triumphant smile flickered in Su Jianjia and Appo's eyes as she looked at Mu Yunshu in surprise. Yunshu, is there something on your mind? If Mother does not mind my shortcomings, I am willing to alleviate your burdens, Mu Yunshu replied. Su Jianjia and Appo's face lit up with joy. Yunshu, do you truly wish to help me? Mu Yunshu nodded. However, I will require your guidance by my side. She resolved that the household power must never fall into the hands of the second branch, for with her cousin's support, she could manage the residence adequately. After all, this authority would eventually be hers, and she might as well familiarize herself with it in advance. Su Jianjia promptly handed the management token to her. Then I shall rely on you, Yunshu. This way, I can focus on caring for your father. With the token in hand, Mu Yunshu felt a surge of confidence. Madam, everything needed for today has been procured. Please review it. Just then, Mama Xia, who was in charge of purchases, arrived. Mu Yunshu quickly concealed the token in her sleeve, fearing Su Jianjia would reclaim it. Yunshu, I must tend to your father and Appo's medication. I leave these matters in your capable hands, Su Jianjia said, gently patting Mu Yunshu's hand and instructing Mama Xia to assist her. Mama Xia was taken aback. Madam is empowering the young mistress? Mu Yunshu dismissed her concerns. To her, it was merely a formality, nothing challenging. As they departed, Qingyu asked, Miss, why would you relinquish the household authority to the young mistress, who clearly is not reliable? Qingyu echoed her confusion. Which matron doesn't tightly grip the household power? It makes no sense to hand it over. Meeting their puzzled gazes, Su Jianjia chuckled softly. While the authority is secure in the old matron's hands and mine, it would be a sword hanging over my head. A single misstep could spell disaster, hence the need for a shield. The first and second branches have not separated. If this power rests with me, it would surely incite uproar. Not to mention that many servants are likely from the second branch, who would respect me. If I held this token, Mu Yunshu and the second branch would unite against me. But now that it is in her hands, the second branch will direct their ire toward her. Let them clash. I stand to gain. Madam, the Lord requests your presence, came a voice as she entered Tingyu Pavilion, and Xiao Zhan approached her. Su Jianjia hesitated for a moment before steeling herself to enter the inner chamber. What does the Lord wish to discuss? She asked, casting her gaze downward as she curtsied to Shun Heading, her cheeks betraying a flush. He cleared his throat. How do you plan to handle those individuals? This vague inquiry left Su Jianjia bewildered. Lord, what do you mean? Shun Heading frowned. The Gu family. Only then did Su Jianjia realize he was aware of Lin Wanru's humiliation of her, and now that she had returned to the Marquisate, it would reflect poorly on the family. You may handle it as you see fit, my lord. Shun Heading was aware of her past with Gu Changjian. His narrow eyes squinted. Did she still not let go of him? He summoned Xiao Zhan and issued a few directives. After about half an hour, the steward reported, Lord Gu and Madame Gu have come to apologize. Should the madam see them? Qingyu could not help but scoff. What good is an apology? It's not like they can reclaim what they've taken. Miss, they should be thrown out. Qingyu, equally indignant, replied, throwing them out would only benefit them. The miss should not suffer in silence. They must experience the grievance she has endured. Su Jianjia understood that Gu Changjin valued his return to the Marquisate, which compelled him to bring Lin Wanru to apologize. As Qingyu stated, what good was an apology? Do not let them in, let them return. Her refusal would ensure the Marquisate would not let them off lightly. Inside the chamber, Shun Heading listened intently. Once the steward left, he summoned Xiao Zhan again. At the Marquisate's entrance, Lin Wanru lamented, Husband, you heard that it is not I who refuse to apologize. It is they who have climbed the social ladder and refuse to see us. Lin Wanru had not anticipated that the old matron would personally intervene, using a grand procession to bring Su Jianjia back, while Ding Mama and others remained imprisoned. Upon Gu Changjin and Appo's return, He had pressured her into apologizing to Su Jinjia. He did not even glance at Lin Wanru. Could he express regret? His gaze remained fixed on the Marquis. Jinjia, do you truly wish never to see me again? I'm your elder brother, Chong Jin. Seeing his expression, Lin Wanru felt a surge of resentment. Husband, if you do not depart, I shall take my leave. Gu Chongjin averted his gaze. If you're not afraid of angering the Marquis and implicating the Lin family, you may leave. Lin Wanru gasped, Husband, do you mean this is the Marquis' intent? Gu Chongjin ignored her. My lord has said, there is no one who stands while apologizing. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan approached. Standing on the steps, looking down at Gu Chongjin and Lin Wanru. It was my oversight, Gu Chongjin said, kneeling. Lin Wanru inhaled sharply, fear flashing across her face as she reluctantly knelt. Xiao Zhan continued. My lord also stated that you may return only when the madam is calmed. Lin Wanru's vision darkened with anger. What did the Marquis mean? If that wretched woman continued to hold a grudge, would they never return? Xiao Zhan soon reported back. Shun Heading raised his gaze. These trivial matters need not trouble the madam. Xiao Zhan. This is just the beginning. The Marquis is already shielding the madam. A lingering doubt resided within him. What had transpired before he entered last night? The Marquis and Amp. Appo's face was as flushed as a monkey and Amp. Appo's backside. And having accompanied him for so long, it was the first time he had witnessed such a countenance. In the morning, the matriarch paid a visit to Shun Heading. At lunchtime, she even had someone deliver a nourishing soup of mountain chicken and mushrooms to him, specifically intended to bolster his health. Su Jinjia was just about to ladle him a bowl when, in that very moment, the butler rushed in, breathless and agitated. My lord, my lady, something is amiss. The matriarch was dining, and for reasons unknown, she has suddenly fainted. Chapter 35. The scheming woman harms her. Shun Heading abruptly rose to his feet. How could a perfectly healthy mother suddenly faint? Quickly summoned the physician. It was her first day in charge of the household. Su Jinjia sensed that something was amiss, but she never imagined they would dare to target the old matriarch. This was clearly an attempt to unseat her from her position today. She intended to assist Shun Heading, but seeing him stride confidently, she withdrew her outstretched hand silently. Out of the corner of his eye, Shun Heading caught sight of her retracted hand. As he stepped over the threshold, he unexpectedly lurched forward, nearly losing his balance. My lord, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Su Jinjia stepped forward to steady him. Her voice laced with concern. My lord, are you all right? Shun Heading shook his head, admitting he had merely felt a momentary weakness in his legs. Xiao Zhan, trailing behind, subtly raised his eyes and remarked, My lord, might I inquire what you just uttered? The group swiftly arrived at Shoan Hall. The old matriarch lay unconscious on the couch, her complexion pale and her lips tinged with a bluish hue. Su Jinjia discerned at a glance that she had been poisoned, but fortunately, her life was not in peril. Her gaze shifted to the table laden with dishes, suspecting that the problem lay in one of them. Oh dear sister-in-law, what has happened to you? The second branch had just arrived, and he sure immediately collapsed beside the old matriarch, weeping loudly, making it seem as if the matriarch had already departed from this world. Aunt, please wake up. Open your eyes and see. Your second son has come to see you. Qin Shi wailed, her cries escalating. The two women and Appo's lamentations were unbearable for Shun Heading. Enough. Mother has merely fainted. The physician is on the way. She will be fine. Only then did the two women restrain their tears. Noticing Su Jinjia and Amp, Appo's calm demeanor, Qin Shi and Amp, Appo's eyes glinted with calculation. With the matriarch in such a state, how could the sister-in-law show no signs of distress? This was clearly an attempt to sow discord. If my tears could awaken her, I would certainly weep more bitterly than either you or sister-in-law. Su Jinjia retorted with measured weight. Insi fosta ismail, inwardly kersing sufiangia. What has happened to grandmother? Mu Yunshu arrived, having spent the morning in a flurry, and upon hearing of the matriarch and Appo's incident, she dropped her bowl in shock. No one could answer her question. Fortunately, the physician arrived promptly. His conclusion aligned with Su Jinjia's suspicions. My lord, the old matriarch has been poisoned, but thankfully, is not severe and poses no threat to her life. Upon hearing of the poisoning, he sure and Amp, Appo's voice rose sharply. How can my sister-in-law suddenly be poisoned? Investigate immediately. I wish to uncover who dared to harm her. Qin Shi turned to Shun Heading. Brother, this has escalated to the level of our aunt. We cannot show leniency. Shun Heading's dark eyes glinted with coldness. He exchanged glances with Xiao Zhan, and soon several guards marched in to apprehend all the servants in the room. For reasons unknown, Mu Yinshu felt a chill run through her. How had the matriarch been poisoned? The health of my mother is paramount. Please treat her first, Su Jinjia urged, her eyes reflecting concern, though a glimmer of cunning flickered within. The second branch was likely unaware that she had transferred the household's authority to Mu Yinshu. Shen Heading glanced at her. Mama Su stood by, silently shedding tears, her eyes like daggers piercing Su Jinjia. Everything had been fine until her first day in charge. And now the matriarch was poisoned. It must be her doing. After the physician administered acupuncture, the old matriarch regained consciousness. Mother, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Shun Heading inquired. The room was filled with individuals surrounding the matriarch, who could only see Shun Heading. A look of confusion crossed her face. Heading, why are you here? What has happened to me? She recalled only that she had been eating when suddenly darkness enveloped her. Sister-in-law, you have been poisoned, he sure stated. I have been poisoned? The old matriarch could hardly believe it. When did this happen? How could I not know? She trusted Shun Heading implicitly. Heading, am I truly poisoned? Shun Heading affirmed. The physician has said it is not severe and poses no danger. The matriarch furrowed her brow, thinking back. I remember I was having lunch. At her words, Mu Yinshu's eyes widened in realization. Had the matriarch mistakenly ingested something? Her heart raced. It could not be mere coincidence. She had overseen all purchases made today. Shun Heading immediately instructed the physician to investigate the matriarch's lunch. He Shi and Qin Shi exchanged discreet glances. Su Jinjia observed their interaction, convinced that they were behind this incident. Mu Yinshu's anxiety intensified. The physician, unyielding in his diligence, meticulously examined the food that the old matriarch had consumed. He had only begun with the staple food when Su Mama exclaimed, I remember. The old matriarch was drinking the mountain chicken mushroom soup when she fainted. But that shouldn't be the case. The matriarch adores mountain delicacies, especially since it is mushroom season. She consumes this soup daily and even sent some to the Lord. Surely, he is unharmed? Upon hearing the first part of her statement, Mu Yinshu's spirit nearly left her body. The latter half offered her slight reassurance. Su Jinjia and Appo's gaze flicked toward her. The soup sent by the matriarch had not yet been consumed by Shun Heading. Mu Yinshu felt her legs weaken, involuntarily stepping back. On the table, a considerable amount of mountain chicken mushroom soup remained. Shun Heading decisively ordered the physician to examine the soup. After testing it with a silver needle, the physician observed the darkened needle and stated, My lord, there is poison in this soup. Mu Yinshu's face turned ashen. The old matriarch, still shaken, wondered how the soup could contain poison. This is a soup my sister-in-law consumes daily. Are they truly trying to take her life? Thank goodness Heading did not drink it. Otherwise, how could his body endure? He Shi's words pierced the old matriarch's heart. In a flurry of anger and urgency, the matriarch demanded, Who is causing trouble in this household? First Heading, now me. Who will they target next? Investigate this immediately. We must unearth the culprit. Shun Heading had already dispatched men to investigate. Qin Shi cast a lingering glance at Su Jinjia. Today is your first day in charge, and such an incident occurs. I do not blame you, but I hope you will proceed with caution. The lives of hundreds in this household are at stake. Upon hearing her words, Mu Yinshu's heart raged in turmoil. Today, she was the one in charge, and she had known that Su Jinjia, the scheming woman, would seek to harm her. Chapter 36. It turns out the sister-in-law is pretending to understand the old matriarch felt a twinge of displeasure. Who could argue otherwise? She had never even had the mushroom soup that had poisoned her son-in-law on the very first day she took charge. Had the sister-in-law ever managed a household? How could she assume it was my negligence that led to the poisoning of our mother? If you were aware of this beforehand, why did you not speak up? Su Jinjia gazed at Qin Shi, her expression one of sudden realization. Oh, so the sister-in-law has never managed a household. You speak with such authority. I had thought you were well-versed in all matters. It seems you are merely pretending to have knowledge here. Shen Heading cast a glance at Qin Shi, deciding it prudent to await the full investigation before forming conclusions. What my younger brother says holds merit, Qin Shi replied, feigning a smile while internally seething. That little wretch, Su Jinjia, truly knows how to manipulate others' sentiments. Having already been expelled from the Ho residence, she could still manage to have the old matriarch welcome her back with great fanfare, and even Shun Heading appear to favor her, a mere lowly creature. What was it about her that was so commendable? Soon, all the cooks responsible for the meal were brought forth. "Oh, madam, Lord Ho, I am wronged," cried one. "Even if I had 100 lives, I would never dare to harm you." 7 or 8 cooks knelt before the old matriarch and Shun Heading, pleading their innocence in panic. Xiao Zhan, accompanied by the imperial physician, thoroughly examined everything required for the mountain chicken mushroom soup in the kitchen, leaving no pot or utensil unchecked. After an incense stick had burned down, Xiao Zhan strode in with the remaining half-basket of mushrooms. "My lord, the issue with today's mountain chicken mushroom soup lies with these mushrooms, which were tainted with poisonous varieties," he declared, extracting the toxic mushrooms as he spoke. Shen Heading's expression darkened. Who was responsible for the purchasing today? Bring them forth as well. A cold smirk flickered in Su Jinjia's eyes. No wonder Mama Xia had urged her to inspect the day's purchases early on. She had been waiting for this moment. These mushrooms looked so alike that even Mu Yinshu, let alone herself, would struggle to differentiate which were poisonous. The tactic was indeed cunning. Upon hearing that the mushrooms had caused the problem, the old matriarch furrowed her brow and glanced at Su Jinjia. The wretched girl has harmed her. Moons who inwardly raged against Su Jianya. Once Mama Xia arrived, she would lose her ability to conceal her actions. "Please spare me, old madam. I had no knowledge that today's mushrooms were poisonous." Mama Xia knelt upon her arrival, raising her gaze towards Su Jinjia. "After purchasing the necessary items, I went to invite the madam for inspection, but somehow she did not come. Instead, she sent the young mistress, who examined these mushrooms and declared them safe, which is why I dared to bring them to the kitchen." In just a few words, she implicated both Su Jinjia and Mu Yinshu. Qin Shi was unaware that Su Jinjia had handed the household management tokens to Mu Yinshu. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed her eyes. How delightful it was to ensnare both of them in one fell swoop. He sure felt equally pleased, proud of her capable daughter-in-law. Mu Yinshu stepped forward, her face pale. "Grandmother, I did inspect these mushrooms, but I had no idea that poisonous ones were mixed in. Mother, it is all my fault. I thought it best to prioritize the care of Lord Ho, so I entrusted the household management tokens to Yunshu, not realizing such a blunder would occur. I cannot evade responsibility, and I ask for your punishment." "Mother," Su Jinjia spoke slowly, leaving Mu Yunshu bewildered. "Wasn't and Appos. This wretched girl the one who caused her trouble?" Shen Heading shot her a glance, noting her eloquence. It was all about prioritizing his care, yet she had moved to the outer chamber. When had she ever cared for him? The old matriarch reflected on her previous words and refrained from speaking up. Handing the management over to someone else, was that to be entrusted to the sister-in-law? Su Jinjia inquired earnestly. Qin Shi hesitated, contemplating the idea, but she feared that the old matriarch from the first branch would not agree. Su Jinjia smiled and remarked, "I doubt the sister-in-law could manage well either. Would you be able to recognize those poisonous mushrooms?" Qin Shi was momentarily speechless. If she had to personally oversee such trivial matters, what was the purpose of the subordinates? "Mother, I believe my second aunt's words ring true. It is crucial to distinguish between reward and punishment. However, I think the most deserving of punishment is not myself or Yinshu, but Mama Xia, who was responsible for the purchases. If the management were entrusted to another today, would she not have brought back poisonous mushrooms as well? How had she managed her purchases in the past? Was it merely by luck? If she cannot even identify poisonous mushrooms, what purpose does she serve? I have never heard of a household mistress needing to discern toxic fungi." A hidden smirk lay in Su Jinjia's eyes, since the second branch dared to act. They would not escape unscathed. Purchasing was a lucrative task, and since it had fallen into her hands, she would graciously accept it. Mama Xia had never anticipated that the fire would suddenly engulf her. As Su Jinjia raised the issue, All eyes turned to her. Mu Yinshu, an expert in delivering the final blow, said, "Grandmother, I believe my daughter-in-law's reasoning is quite sound. If these trivial matters burden the masters, what use are they? It would be better to dismiss them all, thus saving on unnecessary expenses." Old Madam, Mama Xia's face turned ashen, and after a long pause, she managed to utter, "It was all due to my momentary negligence. I beg the old madam to forgive me this once. I assure you it will not happen again." Your momentary negligence nearly cost the lives of the old madam and Lord Ho. I am curious, why is it that you, who purchase mushrooms daily, happen to be negligent on the very first day I managed the household? Who instructed you to act in such a manner? Chapter 37. It was the lady who directed the old servant. A flicker of panic crossed Mama Xia's eyes. No one had instructed the old servant. She had merely been careless for a moment. Qin was taken aback. Could it be that she knew something? "Jianjia, you speak too gravely. This is the Marquis's residence. Who would harm a sister-in-law?" he sure said, adopting a tone of admonishment befitting an elder. The matter of Shun Heading's poisoning was of great consequence. The second household was still unaware. Otherwise, he sure would not have uttered such foolish words. Su Jianjia's remarks were not directed at her. Her gaze swept past Shun Heading, and the old lady observed this subtle movement with keen clarity. A chill ran through her heart. Indeed, someone dared to poison Heading. Call someone. Drag this troublesome servant out and beat her until she tells the truth. Please spare me. Old lady, Mama Xia screamed as she was pulled away. Soon, the sound of the board striking resonated through the air. That dull thud, accompanied by Mama Xia's wails, struck heavily at Heeshu's and Qin's hearts. They were still trying to comprehend why the old lady had suddenly erupted in such fury. In the past, they could have brushed off similar incidents with a few casual remarks. Heeshu felt a twinge of anxiety. Could Mama Xia expose them? She covertly glanced at Qin, who offered a reassuring look. Mama Xia's lifeline was her useless son, and now that he was firmly in Qin's grasp, she would not dare implicate them. Shin Heading, however, understood why his mother had suddenly grown so wrathful. It was because she associated the matter with him. His gaze flickered over Su Jianjia. Recognizing her as an exceptionally astute woman, the punishment was decreed by his mother, yet the authority was established for her. What a clever tactic to frighten the rest. Mu Yinshu's eyes glimmered with insight. The old lady would undoubtedly no longer employ Mama Xia. This procurement was a tangible and lucrative task. Grand Motor, Mama Xia harbors il intentions. She must not be used again. The Marquis's household requires daily purchases, and we must find someone reliable. Su Jinjia's hand, holding the teacup, stirred slightly as a smile flickered in her eyes. At last, Mu Yinshu spoke the words she had been hoping for. The old lady nodded in agreement. But who should be appointed in her stead? All the kitchen maids were present, and the atmosphere buzzed with speculation. Heeshu and Qin were filled with resentment towards Mu Yinshu. They thought that as long as Mama Xia endured her beating, everything would return to normal, and the procurement would remain in their control. Now, that shameless little wretch, Mu Yinshu, dared to propose a change in the procurement. For these years, their household had thrived, largely thanks to Mama Xia's contributions. Yet they found themselves unable to voice their grievances. The old lady initially intended to casually appoint someone, but then reconsidered. She had promised to leave all household matters to Su Jinjia. Jinjia, you shall decide this matter. Mu Yinshu was unconcerned. Whoever Su Jinjia designated would ultimately owe her this favor. Yes, mother. Su Jinjia scanned the kitchen maids one by one until her gaze settled on the woman kneeling in the corner. Unlike the others, who were eager to ingratiate themselves with flattering smiles, this one quietly bowed her head in submission. Su Jinjia felt a warmth in her heart. You come forward. In her past life, she had often gone hungry in this Marquis and Amp, Oppo's residence. The food brought from the kitchen was either spoiled or mixed with dirt, rendering it inedible. This woman had been the first to show her kindness. Did you not hear the lady call for you? What are you lingering for? Mama Yu, oblivious, was nudged by those around her before hurriedly stepping forward. This old servant has met the lady. Su Jianjia's voice was exceptionally gentle. Can you discern poisonous mushrooms? She remembered well that Mama Yu hailed from Ningzhou, a region shrouded in mist and known for its abundant varieties of mushrooms. This task should pose no challenge for her. Mama Yu hesitated before responding, "This old servant can. From now on, the procurement in the residence will be entrusted to you. Will you accept?" Su Jianjia recalled that Mama Yu had no children and had been purchased into the Marquis's residence, responsible only for menial tasks like washing and delivering meals. Under the envious gazes of the kitchen maids, Mama Yu stared in disbelief at Su Jianjia. The lady wanted her to oversee future procurements? Her voice trembled, "Lady, I am willing." Qin was taken aback that such a lucrative task had fallen to a mere servant. "Sister-in-law, perhaps we should consider someone else? How can a mere servant handle such delicate work? Mama Chun is the kitchen's overseer and has always managed her duties diligently. What do you think?" Mama Chun stepped forward. "This old servant can also identify poisonous mushrooms." "Oh, you're the kitchen overseer and can discern poisonous mushrooms? Then tell me, why did my mother fall ill today? Was it due to your negligence?" Qin was surprisingly kind to recommend someone else, but Su Jianjia was unaware that even Mama Chun belonged to the second household. Since she had put forth her suggestion, it seemed only fitting to penalize her as well. Mama Chun had anticipated a profitable position and was unprepared for this sudden misfortune. Seeing her falter, Mu Yinshu could not restrain a cold laugh. "Mama Chun, surely you do not mean to say that you were also careless? So, this was how you conducted your affairs, frequently allowing for oversights." Mama Chun broke into a cold sweat. This old servant was busy with other matters and did not pay attention to the mushrooms used today. Upon hearing this, the old lady in damp, Appo's fury ignited. "Since you are so inattentive, you shall no longer hold this position. From today onward, you shall be demoted to a second-class maid." Mama Chun collapsed to the ground. The old lady personally promoted Mama Zhao to oversee the kitchen. Qin felt as though she were dying. She had hoped to seize the lucrative procurement position. Yet even the kitchen overseer had been replaced. He sure shot her a discreet glare. "You truly are more of a hindrance than a help." Su Bianjia congelit had amusement. The second household had suffered such a significant loss today that they would likely loathe Mu Yunshu. From here on, she could merely sit back and watch the ensuing chaos. "Please, do not strike me any further. I truly cannot endure it. Old lady, I am willing to confess." The voice of Mama Xia echoed from outside. Qin's eyes flickered. How dare this cunning old servant? He sure suddenly tightened her grip on the handkerchief, casting a sidelong glance at Qin. "Look at the trouble you and Appo's caused." The old lady immediately ordered that Mama Xia be brought in. "Speak. Who instructed you to do this?" Mama Xia lay on the ground, her back a bloody mess, gasping for breath. In that moment, he sure and Qin and Appo's hearts leaped to their throats. To their astonishment, Mama Xia suddenly pointed at Su Jianjia, declaring, "It was the lady who directed this old servant to do so." Chapter 38. Could it be that you met her in a dream? In an instant, all eyes converged on Su Jianjia. She raised her gaze languidly and inquired, "Pray tell, why would I instruct you to conspire against the old matriarch?" He sure discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. A flicker of amusement danced in Qin's eyes. She had anticipated that Mama Xia would not disappoint her, nor would she dare to. Mu Yunshu could barely conceal her schadenfreude. It served Su Jianjia right to be in such a predicament. Shen Heading remained immobile beside the old matriarch. Not only did he disbelieve the accusation, but so did the matriarch herself. The lady harbored resentment for having been expelled from the Marquis and Appo's residence, and she had somehow learned of the matriarch and Appo's fondness for mushroom soup. Thus, she approached the old servant, instructing her to deliberately mix in poisonous fungi with the intent of causing the matriarch and Appo's demise. It was precisely because she had a guilty conscience that she summoned the young mistress for her opinion, intending not only to harm the matriarch, but also to implicate the young mistress in her wrongdoing. Mu Yinshu was convinced that Su Jianjia was up to no good. How could I have trusted my mother so thoroughly? You schemed against me, and now you dare conspire against grandmother? I owe my gratitude to Mama Xia. Qin internally commended Mama Xia as well, astonished that it was Su Jianjia who sought to harm the matriarch. Heading, summon someone to apprehend her. He sure urged Shun Heading incessantly. Shun Heading remained steadfast, refraining from uttering a word. When and where did you see me? Speak. Su Lianjia slowly lifted Heredites. Her voice sharp. Mama Xia is indeed formidable. Not only has she accused me, but she has also taken the opportunity to sow discord between me and Mu Yinshu. Mama Xia insisted, My lady, have you forgotten? You encountered this old servant in the back garden last night. You lie. My young mistress did not set foot in the back garden last night, let alone meet you. Qian Yu retorted sharply, with Qing Yu stepping forward to corroborate. At this juncture, Mama Xia continued to argue. As a maidservant of a lady, it was natural for them to defend her. Su Jianjia slowly responded, Their words are untrustworthy. What of the Marquis? With a single word from Shun Heading, Mama Xia and Amp, Oppo's, lies would be rendered baseless. Shun Heading wore a faint smirk. Last night, my lady never stepped beyond the threshold of Ting Yu Pavilion. Could it be that you met her in a dream? You audacious servant, how dare you mock me? Seize her. Let her be starved for a few days, the matriarch commanded. She then turned her gaze to Su Jinjia, assuring her, Rest assured, my child, I believe you. If you find the affairs of this household overwhelming, I am willing to allow Yun Shu to assist you, entirely at your discretion. Thank you, mother. Su Jianjia responded with a courteous bow. Old servant knows her mistakes, but I am merely standing up for the third young lady. How could such a precious person kneel before the lady? I never intended to harm the matriarch. I only wished to teach the lady a lesson, to show her that the Marquis and Amp, Oppo's, residence is not a place where she can act with impunity. As two maids dragged Mama Xia away, she shouted hoarsely. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Jinjia's eyes. She wondered what benefits the second house had promised Mama Xia to make her act like a rabid dog. Relentlessly accusing her, she quietly observed the matriarch and Amp, Oppo's, expression, noting a slight rigidity in her demeanor, which indicated a shift in her feelings. Indeed, no matter how fine a daughter-in-law, she remained an outsider, incomparable to her own flesh and blood. Qin felt a sense of satisfaction, having noticed the matriarch's subtle changes. Mama Xia was indeed capable. If one scheme failed, she had many others, and she certainly would not allow Su Jianjia, whom she deemed a lowly wretch, to rise above them. Mu Yinshu also perceived the matriarch's transformation, aware that despite the matriarch's comforting words, the incident involving Shun Qingji kneeling before Su Jianjia remained a thorn in her heart. Once certain that the matriarch was unharmed, he sure and Qin departed. Mother, I must speak candidly. This household is likely not as tranquil as you envision. First, Yinshu and I were swapped. Then the Marquis was poisoned, and now you have encountered trouble. I fear there are malevolent spirits at play. You must remain vigilant in the future. As they left Shoan Hall, Su Jinjia imparted this grave warning to the matriarch. Are you not utterly convinced of Shun Zhui's integrity? Perseverance prevails. Thus, she would gradually unveil his hypocritical facade. Upon exiting Shou and Oppo's and Hall, Su Jinjia deliberately called out to Mu Yinshu, Today's troubles stem from my actions, and I regret the burden it has placed upon you. If you no longer wish to assist in managing household affairs, I would understand. The housekeeper's tokens were nestled within Mu Yinshu's sleeve, which she clenched tightly, her mind racing with thoughts. What did this wretch mean by her words? The matriarch had tacitly allowed her to assist in household management. Did she intend to reclaim the tokens? A futile dream. The daughter-in-law feels no grievance. It is truly the matriarch who has suffered today. I care for her well-being and willingly share her burdens. A glimmer of amusement crossed Su Jinjia and Oppo's eyes. Such was the allure of power. Once possessed, it was difficult to relinquish. Mother certainly wishes for your assistance. There is no rush. Ponder it overnight and provide your response tomorrow. At this moment, if she appeared too eager to have Mu Yinshu manage the household, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Instead, she chose to dangle that notion before her, allowing Mu Yinshu to believe she desired to reclaim authority, thereby fortifying her own hold on it. Having been unconscious for several days, Shun Heading was inundated with official duties. Upon leaving Shou and Amp, Oppo's, and Hall, he made his way to the study. He felt that today's events were rather peculiar. as though she had foreseen the opportunity and anticipated the turmoil that would ensue, thus allowing Mu Yunshu to take charge. In a low voice, he summoned Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan swiftly appeared before him. Have someone keep a close watch on everyone in the residence. I want to be informed of every detail, no matter how trivial. Xiao Zhan turned to leave. Shen Heading pondered briefly before adding, also, prepare some gifts personally. Ensure they are of great value. Xiao Zhan appeared perplexed, unsure of whom the gifts were intended for. Shen Heading coughed lightly. Just see to it. In Tingyu Pavilion, Shen Heading was absent. Qian Yu and Qin Yu spoke freely without concern. Miss, you truly possess foresight. Today, the matriarch was poisoned, yet this oversight cannot be attributed to you. Others will merely blame the young mistress and amp, Oppos, as carelessness. Qian Yu wore a look of admiration. Qin Yu, however, was far from as pleased, miss. Who do you believe is behind today's incident? Su Jinjia's eyes sparkled, her lips parting slightly. This matter is far from over. As for the culprit, their true colors will soon be revealed. The morning had been clear and bright, yet the afternoon brought an unexpected rain. The wind drove the rain against the window panes, creating a gentle sound, mingling the aroma of flowers with the refreshing scent of rain. Su Jinjia had initially intended to venture out, but had to abandon her plans. She stood by the window, silently admiring the rain-soaked scenery. My lady, the old matriarch has sent me to inquire how you plan to deal with Lord Gu and the Lin family. They are still kneeling in the rain, and if this continues, it may lead to dire consequences. Mama Su arrived unexpectedly, this time behaving quite deferentially, first bowing respectfully to Su Jinjia before speaking. Chapter 39. The misfortune of dying at the gates of the Marquis's residence currently, Gu Changjin serves as a reader in the Hamlin Academy, holding the rank of 6th grade. Addressing him as Lord Gu is not an exaggeration. Who, you ask? Su Jinjia was entirely oblivious to this matter. Aunt Su expressed her surprise, questioning whether the Marquis had not mentioned it to the lady. She reluctantly recounted the events. It was only then that Su Jinjia learned that Gu Changjin and Lin Wanru had been kneeling outside for an entire day and night on the orders of Shen Heading. Although she was not well acquainted with Shen Heading, she understood that he possessed a cold and indifferent demeanor. She had always believed that such mundane affairs could not capture his attention. To her astonishment, he cared so deeply about the reputation of the Marquis and Oppos as residents. Let them return. Though she held no concern for the lives of Gu Changjin and Lin Wanru, she felt it unjust for Shen Heading's lifelong reputation to be tarnished over such a trivial matter. Aunt Su found herself in a quandary. The Marquis had stated that they could only return when the lady had calmed down. It seemed this matter required her personal intervention. Otherwise, the old lady would not have specifically sent her on this errand. Su Jinjia was momentarily taken aback. Was Shen Heading truly saying this for her sake, rather than for the Marquis and amp, Oppos' reputation? Despite the warming weather, the rain felt icy against her skin. And Gu Changjin and Lin Wanru had not eaten a morsel in a day. They were on the brink of collapse. With a creak, the tightly shut gates of the Marquis's residence swung open. Gu Changjin raised his gaze, his heart leaping with hope amidst the heavy downpour. A figure emerged, holding an umbrella. As he discerned the identity of the visitor, his expression gradually dulled. Qianyue observed their disheveled state, and the anger that had been pent up within her dissipated somewhat. My lady has commanded you to return, lest you meet your demise at the gates of the Marquis and amp, Oppos' residence. Upon hearing her words, Lin Wanru could no longer endure and collapsed into the muddy rain. Gu Changjin wore a bitter smile. Did she truly wish never to see him again? When Qianyue returned, she was indignant. Miss, allowing them to kneel without consequence is too lenient. At no point did I say to let them off. Su Jinjia replied as she retrieved 2 silver notes from her box and placed them into Qianyue and amp, Oppos' hands, whispering a few words in her ear. To repay kindness with kindness is the way of saints. What I intend is to repay enmity with enmity. Upon hearing this, Qianyue's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, the miss is wise. She eagerly took the silver notes and dashed out. From Xiao Zhan, it came to light that Su Jinjia had ordered Gu Changjin and Lin Wanru to leave. Shen Heading and Oppos' grip tightened around the official document, his fingertips turning pale. Ever since his sister returned to the Marquis's residence, Su Yin had been vigilant about its movements. He was aware of Shun heading in Appo's orders for Gu Changjin and Lin Wanru to kneel at the gates, yet he harbored resentment towards Shun heading. What did the Marquis and Appo's residence signify? They merely looked down upon his sister because the Su family bore no illustrious status. In recent days, he had immersed himself in diligent study, convinced that one and Appo's lineage could be altered, and he was determined to become a formidable support for his sister. He also kept an ear out for news from Su Jianliang and Appo's side. Su had borrowed some money from his classmates and rented a small courtyard in the southern part of the city, where the family was cramped together without even a servant to attend to them. Su Jianliang exploited his widowed sister-in-law, using her resources to take 2 concubines, a scandal that spread like wildfire. The Sun family promptly severed ties with them. The engagement between Su Wan and Appo's and young Master Sun had never been formally established and thus fell apart. Amidst the heavy rain outside, a light drizzle fell within the house. "Mother, I cannot endure this. Are we to live like this forever? I refuse. The Su family is also our home. I want to return. Once we do, I will find a husband even more distinguished than the Sun family." Having stayed here for just a few days, Su Wanner, lacking luxurious silks and brocades, appeared considerably haggard. Did Meng Shi wish to live this way? I heard the Marquis and Appo's residence has taken that little vixen back. When she was cast off, she cared little for reputation. But now that she is the Marquis and Appo's wife, she will be much easier to manipulate. Wan and Appo's, let us endure here for a few more days. I have devised a plan to deal with that little vixen, Su Jianjia. A fierce gleam flickered in her eyes, brimming with malice. Shun Jie returned from the Imperial Academy in the evening. "Yinshu, how foolish you are. Did I not tell you that the head of the household's token is akin to a death warrant? Su Jianjia is clearly up to no good. How could you accept it? Just look, trouble has indeed arisen today." The old lady would not blame Su Jianjia directly, but would surely direct her ire towards you. He first went to Shoan Hall to apologize, then sought out Shun heading to pay his respects. Upon returning to Luoyan residence, he unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Mu Yinshu. Mu Yinshu felt guilty and dared not retaliate. "Cousin, what shall we do now? Perhaps I should return the head of the household and Appo's token to Su Jinjia tomorrow morning," though she was reluctant to part with it. But could Shun Jue bear to do so? His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the token in Mu Yinshu and Appo's hands. A carefully devised scheme lay before him, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Very well. After all, the Marquis and Appo's residence will one day belong to us. If Su Jianjiao wishes for Yunshu to shield her from calamity, she must pay the price. It is easy to give away the token, but regaining it will be difficult. Aunt Xia belonged to the second branch, and today an Appo's incident would undoubtedly be tied to them. It was high time to teach the second branch a lesson. For years, he had concealed his true intentions, and the second branch had played their part well. If he could seize this opportunity to expel them once and for all, it would be splendid. What? Aunt Xia is from the second branch? Mu Yinshu was taken aback. This meant that today and Appo's scheme against Su Jinjia was orchestrated by the second branch. How foolish she had been to believe Aunt Xia and Appo's words, thinking her actions were for Shun Qingji's benefit. Aunt Xia was confined in the woodshed. After dinner, he deliberately kept Qin Shi behind for a while, dismissing all the servants present. What transpired between the two women remained unknown. As night fell, Shun heading returned to Tingyu Pavilion. Su Jinjia had presumed he would stay in the front yard. Thus she was taken aback when Xiao Zhan assisted him inside. Has the Marquis dined already? The rain had ceased, and she promptly rose to greet him. Xiao Zhan, understanding, withdrew discreetly. Shun heading nodded, observing her in a light, soft robe. Even without makeup, she appeared breathtaking in the candlelight, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. After paying respects to my mother tomorrow, prepare yourself. I shall take you home. Su Jinjia momentarily failed to comprehend. Return where? Shun heading glanced at her, his voice slightly hoarse, to the Su family. Towering above her, Su Jinjia seemed diminutive by his side. As her gaze shifted, she suddenly realized that Shun Heading intended to accompany her home. There was no need for such formality. Given his health concerns, it was unwise for him to endure the fatigue of travel. Did she truly harbor such aversion toward him? Shin Heading replied with 4 words. Etiquette must not be neglected. That night, Su Jianjiao lay on the soft couch, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. She had never considered becoming a true couple with Shan Heading, nor had she contemplated a visit home. Yet, Shin Heading had mentioned it first. What could this mean? With his intellect, how could he not discern the many mysteries surrounding her? Yet, he had never inquired about any of them. Peering through the window, her almond-shaped eyes narrowed. This night seemed destined to be restless. As the night deepened, she was caught between dreams and wakefulness when an alarming cry emerged from outside. Oh no! Come quickly! The water is rising. Chapter 40. Blood spattered on the spot, Su Jinjia suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was imbued with a playful smile. It held an icy coldness. It seemed that something had gone awry with Mama Xia. As long as she drew breath, she remained a threat to the second household. In their eyes, even a most loyal servant was but a lowly life. The rain had barely ceased when a fire broke out. The Qin family was not so foolish. Who could have orchestrated this? Hearing the rustling sound from within, Su Jinjia donned her clothing and entered the inner room, where she found Shun Heading had also been roused from his slumber. My lord, I shall go and investigate. You should remain here as your injuries have yet to heal. Shun Heading had already donned his robe, and upon hearing Su Jinjia's words, he returned to the couch. Then I shall have Xiao Zhan accompany you. Su Jinjia saw no issue with this arrangement. Qian Yue and Qing Yu had also been awakened. Upon stepping into the courtyard and looking up, she indeed saw that the fire was consuming the woodshed. Water continued to drip from the eaves, yet there was a blaze of flames. How much tung oil had been poured? By the time she reached the woodshed, the fire was nearly extinguished, leaving the structure in ruins. Such a significant incident at the Marquis and Amp, Appo's residence had jolted everyone awake. Mother, Shunjie and Mu Yunshu arrived before her, bowing as they greeted her. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you have come as well. Apart from the matriarch of the second household, he's sure everyone else was present. Su Jinjia nodded at them. With the woodshed reduced to ashes, it seemed Mama Xia would not survive. This could be seen as a fitting retribution. Qin Shi sighed, feeling an inexplicable unease. While Mama Xia and Appo's demise was ostensibly a good thing, there was something peculiar about the fire. Her mother had instructed her to eliminate witnesses, and she had initially contemplated using poison. Indeed, good and evil will ultimately be repaid. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Su Jinjia discreetly glanced at Shunjie. If he were willing to relinquish his grasp on power, he would have long since sent Mu Yunshu to return the tokens to her. Had Mama Xia truly perished? Listening to Qin Shi, a smirk flickered in Shun Jue's eyes. If Mama Xia had really died, it would only serve her purpose. Enough, since all seems well, let us return. Su Vianjia serviet Herr Servandings. The crowd turned to leave. Who says the old servant is dead? Mama Xia and Amp, Appo's voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Su Jinjia burst into laughter. It appeared her suspicions were correct. The fire had been set by Shan Jue, not Qin Shi. Mama Xia, you have not perished. Qin Shi was the first to turn around, only to see Mama Xia emerging from the nearby bushes. Scorched marks marred her body, her face smeared with soot and ash. The old servant lives? Much to the disappointment of the eldest madam. Qin Shi and Amp, Appo's heart sank. What do you mean by that, Mama Xia? Crawling towards Su Jinjia, Mama Xia pointed an accusing finger at Qin Shi and declared, Is it not true that the madam wishes to know who instigated this old servant to frame you? It was she who threatened me with my only son, compelling me to deliberately mix in the toxic fungi, aiming to usurp your authority over the household. The eldest young master speaks truly. This venomous woman, Qin Shi, indeed seeks your life. Had it not been for the eldest young master and Amp, Appo's men rescuing me, I would have perished in the flames. I was unaware of my sister-in-law and Appo's deep-seated animosity towards me, willing to risk the old madam and Appo's life to ensnare me. Bring Mama Xia forth. Let's go together to see Mother. Su Jinjia and Appo's face was clouded with fury as she cast a cold glance at Qin Shi and turned to leave. Sister-in-law, do not heed her provocations. This vile servant has wronged you in broad daylight and has now gone mad, pouring dirt upon my name. You must believe me. Qin Shi hurriedly chased after her, desperate to defend herself. The group swiftly made their way to Shoan Hall. Mama Xia reiterated her previous statements. The old madam's gaze sharpened as she fixed her attention on Qin Shi. Is what Mama Xia says true? Qin Shi fell to her knees, exclaiming, Auntie, this is a grave injustice. This vile servant speaks not a word of truth. How can her words be trusted? Shen Guanshan stood by her side, supporting her claims. The old madam's gaze swept over Qin Shi with a piercing intensity. Su Jinjia concealed a smile. Mama Xia, since you claim it was my sister-in-law who instigated this, do you possess any evidence? Shen Jue cast a glance at Mama Xia. The old servant has proof. When Qin Shi approached me last night, she offered me 500 taels of silver, which I have hidden beneath my pillow. The old madam immediately summoned someone to search. Sure enough, they uncovered a 500 tael banknote tucked beneath Mama Xia's pillow, along with a considerable sum of silver. Qin Shi, do you have anything to say? The old madam was furious. She had treated the second household well over the years, only to be met with betrayal. Were you plotting against the madam, or even against your grandmother? Could it be that the poison afflicting your father was also at your behest? If anything were to befall your grandmother or father, would the Marquis's residence not fall to your second household? Shen Jue had awaited this moment. He had long wished to expel the second household from the Marquis and Appo's residence, but had been deprived of the opportunity. Grandmother, I have long harbored doubts. How could a mere servant dare to conspire against the madam and poison the grandmother without the backing of the eldest madam? Mu Yinshu chimed in harmoniously with Shen Jue. Annie, what can a single banknote prove? She has been responsible for purchases all these years. Surely, it is merely a case of embezzlement. Qin Shi felt a bead of sweat trickle down her palm, relieved that she had always been wary of Mama Xia, conducting her affairs with utmost caution and leaving no trace behind. Su Jinjia took a step back, observing the unfolding drama with a cold gaze. The second household of the Shan family was not so easily toppled. A single banknote might not prove much, but it was sufficient to incite suspicion in the old madam. With time, their true natures would be revealed, and this included Shen Jie. Suddenly, Shen Lu Bai, who had remained silent thus far, stepped forward and addressed the old madam with a bow. Auntie, although family matters should not be publicized for the sake of our second household and Appo's reputation, we ought to hand this cunning servant over to the Ministry of Justice. They will uncover the truth. The phrase family matters should not be publicized struck a chord in the old madam's heart. The Marquis's residence had already endured enough ridicule in recent days. Old madam, everything I say is the truth. That fire was set by Qin Shi, intending to silence me. Third master holds a position at the Ministry of Justice. Should I be taken there, I would surely meet an untimely end. Mama Xia trembled as she stood. Old madam, I swear by the heavens that I speak no falsehood. The second household has long desired to harm the eldest household. I would gladly die to prove my loyalty. Bang! As Mama Xia spoke, she dashed her head against a nearby pillar, and blood spattered 3 feet. Chapter 41. That stratagem of Xia Mama's was indeed quite ingenious. Su Lianjia languid liftet hereitz, remarking that Xia Mama's maneuver was remarkably clever. She had suspected that Shen Jue would not so easily let Qin Shi off the hook after such a significant uproar. The question now was how Qin Shi would respond. Should she possess any wit? Crimson blood pooled on the floor, causing the old madam to immediately shut her eyes, lamenting the wickedness of it all. How utterly dreadful! What does second aunt have to say now? Shen Jue pressed his advantage. The old madam abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze cold and heavy as she surveyed all members of the second household present. He sure was of delicate constitution and often struggled to sleep at night, so no one dared disturb her. Eldest aunt, please do not heed Xia Mama's words. Over the years, our second household has always remembered the first household's kindness and has never harbored any disrespect. Someone must be directing her to deliberately sow discord between us, intending to harm the Marquis and Amp. Appo's mansion, Shen Guanshan asserted, displaying his eloquence despite his position in the Ministry of Revenue. Qin Shi felt her scalp prickle under the old Madame and Amp. Appo's intense gaze. She clutched the handkerchief in her hand, her heart seething with resentment towards Xiao Mama, that old harlot determined to implicate her until death. With a resolute heart, she turned to the old madam. The matter of the poisonous mushrooms truly has nothing to do with this niece-in-law. If eldest aunt does not believe me, this niece-in-law is willing to die to prove her innocence. Without hesitation, she viciously hurled herself at another pillar. With a resounding thud, she collapsed, her forehead a bloody mess. Su Jinjia observed clearly that Xiao Mama saw death, while Qin Shi aimed to escape her predicament. Thus, she had tempered her force. Her injury appeared severe, but was not fatal. She was indeed quite clever. Oh dear, oh dear. Just as the servants carried away Xiao Mama and Amp, Appo's corpse, the bloodstains barely cleaned, Qin Shi had created another pool of blood. The old madam clutched her chest, nearly losing her breath. Heavens above, what sins have I committed that one after another seeks to die in my chambers? Let this matter end here. You may all return. She waved her hand, still shaken. It wasn't Appo's that she didn't and Appo's intend to investigate further, but that she could no longer proceed. Su Jinjia knew that a mere banknote wouldn't end Appo's topple the second household. But it was enough to arouse the old madam and Appo's suspicion. The most brilliant aspect was that Shun Jue had openly declared war on the second household. Before she even reached Tingyu Pavilion, Shun Heading had already learned of the evening and Appo's events from Shaozhan. His eyes were profound, concealing a sharp edge. Since regaining consciousness, he had secretly kept watch over every part of the Marquis's mansion. No need to rush. A little feigned weakness is no bad thing. He would expose those restless individuals, one by one. Upon Su Jinjia and Appo's return, she saw the light in the inner chamber and, out of courtesy, succinctly recounted the evening and Appo's events. She stood at the entrance to the inner chamber, not willing to step further. Shen Heading sat behind his desk. Beside him in a bamboo basket was a crumpled ball of paper, faint traces of ink visible. The distance between them was wide enough to accommodate a dozen soldiers. His eyes flashed. Thank you for your efforts. Go and rest. If the Marquis needs anything, just call me. Su Jinjia nodded, muttering softly as she walked away. The firewood room is made of wood. How could it catch fire after it had just rained? Others might say it without thinking, but for her, it was deliberate. As for the listener, with Shun Heading's intelligence, he would understand immediately. Shen Heading's gaze sharpened as he stared at her retreating figure. Cousin, what a pity that we couldn't overthrow the second household this time. Back at Luyan residence, Mu Yinshu looked regretful. Shun Jue didn't think it was a pity at all. The night hadn't been without its gains. At least the old madam had become suspicious of the second household. If once isn't enough, we'll try again. In the past, it wasn't an Appo's easy to act against the second household, but now it in Appo's different. With Yinshu managing the household on behalf of Su Jinjia, there will be plenty of opportunities. He had to devise a plan, preferably one that would make the second household resent Su Jinjia, pitting them against each other in a deadly struggle, so he could benefit from it. Meanwhile, Qin Shi woke up as soon as she returned. In fact, she had been feigning unconsciousness. The couple was alone in the room. Shen Guanshan looked at her and said, Tonight, it was fortunate you were quick-witted, or things might have ended badly. But the first household is already suspicious of us. After a pause, he asked, Who do you think started the fire? To set a fire on a rainy day, intending to burn Xiao Mama to death. Qin Shi isn't the type to be so utterly foolish. Qin Shi's forehead wound had been treated. She sneered. Who else but that little bastard Shun Jue? Su Jinjia wants to deal with us, but she and Appo's has only been in the Marquis and Appo's mansion for a few days. Even if she holds the power to manage the household, you know those people below. Who can she order around? This time, I underestimated that little bastard. Does he think he deserves a share? Just wait and see. I'll never let them get away with this. She had never suffered such a great loss and didn't know how to explain it to the old madam tomorrow. Qianyu laid another thick layer of bedding on the soft couch for Su Jinjia, who slept soundly that night. The old madam found it unlucky that Xiao Mama had died in Shou and Amp, Oppos, and Hall, and moved to Qiubai courtyard overnight. The next morning, when Su Jianjia went to pay her respects to the old madam, the second madam was already there, weeping copiously and insisting that the second household had no ulterior motives, begging the old madam not to believe Xiao Mama and Oppos' words. I see mother and Oppos' complexion is poor, surely frightened by last night and Oppos' events. Yinshu, go and pour mother a cup of calming tea. Su Jianjia interrupted, he sure, seeing that the old madam didn't look well. A cold glint flashed in Mu Yinshu's eyes. Su Jianjia was quite the actress, playing the good person while she did the work. Despite her dissatisfaction, she turned to pour the old madam a cup of calming tea. Isher and Amp, Oppos' face stiffened. What had it become this lowly wretch and Amp, Oppos' place to interrupt? All right, go back. I only hope that what Xiao Mama said was a misunderstanding and that you will all behave yourselves in the future. The old madam felt particularly comforted by Su Jianjia and Amp, Oppos' words. Recalling the previous night and Amp, Oppos' events, she waved her hand impatiently. He sure was displeased that the old madam still looked like this, despite her best efforts, and showed no sign of softening. After saying a few more kind words, she instructed Su Jianjia and Mu Yunshu to take good care of the old madam before leaving. She had already scolded Qin Shi thoroughly that morning. The old madam, knowing that Shun Heading was taking Su Jianjia back today, had people prepare many gifts for them. Su Jianjia and Mu Yunshu left Qiubai courtyard together. Mu Yunshu didn't and Amp, Oppos' mention returning the household management token. Yinshu, it will be hard on you from now on. Su Jianjia looked kind and gently patted the back of Mu Yunshu's hand. With Qin Shi's intelligence, they must have realized that everything last night was Shun Jue's doing. The Marquis and Oppos' mansion would only become more lively. Mu Yunshu, playing the part of a good daughter-in-law, said a few polite words, secretly grinding her teeth. They were about the same age, yet she always acted like an elder, disgusting her. Yinshu, now that you've taken over managing the household, I must say something. A mere procurement manager could be found with over 1,000 taels of silver. There must be many evildoers hiding in this mansion. How can this be allowed to continue? Su Jianjia sighed softly, reminding her that last night, the old madam had people search Xiao Mama's room and found much more than just the 500 taels of silver. Suddenly, Mu Yunshu's eyes lit up as if struck by enlightenment. That's right. She could have people investigate the accounts and expose the second household's true colors. Madam, the carriage is ready, and the Marquis is already waiting for you. Not far away, Xiaozhan strode up, bowing to Su Jianjia, but only nodding to Mu Yunshu. That morning, Su Jianjia had already sent a letter to her mother, saying that the Marquis would visit today. When the three of them reached the main gate of the Marquis and Oppos' mansion, not to mention Qianyu and Qingyu, even Su Jianjia was shocked. Chapter 42. The palm is softer than the back of the hand. How exaggerated this is. Behind the carriage trailed 3 heavily laden carts, making one wonder if they were moving house. Su Jianjia couldn't help but think that such extravagance was unnecessary. Qingyu assisted her into the carriage. She was momentarily taken aback. Inside, fragrant tea wafted through the air. Shun Heading sat behind a small table, clad in a deep purple robe, his head adorned with a jade crown. Given his youth, his defined features seemed to have lost some of their frailty, exuding a blend of scholarly elegance and noble grace, tempered by the sharpness and restraint forged on the battlefield. Truly, he was extraordinary and strikingly handsome. After bowing, Su Jianjia took a seat opposite him, her gaze inadvertently drifting downwards. Was his injury in that area truly healed? Observing his gait from the previous night, it seemed he was indeed untroubled. She believed she concealed her curiosity well. Yet Shun Heading's keen eyes caught her glance, landing upon himself, causing him to stifle a cough. It was unnecessary for her to concern herself with his injury. After all, it was of no consequence. Lord, please have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. Su Jianjia poured him a cup of tea. Shun Heading expressed his gratitude. Their relationship was neither overly familiar nor entirely estranged. They were, after all, legally wed. In a confined space, Su Jianjia could distinctly detect the scent emanating from Shun Heading, a subtle blend of medicinal herbs and sandalwood, quite unique. When he looked up, he could see the fine hairs on Su Jianjia and Appo's face. Apart from their wedding night, they had shared a single bed for only one evening. The rest of the time, he remained in the inner chamber while she occupied the outer. In truth, he could have chosen to stay in the study. Neither of them were particularly loquacious, and silence enveloped the carriage. Su Jianjia felt a twinge of awkwardness and drew back the curtain to gaze outside. Unexpectedly, as the carriage rolled along, it came to an abrupt halt, causing her body to sway uncontrollably due to inertia. Anticipating a painful bump against the carriage frame, she closed her eyes, bracing for impact. At that moment, a long arm reached out. Her head collided with a warm palm, and she opened her eyes in surprise. The feather-like touch of his hand sent a fleeting sensation through him, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, his voice low and hoarse. "Are you all right?" Su Jianjia shook her head, her heart stirring as her gaze traversed his palm. "Thank you, my lord." The softness of his palm was indeed comforting. Xiao stepped forward, first inquiring if Shun Heading required anything before explaining that a child had suddenly darted out into the road. Fortunately, the Su residence was not far. They soon arrived. As the carriage halted, Shun Heading was the first to disembark. Just as Su Jianjia prepared to follow, a slender hand reached out to her. "Madam, it is time to alight." It was Shun Heading. She hesitated for a brief moment before slowly taking his hand. Her soft, fair hand slipped into his, causing him to momentarily pause. He assisted Su Jianjia down from the carriage. "Brother-in-law, please help my mother. She is gravely ill, on the brink of death." Su Vanya, clad in coarse clothing and looking utterly haggard, stumbled forward, kneeling before Shun Heading. Behind her trailed two individuals carrying a stretcher, upon which Meng Shi lay, seemingly unconscious, as though nearing death. Su Jianjia's eyes were indifferent as she surveyed them, aware of their plight, yet they were far from being in a state of utter despair. This was clearly an attempt to leverage Shun Heading against her, forcing her to compromise. "Brother-in-law, I implore you to speak kindly to my elder sister on our behalf. We have wronged them, but now, with our mother so ill, her only wish is to return home. Perhaps once we are back, her health will improve." Su Vanya wept, pleading with Shun Heading, desperate to escape the wretched life they led and return to a life of luxury and comfort, surrounded by servants. The two bearers of Meng Shi set her down and departed. This was a family matter of the Su clan, and Shun Heading was well aware of what transpired upon her return. He looked towards Su Jianjia. "Ah, it seems my second aunt is unwell. Qianyu, please fetch a doctor to examine her. I will cover all medical expenses, including the cost of herbs. They owe a debt that remains unpaid, and I cannot allow my second aunt to perish prematurely." Su Jianjia cast a cool glance at Meng Shi, realizing that Shun Heading wished to use her as leverage. But they were mistaken. She cared little for reputation or how Shun Heading perceived her. "Yes, my lady, I shall go at once." Su Jianjia then looked at Qianyu, who silently withdrew. "Elder sister, our mother's ailment is a matter of the heart. She has been tormented by thoughts of our aunt and you, unable to eat or sleep, which has led to her illness. We are family, and there can be no lingering animosity. I plead for your compassion. Allow us to return home. Otherwise, our mother may truly not survive." Su Wan'er clenched her teeth in secret, knowing their mother had covertly kept watch over this insignificant person, and upon learning that Shun Heading would bring her back today, had orchestrated this scene. She dared not oppose in front of Shun Heading. Otherwise, how could she retain her status as the lady of the house? Meng Shi had anticipated this. Su Jianjia's face flashed with a cold smirk. If her second aunt was so concerned about them, why had she not hastened to repay the debts? It was unclear where Meng Shi had labored these days or how much silver she had accumulated. Her inquiry was sincere. Su Wan and Amp, Appo's, caught off guard, stammered through her tears. "Mother has been ill. How could she earn money while sick? She is utterly deranged." Meng Shi was nearly driven to madness by her daughter's audacity. How could this wretched girl not relent? Did she fear no one would dare speak ill of her? Her eyelashes trembled with urgency. Shun Heading observed everything with clarity. It was all an act. He turned his gaze to Su Jianjia, knowing her intelligence had likely uncovered the truth, prompting her to summon a doctor early on. Su Jianjia frowned. But what of the second sister? Has she sought work? Su Wana shook her head. As a young lady, what work could I possibly do? Brother-in-law, let's carry our mother home first. She is in such a state, she cannot withstand the heat. Before the doctor arrived, Qianyu returned, her voluminous sleeves bulging with concealed items. Second sister, I must ask you once more, is our second aunt truly ill? Su Jianjia's expression hardened, her tone sharp. A crowd of onlookers had gathered. What do you mean by this, elder sister? Our mother is gravely ill. Could be a ruse? Do you wish to let her die without aid? Such a cruel heart you possess. Su Wana's eyes darted, tears streaming down her face. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Su Jianjia retorted, no longer polite. She raised her eyes to exchange a knowing glance with Qianyu, who silently nodded and smiled meaningfully, leaving the next move to her. With a flick of her wrist, a sleek, entirely black cat sprang from her sleeve, pouncing toward Meng Shi. Get away, you foul beast! Don't come near me. Meng Shi, who harbored a deep-seated fear of cats, leapt to her feet, her expression a mask of horror. Chapter 43. Why does the Marquis appear somewhat humble? Su Jianjia did not forget that Meng was most afraid of cats. The situation soon became awkward. There was no need for Su Jianjia to speak. Wasn't and oppose. He had said that she was on the verge of death. It turns out that Meng was merely pretending. This revealed her utter lack of repentance and her intention to avoid returning the silver to the Long family. Otherwise, she would not be putting on this act here. Who could argue otherwise? She and the second young lady were in good health. Why couldn't it oppose? Till they find work? How shameless. They probably still yearn to return to the Su family and live in luxury. The crowd and oppose. Disdain was palpable. ISN and oppose. The second aunt ill? How has she suddenly recovered? Su Jianjia gazed at Meng in astonishment. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shun Heading's eyes as she performed her role with remarkable authenticity. Su Wan and oppose, or shot a furious glare at Su Jianjia, convinced that this vile woman was doing it on purpose. Otherwise, how could the little hussy Qianyue have brought a cat to frighten her mother? I see you, and my heart is filled with joy. Somehow, my illness has vanished. Meng chuckled awkwardly, her guilt evident. How dare she say such a thing? The crowd could see through her facade. She had only concocted this scheme to pressure Jianjia into allowing them entry, but they ought to abandon such hopes. As long as I draw breath, I shall never permit you to step into the Su household. Su Yin supported Ruan as they emerged, and Ruan coldly snorted. There were certain things Jianjia and Yin could not say, but she had no such reservations. The faces of Meng and Su Wan and Amp, oppose, are burned with humiliation. Someone, escort our guests out, Su Yin commanded without mercy. Seeing this, Su Jianjia felt a sense of relief. She owed thanks to Meng and Su Wan and oppose, for their reckless behavior today. Firstly, it allowed her mother and Yin to see them for who they truly were, and secondly, their antics before her were preferable to their secret schemes. Mother, Su Jianjia stepped forward to support Ruan. Ruan grasped her hand, casting a nonchalant glance at Shun Heading. He does possess an appealing appearance, yet it is unfortunate that he is not a good man. Such beauty is wasted on him. There is no need for the Marquis to make such a special trip. It is beneath him to lower himself in such a manner. If he does not mind our humble abode, please do enter. Her words were laced with barbs. Su Jianjia reflected. Today's events were advantageous for her, so she allowed Shun Heading to proceed. In truth, the events of that day could not solely be blamed on Shun Heading. It was she who had deliberately provoked Shun Qingji and the old lady, ultimately orchestrating their downfall. She cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Shun Heading. To have delayed until today is my rudeness. He solemnly bowed to her mother. Please, Marquis. Su Yin, seeing his attitude was sincere, invited him inside. Beneath his voluminous sleeves, Shun Heading relaxed his grip slightly, feeling moderately pleased that he had not been turned away. Xiaozhan, why does the Marquis seem somewhat humble? Surely, his eyes must be deceiving him. After all, Ruan had invited Shun Heading to dine. She instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. Su Jianjia had only returned a few days prior, and was already filled with concern. Jianjia, upon your return, did anyone from the old ladies or the Marquis's household trouble you? She was well aware of the attitude of the Duke's wife. Su Yin and Shun Heading conversed in the front hall, while Su Jinjia and Ruan spoke in the adjacent flower hall. Mother, do not worry. No one from the Marquis and Apos. His household has troubled me. They Wooden and Apos. T-Dare. And the Marquis? How does he treat you? Ruan's greatest concern lay here. The Marquis is quite kind to me. Su Jinjia replied earnestly. This was not a lie. Shun Heading was very accommodating towards her and was indeed a commendable young man. Ruan felt reassured. After all, Jinjia would be living in the Marquis's household, and she decided to treat Shun Heading with a bit more kindness during their meal. Su Yin accompanied Shun Heading for tea, noting his remarkable poise at such a young age. Shun Heading inquired about matters of learning, and Su Yin answered with clarity and insight. Shun Heading produced a recommendation letter he had prepared and handed it to him, suggesting it would be beneficial for him to enter the Imperial Academy without further examination. Had this been in the past, Su Yin would have declined, but times had changed. With a shortcut available, why seek a longer path? Admission to the academy would ultimately rely on his own capabilities. He accepted it with gratitude. Thank you, Marquis. This action earned him Shun Heading and Apos. S respect. A scholar must avoid being pedantic. Su Yin and Apos. S opinion of Shun Heading shifted. After all, he was his sister and Apos. As husband. The duration of this arrangement remained uncertain, as his sister and Apos' intentions were not yet clear. Qingyu had yet to return after seeking a doctor, causing Qingyue some worry. Miss, should I go look for Qingyu? Su Jinjia shook her head, a cold smile gracing her lips. With Meng and Apos' tricks, who could possibly be deceived? I arranged for Qingyu to attend to other matters yesterday. It is about time she returns. As noon approached, the entrance of the Gu family suddenly buzzed with activity. 5 grand red palanquins completely obstructed the doorway. What are you doing? Step aside. This is not a place for your antics. The doorkeeper rushed forward to shoo them away. Qingyu stepped forward. Quickly, summon your lady to receive guests. Receive guests? The servant was taken aback. Qingyu raised her hand. They have arrived. Ladies, please come forth. From the 5 palanquins emerged 5 enchanting beauties, reminiscent of flowers in the garden, each possessing their unique charm, yet exuding a distinct air of worldly experience, clearly indicating their origins from the brothels. Upon seeing this, the servant turned and fled. Madam, something grave has occurred. After Lin Wanru returned, she fell ill, suffering from high fever that persisted throughout the night, leaving her in a daze. Upon hearing that Su Jinjia had sent 5 beauties, she was enraged. Her heart twisted in pain. Get out. All of you leave. Has Su Jinjia not had enough? They have already knelt at the Marquis's gate for 2 days and nights. Is that not sufficient? Our Lady commands you to leave. If you do not comply, we shall not be courteous. Soon, several servants rushed out to expel them. Qingyu had long been instructed by Su Jinjia. She raised an eyebrow at the girls. Seeing this, the girls tossed their handkerchiefs and knelt on the ground, sobbing. Madame Gu is magnanimous. Is it not true that you wish for Master Gu to take a concubine? We have all come. Why not let us in? Wu, since we stepped beyond that door, we have belonged to Master Gu, living or dead. If you do not allow us to enter today, I shall dash my head against the door of the Gu family. Is Madame Gu's generosity merely a fade? She has been married to Master Gu for 3 years without an heir, having committed 7 transgressions. Divorce is permissible. We are all willing to assist Master Gu in producing offspring. If Madame Gu does not allow us in, does she wish for Master Gu to remain childless? Chapter 44. Today in Apos' performance is her lesson for them. 3 women put on a show, and with 5 women, it was akin to 2 performances. The scene was lively, quickly drawing a crowd of onlookers, captivated by their weeping, which was delivered in a melodious tone infused with enchanting charm, stirring the hearts of all the men present. Each one was a paragon of beauty. Not a single servant of the Gu family dared to approach them, as one of the women cried out, threatening to dash herself against the gates of the Gu residence. This did not instill fear in them. Rather, someone rushed to inform Lin Wanru. Qingyu marveled once more at the young lady's prowess. Indeed, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. As one woman took the lead, All 5 maidens declared they would perish at the gates of the Gu family. Each wept like rain-soaked pear blossoms, evoking sympathy from the crowd. The onlookers today gained a new perspective. It seemed that the reputed grace and magnanimity of Madame Gu was merely a facade. Just days ago, had she not sought to elevate a girl from the Su family to concubine status? With such a favorable situation at hand, why did she not open the door to welcome these exquisite beauties? Lin Wanru, upon receiving the news, felt a thorn in her heart as the group of disreputable women dared to use her lack of status against her. While she languished weakly on her couch, they dared to threaten their own lives at her doorstep. If one were to actually die there, it would surely bring misfortune. Go fetch Su Jinjia. Was she not supposed to send me people? She commanded. Open the side door and let them all in. Silver delivered to my doorstep is not to be refused. Once today passes, I shall purchase them all. These individuals I would not dare to send to the Marca residence, but I have ways to deal with them. The housekeeper personally handled the matter, instructing others to open the side door and usher the women in as per Lin Wanru's orders. The maidens, dressed in vibrant attire, entered the Gu residence. Qingyu loudly praised. Madame Gu is indeed virtuous. May the esteemed Gu official soon be blessed with a noble son. Having spoken, she turned to leave. Fulfilling her task, the housekeeper was about to close the door when a heavily made-up matron interjected. Wait, you have taken my girls from this establishment. Surely it is time for the payment to be settled? It is not much. Each is a carefully nurtured courtesan, priced at 5,000 taels each, totaling 25,000 taels. Bring forth the money. Qingyu glanced back, leaving the matter of the Gu family and Madame Qian in their hands. With Madame Qian's temperament, the Gu family would surely not fare well. Meanwhile, the Su family had prepared a feast. Su Yin led Shun heading toward the dining hall when suddenly Xiao Zhan approached and whispered a few words in his ear. Shun heading raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes, and turned to give Xiao Zhan an instruction. Lin Wanru, however, was unwilling to pay the silver. Madame Qian continued to haggle with the Gu family's representatives. At that moment, Xiao Zhan strode forward, carrying a box, and announced, hearing that today is a fortuitous occasion for the esteemed Gu official, our Lord has prepared a congratulatory gift, and I am here to extend his regards. With this gift from Shun heading, Lin Wanru was compelled to part with her silver, whether she liked it or not, and she would still have to nurture these individuals properly. At the dining table, upon learning that Shun heading had prepared a letter of recommendation for Su Yin, Ruan Shi was so delighted that she momentarily lost her words, her attitude towards Shun heading improving several degrees. Su Jinjia was also somewhat taken aback, but ultimately, it was a good thing. Her brother, Yin, would finally have the chance to study at the Imperial Academy. Her eyes brimmed with warmth, nearly spilling over in tears. After expressing her gratitude, she quietly glanced at Shun heading, noting that even her mother had been completely appeased by him. After the meal, His Majesty summoned Shun heading to the palace. Su Jinjia remained at the Su residence. Once Shun heading departed, Qingyu returned, accompanied by a girl of about 15 or 16. The girl was clad in a moon-white gown, her features delicate as if painted, exuding an ethereal aura, refined despite her origins. Su Jinjia nodded in satisfaction, asking, "What is your name?" The girl replied demurely, "I am called Yinju." "That is a fine name," Su Jinjia said. "You shall stay at the Su residence for a few days and refrain from appearing in public." After informing Ruan Shi, she settled Yinju into the Su household. Shun heading conversed with the emperor in the study for nearly an hour. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan waited at the palace gates, and after about an hour and a half, Shun heading emerged. Once in the carriage, he inquired, "Has my lady returned?" Xiao Zhan shook his head and wrinkled his nose, saying, "Why does the Marquis carry the scent of powder?" Shun heading raised his sleeve to sniff, then frowned. Su Jinjia lingered at the Su residence, having remained in her room after the meal. When she heard from Qianyu that Shun heading had come to fetch her, she was quite surprised, having thought he would return directly to the Marquis residence. Su Yin had already gone to the academy to pack his belongings, preparing to study at the Imperial Academy soon. "Thank you, Marquis, for preparing the letter of recommendation for my brother," she said, acknowledging that she had already expressed her gratitude at the table, but felt it necessary to be more formal, as this matter greatly affected Yin and Apos. as future. And he deserved it. If thanks are due, they should be directed towards you, Shan Heading replied naturally, adding that regardless of her intentions, she had ultimately saved his life. Su Jianjia felt unworthy of such praise. The Marquis had likely already perceived that the remedy she provided could not completely cure him, but merely suppress the poison temporarily. Shan Heading was indeed aware of this. After all, one's body is one's own, and he had had inquiries made to understand the nature of the poison. It had been lost to time, and the ability to suppress it was already quite fortunate. Let us keep this from your mother for now, lest she worry, he suggested. Su Jianjia gazed at him intently. He was already aware of the Gu family and Appo's affairs, yet did not seem inclined to question her. You did remarkably well. Shan Heading seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read her heart, seeing through her with a mere glance. What do you mean? Su Jianjia asked. With a hint of a smile, Shan Heading responded, regarding today's events with the Gu family. Su Jianjia pondered. She had indeed engaged in actions that could be deemed wrong. It was unexpected for Shan Heading to commend her. Did he not consider her vengeful and malicious? There must be limits to goodness. Blind benevolence is foolish. When others inflict harm, it is only natural to return the favor. Hence, you acted commendably. Shan Heading elaborated. This was the first time someone had spoken to Su Jianjia in such a manner. In her past life, she had known only forbearance. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, contemplating whether she could indeed retaliate against those who wronged her. Shan Heading, without much deliberation, stated, as the Duchess of Chongning, being insulted is equivalent to insulting the Marquis residence. That is only natural. The carriage rocked gently, bringing them close together. Su Jianjia lowered her gaze, her long neck glistening like jade as she savored Shan Heading's words, suddenly looking up to catch the scent of a heavy fragrance. Chapter 45 in this life. She intends to make Qiao her blade. Su Jianjia was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that his visit to the palace involved more than just an audience with the emperor. She was acutely aware of who else he might have encountered. Unconsciously, she shifted to the side, distancing herself from Shan Heading. The surprise in Shan Heading's eyes was fleeting, quickly replaced by realization. She must have caught a whiff of the perfumed scent that clung to him. A profound silence enveloped them both. In truth, Su Jianjia felt little about Shan Heading's entangled emotions. His love and hatred bore no relevance to her. Instead, a twinge of guilt arose within her for occupying the position of his legitimate wife. As they approached the Marquis's residence, Shan Heading abruptly spoke. Today, I also encountered Princess Ningyan in the palace. I was unaware she would be waiting for me on my way out. Was this an explanation? Su Jianjia had never anticipated such a disclosure. She gently raised her gaze, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of him. Did he say something amiss? Rest assured, I made it clear to the princess that I am a married man and have never harbored any other sentiments toward her. I shall not meet with her privately again. His explanation was somewhat clumsy. In the past, he had never needed to justify himself. Command sufficed. There is no need for you to explain anything to me, my lord. Su Jianjia replied with a smile. If you have a favored woman, feel free to welcome her into the estate. I would never harbor jealousy and would treat her kindly. Her generous demeanor was commendable, yet for reasons unknown, Shan Heading found her words somewhat grating, stirring an inexplicable displeasure within him. As the carriage came to a halt, he alighted without uttering another word, striding toward the study. Even Qingyu discerned the tension. Miss, is the Marquis angry? Su Jianjia was perplexed. Everything had seemed fine moments ago. Yet now Shan Heading appeared cold. If he were angry, it didn't seem so. He merely looked distant. Perhaps he was preoccupied with some pressing matter. Her response was somewhat dismissive. Once they entered Tingyu Pavilion, a figure suddenly burst forth from the bamboo grove, kneeling before Su Jianjia with an impassioned plea. Madam, please save me. The young madam intends to sell me to the brothels. Su Jianjia raised her eyelids, a smile gracing her features. She had intended to send someone to inquire about this girl's whereabouts upon returning to the estate, yet here she was, appearing before her. Qianyue furrowed her brow and asked, Who are you? I am Qiao and Amp. Appo's, the young masteress maid. Qiao and Amp. Appo's, her face bore the marks of abuse. her cheeks swollen like steamed buns, and she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Su Jianjia instructed them to bring her inside. "Madam, I am with child, and I cannot be sent to such a vile place. If you do not save me, I have no choice but to die. This would mean 2 lives lost. Please, kind madam, save me." Tears streamed down Xiao's face as she repeatedly bowed before Su Jianjia. Qianyue poured a cup of tea for Su Jianjia, who gently skimmed the froth with the lid, casting her gaze down at Xiao. This was not a stranger. In her past life, when she married in, Xiao had already been a month pregnant. She had not intended to meddle in her affairs, yet Xiao had taken it upon herself to seek out Mu Yunshu, hoping to leverage her pregnancy to elevate her status. Mu Yunshu was known for her kindness, and Xiao and Appos successfully became Xiao Yinyang, receiving proper care. However, when she was 3 months along, she suddenly suffered severe abdominal pain, and by the time the estate's physician arrived, she had already miscarried. The old madam was furious, ultimately discovering that there were harmful substances in the soup Xiao and Appos had consumed. Su Jianjia could never forget that scene where Xiao and Appos accused her in front of everyone, claiming that the soup had been sent by her, and vehemently questioned why she would harm her child, despite never having sent her soup or wish her harm. Su Jianjia became known as a wicked woman. Sufiafia feigne de indifference. Xiao and Appos was visibly anxious. Did the madam also refuse to assist her? After sensing the right moment, Su Jianjia took a sip of tea and leisurely spoke. "If you wish for my assistance, you must tell me the truth." A chill ran through Xiao. Could it be that the madam knew something? "As long as you are willing to save me, I would never dare to deceive you. I am willing to serve you in the future." Su Jianjia simidit. Rejognizink had kudevernes. Those who assisted her would become her instruments. "Before coming to see me, whom else did you meet?" Xiao and Appos hesitated for a moment, recognizing the gravity of her words. "I met the first wife of the second branch. It was she who saved me." Su Jianjia was not surprised. It was indeed she who directed Xiao to seek her out. Kia nodded, confirming that the first wife had pointed her in this direction. The second branch sought to have Shanzhe and Mu Yunshu contend against one another, and Qin wished for the same, which is why she sent Xiao to find Su Jianjia. What did the first wife say? Xiao and Appos recounted her sobbing tale with a trembling voice. "The first wife said you are the kindest, and that I should come to you," crying pitifully. "You would never turn a blind eye." Qianyue and Qingyu exchanged glances, irritation simmering within them. "Miss, you have only just married, and Qin seeks to embroil you in the matters of the foster sons. Is she not trying to sow discord between you and the young madam?" Su Jianjia inquired further. "Does the young master know of your pregnancy?" Kihua apus eshukiahit. "I only just learned of it myself, and hadn't the chance to inform the young master before the young madam discovered it, which led to my current predicament. Do you seek to save your life alone, or do you wish to preserve your child as well?" Su Jianjia thought to herself. She held no particular fondness for Xiao, but in this life, she wished to wield Xiao as her weapon. Is there even a choice? Living like this is worse than death. I wish for the status that comes with my child. Xiao implored, her forehead striking the ground, pleading with Su Jianjia to protect her unborn child. A faint smile played on Su Jianjia and Appos' lips. Indeed, Xiao and Appos remained as ambitious as ever, yet it was precisely such individuals who could be of great use. "I can offer you a way out to safeguard your child, but do not forget what you just stated." "I would never dare forget," Xiao and Appos replied, her face alight with joy as she repeatedly bowed her head. Su Jianjia regarded her coldly. She was no benevolent savior. She whispered a few instructions to Xiao and Appos before summoning someone to escort her away. Unexpectedly, Shun Xingji arrived unannounced, striding in with an air of arrogance and immediately demanding, "Where's my second brother?" Su Jianjia remained seated, unperturbed. She doubted Shun Xingji was oblivious to Shun Heading and Appos' whereabouts. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "If you are looking for the marquis, turn left upon exiting." Shun Xingji approached her directly. "Since my second brother is not here, I might as well seek you out. He left something in the palace today, and Princess Ning'an specifically asked me to deliver it to him. Chapter 46. The perfect pair. Su Jianjiao was well aware that Shun Qingji and Amp, Appo's visit bore no good intentions. The two had long since severed their cordial ties, and she chose not to engage Shun Qingji and Appo's provocations. Instead, she turned to Qianyue and instructed, since this belongs to the Marquis, it ought to be delivered to him directly. Please fetch him from the study. Is this truly left by Shun Heading? I highly doubt it. Qianyue promptly departed. Stop right there. The princess specifically instructed that this talisman should not be given to second brother. It is to be placed under his pillow, Shun Qingji announced, producing a turquoise pouch embroidered with red plum blossoms from her sleeve. She entered the inner chamber and tucked the pouch beneath Shun Heading's pillow, leaving Qianyue and Qingyu seething with indignation. This was not a mere delivery of a protective charm. It was a brazen assertion of dominance intended to irritate their mistress. Truly, Princess Ning'an was quite cunning. Su Jianjia, fully aware of the implications, remained unfazed, even smiling subtly. When Shun Qingji emerged and beheld her demeanor, she frowned in confusion. Why was this wretched woman not furious? Had someone dared to openly challenge her, she would have certainly torn them to shreds. I have expressed the Marquis's gratitude to the princess. Is there anything else the young lady requires? Su Jianjia said earnestly, her tone subtly urging Shun Qingji to leave. This talisman was personally sought by the princess from Jiahua Mountain for second brother. If you dare to lose it, the lives of your entire Su family will be forfeit. Shun Qingji proclaimed arrogantly before turning on her heel and departing. My lady, Princess Ning'an and the third miss are insufferably tyrannical. Should I inform the Marquis? The two maids exclaimed, stamping their feet in outrage, brainstorming ways to retaliate or simply discard the talisman to avoid further annoyance. We need not intervene. Shun Heading will discover it in due course. There is no need for us to play the villain. Soon enough, Shun Qingji will have no reason to smile. Su Jianjia replied, her gaze sharpening as she summoned Mu Yunshu. After leaving Tingyu Pavilion, Qiao followed her instructions and went to the Qiubai courtyard where the old matriarch resided. Unbeknownst to Mu Yunshu, Su Jianjia's summons displeased her. Why was Su Jianjia attempting to emulate other matriarchs by demanding her constant attention? Did she not consider her own worthiness? Reluctantly, she arrived, for she still had matters to leverage from Su Jianjia. What directive does mother have? She feigned respectful curiosity. Su Jianjia wasted no time with pleasantries. Is there a maid named Qiao in the Jingjian Hall? Mu Yunshu's countenance darkened. She had recently disposed of that wretched girl and had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Su Jianjia sighed, realizing the situation was indeed dire. You foolish girl. I know she was with child before you entered this household. Anyone would feel aggrieved. Regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl, he is merely a bast road provide him with sustenance, and he shall be cared for. How could you send her to such a place? Have you considered how the old matriarch and others in the household will judge you? Mu Yunshu's sole concern now was how her mother could possibly know. Su Jianjia revealed. It was the eldest lady of the second house who had the girl rescued and directed her to me. You believed your actions were seamless. Yet the entire Marquis and Amp, Appo's residence is now aware. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu panicked. Mother, where's that girl now? This matter can no longer be concealed. I sent her to the old matriarch. Think carefully. Is it better to wait for someone to inform the old matriarch or for you to proactively admit your mistake and bring the girl back? Su Jianjia advised earnestly, feigning concern for Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu seethed with indignation, aggravated by the second house's interference, which aimed to incite conflict between her and Su Jianjia over Qiao and Appo's. Mother is right. I will heed your counsel. I implore you to accompany me to the old matriarch and retrieve Qiao. Very well, as long as you understand, Su Jianjia replied. As she stood, Mu Yunshu reached out to assist her, and Su Jianjia allowed it, recalling how she had once served Mu Yunshu in the same manner. As they walked together, Mu Yunshu subli underminiter. Have you considered why Mama Xia is so adamant in her accusations? Thankfully, grandmother and father do not believe her fabrications. If they did, your standing here would be jeopardized. Today's events also seem suspicious. I merely dismissed a maid. What concern is that of the second house? Yet, Auntie was eager to deliver her to you. It seems we now share the reins of the household and have drawn the ire of others. If this continues, we shall be unable to rest easy. As she spoke, she scrutinized Su Jianjia's expression, noting her growing displeasure. An insidious smile flickered in Mu Yunshu's eyes. If she could manipulate Su Jianjia against the second house and publicly expose her transgressions, she could surely force her out of the Marquis's residence. Feigning ignorance, Su Jianjia allowed Mu Yunshu to bring up the matter of auditing the accounts. Mama Xia is undoubtedly aligned with the second house. She has managed purchases for years and must have financial ties with them. If we can uncover their embezzlement, the old matriarch shall deal with them. However, it requires your authority to initiate the audit. Su Jianjia smiled gently, knowing that the outcome of the audit would incite the second house's resentment toward her. Handle it as you see fit. I will speak to the old matriarch. She lightly patted Mu Yunshu's hand, both women seeking to use each other to expunge the second house from their lives. As they exited Tingyu Pavilion, the old matriarch dispatched Mama Su to summon Mu Yunshu, evidently concerning Kia's affair. Qinshi had been monitoring the situation closely and was enraged to learn that Su Jianjia had sent Xiao and Appos her to the old matriarch and that Mu Yunshu was now arm in arm with her. This was not the outcome she had desired. She had intended for them to become bitter enemies, yet their bond only seemed to strengthen. Upon entering, Su Jianjia and Mu Yunshu found the old matriarch with a stern expression, while Xiao knelt before her, weeping profusely. The old matriarch was poised to unleash her wrath upon Mu Yunshu. Mother, Yunshu has realized her mistakes. I have reprimanded her. Youngsters can be impetuous. She had only just entered the household when she discovered that a maid in the Jingjian hall was with child, and it is understandable for her to feel perturbed. Thankfully, sister-in-law saved Xiao, and no grave disaster has occurred. Please spare her this time. Su Jianjia interjected, speaking soothingly to the old matriarch. Grandmother, it is indeed my fault. If punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me instead. Shunjie had arrived just in time, as Su Jianjia had arranged for him to wait at the door. The old matriarch remained stern, muttering about the absurdity of the situation. Su Jianjia and Appos' gaze flickered, and she smiled brightly as she poured tea for the old matriarch. Mother, perhaps this time, Jingjian will be blessed with both a son and a daughter. Why not allow them to take the girl back and care for her properly? Chapter 47. Just raise her as a concubine. The phrase having both a son and a daughter struck Shinjie and Appos' heart like a bolt, illuminating his eyes with sudden joy. Initially, he had harbored concerns about what he would do if Yunshu were to bear a girl. But now, with Xiao also pregnant, one of them must surely carry a boy. In stark contrast, Mu Yunshu and Appos' immediate gaze fell upon Shinjue, her heart growing colder as she perceived the uncontainable delight on his face. What did this mean? Did he truly intend to keep the bastard that Xiao was carrying? Su Jianjia's eyes flickered between the two, a hidden amusement dancing within them. With her statement, Shunjie would undoubtedly ensure the safety of the child in Xiao's womb. She aimed to make Xiao an irremovable thorn between them. The home mansion would never permit such a life-threatening situation. This time would be an exception, but it would not happen again. All right, take her back. Since she is pregnant, just raise her as a concubine, declared the old matriarch. A surge of ecstasy washed over Xiao. She had finally achieved her desire of becoming a concubine. Her joy was in stark contrast to Mu Yunshu's suffocating frustration. As Xiao rose to leave with them, she cast a glance back at Su Jianjia, realizing she had underestimated the lady's capabilities. With the lady's words, the eldest master would certainly protect her. After all, their pregnancies were of equal duration. Who could tell which of them would bear a boy and which a girl? Once they departed, Su Jianjia broached the subject of auditing the accounts with the old matriarch. The matriarch was equally curious about what the second household had been up to over the years, without a word of rebuttal. As Su Jianjia stepped out of Qiubai courtyard, the skies had darkened. Miss, you cannot imagine the commotion at Lu Yun residence. The young mistress has returned and is currently throwing a tantrum, smashing things. Qing Yu whispered excitedly. A cold smile crept onto Su Jianjia's lips as she glanced towards Lu Yun residence. Given Mu Yunshu's temperament, she would certainly continue to make a scene. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Shun He Ting had yet to arrive. She instructed Qian Yu to prepare dinner. To her surprise, the one delivering the meal was Mama Yu. Mama is now responsible for purchases. Such trivial matters should be left to the servants, Su Jianjia remarked, somewhat taken aback. Mama Yu arranged the dishes before kneeling on the ground. I have come to express my gratitude to the lady. Thank you for your support. I promise to serve diligently and never bring shame upon you. As she spoke, her eyes turned red. Su Jianjia urged Qian Yu to help Mama Yu to her feet. If Mama Yu did not come tonight, she would certainly send someone to invite her tomorrow. The audit could not proceed without her assistance. When the topic of the audit arose, Mama Yu quickly attempted to dismiss it. This task should be entrusted to the young mistress. You need only assist her. After bathing, Su Jianjia still did not see Shun He Ting return. Surmising he likely intended to stay in the front courtyard tonight. Hearing from Qian Yu that the tumult at Lu Yun residence had not subsided, Su Jianjia chuckled. Let them cause as much ruckus as they wished. The more chaotic, the better. After a while, with Shun He Ting still absent, she turned to prepare for rest. Miss, the servants from Lu Yun residence report that the young mistress has experienced a frightful disturbance. The eldest master has already sent for a physician. It seems you must go. Qian Yu entered to inform her, understanding that as the mistress of the household, she should be notified in such circumstances. Su Jianjia anticipated that following the incident with Xiao Er, Mu Yunshu would undoubtedly escalate the situation. Little did she know, the more she stirred trouble, the further she would push Shun Jue away. Narrowing her eyes, she sought to inform Xiao, concubine, to act contrary to whatever the young mistress did. Upon entering Lu Yun residence, she found it brightly lit, and Mu Yunshu was still inside, weeping, her cries echoing throughout the place. The physician had already arrived, diagnosing Mu Yunshu's condition. It is all my fault. I should not have become pregnant with the eldest master's child. I am willing to forfeit this child and leave the residence, only pleading for the young mistress to quell her anger and not harm herself. Xiao Er knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly through her tears. You vile wretch, your words sound so sweet. If you truly did not want this child, why not go die? Mu Yunshu cried, her eyes swollen from tears as she seized a moderately sized vase and hurled it at Xiao Er. Xiao Er did not flinch or evade. The scene was so raucous that Su Jianjia could hear it clearly even before entering. Upon her arrival, she found Shun Jue shielding Xiao Er, shards of porcelain scattered at his feet. Yinshu, enough. I have already stated it was merely an accident. If you must place blame, direct it at me. The child in Xiao Er's womb is innocent. Innocent? And what of me? Am I not innocent? Mu Yinshu could not swallow her resentment. What is all this ruckus? Is it not a good thing? Must it come to the point of someone losing their life before you are satisfied? Su Jianjia approached Mu Yinshu, saying, Yinshu, it is not that I am criticizing you, but as the primary wife, you must exhibit grace. There is only one concubine, Xiao Er. Yet you are creating such a stir. Does that not invite ridicule? She returned Mu Yunshu's earlier admonishments word for word, remembering how, upon marrying Shun Jue, Mu Yunshu had attempted to keep him distant by sending one person after another into his chambers. Su Jianjia was merely displeased by her actions. Mu Yunshu was truly at a loss for words, biting her lip hard, tears streaming down. Fortunately, she was unharmed. The physician prescribed some medicine to calm her pregnancy before departing. Xing Jian, please comfort Yinshu. Do not let her truly suffer a fright. If anything were to happen to the child, there would be no turning back, Su Jianjia cautioned, emphasizing her words. Hearing this, Shun Jue's brows tightened even further. When Su Jianjia departed, Mu Yinshu was still sobbing, leaving Shun Jue with a throbbing headache. With Yinshu causing such a stir, if she truly experienced a fright, it would be dreadful. He needed to inform the old matriarch. Exiting Lu Yun residence, Su Jianjia made her way to Qiubai courtyard. The old matriarch was already displeased with Mu Yunshu, and upon hearing Su Jianjia's account, her expression soured further. It was commonplace for men to have multiple wives. What was there to make a fuss about? Satisfied with her day's achievements, Su Jianjia returned to Tingyu Pavilion, where she remained until sleep enveloped her, with Shun He Ting still absent. Given the commotion caused by Mu Yinshu, how could Qin Shi remain unaware? Originally, she had hoped for a confrontation between Mu Yinshu and Su Jianjia, but to her surprise, Mu Yinshu had clashed with Shun Jue instead, while Qiao Er had become a concubine. Meanwhile, Su Jianjia seemed untouched by the turmoil, demonstrating her remarkable prowess in deftly resolving the situation with minimal effort. However, there was no need to rush. She had other strategies at her disposal. Shun Jie fed Mu Yinshu the calming medicine and lulled her to sleep. Exhausted, he pushed the door open and discovered Qiao Er still kneeling on the ground. "Get up. What are you doing? You might harm a child." He personally helped Qiao Er to her feet. "I merely wish to appease the young mistress." Qiao Er replied gently, devoid of any resentment. Observing Shun Jie's furrowed brow, she noted, "The eldest master seems to be suffering from his ailment again. Perhaps I can massage your temples. It might provide some relief. You must attend the Guozi Academy tomorrow, and studying is of utmost importance. Any delay is unacceptable." Shun Jue hesitated for a moment. Chapter 48. Better to reincarnate. Early Mu Yinshu had wept profusely, enduring immense grievances, and slept restlessly throughout the night. As dawn broke, she opened her eyes to find herself alone on the bed. She roused her maid, Shi, who had been keeping watch, and with a stern expression inquired, "Where is the eldest young master? Where did he spend the night?" Shi, her gaze evasive, stammered and hesitated to respond. Mu Yinshu, not one to be easily deceived, grit her teeth and demanded, "He spent the night in that wretched girl's room, didn't he?" Left with no choice, Shi nodded. "Miss, please do not be angry. Qiao is merely an insignificant girl. Even if she bears a child, it must be raised under your name." "Silence." Mu Yinshu scolded, her eyes reddened with fury. She understood the implications. Should Qiao give birth to a son while she bore a daughter, the vast estate of the Ho residence would ultimately belong to that illegitimate child. She was acutely aware that Shun Jue's intention in keeping Qiao's child was precisely this. After all, no one could guarantee that she was carrying a male heir. Very well. How utterly despicable. Mu Yinshu's gaze turned menacing, a sinister smile creeping across her face, which frightened Shi, enduring until Shun Jue departed for the Imperial Academy. She immediately summoned Qiao and Oppose. That morning, Su Jianjia learned that Shun Heading had returned to his quarters to sleep, but early that day, before she had even awoken, he had already gone to the study. Casting a suspicious glance toward the inner chamber, she wondered if he had noticed the talisman hidden beneath his pillow. During breakfast, Su Jianjia was informed by Qingyu that Mu Yinshu had summoned Qiao early in the morning, setting rules for her. At this moment, Qiao was still kneeling in Mu Yinshu's chamber, a consequence of Shun Jue spending the night in Qiao's room. "Miss, ought you to assist Aunt Qiao?" Qingyu inquired in a hushed voice. Su Jianjia understood that Qiao was cunning. She should not interfere in the affairs of the Luyan courtyard. Qiao had achieved her aim of becoming Aunt Qiao, and if she could not endure this minor hardship, it would be better for her to seek a new life altogether. Qingyu then revealed another piece of news to Su Jianjia. Qin Shi was accompanying He Shi for breakfast. Each morning, He Shi would first consume a bowl of bird's nest soup, a habit that Qin Shi had adopted. However, this day, the kitchen staff had forgotten to deliver the bird's nest. "Where's my bird's nest? You dare to forget even this? Have you grown too bold?" Qin Shi immediately erupted in anger, summoning the servant responsible for delivering the meals. The old servant would never dare forget. It was the young mistress who sent someone early this morning to instruct that the second house would no longer receive bird's nest. If the old lady and the eldest lady wish to partake, they must draw from their private accounts, purchasing as they please. He sure slammed her chopsticks down. "How dare she cut off my bird's nest? Since when did this residence fall under her authority?" Qin Shi, fully aware of the situation, realized that she had sent someone to rescue Qiao and deliver her to Su Jianjia. Mu Yinshu was retaliating against their branch. If they were denied their bird's nest today, what would tomorrow hold? Perhaps they would be deprived of their daily necessities as well. "Mother, do not fret. I have a way to deal with her. I will ensure she obediently delivers the bird's nest to us," Qin Shi thought, her mind already concocting a strategy. Traditionally, Mu Yinshu would visit the old lady first, and then extend her greetings to Su Jianjia. Today, however, She chose to greet Su Jianjia first. You need not make this trip, considering your condition, Su Jianjia mused, fully aware of Mu Yunshu's intentions to shift the blame onto her for halting the bird's nest supply. With He Shi and Qin Shi's temperaments, they would certainly not let the matter rest. It was an oversight on the part of the daughter-in-law to neglect greeting you. It is the duty of a daughter-in-law to pay respects to her mother-in-law. Mu Yunshu feigned obedience, then proceeded to discuss the matters concerning the second house. Upon reviewing the previous accounts, I noticed that the expenses of the whole residence are exorbitant. Even mountains of gold cannot sustain such expenditure. Thus, I ordered the cessation of the bird's nest supply to the second house. After all, they possess their private funds. It is unreasonable for everything to be drawn from the public account. Surely, mother would not blame the daughter-in-law for taking this initiative? This is for your benefit. As you and I now manage the household together, we must achieve some results. Su Jianjia, not easily fooled, frowned. This matter should be discussed with the old lady first for prudence. As for the account review, the old lady had indeed agreed, and she could proceed with it. A fleeting cold smile passed across Mu Yunshu's face. Were it not for Qin Shi, she would have dealt with that wretched girl, Xiao, long ago. There would be no Aunt Xiao otherwise. Qin Shi was cunning and greedy. Only she knew how much she had embezzled over the years. And this time, she would ensure a thorough investigation. In Xiubai courtyard, as they arrived, they had yet to extend their greetings to the old lady when Qin Shi burst in, weeping and pleading for her aunt to intervene on behalf of her mother. When my mother gave birth to Guanshan and the third brother, she suffered injuries and developed a condition of blood deficiency. The old lady allowed her to nurture her health with bird's nest all these years. But today, neither Jianjia nor Yunshu is in charge. Yet they have stopped my mother's bird's nest supply, causing her blood deficiency to flare up. She is now so weak she cannot rise. Blood deficiency can be life-threatening. A faint smile flickered in Su Jianjia's eyes. She truly did not know who was responsible, did she? No. Qin Shi was still attempting to sow discord between her and Mu Yunshu. The old lady and Amp, Appo's expression darkened upon hearing this. Su Jianjia interjected before Mu Yunshu could speak. Mother, I only learned of this matter from Yunshu on the way here. She would not allow Mu Yunshu to cast this blame upon her. Mu Yunshu, initially intending to shift the blame, found herself preempted. She could only say, Grandmother, I do not believe I have done anything wrong. The estate was divided long ago during the late grandfather's time. The current glory of the Ho residence was earned through the battles fought by grandfather and father. Over the years, grandmother and father have been kind, continuously supporting the second house without division. However, since the elder uncle and the younger uncle have both taken positions in the court, it is their duty as sons to care for the two grandmothers. How can it fall upon father to bear this burden? Wouldn't that be unfilial? As she spoke, Mu Yunshu glanced at Qin Shi, a mocking smile on her face. I recall that aunt generously gifted my mother 10,000 taels of silver as a greeting gift. It seems she is not in such dire straits that she cannot afford bird's nest. Perhaps aunt could arrange for someone to procure some? Has the doctor been summoned? Some matters are best left unremarked. Moreover, the old lady was rather soft-hearted, and she began to feel that there was no fault in this. She turned to Qin Shi and asked, Has someone gone to summon the doctor? Qin Shi's eyes darted away. In response to aunt, someone has already been sent to summon the doctor. Mu Yunshu feigned confusion. What is aunt still doing here? Shouldn't she be attending to her mother at her bedside? I have entrusted the affairs of the Ho residence to Jianjia. You need not bring such matters to me again. Go back and care for your mother. The old lady waved her hand impatiently. Su Jianjia lowered her gaze, concealing the amusement in her eyes. Once a seed of doubt is planted in the heart, it will gradually take root and grow. Look, the old lady no longer trusts the second house. The Lord summoned his wife to the front courtyard. As Su Jianjia exited Qiubai courtyard, she was surprised to find Xiao Zhan waiting for her. Chapter 49. Oh, how did the young master's wife fall? Why is this woman here? Upon seeing Su Jianjia, Shun Qingji's expression visibly darkened. She abruptly stood up, striding toward the exit while exclaiming, Where's my second brother? He summoned me early this morning and has left me waiting here without so much as a glimpse of him. Tell him I have matters to attend to, and I shall take my leave. Naturally, Su Jinjia made no effort to detain her. If she wished to depart, so be it. She found a seat for herself, pondering the implications of Shun Qingji's dismissive remarks. As Shun Qingji took a few steps, Shun Heading appeared, clad in a light blue robe, striding towards her against the light, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Upon his arrival, a flicker of apprehension crossed Shun Qingji's heart, for their mother had barely survived a recent ordeal and was still bedridden. Sister-in-law, she reluctantly greeted Su Jinjia. Su Jinjia rose to return the gesture, but Shun Heading gestured for her to remain seated. Shun Qingji followed suit, her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. Her brother had seemingly forgotten his sister in favor of his wife. What was it you wanted to discuss, second brother? Curiosity piqued within Su Jinjia. Could it be that Shun Heading had summoned them both to mediate and reconcile their differences? Shun Heading, who had been taking medicine daily to suppress the poison within him, appeared much improved after a few days, though traces of his ailment lingered visibly. He cast a fleeting glance at Shun Qingji before calling out to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan produced a pouch and placed it on the table beside Shun Qingji. Was this not the very pouch she had slipped under his pillow the previous day? So he had discovered it. Thus, his intent in summoning Shun Qingji became clear. But what purpose did he have in bringing her here? This matter was not one for Su Jinjia to comment upon. She remained silent, intrigued by how Shun Heading intended to address the pouch, which contained Princess Ning'an's intentions. Second brother, why did you bring this out? The princess instructed that it be placed under your pillow for it to be effective, Shun Qingji said, her tone suddenly sharp as she directed a piercing gaze at Su Jinjia. But what right does this woman have to oppose the princess's wishes? She is only looking out for your well-being. Su Jinjia's eyes darkened, not feeling the need to hastily defend herself. Silence. Shun Heading interjected, directing a stern look towards Shun Qingji. It is not her fault. She has said nothing. Second brother, do not be swayed by her like our mother has. She is clearly not a virtuous woman. Shun Qingji snapped, anger directed at Su Jinjia. Shun Heading's expression remained unyielding. His voice turned colder. Tia, have you forgotten your current status? Have you also forgotten hers? You must return the pouch in the same manner you received it from the princess today. Should you dare to bring any more dubious items into this household, be prepared to face the consequences. Second brother, you cannot do this. I have already assured the princess that this matter would be handled properly. How can I return it now? Shun Heading stood and began to leave. Su Jinjia observed him closely, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. He dared to address the matter in her presence. Surely, if the princess learned of this, she would be infuriated. Indeed, Shun Qingji's expression was already twisted in fury. It must be you whispering in second brother's ear. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the princess. In a fit of rage, she lunged towards Su Jinjia, hand raised to strike. Miss, Qian Yu and Qing Yu exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to intervene, but were intercepted by two elderly women beside Shun Qingji. As Shun Qingji's hand was poised to strike Su Jinjia's face, Su Jinjia swiftly grasped her wrist, twisting it forcefully. Ah! Shun Qingji cried out in pain, her fierce glare directed at Su Jinjia. How dare you touch me? Call for help, someone. Su Jinjia tightened her grip, a cold smile playing on her lips. Young master's wife, should others learn that you, a married woman, shamelessly meddle in the affairs of your brother and sister-in-law, how do you suppose they will speak of you? Do not forget, it is not you who governs the duke's household. Consider how the duke's wife might choose to deal with you. Shun Qingji, feeling as though her very essence was being grasped, found her once brazen demeanor extinguished in an instant. You wouldn't dare. What is there that I would not dare to do? Su Jinjia suddenly exerted more force, the sharp pain in Shun Qingji's wrist causing her to bend over. Her head lowered in submission. Release me at once. Shun Qingji continued to threaten. With a sudden release, Shun Qingji lost her balance and fell to the ground. Oh, how did the young master's wife fall? Someone assist the young master's wife. Su Jinjia leisurely brushed the wrinkles from her sleeve. You. Shun Qingji's lips trembled in fury. Two elderly women hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. This time, the young master's wife must regain her footing. Su Jinjia strolled past her, casting a glance at the bracelet on her wrist, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. Shun Qingji, I shall gradually claim every precious thing you hold dear. As she made her way back to Tingyu Pavilion, two maidservants praised Shun Heading before expressing concerns over her treatment of Shun Qingji. They feared the old lady and the marquis would be angered should they learn of it, and advised her to temper her actions in the future. Su Jianjia smiled without a word. Temperance? The true excesses were yet to come. The previous night, Mu Yunshu had caused quite a stir, and today, Shun Jue appeared somewhat disheveled. A few familiar classmates, noticing his inability to focus, invited him to relax. This so-called relaxation involved nothing more than drinking and listening to tunes. As they strolled, Shunjie casually scanned the surroundings, suddenly spotting a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Yin. What was he doing at the National Academy? I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not accompany you. You may go. I'll cover the expenses, just put on my tab. Shun Jue promptly abandoned his plans for leisure. By the time he spoke, Su Yin had already walked away. After inquiring, Shun Jie learned that his father had written a recommendation letter for Su Yin, and starting tomorrow, Su Yin would also be studying at the National Academy. His expression darkened. With his father awake, he could no longer act against Su Jianjia, but Su Yin was another matter entirely. You will do me a favor. He ominously instructed a nearby servant, confiding a few words. Since the scandal involving Su Jianliang and his family had surfaced, where he had taken advantage of his widowed sister-in-law and used her money to take 2 concubines, Su Win's reputation had plummeted, leaving him as an outcast, avoided by all. Even those once eager to indulge him with lavish parties had severed ties during his financial decline. As Su Win trudged along with his head downcast, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Excusez-moi, Emery. Su, my young master requests your presence. Su Win scoffed. Who is your young master? Just because he asks, must I go? If you wish to seek vengeance, that is your choice. The messenger turned, not insisting further. Suddenly invigorated, Su Win pursued him with haste. Wait. Chapter 50. Do you dare to kill? Shun Qingji seized the pouch from the table and exited the marquis's residence, gritting her teeth as she instructed someone to deliver a letter to Princess Ningen. She could not handle Su Jianjia, but there were others who could. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Su Jianjia, drawing upon her memories from a previous life, meticulously examined all the servants in the marquis's household, discerning who was aligned with Shun Jue and who with the second branch. She marked the remaining useful individuals one by one. Then, she focused on one particular name and summoned Qingyu, giving her several instructions. Miss, leave this matter to me, Qingyu said, as she grabbed a handful of melon seeds and left. Meaningfully. Since Mu Yinshu intended to investigate the accounts, she would naturally keep the second branch in the dark. Mu Yinshu had already commenced her sweeping actions, first finding an excuse to drag out all those who had performed poorly the previous day, administering 20 lashes to each. If they couldn't even handle something as trivial as selling a lowly maid, it was evident they were all from the second branch. Listening to their cries of agony, Mu Yunshu felt a sense of relief. Although Qin was the instigator of Qiao's affair, Su Jianjia was equally despicable. She was determined to drive that wretched woman out of the marquis's residence. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her mind began to churn with plans. As noon approached, she finally allowed Qiao to return. After kneeling for an entire morning, Qiao was nearly at her wits and oppos, and yet she remembered her mistress's words and bore it without complaint. So many had witnessed her suffering. There was no need for her to complain to the young master. After Qingyu emerged from Tingyu Pavilion, she began cracking seeds in the corridor. Soon, a hobbled old woman, responsible for cleaning, approached to sweep up the discarded shells. Oh, I truly apologize. It's all my fault. Let me do it. Qingyu realized her mistake, her face filled with guilt as she reached for the broom from the old woman's hands. The old woman, with a good temper, insisted, No trouble at all, dear girl. Let me handle it. That's simply one tea do. It was my mistake. Qingyu insisted on taking the broom and cleaning the ground thoroughly. It's all clean here. You should take a rest, she said affectionately, supporting the old woman to sit down. The two began to chat. Dear girl, you seem unfamiliar. Are you on the lady's attendance? The old woman remarked. Qingyu nodded, impressed by the old woman and damp, oppos, as keen eyes. Why is it that you're not busy today? The lady is attending to the marquee, and all the account matters are being handled by the young mistress. So I find myself with a bit of free time. After saying this, Qingyu's eyes widened suddenly, and she quickly covered her mouth, glancing around warily, as if she had misspoken. The old woman looked puzzled. What accounts? Panicking, Qingyu nearly cried. It was a slip of the tongue. Dear grandmother, please do not mention it outside. The young mistress is merely seeking permission from the lady to look into the accounts. I'm not entirely sure of the details. Rest assured, dear girl, this old servant will not breathe a word, the old woman promised. Grateful for her assurance, Qingyu thanked her profusely before departing. Meanwhile, Su Jianjia continued to sort through the household staff. Miss, it's done. Qingyu entered, beaming. Upon hearing this, Su Jianjia's face brightened as well. Who would have thought that a hobbled old cleaning woman was also in Qin's employ? That was her strength, knowing how to utilize people wisely. Though it appeared that the old lady was in charge, the Marquis's residence had long been riddled with holes. Qin had gradually infiltrated her people. One could hardly guess who was truly aligned with her, even though Shan Jue had cultivated some followers within the household. The incident with Xiao clearly indicated that the residence was firmly under the control of Qin and the second branch. Tomorrow, a Yin would officially attend the Imperial Academy, where both Shen Jue and Su Wen were also students. Su Jinjian knew their dispositions all too well. She returned home with Qian Yu and the others. Upon learning that the old lady had indeed cut off their bird's nest supply and allowed Mu Yunshu to say such things, he felt so furious that she could not even eat. Even though Qin had sent someone to prepare bird's nest for her, she could not stomach it. What are they trying to do? Do they wish to drive us out of the Marquis's residence? What sort of temperament does the old lady possess? Heating has been away at war for years. If we had not supported the household, would it be as it is today? Now that a daughter-in-law and granddaughter have been married in, do they believe we are no longer of use? They dare to cut off my bird's nest? Not only could she not accept this, but even Qin could not swallow this bitterness. With Shun heading nearing death and the first branch lacking an heir, the vast family fortune would soon be hers. Yet now, they had lost even the profitable task of procurement, and the first branch had made it clear they intended to treat them harshly. Mother, do not be anxious just yet. The old lady is quite easy to manipulate. This whole matter was instigated by that little wretch Mu Yunshu. Just wait. I will think of a way to deal with her. He glared at her, warning, do not mess this up again. Madam, Granny Han is here. She says she has important news to report. Just as they were speaking, Mama Jiang entered. Qin frowned. What would she possibly want? Let her in. Moments later, a hobbled old woman entered, the very one who had been chatting with Qingyu. Madam, I just heard some news. The young mistress has sought permission from the lady to investigate the accounts. She may have already taken action. The old lady was unaware of Qin's schemes, but those beneath her saw everything clearly. Upon hearing this, Qin's expression changed dramatically. What? Mu Yunshu intends to investigate the accounts? No matter how well the books are maintained, falsehoods can never stand true. And regarding procurement, if she investigates, she will surely uncover discrepancies. The old lady has begun to harbor suspicions against us. If she finds anything else, Qin hastily rewarded Granny Han with a few pieces of silver. Once she left, his expression darkened. It seemed that Mu Yunshu could not be allowed to remain. The mother-in-law exchanged glances, and Qin's eyes hardened. When heaven offers a path, you refuse to take it. When hell presents no door, you insist on barging in. You cannot blame me for what happens next. Upon returning home, Su Jianjia found that Su Yan had not yet arrived. Go fetch Su Ershu's son, Su Lu, she instructed. Mama Kong complied. Qian Yu, puzzled, asked, what does the miss want with Su Lu? Su Ershu had served as a guard for her mother when she married her father, though aging. His son Su Lu had surpassed him in skill and was of a similar age to Su Yan. Your humble servant pays respects to the miss. Su Lu soon arrived. Dressed in coarse fabric, his prominent brows and bright eyes giving him a spirited appearance. Su Jianjia bade him rise and then asked, are you willing to follow a Yin in the future? Su Lu's face lit up with joy, almost rendering him speechless. I'm willing. Su Fianxia continued. Do you dare kill? Su Lu paused. If anyone harms the young master, I shall kill them. Excellent. From this day forth, your task is to protect a yin. But remember, killing requires finesse. One must not leave behind any evidence. Su Jianjia provided him with several items and instructed him on their use. Just as she finished her instructions, Su Yin returned. After Su Jianjia explained the situation, he frowned. Sister, one person is sufficient by my side, and I'm going to the Imperial Academy to study, not to brawl. Su Jianjia was resolute. What you have learned can only deal with Jomen. However, when confronted with scoundrels, one must resort to killing to quell violence. Bring Su Lu along for our peace of mind. Reluctantly, Su Yin agreed to keep Su Lu with him. By the time Su Jianjia returned, the sky had darkened. The heat intensified, and Shun Heading had still not returned. After bathing, she sat before her vanity, gazing into the copper mirror at her own reflection, her eyes chillingly cold. It was already past the hour of high. How could there be no movement from Qin's side after receiving news? Had she miscalculated? Just then, a commotion arose outside. Though distant, she strained to listen and discerned it seemed to be coming from the direction of the lake. She summoned Qingyu to come in. You should quickly inquire about what transpired. Chapter 51. The young lady is bleeding. Qingyu quickly gathered the news, her voice trembling with excitement. Miss, the young lady has fallen into the water and is still submerged. She is with child, and if things go awry, it could mean 2 lives lost. Su Jianyan naturally understood Ingwe's implication. If that were the case, it would indeed be advantageous for her. Let us act as though we know nothing and wait for the servants to report back, she calmly replied, settling back in her seat. Before the duration of a tea break had passed, someone came to inform her, and she had no choice but to go. In the study, Shun Heading was still attending to official business when Xiao Zhan abruptly entered, appearing hesitant. What is it? Speak. Shun Heading cast a casual glance at him. The subordinates heard the commotion outside. The lady has fallen into the water. What? Shun Heading rose swiftly and rushed outside, his wide sleeves sweeping across the brush stand. With a loud crash, the rosewood brush stand toppled, scattering the fine brushes across the floor, several of which shattered upon impact. Xiao Zhan looked on in shock. The Marquis was typically aloof, with a sole passion for collecting exquisite brushes, each painstakingly acquired, some of which he cherished too much to use. And now they lay ruined. Marquis. Xiao Zhan hurriedly bent to retrieve the brushes, but upon turning his head, he noticed Shun Heading had already moved far ahead, leaving the precious brushes behind. Where is the Marquis headed? In haste, Xiao Zhan gathered the fallen brushes and pursued Shun Heading. Su Fianxia, wishing for Mu Yunshu to remain in the lake a while longer, walked leisurely. From a distance, the lakeside was ablaze with light and bustling with voices, suggesting that Mu Yunshu had yet to be rescued. A smile danced in Su Jianjia's eyes. Indeed, the Qin family remained as they were. Just a few steps away, a figure flashed past her, too quick for her to discern. Isn't that the Marquis? Qingyu exclaimed, but her words were cut short by a splash. Shun Heading had unexpectedly leapt into the lake. Su Jianjia halted in her tracks, realizing how anxious Shun Heading was for Mu Yunshu. If that were true, she need not concern herself with rescuing him. Was that truly the Marquis? Why'd he jump in? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Upon seeing Su Jianjia arrive, they all bowed in greeting. Greetings, my lady. Su Jianjia raised her hand, signaling them to refrain from excessive formalities. The priority is to save the young lady, ensure she is brought to safety. In the lake, hearing the commotion, Shun Heading surfaced. The moonlight cascaded down like water, and Su Jianjia, adorned in a simple lotus-colored gown, stood amidst the flickering torchlight, her figure ethereal and indistinct from afar. Amidst the shifting shadows and the clamor of voices, Shun Heading's expression darkened, his movements stilled in the water. Noticing the resentful look on his face, Su Jianjia's gaze flickered with faint mockery. Was he displeased with her proximity, or was she obstructing his gallant rescue? My lady, are you unharmed? Xiao Zhan, following closely behind, froze upon seeing Su Jianjia safe and sound, while his gaze shifted anxiously to Shun Heading in the water, feeling a chill at his neck. Please, encourage the Marquis. Saving her is urgent, but he must also care for his own well-being. Su Jianjia regarded him for a moment. Xiao Zhan hastily attempted to clarify. My lady, it is not as it seems. Allow me to explain. Yet, Shun Heading abruptly ceased his rescue efforts. With a graceful leap, he climbed ashore, his gaze icy as it swept over Xiaozhan. You come with me. With that, he turned and strode away, drenched. His erratic behavior left Su Jianjia perplexed. Just as Shun Heading departed, Mu Yunshu was pulled from the water. Young lady, young lady. Her maid rushed forward, weeping. A robust house servant had rescued Mu Yunshu, who, after being submerged for some time, emerged pale as a ghost, drenched, her gown clinging to her form, accentuating her delicate curves. Su Jianjia instructed someone to fetch a doctor, her eyes gleaming with concealed amusement. This was also part of the Qin family scheme. It appeared they had anticipated a contingency plan. Even if Mu Yunshu were fortunate enough to survive, her reputation would be tarnished. The old matriarch, having received news, hurried over. How is Yunshu? The doctor was currently attending to Mu Yunshu, leaving Su Jianjia momentarily unable to respond. She glanced around. Where's the eldest young master? Sire cried. The eldest young master sent word back that he is dining out with his classmates tonight. The old matriarch's face darkened with anger. Why have you not sent someone to find him? Su Jianjia helped the old matriarch to sit. Tell me, how could such a well-behaved young lady fall into the water? Sire, still sobbing, recounted. After dinner, Mu Yunshu felt uneasy and lay on the couch for a long while. Unable to sleep, she decided to take a walk. When she reached the lakeside, she slipped and collided with the railing, which, perhaps due to neglect, broke, causing her to fall into the water. Nonsense. The lakeside railing is inspected and repaired monthly. How could it be in disrepair? The old matriarch's voice was stern. It must be that you did not attend to her properly. Someone dragged them away for heavy punishment. Su Jianjia understood well. Mother, perhaps it would be wise to investigate before passing judgment. The railing of the Marquis's residence would hardly be in disrepair. A thorough examination would surely reveal the truth. The old matriarch pointed at Mama Su. Take people and investigate what truly transpired. Yunshu, Yunshu. As she spoke, Shan Jue, reeking of alcohol and supported by others, stumbled in. Grandmother, where is Yunshu? Is she and the child safe? Xinjiang, look at your state. Take the eldest young master to sober up. The old matriarch's brow furrowed with worry as incidents continued to unfold in the household. Two servants helped Shun Jue prepare to leave. Suddenly, a cry from within the chamber pierced the air. The young lady is bleeding. Mu Yunshu, with child, had not yet reached 2 months. Everyone understood the implications of bleeding. Yunshu, the child. Shun Jie, shaken from his stupor, snapped to attention, his eyes bloodshot. He forcefully pushed aside the servants beside him and staggered toward the inner chamber, shouting, "We must ensure the safety of Yunshu and the child." The old matriarch, too, was thrown into a panic, clasping her hands together and murmuring prayers. Su Jianjia's gaze darkened. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. If this child were to perish, Shen Jue's schemes would unravel, and he had every reason to be anxious. She needed to stop the eldest young master. The doctor was inside, tending to the emergency, and his reckless intrusion would only complicate matters further. Chapter 52. This matter must not be disclosed to the young mistress too. Matron stepped forward to obstruct Shunjie. At this moment, Shunjie was in a state of frantic desperation. His eyes reddened. He turned and implored Su Jianjia. "Mother, I beseech you, allow me to see Yunshu for just a moment." He was anxious to ascertain the well-being of Mu Yunshu's child. Su Jianjia sat upright, casting a glance at Qianyu, signaling that the eldest young master was still not entirely sober. Go assist him in regaining his senses. Mu Yunshu had been submerged in the lake for quite some time and had yet to regain consciousness. Qianyu exited with a basin of cold water and doused Shinjue with it. Water cascaded down him as he began to awaken. Jianjia. The old lady's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such a method of sobering up. Su Jianjia turned her gaze towards her mother. "What is it, mother?" The old lady fell silent, realizing that it was her duty to let Jianjia manage the household and raise her son. She could not interfere. "Mother, I lost my composure just now." A shadow of darkness flickered in Shun Jue's eyes. He would remember this grievance. He implored his mother to allow him to see Yunshu, for all he wished to know was her condition. "No, my child, please return my child." At that moment, Mu Yunshu's anguished cry filled the air. What child is lost? Shen Jue felt as though struck by lightning. Yinshu? Yinshu? He was aware, yet the effects of the alcohol still lingered, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Is the child truly lost? How could this happen? A sorrowful expression marred Su Jianjia's face, though her eyes glimmered with mirth. The old lady felt dizzy, lamenting the misfortune. However, even graver news loomed ahead. After a moment, the doctor hurried out, lowering his voice. Old lady, madam, the young mistress is bleeding profusely. Her life is in peril. Even if she miraculously survives, she may find it exceedingly difficult to conceive again. What? Shun Jie could scarcely believe his ears, gripping the table beside him with fervor. The old lady was rendered speechless in her astonishment. The calmest among them was Su Jianjia, who stated resolutely, I do not care what means you employ. The young mistress's life must be preserved. She is not yet deserving of death. With Xiao now pregnant, losing the child would only serve to stir the household further. Fearing that Mu Yunshu might not withstand this dreadful news, Shunjie cast a sharp gaze at the servants in the room, declaring, this matter must not be disclosed to the young mistress. The old lady nodded in agreement. Indeed, this news must not reach Yinshu. Su Jianjia lowered her gaze to conceal the amusement in her eyes. Their words alone would not suffice, provided that Mu Yunshu could endure this trial. Mu Yunshu cried out a few more times before succumbing to unconsciousness once more, aware that the child was lost. Shinjue no longer clamored to enter. Upon Su Mama's return, the old lady promptly inquired, have you determined how this occurred? How did Yinshu end up in the water? Su Mama recounted her findings truthfully. It was unclear who had spilled water on the path, rendering it exceedingly slippery. The young mistress had slipped and collided with the railing, which ordinarily would not have led to a fall into the water. Yet, who could have foreseen that the exterior seemed intact while the interior had been ravaged by termites, leading to the young mistress's plunge into the lake? It sounded like an accident. The methods of the Qin family were indeed cunning. Su Lianjia furuit herbruth, leisurely reminding them, it is merely early summer. How could there be so many termites? The old lady shared her confusion. Logically, it was not the season for termite proliferation. So how could they have infested the railing? Shen Jue suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp indeed. Why would there be termites at this time of year? And why was that path wet? Investigate who deliberately drenched the ground. Are there other areas in the estate that have been eroded by termites? If this were not an accident, then it must be man-made. Are you suggesting that someone intended to harm Yinshu? The old lady's temples throbbed until the matter was clarified. Shun Jue refrained from making any conclusions. In the study, Shun Heading had also ordered an investigation. My lord, I bear guilt, but I was unaware. The voices from outside echoed, expressing that the one who fell into the water was not the madam, but the young mistress. Xiao Zhan knelt before him, regret gnawing at his insides. Shun Heading sat behind the desk, the flickering candlelight casting a somber shadow across his face. His voice was calm. Do you realize that in the military, your actions would constitute a false report? What would be the consequences of such deceit? Xiao Zhan, but this is at home. It cannot be so severe. He dared not retort, knowing the punishment could be severe. Shun Heading had already changed into dry attire, though his hair was still damp. You may go. Take 30 strokes of the military cane. Even after receiving punishment, Xiao Zhan expressed gratitude for the Lord's mercy in sparing his life. Shun Heading's men uncovered findings similar to Su Mama's. Ultimately, the individual responsible for wetting the path was revealed to be Old Chun, tasked with cleaning the lake. Today happened to be the day for clearing the lake sediment, resulting in the dampened ground. What they uncovered was shocking. Several areas within the estate had indeed been infested by termites, including a pavilion belonging to the second household. In the end, the investigation concluded that all evidence pointed to an accident. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be attributed to Mu Yunshu's misfortune. Ultimately, her life was preserved. Yet conceiving again would prove exceedingly difficult. The scent of blood lingered in the air, and night had deepened. Yet Mu Yunshu remained unconscious. As elders, the old lady and Su Jianjia could not remain by her side indefinitely. Noticing the old lady's fatigue, Su Jianjia escorted her back. Once they departed, Shun Jue's expression shifted. Although everyone believed it to be a mere accident, he had his doubts. Behind every coincidence lay meticulous scheming. Investigate. I must uncover who harmed the child within Yanshu. He was determined to bring this individual to justice. Meanwhile, Qinshi had not yet retired. This night, Shen Guanshan was staying in the concubine's chamber. She changed into her night clothes, reclining on the couch, her smile sinister. It seems the wretched Mu Yunshu has been granted a reprieve, allowing her to return to life. I shall see if, under the anguish of losing her child, she retains the spirit to seek retribution. As for Su Jinjia, should she dare to undertake the investigation, she had methods to ensure it would come to naught. This evening, Su Jinjia was in high spirits. With the loss of Mu Yunshu's child, conceiving again would prove impossible. Ayin was destined for a career in politics. Thus, she must not tarnish her reputation. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Shun Heading happened to arrive as well. Qianyu and Qingyu discreetly withdrew. For a moment, only the two remained in the room. Regarding Shun Heading's leap into the water to save Mu Yunshu, Su Jianjia felt a twinge of resentment. She approached him to pay her respects, saying little else. Shun Heading gestured for her to rise. It is late. You should retire early. Sufyan. Just as Shun Heading was about to enter the inner chamber, he abruptly paused, glancing back at Su Jinjia. Xiaozhan said it was you who fell into the water. Chapter 53. Your uncle, he spoke succinctly, without the slightest excess of words, and, after finishing, retreated into the inner chamber. Su Jinjia realized that the person he sought to save was her, not Mu Yunshu. This clarified why he had jumped in and only rescued half. Upon seeing her, he decisively returned to the surface. Lying on the soft couch, a smile graced the corners of Su Jinjia's lips. She preferred to leave a light burning while she slept. Shun Heading reclined on the couch, casting a glance outside. Gazing at the dim candlelight, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, a trace of cold laughter appeared on Su Jinjia's face. The night stretched on endlessly. At the Duke's residence, Pei Jingqing found a rare moment of respite in Shun Qingji's room. After a night of playful antics, they both sank into a deep sleep. In a drowsy haze, Shun Qingji felt an itch on her face. Her eyelids were heavy, and after scratching absent-mindedly, she turned over and resumed sleeping. Time passed, and Pei Zhangqing awoke with a fierce thirst. With his eyes still shut, he called out several times for a cup of tea. Since he had stayed in Shun Qingji's room, she had not kept the night watch. When he received no response, he reluctantly climbed off the couch. Fortunately, a lamp remained lit in the room. With half-closed eyes, he stumbled to the table, poured a cup of already cold tea, and flopped back onto the couch, ready to sleep again. However, his movements disturbed Shun Qingji, who did not even open her eyes but instinctively burrowed into his embrace. Pei Jingqing shoved her away, his expression one of annoyance. In the next moment, a terrified scream escaped him. Ah, a ghost. There's a ghost. Panic-stricken, he turned to flee but stumbled and fell from the couch, grimacing in pain as he crawled toward the door. What is wrong with you, husband? Why are you shouting in the middle of the night? Shun Qingji managed to open her eyes, scratching her face as she spoke. A few maidservants heard the commotion and rushed in, promptly igniting the candles in the room. Upon glancing at Shun Qingji, they couldn't help but gasp. Have you no manners? What are you all shouting about? Shun Qingji rebuked angrily. Recognizing her voice, Pei Zhangqing did not spare her a glance, clutching his waist as he headed outside. Instructing the maidservants, bring her a bronze mirror so she can see what a frightful state she is in. As he reached the door, he could no longer contain himself and leaned against the doorframe to vomit. What is wrong with my face? Shun Qingji touched her face in confusion, sensing something was amiss. Without waiting for the maidservants to fetch her the mirror, she ran barefoot to inspect her reflection. Her face was red and swollen, covered in varying sizes of rashes. She couldn't help but scream. The two maidservants were too frightened to approach. Quick, go summon old Su. For a woman, her appearance was of utmost importance. Shun Qingji was terrified. Pei Jingqing had never held any feelings for her, and after her miscarriage, their bond had grown even more tenuous. By the time old Su arrived, dawn had broken. After examining her, he diagnosed her with eczema and prescribed both internal and topical medications. Shun Qingji was incredulous. How could she suddenly have eczema? She consulted several more doctors, yet the conclusions remained the same. After Pei Zhengqin departed, he never returned, nor did he send anyone to inquire after her. Today marked the first day of Ayan's studies at the Imperial Academy, a significant day for Su Jinjia. Last night, she had spoken with the old lady, and she set out early in the morning. As Ruanshi sent Su Yin out, Su Jinjia was already waiting at the entrance, having arranged for a carriage adorned with the Duke's family crest. "Sister, why have you come?" Both Ruanshi and Su Yin were somewhat taken aback. "Today is Ayan's first day at the academy. Of course, I must personally see you off," Su Jinjia replied, her voice thick with emotion. In her past life, Ayan had spent a lifetime at the Imperial Academy without achieving his desires. In this life, he finally had the chance to attend. For this reason alone, she felt compelled to rid Shun Heading of his affliction. Ruanshi watched as the two boarded the carriage. "Sister, I could manage on my own," Su Yin protested, unwilling for her to make the lengthy journey. Su Jinjia's gaze darkened as she replied, "Ayan, the Imperial Academy is unlike your previous school, where there are many who look down upon others. Once you arrive, do not hesitate to stand your ground. As the Duke's wife, I still hold some weight. Suyan Nadith. There are two individuals you must be wary of, Shun Jue and Su Wen," Su Jinjia cautioned. Su Yin committed their names to memory. "Sister, do not worry. I will not let myself be wronged." Su Jinjia escorted him to the entrance of the Imperial Academy. As they disembarked from the carriage, they unexpectedly encountered Shun Jie. Having awakened earlier, Mu Yun Shu, clutching her heart, had wept in Shun Jue's arms. Shun Jue, who had kept watch over her all night, appeared rather listless. It was only when a servant tugged at his sleeve that he noticed Su Jinjia. "I have met your mother," he said, stepping forward to pay his respects. Su Jinjia smiled faintly and gestured toward Su Yin. "This is my younger brother, your uncle." The implication was clear. "Why have you not yet paid your respects?" A flash of resentment crossed Shun Jue's eyes. This Su Yin was younger than him. "Uncle?" He scoffed silently, yet he had to swallow his pride and, with a forced smile, respectfully bow to Su Yin. Observing this scene, Su Jinjia chuckled softly to herself. In her past life, Shun Jue had always held himself above Su Yin, acting as if he were of higher status. Now, in front of Su Yin, he was compelled to bow his head. How delightful. She gently adjusted Su Yan's clothing. "Although Xianjian is slightly older than you, he is still your elder. You must take care of him." This statement was purely meant to irritate Shun Jue. At this hour, many students were arriving at the academy, and the sight of the three drew numerous curious glances. Shun Jie seethed with repressed anger, only to hear Su Yin say, "Sister, I will." "So Xianxias maid squeetly, Xianxian. You have yet to thank your uncle." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shun Jue took a deep breath before clasping his hands and saying, "Thank you, uncle." "Who is this?" Someone murmured. "He looks even younger than Shun Xianjian. How can he be his uncle?" "You may not know. That is the Duke's newly married wife. And this new student is her younger brother, making him Shun Xianjian's uncle." As they spoke, the smile on Su Jinjia's face deepened. This was the effect she desired. If Shun Jue resorted to underhanded tactics against Su Yin, he would face the consequences justly. It was only natural for an uncle to discipline his nephew. Meanwhile, a pair of envious eyes watched the scene unfold, green with jealousy, waiting for the opportunity to drag Su Yin, this wretched spawn, into the depths of despair. Su Jinjia continued to watch until Su Yin entered the Imperial Academy before departing. On this day, she had brought only Qinyu with her, but unexpectedly, Qinyu caught up with her on the way back to the Duke's residence. "Miss, it's terrible. The young Master's wife returned early this morning, claiming that you poisoned her. The commotion has escalated at the Duke's residence, and she demands that the old lady take action to dismiss you." She was frantic, her brow furrowed with worry. Chapter 54. What's wrong with teaching my disrespectful sister-in-law a lesson? Su Jinjia remained unperturbed, urging her companions to let the commotion unfold. The more tumultuous it became, the better. "The noble lady is truly despicable. Why does she insist on making life difficult for our young miss?" complained Qinyu with frustration. Su Jinjia smirked, for she harbored the desire to have Princess Ning as her sister-in-law. "Enough of your anger. Do not let it harm your health." for it is hardly worth it, she advised Qianyu. Return home and ensure Yun Xiao is diligently learning her etiquette. She possesses great potential. Meanwhile, Shen Qingji had already stirred up trouble in Xiaobai courtyard. Mother, it must be that wretched Su Jianjia who has poisoned me. Otherwise, why will my face suddenly break out in eczema? You should have seen Pei Zhangqing's disdainful expression. If you do not take my side today, I shall not live. Her face veiled, she dramatically clutched her handkerchief, weeping loudly. The old lady had already sent for Shen Heading, wary of jumping to conclusions this time. Su Jianjia had also dispatched someone to seek him out. What did the doctor say? Shen Heading's demeanor was calm as he entered the room, yet an air of pressure accompanied him. Second brother, look at my face. You must divorce that venomous Su Jianjia. She dared to poison me. Who knows what else she might do? Shen Qingji revealed her face to him, the veil slipping away. At the doorway, Su Jianjia overheard her words and paused. Shen Qingji had taken her medicine, and her maid had applied ointment, yet her condition appeared even worse than in the morning. Despite the old lady having seen her, the sight was still shocking. I ask you, what did the doctor say? How can you assert she poisoned you? Shen Heading's voice remained steady. Su Jianjia and Appo's lips curled into a smile. Shen Heading was indeed a commendable husband, not one to leap to conclusions hastily. Please have his grace summon a royal physician. Otherwise, the noble lady may insist on sending me to the Ministry of Justice, eager to see me executed today. She entered the room with poise. Shen Heading promptly called for the royal physician. Su Jianjia, how dare you appear before me? After I saw you yesterday, I returned home and became like this. If it was not you who harmed me, then who? You dare to ruin my face. I will take your life, and even the Su family must pay for it. Shen Qingji's face twisted with rage, her hairpin trembling atop her head. With a swift motion, Su Jianjia, known for her good temperament, raised her hand and slapped Shen Qingji after she finished speaking. Shen Qingji might have been able to bear the insult, but she must not involve her mother and brother. They were her forbidden subjects and her bottom line. Mother, second brother, did you see that? In front of you, she dares to strike me. What more will she not do? Shen Qingji fell to the ground, stunned. Jianjia, how could you hit her? The old lady could no longer remain composed. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. She glared at Su Jianjia in fury. What has happened to my mother and brother? She often threatens their lives. As the elder sister-in-law, what is wrong with teaching a disrespectful sister-in-law lesson? When my mother invited me back, she said the entire marquisate was under my authority, even his grace. She turned to Shen Heading, her eyes sharp. Do you also think I am in the wrong? At that moment, she resembled a prickly hedgehog. Shen Heading's gaze flickered. His mother had indeed stated that even he was under her control. He cleared his throat. Mother, Qingji does indeed need to be taught a lesson. Her indiscreet tongue may lead to future calamities. Su Jianjia glanced at him with uncertainty. He was not angry despite her slapping Shen Qingji and even defended her. A smile threatened to surface on her lips. With his endorsement, the old lady had no grounds to protest further. Looking at Shen Qingji, who bore a look of disbelief, she questioned Shen Heading. Are you no longer my second brother? She struck me, and you saying nothing, instead agreeing that I needed to be taught a lesson? It is not her place to discipline me. She turned to the old lady. Mother, will you not intervene? The old lady remained silent. She wished to intervene, but could she? This time, Shen Qingji truly cried out of anger. Even Qingyu was taken aback. The young lady had slapped the noble lady, and yet the marquis did not punish her, but instead supported her. Soon, the royal physician arrived. At this juncture, Shen Qingji felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet she boldly extended her hand, glaring coldly at Su Jianjia. The royal physician quickly reached a conclusion, consistent with previous assessments. I must trouble the physician to repeat what was just stated for the noble lady. Su Jianjia spoke with a calm, yet commanding tone. The physician obliged, reiterating that the noble lady and Appo's eczema would subside shortly with proper medication and ointment. Did the noble lady hear that? Su Jianjia mocked, gazing at Shen Qingji. If you did not, I could have the physician repeat it again. No need. I am not deaf. Shen Qingji's temples throbbed, and suddenly she had a thought. I must have been poisoned. Yes, physician, quickly fetch a silver needle. The physician looked perplexed, wondering if the noble lady had lost her senses, appearing eager to be poisoned. Nevertheless, he complied, retrieving a silver needle. Shen Qingji mimicked Su Jianjia's earlier actions, allowing the physician to prick her Higo acupoint. Mother, second brother, wait and see. She has undoubtedly poisoned me. Su Jianjia's gaze darkened, a smile flickering at her lips. She indeed had poisoned Shen Qingji, yet she had suggested this very method. How could she fall into her own trap? Under Shen Qingji's expectant gaze, the physician withdrew the silver needle, its gleaming surface reflecting a cold light. How could this happen? Why has it not turned black? Shen Qingji muttered in disbelief. Your Grace, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Su Jianjia curtsied to the old lady and shunned heading before sweeping away. Upon exiting Xiaobai courtyard, Su Jianjia made her way to Lu Yunju. Mother, what brings you here? Upon her arrival, Mu Yunshu appeared despondent, lying on the couch with swollen, tear-stained eyes. I came to see you. Now that the incident has occurred, do not dwell on it too heavily, Su Jianjia said with maternal warmth. Besides, you and Xing Jian are still young. As long as you take care of your health, good news will surely come. Unaware of the difficulties she faced in conceiving again, Mu Yunshu found some comfort in Su Jianjia's words. Alas, just yesterday, you mentioned wanting to check the accounts, and now this has happened. It may delay that, but it is of little consequence. Focus on recuperating first. Ever since learning of her lost child, Mu Yunshu had been in a fog, engulfed in anguish. Su Jianjia's words suddenly jolted her back to reality. Indeed, I was just about to check the accounts when this unfortunate event occurred. It must have been that vile Qin. As she realized the bitterness in her heart, Su Jianjia departed with satisfaction. Yet that was not enough. She instructed Qingyu to deliver a message to Qiao Er. Moments later, Qiao Er appeared before Mu Yunshu, swaying her hips. What do you want? Leave me. The sight of her reminded Mu Yunshu of her child. Young madam, do not be angry. You have just lost a child. You must take care of your health. Even if it is difficult to conceive again, there is no need for worry, whether the child is a boy or girl. Before Qiao Er could finish, Mu Yunshu abruptly froze, her voice trembling. What did you say? Chapter 55, Pity Me. For I carry your offspring, Xiao Yinyang. Cease your prattle, Sierra exclaimed, her composure shattered. Madam, do not heed her nonsensical words. She seeks to deceive you. Mu Yunshu, however, was not easily fooled. Her voice rang sharp. Sierra, silence yourself and allow her to speak. Does the young madam not know? Qiao smirked, her tone deliberate and slow. You were injured during your miscarriage, and it shall be arduous for you to conceive again. Nay, I refuse to believe it. You lie. Mu Yunshu thought dismissively. A lost child could be replaced once she regained her health. Yet, the revelation that she might never bear again struck her with a force that left her breathless and faint. Qiao reveled in the misfortune, though she maintained an outward facade of concern. Oh dear madam, what ails you? Do not just stand there. Summon the physician. The news quickly reached Su Jianjia's ears. A sly smile graced her lips. Mu Yunshu, having just suffered a miscarriage, now fainted from rage. This could very well lead to lingering ailments. Shen Qingji had taken residence at the, biding her time until her complexion improved before returning home. As she settled in, she received a reply from Princess Ning and Appos, and assuring her that arrangements were already in place. The Gu family was in a veritable uproar these past few days, with 5 beautiful concubines arriving, all from the brothels, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling theater. Lin Wanru initially ordered them confined, but their collective wailing was so dramatic that one might think a death occurred daily in the Gu household. Reluctantly, Lin Wanru had to release them, after which they began to contrive encounters with Gu Chang'e, driving him to seek refuge in his study. The Gu family held strict rules. Concubines were forbidden from entering the front courtyard. Gu Chang'e thought he could find solace, but he was mistaken, though they could not appear before him. They sent him nourishing soups daily, stewed yam with pig kidneys, duzhong and pigeon soup, and goji berry soup with bull and damp, Appos, penis, delivered by several women at once. Their intentions were not merely to nourish him, but rather to drive him to despair. Lin Wanru, too, could no longer endure the situation. Today, As Gu Chang'e returned early from his duties, he encountered Lin Wanru leaving. "Madam, where do you venture?" he inquired. "Why must you concern yourself with my outings now?" She replied, displeased. Gu Chang'e, clad in a blue robe, appeared the very image of a refined gentleman, his hands clasped in his sleeves. "Do you naively believe that the Lin family can challenge the esteemed Marquis of Chongning? If you wish to embroil your family in misfortune, feel free to return. This predicament arose from your actions. Had you not provoked her, none of this would have transpired." He spoke the words he had long held inside before turning away. "Are you still unable to let her go?" His words struck deep into Lin Wanru's heart. "You are utterly unreasonable. We are both married now. Who are you tarnishing with your words? The Hanlon Academy values reputation above all. If you seek to ruin my career, continue speaking thus." Gu Chang'e halted, his expression stoic as he regarded Lin Wanru. "I knew it. He has never forgotten that wretched woman." Once he departed, Lin Wanru seethed with anger, but ultimately, she stepped down from the carriage. Gu Chang'e's assumptions were correct. She intended to return home to seek her father's assistance. If those 5 concubines continued their antics, it would not be long before she lost her sanity. Not long after Su Jianjia returned to Tingyu Pavilion, Qian Yue came back, reporting that Yunqiu had nearly mastered the necessary etiquette. Nodding in approval, Su Jianjia recognized Yunqiu as a diligent and ambitious girl. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she grasped Qian Yue and Appo's hand. "Seek out a few more individuals, ensure that you find them, and once located, provide them with some silver to secure their accommodations." While she could not expel Shen Jue from the Guozijian just yet, she had ways to deal with Su Wen. Since she knew he was restless, it was best to remove him from Guozijian and keep him far from Ayan. With silver in hand, Qian Yue promptly set about her task. At the Guozijian, the esteemed gentlemen engaged in their studies, generally led by the venerable Zhou Deru. Today, as Su Yin attended, he realized the stark contrast between this institution and his previous academy. Listening attentively to Zhou Deru's lecture, he was profoundly enlightened. Suddenly, a servant entered and whispered to Zhou Deru. The latter's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident. "Who seeks Su Yin? There is someone at the gate for him." Su Yin was taken aback. Who could be looking for him at this hour? "Student Su Yin greets the esteemed master." He rose and bowed respectfully to Zhou Deru. With an impatient wave of his hand, Zhou Deru replied, "You may go." After expressing his gratitude, Su Yin turned to leave. Yet, Zhou Deru called out once more, "Your moral integrity is in question. No recommendation letter will suffice. Do not return to Guozijian. Go back whence you came." "Question my integrity? On what grounds?" Alarm bells rang in Su Yin's mind. A few careless words could destroy him. He composed himself, bowing again. "I do not accept this judgment. You shall see for yourself." Zhou Deru dismissed him. What was happening? Su Yin hurriedly left. Shen Jie had received the news ahead of him, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Mu Yunshu and the child's matters might have been orchestrated by Su Jianjia. After all, was she not the one who valued her brother the most? He was determined to ruin him. As Su Yin approached the door, he heard a woman sobbing softly. His pace quickened in response. "Su Lang, why do you not seek me? We have promised ourselves to one another, and you vowed to marry me. I gave you my pure heart, yet you vanished without a word. Pity me, for I carry your child. You cannot abandon us." As she appeared, a delicate woman with a noticeable pregnancy rushed toward him, colliding into his embrace, startling Su Yin into retreat. "Who are you? I do not know you. Cease this madness." The woman, visibly distraught, gazed at him with tearful eyes. "Su Lang, how could you be so heartless? Your sweet words deceive me. And now you deny me, casting aside both my body and my heart. How can you treat me so? Be silent. Do not say my name. I have never seen you before. Your child is of no concern to me. Go seek out the one who wronged you." Su Yin and Appo's face darkened. He understood he had been ensnared in a trap. "Su Lang, must you push me? Shall I retrieve the token of our engagement?" The woman wept bitterly, trembling as she produced a jade pendant from her sleeve. Su Yin's expression froze. "I have seen the master of the sacrificial wine." At that moment, several gatekeepers turned to the newcomer, bowing in respect. Chapter 56. With a bump, she seeks to attach herself to Yin in the kitchen of the Marquis's residence. Su Jianjia had already instructed her servants to prepare the ingredients, as she intended to personally brew soup for Shun Heading, as a token of gratitude for his assistance to Yin. Suddenly, Qingyu rushed in, flustered. "Miss, something has happened." Su Jinjia's heart sank. What could it be? Qingyu, wary of causing a commotion, confided only in Su Jinjia. Yin had only just entered the Imperial Academy, and already someone was resorting to such despicable tactics to expel him. Fortunately, she had left someone at the academy early on, anticipating such a turn of events. Su Jinjia set aside the ingredients and made her way out. Just in time, the headmaster arrived. Su Yan's gaze was icy as he turned to greet him. A small woman entered, a flicker of amusement in her eyes, and immediately began to plead, "You are the headmaster. Please help me. Otherwise I, along with the child in my womb, will perish at the gates of the academy, exposing the character of your students." Chunlingyi glanced at Su Yan, then at the woman. "What is going on?" Before Su Yan could respond, the woman spilled her story like beans. Chunlingyi's voice was grave. "Is what she says true?" In response, Su Yan declared, "She is slandering me. I have never met her before. Today is my first day at the academy, and she appears to accuse me on someone's orders. I boldly request you, headmaster, to send someone to report this to the authorities." Chunlingyi raised an eyebrow, noting the calm demeanor of the young man before her, despite such a grave accusation. She then inquired, "Is the jade pendant in her hand yours?" Su Yan confirmed, "Yes. It belongs to me, but I did not give it to her." The moment she revealed the pendant, he understood who was behind this. Su Yan had lived under the same roof for many years, so it was no surprise he had left a few personal belongings behind. Chunlingyi turned to instruct someone to inform the authorities. The woman in Appo's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she clenched her teeth, quickly regaining composure. If she stood firm, even the officials would find it difficult to challenge her, especially since she possessed evidence. She believed Su Yan was doomed. Meanwhile, Su Yan was watching from shadows, his expression one of malice. If Su Jinjia, that wretched woman, refused to let them live in peace, then no one would have it easy. He intended not only to ruin Su Yan, but also to frame him. In the study, Shun Heading had heard of the incident. Su Yan's temperament clearly indicated he was not capable of such acts. Inform Chunlingyi to ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated, he instructed, pausing as he looked at Xiaozhan. Has he truly taken Su Yan as a brother-in-law? Xiaozhan promptly departed. Before the officials arrived, Su Jinjia made her entrance, coinciding with a break between classes, gathering many students to witness the unfolding drama. Upon seeing her, Chunlingyi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Is this the little lady of Shun Heading?" "Jia, what brings you here?" Su Yan approached her. "This is a minor issue I can handle myself. This is no trivial matter. People inherently harbor a sense of weakness. If mishandled, it could tarnish your reputation for life," Su Jinjia replied, taking the small woman's hand warmly. Noticing her pregnancy was already 4 or 5 months along, she reassured her, "Do not fear. If this child truly belongs to my brother, as his elder sister, I will ensure he honors you with a proper marriage." Both Su Yan and Chunlingyi looked on in confusion. The woman's eyes brightened. This was precisely what they had hoped for, with the token of affection he had given her. There was no doubt he had acknowledged the child in front of the headmaster. "Good girl, you have been wronged," Su Jinjia said, patting her hand sympathetically. "To clarify the bloodline of the Su family, may I ask you a few questions?" The woman nodded, appearing unperturbed. Su Jinjia already had an inkling. It was evident she was well acquainted with Yan. "My brother has a birthmark on his arm. Is it on the left or right? Answer correctly, and I will ensure you are taken care of." Su Yan and Appo's lips curled into a smile. Jia is truly formidable. Chunlingyi also chuckled. This little lady is no ordinary person. Just then, someone approached and whispered in Chunlingyi's ear. Her expression turned playful. Has someone rushed to her aid already? The woman became flustered, stammering, "I have a poor memory during pregnancy. I forgot." "That excuse is quite reasonable," Su Jinjia teased, "but remember, his birthmark is on his left arm." The woman, not to be outsmarted, retorted, "I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken. Su Lang's birthmark is clearly on his right arm." "Is that so?" Su Jinjia's gaze turned icy as she released the woman's hand, her expression filled with intrigue. "Pray tell, which of us is mistaken? Regardless of left or right, My brother's arms are entirely unmarked. In support of her claim, Su Yin rolled up his sleeves for all to see. As they beheld his pristine arms, it was evident that Su Jinjia spoke the truth. The woman blushed with embarrassment. I simply misremembered. But the child in my womb truly belongs to him. I have proof. As Su Yin attempted to interject, Su Jinjia shot him a look, wishing to prevent him from lowering himself to argue with a woman. With a penetrating gaze, she asked, I will inquire one last time. Is the child in your womb truly my brother's? The woman adamantly replied, Yes. How could you accuse me of deceit? Then this is easily resolved. You must know that traditionally, a woman in your position is merely a concubine, without a formal marriage. You have no right to bear this child. Someone seize her. First, terminate the pregnancy, then sell her to the pleasure quarters. With a commanding tone, she ordered. Qian Yue and Qing Yu immediately stepped forward to restrain the woman. No, please don't. Let me go. The woman's face twisted in horror. How can you take my child and sell me? You cannot treat me this way. By virtue of being a member of the Su family and bearing my brother's child, I have every right to decide your fate, Su Jinjia replied coolly, her tone unwavering. Having witnessed every sordid trick in the book, she would not allow a woman of dubious origins to tarnish Yan's reputation. As Qian Yue and Qing Yu dragged the woman away, her desperate pleas for help echoed. Headmaster, save me. Chun Lingyi remained expressionless. It is not my place to interfere in family matters. Please forgive my inability to assist. The woman, now terrified, pleaded. I do not wish to lose my child, nor be sold to such a vile place. Let me go. The child is not his. And I am not one of you. Chapter 57. The lady is not difficult to maintain at this moment. The group of scholars present began to realize that the young woman might be attempting to deceive them. In the corner, Su Wen wore an expression of barely contained rage, finding Su Jinjia's actions exceedingly malicious. Furthermore, that little wretch was utterly useless. He hoped she wouldn't expose him. With a cold smile, Su Jinjia replied, How could it not be? You spoke with such conviction just moments ago. The young woman, on the verge of tears, stammered, I mistook the person truly. I have no connection with him, and the child I carry is not his. After uttering these words, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted dramatically. Clearly, she possessed a certain cunning, but Su Jinjia paid her no mind. Instead, she surveyed the crowd, addressing them with clarity. You all heard her. She has no relation to my brother. Chun Lingyi stepped forward at the opportune moment, declaring, All right, the matter is clear now. A gentleman does not speak frivolously. You may all disperse. He cast a look of appreciation towards Su Jinjia. Recognizing her adeptness in resolving the situation with just a few words and her wise decision to withdraw gracefully, the young lady Shun heading truly was a formidable character. After exchanging a few words with Su Yin, Su Jinjia prepared to leave. However, a cold snort from a distance caught her attention, dripping with disdain and contempt. She turned to see Su Yin approaching Zhou Duru. Please apologize to the student. He is not the disreputable character you described, Su Yin asserted. Su Jinjia felt a surge of anger. How could a teacher speak so disparagingly of their student without clarifying the facts? Did he not realize that those 8 words could ruin Su Yan's future? You are outrageous. You have attended my lectures and still fail to understand the respect owed to a teacher. Where have I erred? Why should I apologize? Zhou Daru retorted, flinging his sleeve as if to depart. Su Yin bowed respectfully, stating, The student has not committed such acts, yet the teacher has used these words to judge him. I cannot accept this. I request an apology. Zhou Daru and oppose. S. gaze hardened. He was determined not to yield. Historically, no teacher has ever apologized to a student. You say you did not do such a thing. How can we know? Why did that young woman approach you specifically if there was no issue on your part? Zhou Daru insisted. Su Jinjia was almost amused by his words. She stepped closer to Su Yin and remarked, By your reasoning, if a dog bites a person, it is the person's fault for provoking the dog. I have never heard such logic. If one day you were to be unjustly struck, would it then also be your fault? Zhou Daru found himself at a loss for words, regarding Su Jinjia with a mocking glare. The sage does not deceive me. Only women and petty men are difficult to manage. I shall not argue with you. With that, he attempted to leave, but Su Yin once again blocked his path. My sister has merely echoed the teacher's sentiments. She cannot be judged so harshly. I ask that you apologize to both my sister and me. Su Jianjia's stance grew firmer, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. I care not for your opinion. I insist you clear my brother's name and apologize publicly. Otherwise, I shall question your character as an educator. If he dared to utter those 8 words about Su Yin, she would not hesitate to tarnish his reputation. You are unreasonable. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize to you? Zhou Daru seethed with rage. Chun Lingyi was about to admonish him. Recognizing that his words had indeed been excessive and could ruin a person's future with a single utterance. Madam, before he could continue, an unexpected figure appeared before them. Lord, what brings you here? Su Jianjia exclaimed, surprised to see Shun Heading, who looked dignified and imposing in his deep purple robe. Shun Heading replied casually, I happened to pass by and saw you in a dispute, so I came to take a look. Chun Lingyi could not help but chuckle, teasingly addressing Shun Heading. My lord, do you truly mean to claim you were merely passing by? The Imperial Academy is situated in the northeast corner of the capital, occupying a vast area. What route could possibly lead one to pass by this place? Shun Heading approached Su Jianjia, who wore a slightly aggrieved expression. It is not a significant matter. Someone claimed that women and petty men are difficult to manage, and that my brother's character is questionable. Lowering her voice to a soft, melodic tone, she continued, my lord. Am I truly difficult to manage? Shun Heading felt as if a feather had brushed against his heart, causing a flutter within him. He pondered for a moment before solemnly declaring, the lady is certainly not difficult to maintain. Then, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. Who made such a statement? Zhou Daru, taken aback, realized he had overstepped. I misspoke. I apologize to you, madam, and to young Master Su. I hope you will overlook my offense and not hold it against me. Perhaps it would be wise for you to choose your words more carefully in the future. Su Jianjia remarked, a hint of mockery in her gaze, recognizing the power of authority. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to wield power. Indeed, what the lady says is most accurate. Zhou Daru continued to bow in deference as Su Jianjia and Shun Heading departed, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was well aware of Su Jianjia and Su Yan's backgrounds, but had never deemed them worthy of his attention. A woman from a humble family, married into the Marquisate merely to bring good fortune. There were many who looked down upon them. He never expected the Marquis of Chongning to arrive in person. He would have to reassess their standing in society henceforth. Where are we headed, my lord? Su Jianjia inquired casually as they entered the carriage. She sought merely to engage in conversation, but Shun Heading hesitated slightly, sitting upright and clearing his throat. I merely went for a stroll. So you happen to stroll all the way to the Imperial Academy? She found herself wanting to laugh, for someone like Shun Heading was truly unskilled at lying. I had the kitchen prepare some ingredients, intending to make soup for you. At this hour, I hope you will find it acceptable, despite my humble culinary skills. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Shun Heading's mouth. It will be fine. Upon arriving at the Marquisate, the two parted ways. Shun Heading retreated to his study, while Su Jianjia headed to the kitchen. Shun Heading's appearance at the Imperial Academy held significant implications for Su Yin. Henceforth, anyone daring to harm him would need to reconsider their actions. Unexpectedly, the steward hurried after her, presenting an ornate invitation. Madam, Princess Ningyan has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at the garden outside the city in 5 days to enjoy the blossoms. Chapter 58. Has the Lord suffered from selective amnesia? Su Jianjia smiled as she accepted the invitation. It had finally arrived. She had always known that Princess Ningyan would not remain inactive for long. If Princess Ningyan dared to take action, she would not shy away from the challenge. Furthermore, this incident could not have escalated to such proportions solely because of Su Wen. While he was undeniably foolish and malicious, he was also exceedingly timid in his actions. It was evident that Shun Jue had a hand in this matter. Patience is key. She would eventually settle the score with them. At noon, she prepared a nourishing soup of dove and dangshin, personally delivering it to Shun Heading. It was only after her departure that Shun Heading opened the soup container, releasing the enticing aroma of the dove. The white broth was adorned with slices of ginger and a handful of goji berries. My lord, Xiao Zhan leaned forward curiously, ready to speak, but was taken aback when he saw Shen Heading calmly sipping the soup. What is it? Shen Heading glanced sideways. Xiao Zhan was incredulous, his mouth agape. You don't eat ginger, do you? Anything tainted with its flavor is off limits for you. Shen Heading took another sip, his expression unperturbed. Oh, when did that happen? Xiao Zhan was eager to reveal that just yesterday, when a similar soup had been presented, Shen Heading had immediately ordered it removed upon seeing the ginger slices. Is the Lord experiencing selective amnesia? He watched in disbelief as Shen Heading drank every last drop of the soup. The old lady was elated to hear that Su Jinjia had personally made soup for Shen Heading, dispelling her earlier concerns that Su Jinjia's strong disposition might hinder her ability to be considerate. As soon as Su Jinjia returned to Tingyu Pavilion, the old lady sent a multitude of gifts her way. With a gentle smile, Su Jinjia instructed the servants to store them in the pantry. Having spent a lifetime in the Marquis's residence, she understood better than anyone how to endear herself to the old lady. For her, treating Shen Heading well equated to treating herself well. My lady, I have uncovered the identity of that woman. She is the daughter of the butcher Su, named Su Jiaojiao. You would never guess who the father of her child is. Su Jinjia had no intention of letting this matter rest, so on her way back, she had instructed Qianyue to investigate the woman's background. If I am not mistaken, it must be Su Wen's, correct? Qianyue's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? It is not difficult to deduce. Money can indeed influence decisions, but for a pregnant woman, the lineage of her child holds paramount importance. If she dares to cause such a stir, her husband would surely cast her aside unless the child's father is involved. She had suspected as much. She knew that Su Jiaojiao would never dare to implicate Su Wen, which is why she had ceased her inquiries. Qianyue continued, also, the family you asked me to look into has made some progress. It is rumored they have relocated to Runan. I have sent someone to verify, and I believe results will come soon. Su Jinjia nodded. Locating them was crucial. There is one more task I must entrust to you. Her eyes darkened as she whispered her instructions to Qianyue. Su Jiaojiao's audacity would not go unpunished. Meanwhile, Mu Yunshu had regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she immediately summoned Mama Yu and instructed her to bring over all the ledgers left by Mama Xia during her shopping, ensuring that the accounts were meticulously organized. She would not let the Qin family, nor Su Jinjia, escape her scrutiny. Mama Yu informed Su Jinjia of the situation. She was already aware, having anticipated the developments, and it was essential for Mu Yunshu to endure this emotional turmoil. With the pain of losing a child as her catalyst, Mu Yunshu would soon unravel the disarray left by the Qin family. Since the failure of his plans, Su would have been dreadfully afraid of Shen Jue seeking retribution, especially after having squandered the money he had taken. He feigned illness and fled home from the Imperial Academy. When Shen Jue's men went looking for him, they discovered that this coward had indeed fled. In truth, today's events were not solely his fault. He could only blame Su Jinjia for being exceedingly difficult to deal with. What infuriated him the most was that his father had come to support her and Su Yan. His eyes gleamed with malice. If one plan failed, he would concoct another. He was determined to eliminate Su Yan, for if he succeeded in establishing his reputation, it would be all the more challenging to dispose of Su Jinjia. After returning home, Su Jiaojiao hid in fear. In the afternoon, outside the rundown abode of the Su family, a group of women had gathered. Have you heard? The butcher's daughter has become a concubine, and she's already showing. Disgraceful. Who would have thought that the Su family could produce such a scandalous individual? The women exchanged loud exclamations, drawing the attention of neighbors who peeked out to inquire about the commotion. Is it true? One woman suddenly exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I wondered why we haven't seen Su Jiaojiao around. Turns out she is pregnant. This shameless little harlot. How dare she do such a thing? Who is she trying to ruin? Su Jiaojiao, come out. You are not welcome here in Tinshui Alley. Get lost. In these times, every family had a daughter, and with the strict moral codes in place, being a concubine was a surefire way to earn scorn. The previously curious neighbors now surged to the Su family's doorstep, hurling insults. Su Jiaojiao remained hidden inside, too afraid to show her face. Ultimately, the door of the Su family was even defiled with excrement. When Xianwei recounted the events to Su Jianjia, she laughed heartily. My lady, your plan was simply brilliant. But Su Jianjia sought more than just that. Su Jiaojiao's reputation was now irreparably tarnished, and the entire neighborhood was aware of her condition. With her options dwindling, her only recourse was to turn to the child's father. However, having just caused a scene at the Imperial Academy, any scholar who had seen her would be reluctant to associate with her now. Shen Qingji was residing in the Marquis's residence, and Su Jianjia had expected her to create a ruckus. To her surprise, Shen Qingji had remained unusually quiet. That night, Shen Heading returned late once more. As Su Jianjia rose to greet him, she could not help but frown. My lord, it is unwise to overexert yourself. Please take care of your health. Understood, Shen Heading replied succinctly. Su Jianjia summoned servants to assist him with his evening routine. The soup he prepared was delightful. Just as he stepped into the inner chamber, he turned back to glance at Su Jianjia. She was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she smiled warmly. I am glad you enjoyed it, my lord. The following morning, as Su stepped outside, he was abruptly ensnared in a burlap sack and brutally beaten. By the time he was discovered, he had long since lost consciousness. What is this? He pondered. In this world, one must eventually pay their dues. After breakfast, Su Jianjia first visited Qiubai courtyard to pay her respects to the old lady. She could not shake the feeling that something was amiss in the atmosphere of the residence, particularly in the peculiar glances cast her way by the servants. As she and her attendants, Qin Yue and Xing Yu, hurried towards Luyan residence, they overheard several women gossiping. Have you heard? It's all over town that the lady was no longer pure when she married our Marquis. Chapter 59. Perhaps it would be best to first take her away for examination unbeknownst to several individuals. The footsteps behind them grew increasingly animated as their conversation continued. What? Is that really the case? Indeed, rumor has it that the lady has already surrendered her purity to Lord Gu. They were betrothed at a young age, and such a moment of weakness is hardly surprising. No wonder Lady Gu sent someone to carry a person from the Su family the other day. I found it strange at the time. If such a scandal exists, Lady Gu's actions would make perfect sense. What nonsense are you spouting? The lady and that man named Gu are entirely innocent. How dare you spread such vile rumors? I shall not hesitate to tear your tongues out. Qian Yu and Xing Yu, their faces flushed with anger, synchronized their movements and rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront them. Greetings, lady. The group of matrons turned at once, and, meeting Su Jianjia's gaze, fell to their knees with a thud, so frightened they could barely speak. Continue. Why have you stopped? Su Jianjia's expression remained indifferent. This only served to heighten their fear, and the matrons bowed their heads in unison. We beg for your forgiveness, dear lady. Qian Yu, reward them with a handful of silver coins and encourage them to continue their tale. If such gossip is rampant within the household, I can only imagine how far it is spread outside. Sufiantia rimandum frustereth. Miss, why would you reward them after they spoke such things about you? Qian Yu and Qing Yu exchanged bewildered glances. Go. With a mere glance, Su Jianjia commanded, and Qian Yu begrudgingly retrieved a handful of silver coins to bestow upon them. Please, dear lady, spare us. Not a single matron dared to reach out for the coins. Su Jianjia's gaze turned sharp. Take them if I command. Who dares refuse? I shall have you dragged out and sold at once. Only then did the matrons, trembling, accept the coins. I act with integrity. Why should I fear the words of others? I absolve you of your duties today. Sit, and speak until you have said enough. Su Jianjia walked past them with composure. Once she had left, the matrons collapsed to the ground, clutching the silver coins. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Qian Yu and Qing Yu were frantic. Miss, what shall we do? The rumors must have already spread. Such talk is as fierce as a tiger. Who will believe in your innocence? These words will surely reach the ears of the old lady and the Marquis. What will they think? Miss, you must come up with a plan. We need to silence them immediately. The two girls were beside themselves with worry. Su Jianjia leisurely sipped her tea. It is too late. The rumors have likely reached the old lady and the Marquis already. There are many in this household who do not wish me well. Shen Qingji has likely already gone to report me to the old lady. As for Shen Heading, this is his Marquisate. He is undoubtedly the first to know. What shall we do now? The old lady will surely come to seek justice. This matter tarnishes not only your reputation, but also that of the Marquis and the entire Marquisate. Do not panic. Allow me to think. Su Jianjia's eyes narrowed. Proving her innocence before the old lady and Shun Heading would not be difficult, but the challenge lay in the fact that there were so many people in the capital. She could not possibly prove herself to each one. Furthermore, even if the old lady and Shun Heading declared her innocent, no one would believe them. After all, it concerned the Marquisate's reputation. Even if she were indeed pure, they would insist on her innocence, fearing disgrace. The one who spread this rumor seeks her life. Lady, the old lady requests your immediate presence. Almost as soon as she settled, Mama Su arrived. So, the old lady is already aware. Qian Yu and Qing Yu couldn't help but sweat for her. In the Lu Yun residence, fearing that Mu Yunshu might catch a chill, the doors and windows were tightly shut, with even the curtains drawn. The bright sunlight outside had no place within the darkened room. Mu Yunshu cackled with glee. Su Jinjia, I want you dead. Was it not she who exposed her pregnancy before the old lady, hoping to have her drowned? Now, she would use the same tactic to ruin her reputation, leaving her with no place to rest in death. Other than the old lady, only Su Jianjia knew she intended to investigate the accounts. Surely, it was she who leaked this information to the Qin family. Just wait and see. This matter would unfold without her intervention, as Shun Qingji would bring it before the old lady. The old lady valued reputation above all. Once informed, she would likely wish to rend Mu Yunshu to pieces. With Shun Qingji fanning the flames, she could either expect a noose around her neck or a cup of poison. The Qin family had received word as well. In her delight, she consumed an extra bowl of rice that morning. Now, who cared if Su Jianjia were innocent? The Marquisate's reputation had been sullied, and that alone would not be tolerated by the old lady. Without this illegitimate daughter-in-law, there would be no chance for Mu Yunshu to manage affairs. As two matrons parted the curtains, Su Jianjia entered the room. The old lady had yet to speak. Seize this wretched woman, Shun Qingji declared fiercely. What right does a sullied creature have to be the matriarch of the Marquisate? Mother, I suggest we first send her to the outskirts, to Qingyuan Monastery. As for what comes next, though she did not voice it, the implication was clear. The old lady regarded her with a heavy gaze, remaining silent. Mama Su, eager to sow discord, interjected, Old lady, third young lady. Perhaps it would be best to take her away for examination, lest we wrong her. This had hardly begun. She referred to her as her, and did not even call her lady. Did she think she was helping Su Jinjia? That would be a grave misunderstanding. This was a humiliation. Regardless of Su Jinjia's innocence, being taken away for examination would be akin to having a bucket of dirty water thrown over her, leaving her forever stained by the shame. Shun Qingji laughed upon hearing this. What a splendid idea. Let's first take her for examination. Who cares if she is innocent? Even if she is impure, they will still need to defend her once she leaves this door. They cannot allow the Marquisate's reputation to be tarnished. If she can endure further humiliation, all the better. With a command from Shun Qingji, Mama Su and another matron approached Su Jianjia with malicious intent, grinning. Su Jianjia tightened her grip on the porcelain vial in her sleeve, her radiant face now icy. Let us see who dares lay a hand on me. Even a child knows that rumors are not to be trusted. Where there is smoke, there is fire. If you're not guilty, why would you not allow an examination? Without granting her a chance to speak, Shun Qingji interrupted harshly. You are clearly guilty. For the sake of the Marquisate's reputation, you shall be examined today, whether you like it or not. Qian Yu and Qing Yu stood protectively in front of her. The old lady hesitated. Zir, she is still Heading's wife. Should we not wait for Heading's opinion before deciding? But Shun Qingji would not wait. Ever since marrying, my second brother's mind has been clouded. Do you expect him to side with this wretched woman? Mother, after she has been examined, it will not be too late to seek my brother's opinion. She turned her gaze to the matrons. Why are you still standing there? Do you want me to do it myself? Jinjia, perhaps you should endure this for now. It may be beneficial for you. Once examined, who would dare speak ill of you? The old lady suggested, hoping that if she were found innocent, the Marquisate's reputation would be preserved. Mother, if I am innocent, why should I be examined? Su Jinjia was not foolish. Her stance was resolute. Today, no matter who it is, if they dare touch me, they will face death. As she spoke, she silently twisted open the porcelain vial in her sleeve. An examination was out of the question. You are quite audacious. This is not for you to decide. Shun Qingji sneered as several matrons advanced menacingly toward Su Jinjia. Do not touch my young lady. Qian Yu and Qing Yu had already engaged them in a struggle. Su Jinjia commanded them to withdraw, asserting that anyone who dared to harm her today would pay with their life. They need not fear death if they chose to approach her. Su Mama boldly extended her hand towards her. Just as Su Mama was about to make contact, a voice thundered, "Cease at once. Who granted you the audacity to lay a hand on the lady?" It was then that Shun Heading's voice resounded. Chapter 60. Alas, this is fortuitous, second brother. I have long advised you to part ways with her, yet you chose to ignore me. Now look at the outcome. The entire Ho residence has become a laughingstock. And how can I hold my head high at the Duke's mansion? It is too late for you to consider divorce. We can only send her to Qingyun Temple and wait for this matter to settle down. Shun Qingji, her face still veiled, incessantly chattered upon seeing Shun Heading, even dragging the Duke's residence into her tirade. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward Shun Heading. Su Mama and another maid dared not act recklessly in his presence. Su Jinjia also looked at him. He wore a remarkably simple moon-white robe, immaculately clean. It could not conceal the formidable aura he exuded. His eyes darkened as he said, "Should be silent. Second brother, do you still wish to protect her?" Shun Qingji persisted, but at a glance from Shun Heading, she fell silent, her face filled with grievance as she turned to the old madam. "Mother, look at second brother. Typical of one who forgets his mother after marrying. He has even cast aside his own sister." Su Jinjia pondered the reason for Shun Heading's sudden appearance. Was he here to reproach her? Just then, Shun Heading called, "Jinjia, come here." It was the first time he used her name. His voice was low, imbued with an inexplicable gentleness that resonated within her heart. She approached him step by step, unsure of his intent. "Are you preparing to have someone inspect me?" she asked, her tone laced with sarcasm. Any other man would have been incensed by the gossips circulating outside. If Shun Heading truly intended to take such action, she would not blame him. Shun Heading did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he turned to the old madam, retrieving a neatly folded white silk handkerchief from his sleeve and slowly unfolding it before everyone. Su Jinjia, initially perplexed, gasped upon seeing the bloodstain on the pristine fabric, resembling a red plum blossom. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Though this was indeed an effective method, it was still, alas, this is fortuitous. The old madam's face broke into a radiant smile. She had long believed Shun Heading to be unwell and incapable of consummating the marriage, never anticipating this turn of events. "Jinjia, I truly apologize for your grievances. Why did you not speak up sooner? If only you had, we could have avoided all this. Perhaps my dear grandson is already on his way." Her eyes gleamed as she fixated on Su Jinjia's abdomen. "Su Mama, gather all the servants of the Ho residence and inform them that anyone who dares to gossip will be sold off without mercy." The old madam rose, guiding Su Jinjia to sit. Shun Qingji was utterly dumbfounded. Had her second brother truly? "Jier, apologize to your sister-in-law." Shun Heading's authoritative voice rang in her ears. "Why should I apologize to this little harlot, Su Jinjia? Haven't I already apologized enough?" Shun Qingji retorted. "If you are unwilling, you may return to the Duke's mansion today." Shun Heading did not force her. Shun Qingji glanced at the old madam, who was smilingly fixated on Su Jinjia's belly, seemingly oblivious to her own daughter. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry, Su Jinjia." Su Jinjia ignored her, her gaze lingering on Shun Heading, her cheeks still flushed. Others might be oblivious, but Qian Yu and Qing Yu exchanged knowing glances, their eyes alight with mirth. The Lord was evidently protecting their young lady. "Mother, I believe that when I wed Jinjia, she was still in a state of unconsciousness, and it was unfair to her. Now that my health improves day by day, let us seize this opportunity to host a 3-day banquet, inviting guests to publicly honor her as my legitimate wife." Shun Heading articulated with precision. Su Jinjia's eyes widened in surprise, filled with disbelief. Given the rampant rumors, had he never doubted her? Or was his motivation solely to preserve the Ho resident's reputation? His plan was indeed excellent. effectively silencing the naysayers without uttering a word. Had Shun Heading not revealed the joyous handkerchief, the old madam might have hesitated. Now, however, she was resolute. Very well, let it be as you say, but we must not do any injustice to Jinjia. Shun Qingji rolled her eyes in exasperation. Did that mean she was destined to suffer? No one had bothered to consult her opinion. Was she invisible? This is inappropriate. What is inappropriate? Shun Heading arched an eyebrow, decisively concluding, I have already instructed the invitations to be prepared. Let the festivities commence tomorrow. Su Jinjia. Had he planned this before coming? The news of Shun Heading's banquet spread swiftly. With a crash, Mu Yunshu, her face contorted with rage, smashed her teacup on the ground. She had anticipated that Shun Heading and the old madam would be furious with her, but to her astonishment, Shun Heading not only disbelieved the rumors, but also sought to elevate her status. Where is Xiao Yinyang? Is she dead? Summon her to attend to me. Her seething anger had to find an outlet, and poor Xiao became her target. It wasn't too long before Mu Yunshu had pricked her with needles several times. Initially, Mu Yunshu had merely commanded her to kneel, but later, she switched to using embroidery needles to vent her frustrations, both satisfying her rage and leaving no incriminating evidence. While engaging in this, Mu Yunshu had discreetly informed Shinjue, who was also busy. Rumors swirled throughout the capital, and although such matters were generally not of concern to the Imperial Academy, he had managed to spread them even there. When Su Jiaojiao had caused a commotion previously, Su Jinjia and Shun Heading appeared one after the other, making Su Yan's identity impossible to conceal. Su Yan, it is said that your sister married the Lord when she was already a wilted flower. Is this true? The entire capital buzzed with gossip. Surely it couldn't be false. TSK. This Longning Ho's brother-in-law might not last long. During a break in their studies, several students close to Shenjue surrounded Su Yan, each more scathing than the last. The academy had strict rules. Any student caught fighting would be expelled. Their aim was to provoke Su Yan into a confrontation. If it were about anything else, it might have been bearable, but they were disparaging Su Jinjia, which was intolerable for Su Yan. Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared at them. Silence. My sister is not that kind of person. I will not allow you to speak of her in such a manner. One of them, brazenly looking at him, retorted, Why should it be acceptable for her, but not for others? Does she wish to have it both ways? Just wait. Long Ning Ho will surely divorce her soon. How dare you speak of my sister that way? I will kill you. Though Su Yan appeared mature for his age, he was still a hot-blooded youth. Infuriated, he clenched his fists and struck fiercely at the offender's face. Chapter 61. You should no longer rest outside. Shunjie watched this scene from the shadows. His eyes filled with excitement to the point of reddening. He repeatedly chanted in his heart, Hurry up and strike. Do it. If that punch landed, Su Yan would undoubtedly be expelled from the Guozijian at once. Young master, do not act impulsively. Chun Lu, being considerate, had informed himself of the rules of Guozijian prior to accompanying Su Yan, aware of the implications of such a blow. He rushed forward and firmly embraced Su Yan to prevent him from acting rashly. Strike. Why have you stopped? If you have the guts, come at me. The student, brimming with arrogance, deliberately leaned his face closer to Su Yan. Bang! Before his words could fully escape his lips, a punch landed squarely on his face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. In his dazed state, he could not even discern who had struck him, yet he shouted, Come and see. Su Yan has attacked. Shenjue shot him a cold glare. Fool. Cannot you see who has struck you? Yet, returning to the matter at hand, how had Xiao Zhan arrived? Dare to speak ill of my lord and Amp, Oppo's wife, I will beat you to death. Do you believe your father would even dare to utter a sound? Xiao Zhan had clearly heard every word spoken moments ago. He stepped forward and delivered several kicks to the arrogant student. Only then did the student realize who had assaulted him. Chun Lu finally released Su Yan. Young master, the Marquis has mentioned that during the wedding, the lady will be treated with utmost respect. Starting tomorrow, a grand banquet will be held at the Marquis and Oppo's residence, hosting guests for 3 days. He specifically asked me to deliver this invitation to you and mentioned that you may extend invitations to any familiar classmates to join the banquet at the Marquis and Oppo's, house. Xiao Zhan produced an invitation from his sleeve, presenting it reverently to Su Yin, raising his voice intentionally. Upon hearing this, several students turned pale with fear. "Thank the Marquis for me." Even Su Yin was somewhat taken aback. Shen Heading and Appo's actions signified to everyone the importance he placed on his sister. His regard for the man grew slightly. Meanwhile, Shunjie and Appo's face turned ashen with anger. He had accounted for everything except for his father and Appo's reaction. A green hat had been placed upon his head, and he still indulged this woman. As they departed, Xiao Zhan did not forget to warn the other students. "And you all, if you dare to slander my lord and Appo's wife again, prepare to face the wrath of my lord." Who would dare? After Xiao Zhan and Appo's visit, no one in Guozijian would speak ill of Su Jinjia. Su Jinjia and Shun Heading emerged from Qiubai courtyard, just a step apart. Observing his broad back, she could not help but voice her lingering doubts. "Has the Marquis never doubted me?" Shun Heading paused and turned back. "Doubt what?" As he spoke, he retrieved a bulging silk pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Su Jinjia. Su Jinjia was taken aback. "What is this?" When she received it, the weight felt heavy in her hand. "Next time, you can reward them with golden melon seeds." Shen Heading and Appo's tone was nonchalant, yet the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Su Jinjia. She felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. He was aware. Even Qian Yu and Qing Yu began to chuckle. "As husband and wife, I naturally trust you." Finally, Shun Heading answered her earlier question. Su Jinjia returned to Ting Yu Pavilion with a pouch of golden melon seeds. The Marquis truly treated the lady exceptionally well, always protecting her like this. The protective talisman incident was one, and this was another. ISN and Appo's. That so? Although the Marquis was not eloquent, his attentiveness was remarkable. Truly an excellent husband. Qian Yu and Qing Yu chattered excitedly in front of Su Jinjia, carefully observing her reactions. Su Jinjia gently caressed the pouch of golden melon seeds. "How do you know the Marquis and Appo's actions are not for the benefit of the Marquis?" Qian Yu teased. "If the Marquis were only concerned for the Marquis, why would he give a lady so many golden melon seeds?" Su Jinjia raised her eyes seriously to regard them. "Perhaps he simply has too much money to spend." This remark drew laughter from the two maids. The lady was indeed sharp-tongued. After returning to his study, Shun Heading personally pinned an invitation. Just as he finished, Xiao Zhan returned, recounting the events that transpired at Guozijian in detail. "That boy from the Song family? You need not concern yourself with him. I have noted him." Shun Heading's face remained expressionless. "Huh?" Xiao Zhan was taken aback. What did the Marquis mean by that? Was he preparing to confront the boy's father? Deliver this invitation personally. Xiao Zhan glanced at the invitation handed to him, inwardly gasping. What was the Marquis planning? The banquet tomorrow would surely be lively. The second branch had already dispatched someone on the old lady and Appo's orders. Upon learning of this, Qin Shi seethed with rage, just a lowly servant from a small household. How could the first branch be preparing to pamper her to the heavens? In the afternoon, Su Jinjia summoned Qian Yu and casually instructed, "Inform Yun Xiu that she need not wait any longer. We shall act today." For she was eager to witness Shun Qingji and Appo's tearful despair. She had already deduced who was behind today's incident. It must be the work of Mu Yunshu and Shun Jie. Yet, they alone could not have orchestrated such a rumor to sweep across the capital overnight. There were likely many others fanning the flames. Shun Qingji was one, and it was likely Qin Shi had meddled as well. Lin Wanru might have played part too. Furthermore, Princess Ning and could also be involved. It seemed time to teach Mu Yunshu a lesson. She instructed Qing Yu to relay a message to Qiao Er. That night, Shun Heading returned an hour earlier than usual. Su Jinjia lay languidly on the soft couch, engrossed in a medical tome. Upon seeing him lift the curtain to enter, she was momentarily stunned. Just last night, she had urged him to rest early, and tonight he complied. How obedient. It was the first time Shun Heading had seen her so relaxed and at ease, and he was momentarily taken aback. Has the Marquis had dinner? Su Jinjia set aside her book and rose to greet him. Shun Heading nodded. After he washed up, Su Jinjia resumed her place on the soft couch with her book. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Who would have thought that the illustrious Longning Marquis was so docile and compliant at home? When Shun Heading emerged from the bath, water droplets clinging to his hair, Su Jinjia approached him with a piece of cloth. "Marquis, dry your hair before resting." Shun Heading nodded and sat down, allowing her to gently dry his hair. As Su Jinjia held the white cloth, she suddenly felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, not knowing why. Perhaps the Marquis should do it himself. She lowered her gaze, thrusting the cloth into his hands and turning to leave. Suddenly, a slender hand grasped her sleeve, causing her to pause. She looked up to see Shun Heading gazing at her, his expression revealing that he understood the sudden heat in the air. He cleared his throat, releasing her sleeve. "If your mother were to know, you should no longer rest outside." Chapter 62. Grasped tightly in hand as Shun Heading and Appo's voice faded. Su Jinjia fell into a moment of silence. Indeed, this was the truth. Her gaze wandered to the bed within, and the memories of the time she had pressed Shun Heading down and the incident of unfastening his trousers suddenly surged in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush deeper. She replied in a voice as faint as a whisper. Once Shun Heading returned, Qian Yu withdrew, and while she ostensibly read outside, her heart was in disarray. She waited until late into the night, estimating that Shun Heading had fallen asleep before she entered the inner chamber. To her surprise, she found Shun Heading already in bed. There was a customary order to sleeping arrangements. Typically, a woman lies on the inner side while a man occupies the outer side. Yet he seemed indifferent to such propriety. Seeing him with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep, she quietly climbed onto the bed, making an effort to distance herself from him, merely draping a corner of the blanket over herself. After a moment of listening to his steady breathing, Shun Heading silently opened his eyes. He gently tugged at the blanket, enveloping her entirely within it. Then, he gazed deeply at her. His wife was quite different from what he had envisioned. Most of the time, she seemed gentle, yet her small claws were remarkably sharp. The matter of her rewarding the servants with silver melon seeds was something no one else could have accomplished. His expression softened involuntarily. Although he was unaware of how other noble ladies in the capital behaved, she was just perfect as she was. The Gu family. In just a few days, Lin Wanru had become severely haggard. Though illness played a part, the main reason stemmed from the vexations brought by the numerous flirtatious women around her. Gu Chang'ing still resided in the study. Lin Wanru had sent for him several times, but he refused to return to their chambers. It brought her some comfort that, despite the advances of those flirtatious women, he had not succumbed to their temptations. "Madam," after a bath, Mama Ding whispered a few words in her ear. "What?" Lin Wanru's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Ever since Mu Yunshu's miscarriage, Shun Jue had been by her side, not once visiting Qiao Er's chamber. As dawn broke, Su Jinjia was once again plagued by nightmares. This time, she dreamt of a large black dog relentlessly chasing her, intent on bringing her down. She desperately tried to escape, feeling as though a mountain weighed upon her, rendering her immobile. Just as the black dog lunged at her, she panicked and grabbed a wooden stick from somewhere, clutching it tightly in her hand. Hiss! At that moment, Shun Heading abruptly opened his eyes. His body felt rigid, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were suppressing something with great effort, his temples throbbing. His gaze fell downward, landing on her delicate, jade-like hand. He clenched his jaw, his chest rising and falling, struggling to control his heavy breathing, feeling an inferno ignite within him, rapidly engulfing him. He was a man, a perfectly normal man. He turned his head stiffly to glance at the sleeping figure beside him, enduring for a moment before raising a trembling hand to move her perilous hand away. However, before he could touch her, her grip tightened around him. Shun Heading and Appo's breath hitched, feeling as if his life were slipping away. His eyes reddened further, the veins on his neck bulging, paralyzed with tension, feeling more vulnerable than he ever had even in the face of countless enemies. Many sought his life, yet only she possessed the power to take it. Unbeknownst to her, she tightened her grasp, pulling upwards as if attempting to lift him. Shun Heading. He gritted his teeth, wondering who would be to blame if this continued. At the height of his endurance, he raised his trembling hand, cautiously prying her fingers apart. It was as if he had emerged from water, drenched in sweat, his breathing chaotic. Only when he confirmed she was still asleep did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who would bear the shame. Before dawn, he exited Tingyu Pavilion and immediately took a cold shower upon entering the front courtyard. Xiao Zhan was left bewildered, while the weather had indeed turned warm. It wasn't Apos, tea that hot. The Marquis had taken a cold shower early in the morning, and his flushed face suggested otherwise. How could he not feel the heat? Today, the Marquis and Apos' residence was hosting guests, and the servants were busily preparing for the break of day. When Su Jianjia opened her eyes, Shen Heading had already vanished. Qianyu had prepared a crimson, gold-threaded, pleated skirt for her and had done her makeup, applying lip color and affixing a golden flower ornament to her forehead, enhancing her elegance and grace while retaining a youthful radiance. As today's guests did not require her presence, even Shen Heading was not needed. For Shen Jue and the second branch would handle the hospitality. Shen Qingji still resided in the Marquis's residence. When she paid her respects to the matriarch, Shen Qingji did not even spare her a glance. Su Jianjia was unfazed. When the time came for her to weep, the fact that she could still smile indicated that Shen Qingji was yet unaware of the news, but that would change soon. Ever since Shen Heading revealed that handkerchief, the matriarch had treated her with increasing kindness. As soon as she sat down, the matriarch presented her with a box of blood swallow, a rarity indeed. Mother, how can you be so biased? Such a wonderful thing, and I do not have it. Yet you give it to her. I don't Apos, take care. You must give me a box of blood swallow as well. Shen Qingji glared at her, as if wishing to bore a hole through her. The matriarch hesitated. Sure, there's only this one left. When there are more in the future, I will have someone deliver it to you, all right? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingji became displeased. If there's only this one left, it should be given to me. Do not forget that I am your biological daughter. She is merely an outsider. You must give it to me. She extended her hand towards Su Jianjia. Since mother has already given it to me, it is mine. Why should I give it to you? The matter of blood swallows was of no concern to Su Jianjia. She simply wished to deny Shen Qingji any comfort. Shen Qingji was about to retort when Mama Wu hurriedly rushed in, whispering something in her ear. What did you say? Shen Qingji stood up abruptly, exclaiming, How dare Pei Jingqing? I have only just returned for a few days, and he has the audacity to bring a dubious woman back. Does he not regard me at all? With a murderous expression, she stormed out. Su Jianjia lowered her gaze to conceal the amusement in her eyes. Pei Jingqing was a man with thieving intentions but lacking the courage. If Shen Qingji were present in the residence, he would never dare to bring anyone into the Duke and Apos' household. However, Shen Qingji was conveniently absent these days. Ji and Apos, or where are you going? Come back. The matriarch instantly understood the situation, calling for Shen Qingji several times, but to no avail. She could only ask Mama Su to follow her to take a look. Su Jianjia decided to remain, waiting here. In matters of comparison, everything is susceptible to it, and humans are no exception. Yinju did not disappoint her. Before the guests had even arrived, Shen Qingji returned in tears. Chapter 63. Why is the Marquis blushing? Mother, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel Pei Zhongqing has brought a wretched girl into the household, treating her like a precious gem. All I wanted was to drive her away. I never intended any harm. Yet he came at me with fury, even striking me. Shen Qingji wept as she threw herself into the old matriarch and Apos' embrace, tearing off her veil to reveal her face. Su Jianjia looked up, observing the angry red welts marring Shen Qingji and Apos' visage, a clear mark of a slap. The old matriarch and Apos' heart ached at the sight. What? Pei Zhongqing dare to strike you? This time, I shall not forgive him. My cherished daughter did not marry into the Duke and Apos' residence to be mistreated. Go fetch Yiting. What does the Duke and Apos' family think they are superior to us? Xiao Mama remained still, anxiety etched on her face. Old madam, the third miss has also struck the air. The old matriarch was fiercely protective. Yet she could not condone such behavior. But what strength could a girl possess? In any case, It seems my dear Qingji has suffered a grievance. Xiao Mama clenched her teeth. The third miss grabbed a plum vase and smashed it over the errand amp. Appo's head causing quite a wound. He collapsed at once, and we do not know his current state. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch and amp, Appo's expression shifted from outrage to concern. She no longer mentioned calling Shun He-ting. Her face clouded with worry. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Jianjia and Amp, Appo's eyes as she observed the unfolding chaos. Shun Qingji, as the youngest daughter, had been spoiled to arrogance, while Pei Zhengqing, the sole heir of the duke's household, was even more domineering. As a woman, she had struck her own husband, now finding herself in a precarious situation, compounded by the fact that she had borne no children during her years in the Duke and Appo's residence. The old matriarch had long harbored dissatisfaction towards her, and the resolution of this matter would hinge on the Duke's family's response. After weeping for a while, Shun Qingji and Appo's anger subsided and clarity returned. Mother, I did not mean to. I was just momentarily overwhelmed with rage when I struck Pei Zhengqing. Do not fret. With your mother and second brother here, you shall not suffer injustice. The old matriarch instructed Xiao Mama to find out how Pei Zhengqing was faring, concerned that if he had been severely harmed, the situation could escalate. She also asked Su Jianjia to inform Shun He-ting of the events, for it seemed he would ultimately need to intervene. Su Jianjia rarely ventured into the front courtyard, exiting from Qiubai Courtyard. The heir and amp, Appo's wife deserves it. After all, she has bullied our miss repeatedly, whispered Qianyu in a hushed tone. Qingyu and Appo's brows arched with delight, her voice even lower. If you ask me, it is Yunjun who is formidable. She stirred up such a commotion upon entering the Duke and Appo's residence. Su Jianjia felt a sense of satisfaction, but warned the two maids. We are in a Marquis and Appo's residence. We must speak carefully to avoid trouble. The two maids promptly fell silent. Sister-in-law, please wait. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Su Jianjia and Appo's expression hardened. It was Shun Lu Bai. What business does the third brother have? She inquired, turning to face him. Shun Lu Bai quickly caught up, discreetly appraising Su Jianjia, his eyes lighting with admiration. She appeared even more radiant than last time. I found this handkerchief. Is it yours? He asked, extending the delicate fabric toward her. The two maids recognized it as belonging to their mistress, questioning when she had lost it. It was my oversight. Thank you, third brother. Su Jianjia acknowledged, realizing she had indeed misplaced it. Qingyu reached out to take it, but Shun Lu Bai withheld it, advising, you must keep it safe from now on. Reluctantly, Su Jianjia accepted it, feeling a wave of revulsion at his touch. Unbeknownst to them, a figure stood nearby by the artificial hill, observing this exchange with a cold smile. Shun Jue, pondering how to deal with Su Jianjia. Once Shun Lu Bai departed, Su Jianjia promptly handed the handkerchief to Qingyu, intending to burn it upon her return. She deemed anything touched by Shun Lu Bai as tainted. In the study, upon learning of Su Jianjia and Appo's arrival, Shun He-ting and Appo's back stiffened visibly before he instructed Xiao Zhan to let her in. Xiao Zhan cast a suspicious glance. The study was not particularly warm, yet the Marquis's face was flushed. Is the Marquis unwell? Su Jianjia noted his condition. At a loss for words, Shun He-ting diverted the topic, inquiring about her purpose. She relayed the incident involving Shun Qingji, prompting him to furrow his brow. One vase to the head, the heir is likely injured. The Duke and Appo's household will not let this matter rest easily. The absence of visitors from the Duke and Appo's side suggests Pei Zhengqing is merely wounded. Had he lost his life, they would have come knocking by now. Qingji has been too headstrong. It is time she learn a lesson. Understanding all too well, Shun He-ting instructed Su Jianjia to return home, as guests were already arriving. Naturally, Su Yan would be present at such an event. Upon seeing him, Su Jianjia and Appo's resentment towards Shun Jue intensified, recalling the event from the Guozijian that had left Shun when bedridden. Surely the work of Shun Jue. She was taken aback by Shun He-ting and Amp, Oppos, S meticulous planning. Ayen, in future, do not act impulsively. She still felt a shiver at the thought of what might have occurred had he struck out in anger. And have you heard any rumors from Mother S side? I instructed Qing Yu to ensure the household kept their lips sealed. Su Yin shook his head. Sister, rest assured, Mother is unaware of anything. The rumors from the Guozijian have died down. Once news of today and Oppos' grand banquet at the Marquis and Oppos' residence spread, the chatter in the city diminished. As the siblings conversed, the banquet commenced. With rumors circulating just yesterday, the Marquis was evidently confident in his wife. Yet, speculation lingered regarding the truth behind the affair between the Marquis and Oppos' wife and Gu Changgang, given their childhood betrothal and the recent uproar caused by Gu and Oppos' wife. The gossip seemed all too credible. I think so too. This banquet is likely a reluctant undertaking by the Marquis, forced to host guests under the weight of scandal. Who could be pleased under such a cloud of infamy? Shun Jie, attending to guests nearby, overheard the discussions. His father aimed to use this banquet as a means to clear Su Jinjia and Oppos' name, but he was determined to thwart such efforts, ensuring her reputation remained tarnished. As conversations resumed, the atmosphere grew tense, with all ears attuned to the unfolding drama. Silence. I stand before you, and I assure you, my relationship with the Marquis and Oppos' wife is beyond reproach. You shall not slander us. Just then, an unexpected figure emerged into view, capturing everyone and Oppos' attention. Chapter 64. To divorce, Shun Qingji Guchanga, clad in a traditional cerulean scholar's robe, emanated an air of literary elegance. His voice, heavy and resonant, declared, "It is true that I had previously been betrothed to the lady of the Marquis, yet our feelings were constrained by propriety. Here, I solemnly swear before heaven that we have never transgressed any boundaries. Even if the Marquis of Changning had not extended an invitation, he would have come. They could slander him, for he was a man of ill repute, but they should not tarnish her name." His words were forthright, and he made a public vow. "Should I utter a single falsehood, let my career be forever halted, and in death, let me find no peace." The crowd, taken aback, felt their doubts evaporate. Shun Jie and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened. Why had he come? Had everyone present heard his words clearly? Just as Gu Chang'e finished speaking, Shun Heading approached with a stern countenance, stepping forward against the light. "From this day forth, should anyone dare to speak ill of my wife." His voice trailed off, his deep-set eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. Silence enveloped the surroundings. With the Marquis and Oppos' declaration, who would dare to gossip about the Lady of Chongning? Such folly would surely invite disaster. A cold wave of resentment flashed across Shun Jie and Oppos' face as he realized his father's staunch defense of Su Jinjia. He stepped forward and bowed. "I pay my respects to the Marquis." Gu Chang'e followed suit, offering a respectful gesture. No one anticipated that at that moment. A small portrait slipped from Gu Chang'e's voluminous sleeve, falling to the ground. With so many pairs of eyes upon him, Shun Heading immediately recognized the figure depicted. It was his wife. He clenched the hand behind his back, his dark eyes turning to ice. "Isn't this a portrait of my mother?" Shun Jie nearly laughed aloud, having thought Gu Chang'e was there to support Su Jinjia, only to realize he was there to tarnish her image. His earlier words now seemed meaningless. Gu Chang'e's face paled. That morning, he had been perplexed by Lin Wanru's sudden humility as she personally assisted him in dressing. So that was it. The previous silence now morphed into an oppressive stillness. The onlookers exchanged glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Chang'e had brought the portrait of the Marquis's wife with him, and yet he dared to claim there was nothing between them? No one would believe such a denial. "My lord, it is not as it seems." Gu Chang'e hurriedly attempted to explain, but at that moment, his words fell flat and powerless. "I still remember this portrait, which I painted for my elder sister on her 18th birthday. You, Lord Gu, are indeed a man of your word. Just yesterday, I wrote to you in a bid to curry favor, and today you have returned it to its rightful owner. Thus, you and the Su family shall have no further ties." Su Yin arrived like a timely rain, confidently picking up the fallen portrait and folding it with care before placing it in his pocket. Gu Chang's tense expression softened. I implore the Marquis and all present not to misconstrue my intentions. I carry this solely to return it. This explanation seemed reasonable, and the crowd appeared to grasp the situation. Shen He, however, remained skeptical, casting a discreet glance at Shen Heading, who, being as astute as he was, likely shared his doubts. After toasting the assembly, Shen Heading departed. As soon as he left, the crowd erupted into hushed conversations. Just days prior, the Marquis had been in a deep stupor, yet now he appeared remarkably well. What did this signify? That the Marquis's wife was indeed the fortuitous figure of legend. Su Yin, seated amongst the guests, felt a wave of relief wash over him, certain that henceforth no one would link his elder sister with Gu Chang'e. Just as he settled, Shen Heading summoned him. Entering the study with trepidation, he wondered if the Marquis still harbored suspicions regarding his sister. To his surprise, upon their meeting, Shen Heading extended his hand without uttering a word, leaving Su Yin momentarily stunned. In a cool voice, Shen Heading said the portrait. Su Yin, now realizing, clutched his sleeve, hesitating to speak. Shen Heading raised an eyebrow. In the past, she was your elder sister. Now she is my wife. Who do you think is more suited to possess it? My lord, my sister, and Su Yin began, believing Shen Heading was questioning Su Jianjia's integrity. However, Shen Heading interrupted, you need not worry. I have never doubted her. Reluctantly, Su Yin surrendered the portrait. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, a maid named Duku rushed in, tears streaming down her face. Please, young master, say my mistress. She has been tormented by the young lady and has fainted. The child she carries is in grave danger. Shen Jue and Amp. Appo's face darkened at the news, and he immediately set off. Meanwhile, Su Jianjia, upon receiving word, smiled faintly and rose leisurely. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 65. The unavoidable bend of the knee in the flowing cloud residence. A tumultuous scene unfolded. As Shen Jie entered, he found Mu Yinshu fiercely berating Qiao. You shameless wretch, still pretending? Get up, do you hear me? I command you to rise, or I shall have someone tear you apart. Meanwhile, Qiao and Appo's lay on the floor, oblivious to the chaos around her. Have you had your fill of this uproar, Mu Yinshu? Since her miscarriage, Shen Jue had been dutifully catering to her whims. But did he not harbor any resentment? He had high hopes for that child, if it weren't an Appo's, tea for her restless nights and reckless escapades. The baby would not have met such a fate. For the sake of a mere servant, you dare to shout at me? Mu Yinshu, already unable to tolerate Qiao and Appo's, felt her heart turn cold as she glared at Shen Jue, overwhelmed with a mix of urgency and fury. Blood, so much blood. Suddenly, Duku and Appo's sharp voice pierced through the air. Shen Jue focused his gaze and saw a dark red stain spreading beneath Qiao and Appo's. Panic surged within him. Quick, fetch a doctor. He stepped forward, intending to lift Qiao and Appo's into his arms. Shen Jue, I have told you, that wretched girl is merely pretending. I forbid you to touch her. Mu Yinshu, frantic, rushed barefoot to block his path. Today, it is either me or that servant. If you dare to move her, I will leave thee at once. Yinshu, please. Enough of this madness. I beg you, Shen Jue implored, his lips pressed tightly together as he anxiously regarded Qiao on the ground. Let me take her back to her room first. We can discuss the rest later. Please, young master, save my aunt. Duku cried, her voice trembling. When you are away, the young mistress imposes rules on her daily. Punishing her to kneel in the courtyard is merely the least of it. She beats and scolds her, and even uses embroidery needles to poke her, threatening her not to tell you. Just look. Duku rushed over to Qiao and Appo's, pulling back her sleeves to reveal her arms, which are dotted with countless needle marks and bruises. The fury that had been building in Shen Jue finally erupted. He glared at Mu Yinshu with a chilling demeanor. Mu Yinshu, this is your doing. Mu Yinshu and Appo's expression darkened at once. I did order her to kneel, and I did prick her a few times, but it was not to this extent. Those bruises were not caused by me. Before she could finish, Shen Jue and Appo's hand struck her face with a resounding slap. At that moment, Su Jianjia entered, witnessing the scene unfold. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, almost impossible to conceal. "You dare to strike me, Shinjue?" The imprint of the slap was stark against Mu Yunshu and Amp Oppo's face. Stunned for a moment, she quickly regained her composure and lunged at him, scratching and clawing, shouting, "I will fight you." Shinjue attempted to shield himself while shouting in frustration, "Stop this at once. Are you out of your mind?" However, he underestimated the ferocity of a woman in a frenzy. In an instant, her nails had left several bloody marks across his face. "What are you two doing?" Su Jinjia and Amp Oppo's voice rang out, stern and commanding, bringing a moment of clarity to both Shinjie and Mu Yunshu. What has happened to Aunt Xiao? She's still with child. Why is there so much blood? Hurry, someone, take her back." Su Jinjia's gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the ground, her amusement growing ever more apparent. Shinjue scooped Xiao and Oppo's into his arms and began to leave. "Shinjue, who allowed you to touch her? Come back." Mu Yunshu, still recovering from her miscarriage, was visibly distressed, with the imprint of the slap still fresh on her face. She could no longer contain her tears as she watched him rush away with Xiao. Su Jinjia secretly relished her distress, while Dooku remained, reiterating her plea to Su Jinjia. "Please, madam, advocate for my aunt. At this rate, she will surely be worn down by the young mistress. You kneel." Once Mu Yunshu complied, Su Jinjia began to speak. Now that their positions had shifted, she felt justified in returning the treatment Mu Yunshu had once imposed upon her. "Mother, the daughter-in-law is still in her confinement." Mu Yunshu protested, fearing the cold would harm her health. "Are you defying me?" Su Jinjia and Oppo's gaze was impassive, the weight of filial duty pinning Mu Yunshu down, leaving no room for dissent. Anger boiled within Mu Yunshu and Oppo's eyes as she bit her lip, harboring deep resentment towards Su Jinjia. Yet she had no choice but to kneel before her. Su Jinjia remained silent, looking down at her, before turning to instruct Qianyu. "Go and keep watch over Aunt Xiao. Come back with news at once." Mu Yunshu could only endure her kneeling for a short while before she faltered, and she and Oppo's could no longer hold her tongue. Yet, as long as Su Jinjia remained silent, she had no choice but to remain compliant. She had endured this treatment from Xiao and Oppo's countless times in her past life. So what if she had a miscarriage? She intended to see Mu Yunshu kneeling and ensure that others were unable to voice any objections. Mu Yunshu knelt for what felt like an eternity, soaked in sweat, her body swaying as if she had been pulled from water. She considered pretending to faint, but with the doctor so close by, it would be easily discovered, and if caught, it would be a grave act of disobedience. Finally, when Qianyu returned with news that Xiao's child was stable for the moment, but showed signs of a miscarriage, she needed to be cautious moving forward, or the child would indeed be lost. Su Jinjia looked down at Mu Yunshu. "Do you understand where you erred?" Hearing this, Mu Yunshu's resentment deepened. Why was it that her child had perished, yet that wretched Xiao's child remained unharmed? The daughter-in-law acknowledges her mistake. "Oh, then enlighten me on your error," Su Jinjia challenged, knowing she had all the time in the world to engage in this exchange, while Mu Yunshu remained on her knees, the discomfort not hers to bear. The daughter-in-law should not take her resentment for losing her child out on Aunt Xiao. Mu Yunshu struggled to suppress her anger, fully aware that Su Jinjia was intentionally provoking her, unable to stand seeing her prosper. As the legitimate wife, you have mistreated the concubine, committing the grave sin of jealousy. Should anything happen to the child within Aunt Xiao, even if I were to excuse you, others would still speak ill of you. Su Jinjia relished her position, wielding the family rules to keep Mu Yunshu in check. Mother speaks true. The daughter-in-law acknowledges her mistake. Although Mu Yunshu felt deeply wronged, she could only concede. "Very well. I shall not punish you further. Rewrite the family rules 100 times and present them to me tomorrow. We shall consider this matter settled." With that, Su Jinjia rose and departed. Mu Yunshu felt as though she might choke on her own blood from the frustration. Today, not only had Shinjue struck her, but Su Jinjia, who claimed not to punish her, had ordered her to copy the family rules 100 times during her confinement, as if wishing to blind her with the sheer effort. After leaving the flowing cloud residence, Su Jinjia went to see the old matriarch. The matriarch, who valued offspring above all else, was not one to remain silent in the face of such grievances. The matriarch had already been informed of Pei Zhengqing's news and had only just managed to soothe Shun Qingji, preparing to summon Shun heading after the banquet to discuss their next course of action. Upon hearing Su Jinjia's account, her face flushed with anger. This Mu Yinshu has gone too far. As the mistress, how can she torment a concubine like that? She even dares to lay hands on Xing Jian. Utterly unforgivable. Su Jinjia feigned concern. Mother, we must devise a plan. If we do not intervene, Aunt Xiao's child may not survive. The old matriarch in Appo's mind was in turmoil due to the Shun Qingji incident, and she could not think of a solution at that moment. Su Jinjia and Appo's eyes glimmered like flowing water. If mother does not mind, the daughter-in-law here indeed possesses a method. Chapter 66. Do you wish to await divorce or seek separation? After Su Jinjia's departure, the old matriarch wore a satisfied expression. She turned to Su Mama and remarked, "Did you hear what the lady said? Jinjia is truly insightful. Please make the necessary arrangements." Initially, she believed Jinjia had returned to seize control of the household. But little did she know that Jinjia had entrusted the family affairs to Yun Shu in order to care for heading. It was a misunderstanding on her part. Su Mama nodded in agreement, observing the growing trust the old matriarch had in the lady. Even she couldn't help but marvel at how adept the lady was. This matter had been handled splendidly, leaving no room for criticism. After returning from Qiubai courtyard, Qinhua was puzzled. "Miss, why did you end up involving the Marquis in what was originally the eldest master and Appo's affair? Aren't and Appo's you just adding to your own troubles?" Su Jinjia leisurely lit an incense stick, watching the curling smoke rise. "You would understand. If I solely mentioned Shenzhui, it might seem as though I were deliberately targeting him. However, by incorporating the Marquis into the discussion, the old matriarch would merely perceive me as considerate, valuing progeny. At her age, what matters most is lineage." She instructed Qingyu to gather information from Luoyang residents. As expected, the young mistress had caused quite a stir, demanding to return to her maternal home, crying and throwing a tantrum. Qingyu returned swiftly with the news. Was there any word from the eldest master? Su Jinjia's eyes brightened. Mun Yunsu was naturally competitive. After Shinjue had humiliated her today, she would undoubtedly make a scene. Qingyu nodded, confirming that the eldest master had received news and was already pursuing her. Su Jinjia and Appo's gaze deepened. Shinjue would not let her go. She had believed their bond was unbreakable, especially since in their past lives, they had shared a mother-son relationship. Who could have anticipated that a mere incident involving Xiao would lead to such discord? The coming days would surely be more tumultuous. Shinjue exhausted all efforts to coax Mun Yunsa back. There was no further news from the Duke's residence. In the evening, after the guests had departed, the old matriarch summoned Su Jinjia and Shun heading to discuss Shun Qingji and Appo's situation. The old matriarch first inquired about Shun heading and Appo's thoughts. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Indeed, Pei Zhengqing was at fault, but Ji is not without blame either. Had she refrained from acting impulsively and awaited the Duke's invitation, I would have addressed the matter with Pei Zhengqing in due course. Now, we must see if the Duke's residence is willing to extend an olive branch." The old matriarch hesitated to let Shun Qingji know, yet Pei Zhengqing continued to demand a divorce. What was to be done? Shun heading absently fiddled with the ring on his thumb, contemplating the complexities of the situation. It was not so simple to dismiss my sister Shin Qingji. However, remaining in a stalemate was equally untenable. "Jinjia, what do you think? It is common for men to have multiple wives. If this news were to spread, it would ultimately reflect more poorly on Jir." Su Jinjia mused, "In my opinion, it would be wise to wait a couple of days. If Pei Shitsi is willing to come and apologize, let him make a promise to never raise a hand against her again. Thereafter, we can allow the Shitsi's wife to accompany him back. This would preserve face for both families." She needed to secure more time for Yunxiu to firmly win Pei Zhengqing and Appo's affection. Today, she was grateful for Shun Qingji and Appo's uproar. The old matriarch was concerned for her daughter. While the old matriarch of the Duke and Appo's residence was equally concerned for her son. Initially, she might not have been inclined to allow Yunxiu to enter the family, but the circumstances had changed. Even to humble Shun Qingji and Appo's arrogance, the old matriarch of the Duke and Appo's residence would agree to Yunxiu and Appo's entrance. You be quiet. When did my affairs become yours to meddle in? Even if Pei Zhongqing were to come to me in a grand procession, I would never return with him. Just as Su Jianjia spoke, Shun Qingji stormed in, her demeanor fierce. Shun Heading's expression darkened. Are you waiting to be divorced? Or do you wish to separate? His words left Shun Qingji momentarily speechless. From that point on, Su Jianjia ceased to speak. The old matriarch wished to avoid any further embarrassment. Ji and Amp, oppose. This matter will be decided by your second brother and sister-in-law. Night had fully descended, and the entire marquee was adorned with red lanterns. Shun Jue remained in Mun Yunsu's chamber, having exhausted his efforts to placate her. Cousin, you promised me that you would never see that wretched Xiao again. Once her child is born, bring it to me to raise. Mun Yunsu cooed, nestled in Shun Jue and Appo's embrace, twirling a strand of his hair playfully. Shun Jue and Appo's gaze darkened. Very well, I shall honor your wishes. Mun Yunsu beamed, confident that her cousin favored her above all. Shun Jue gazed at her with tenderness, and the two were enveloped in a moment of romantic intimacy. Su Mama entered with two charming maidservants. We pay our respects to the eldest master and the young mistress. The two maidservants curtsied, their melodious voices and enticing figures catching attention. Mun Yunsu's expression soured immediately. Shun Jue's face fell as well. What is the meaning of this? Su Mama? Su Mama smiled. This is the old matriarch's directive. The young mistress has just given birth, and with Xiao still expecting, someone must attend to the eldest master. From now on, Yin'er and Lian'er will remain in the eldest master's chambers to serve. Mun Yunsu felt her blood boil, a wave of dizziness washing over her. As if one Xiao were not enough trouble, now two more had arrived to torment her. I do not require them. Kindly take them back, Su Mama. Shun Jue firmly rejected the arrangement, and Mun Yunsu felt a slight relief. Su Mama insisted. The old matriarch is simply looking out for the young mistress's reputation. Given the recent incident with Xiao, if we were to send them away, she paused, knowing the implications of labeling the young mistress as jealous. Mun Yunsu and Appo's expression darkened further. Shun Jue frowned. His grandmother had not previously forced him to accept such arrangements, so why was she so insistent this time? He slipped Su Mama a pouch of silver and inquired, Please speak frankly. Is this truly my grandmother and Appo's intention, or, having received the bribe and holding her own grievances against Su Jianjia, Su Mama explained, this was the lady's suggestion to the old matriarch. It serves to temper the young mistress and Appo's temperament while ensuring the eldest master is not without attendance. Mun Yunsu and Appo's anger flared anew. This was indeed the handiwork of that wretched Su Jianjia. Shun Jue's expression mirrored her displeasure. He firmly instructed Su Mama to return the maidservants, asserting that even his mother should not interfere in his household matters. If word of this got out, it could reflect poorly on her. Su Mama, with heartfelt sincerity, advised, for the young mistress and Appo's sake, it would be wise to keep them. If she would earn a reputation for jealousy, it would create future complications. Furthermore, this is the old matriarch's command. It cannot be attributed to the lady. The lady's cunning went far beyond this. Ultimately, Shun Jue decided to retain Yin'er and Lian'er, inciting Mun Yunsu's fury. Meanwhile, Shun Heading was in the study, glancing at the hourglass and realizing it was late. He prepared to rise and return. My lord, Su Mama has arrived, bearing gifts from the old matriarch. A servant announced just as Xiao Zhan entered the room. Chapter 67, Should we perhaps prepare a nourishing soup for him tomorrow? Shun Heading did not dwell on the thought for long, and instructed Xiao Zhan to bring in Su Mama. Su Mama entered with two exquisite maidens, the old lady, after all, still cared for her son. The two maidens sent to Shun Jue could only be described as ethereal, and upon arriving at Shun Heading's quarters, they appeared like delicate blossoms. As soon as they entered, their eyes were fixated on Shun Heading, and they both stepped forward to pay their respects. Before Shun Heading could utter a word, he frowned, prompting Su Mama to quickly explain, "My lord, this is the old lady and Amp, Oppo's, S wish." At first, there was little expression on Shun Heading and Amp, Oppo's, S face, but upon hearing Su Mama and Amp, Oppo's S subsequent words, "This is also the lady and Amp, Oppo's, S intent," a veil of coldness enveloped him, and he ordered them to be taken back. Su Mama could manage a few words with Shun Jue, but here, in Shun Heading and Oppo's, as presence, she dared not utter a sound, leading the maidens away, fully aware that dealing with the Lord was far more challenging than with the eldest son. Shun Jue had originally contemplated spreading rumors to tarnish Su Jinjia and Amp, Oppo's, S reputation, believing that if her name were sullied, Su Yin would inevitably suffer as well. However, she was taken aback by the suggestion of sending maidens to their father's house, which complicated matters. Shun Heading returned later than he had the previous day. Su Jinjiao was quite surprised by his arrival, wondering if his injury had caused any lingering effects. She rose to greet him, her gaze unconsciously drifting downward, as she had half expected him not to return. The old lady had already made all necessary arrangements for Shun Jue, and she certainly would not neglect Shun Heading. Shun Heading was remarkably perceptive. Following her line of sight, his expression darkened instantly, realizing he was being scrutinized. Su Jianjia had already bathed and, after perusing a medical text for a while, assumed that Shun Heading had fallen asleep when the room fell silent. She quietly entered the inner chamber and cautiously climbed onto the bed. The surrounding curtains fell, casting a dim light within. She glanced at Shun Heading, observing his closed eyes, and presumed he was indeed asleep. However, as her gaze lowered, a frown creased her brow. She had heard no mention of a shadow poison causing any other effects. What could be the matter? The injury should merely cause some discomfort, and he ought to have improved significantly. Perhaps she should prepare a nourishing soup for him tomorrow. She contemplated using deer, antler, and ox penis, among other ingredients. For proper concoction, Shun Heading had intended to endure in silence, yet he soon found her glancing at him repeatedly, each time more incessantly than the last, until he could no longer tolerate it. In the dimness, he slowly opened his eyes. Su Jianjia, entirely oblivious, had intended to take advantage of his apparent slumber to check his pulse, so she could add some herbs to the nourishing soup for optimal effect. As a gesture of gratitude for his assistance to a yin, as she raised her hand, unexpectedly, a warm palm seized her wrist. Startled, she exclaimed, "My lord, did I disturb you?" Shun Heading remained silent, and, as Su Jinjia attempted to withdraw her hand, he firmly grasped her wrist, pressing her hand against his chest. "Ah!" Su Jinjia froze, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed to the point of embarrassment. There was no need to stare now. In the dim light, she could not discern Shun Heading's expression, but his voice, low and tinged with melancholy, reached her ears. He was aware of everything. At that moment, Su Jianjiao wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in. As Shun Heading released her hand, she swiftly withdrew it and turned her back to him, burying herself in the blankets like an ostrich. It seemed the nourishing soup was unnecessary. Shun Heading gazed at her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was not one to speak much, preferring to let actions convey his sentiments. The following day, Su Jinjiao woke early, waiting until she heard the rustling sounds indicating Shun Heading and Oppo's departure before finally opening her eyes. When Qian Yu and Qing Yu entered to attend to her, they immediately noticed something amiss with her demeanor. "Miss, what seems to be troubling you today? Are you unwell?" The two expressed their concern. Su Jinjia shook her head. Their remarks made her feel her cheeks heat up once more. Today marked the second day of hosting guests. The residence remained lively as usual. When Su Jinjia paid her respects to the old lady, she learned that Shun Heading had sent back the individuals the old lady had dispatched the previous night. Shun Qingji was present, still regarding her with disdain. Su Jinjia paid little mind. After all, only one of them could survive. No sooner had she seated herself than Su Mama hurried in, exclaiming, "Old lady, someone from the Duke and Oppo's residence has arrived." The old lady and Oppo's eyes brightened, and she promptly inquired, "Who has come?" Before Su Mama could respond, Shun Qingji interjected, regardless of who it is, have them thrown out. In response to the old lady, Su Mama replied, it is the young master. Su Jianjia surmised that it was Pei Jingqing who had come, his head still bandaged from injuries sustained. Today also happened to be the day of the Duke's banquet, and one could not help but admire the old lady's cunning. She aimed to publicly expose Shun Qingji for having struck her son. Old lady, since the young master has come personally, why not let the young mistress return with him? Life must go on. Would you not agree? Su Jianjia feigned concern for Shun Qingji, her words sounding heartfelt. Had anyone else uttered this sentiment, Shun Qingji might have heeded it. However, coming from Su Jianjia, it was merely adding fuel to the fire. Silence. This is my affair. Who are you to meddle? Shun Qingji erupted in anger. Though she had blustered, she had been wavering internally. The old lady shared her sentiments, acknowledging that both parties had erred. And since a bridge had been extended, perhaps you should listen to your sister-in-law in return. At this moment, Shun Qingji was beyond reasoning, and seeing Su Mama frozen. She spat, you insolent servant. Now even I cannot command you? With that, she declared, if you won't go, I shall personally see to it that he is expelled. Su Jianjia's eyes sparkled with amusement. Shun Qingji had but this one chance. She pretended to block Shun Qingji. Young mistress, please do not act impulsively. The more she tried to obstruct, the more determined Shun Qingji became, pushing past her toward the exit. Su Mama, hurry and stop her. We have guests today. We cannot allow her to create a scene, the old lady urged. Yet, Su Mama failed to halt Shun Qingji. Mother, do not fret. I shall follow her to see what unfolds. At this juncture, Su Jianjia could not remain passive. She at least needed to witness the spectacle. Jianjia, I entrust this matter to you. You must stop Ji and Amp, oppose, the old lady instructed, placing her trust in her. By now, many guests had already arrived, and Pei Jingqing, with his head bandaged, presented himself with ample gifts, appearing genuinely contrite. Before the gathered guests, Shun Qingji, veiled, confronted Pei Jingqing, her first words being, you are unwelcome here. Leave at once. My lady, you have struck me, scolded me, and nearly cost me my life. What more do you desire? I have come here to apologize. Please return with me. Pei Jingqing maintained a lowly posture, though a glint of defiance lingered in his eyes. I said leave. Did you not hear me? Someone, throw them out. The more subdued Pei Jingqing was, the more audacious Shun Qingji became, seizing a cup and hurling it at him. Pei Jingqing sidestepped with ease. Choosing not to retaliate, as if merely fulfilling a task, he turned and departed. By the time Su Jianjia caught up, the Duke and Oppo's party had already left. Her eyes sparkled with delight. The Duke and Oppo's residents had been publicly humiliated, something Shun Qingji had brought upon herself. With such a blatant affront, one could certainly expect a reaction from the Duke's residents. The old matriarch, upon learning the news, sighed deeply. By the time Shun Heading found out, Shun Qingji had already dismissed the guests, rendering any further remarks futile. In just an afternoon, Shun Qingji's reputation as a formidable woman spread throughout the capital. Before long, it was the following day, the last day of the Marquis's banquet. As noon approached, only half of the invited guests had arrived, prompting the old matriarch to send Mama Su to inquire about the situation. Su Jianjia was also present. Mama Su returned in a hurried dash, breathless and bearing a troubled expression, which vexed the old matriarch. What could have possibly transpired? In response to the old matriarch's inquiry, Mama Su revealed that the Duke and Oppo's residence was hosting guests that very day. Her voice grew softer with each word, leaving the old matriarch perplexed. Why was the Duke entertaining guests, and why had their household not received an invitation? Chapter 68. How could such good news be kept from Shun Qingji? Su Mama hesitated to speak. Su Jianjia had already guessed part of it. Just as the old lady was about to lose her temper, Su Mama finally confessed that the old lady of the Duke's residence had taken a concubine for the heir, someone named Yunhua, and had specially arranged several tables for a banquet. What? Pei Jingqing has taken a concubine, and the Duke and Oppo's residence has even set up several tables? The old lady's voice rose sharply, laced with anger. Su Jianjia inwardly praised the old lady of the duke's residence for her decisiveness. Just yesterday, Shen Qingji had publicly embarrassed the duke's residence, and today they were retaliating. Su Mama, noticing the old lady's fury, hurried to reassure her that the duke and Amp Oppo's residence had only set up a dozen tables. Only a dozen tables? Have you ever seen a family take a concubine and host a banquet? They are clearly angered by Qingji. This act of hosting a banquet for a concubine is unprecedented in the capital. It is a slap in the face to our marquisate. This situation was indeed troublesome. They must keep this from Qingji at all costs, or her volatile nature would surely lead to chaos. The old lady felt increasingly anxious. Could it be that the duke and Oppo's residence intended to dismiss Qingji? With her head bowed and her eyes icy, Su Jianjia thought, if it were not for this, why would I have gone to such lengths? Mother, the duke's residence has already shown us face. They have no reason to keep bowing to us. Their actions are merely an attempt to vent their frustration. It would be wiser to send some congratulatory gifts and have the heir's wife bow her head. After all, she is just a concubine and cannot surpass the status of the heir's wife. This matter will then be resolved. Su Jianjia's reasoning was indeed impeccable. Let me think it over. You may return for now. The old lady was flustered. She knew Su Jianjia was right, but convincing Qingji would not be so simple. Meanwhile, Shen Qingji remained oblivious. Upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion, Su Jianjia exchanged a glance with Qian Yue, who immediately understood what to do. Rest assured, miss, I will handle this matter well. Su Jianjia cut a gardenia from outside and placed it in a vase, sprinkling some water over it. The pure white gardenia exuded a rich fragrance, which she adored. How could such good news not be shared with Shen Qingji? If she were to learn of this, she would surely be infuriated and would likely cause a scene at the duke's residence. Before long, Qian Yue returned, and seeing her joyful demeanor, Su Jianjia knew the task had been accomplished. Indeed, Shen Qingji was already aware. What did you say? Pei Jingqing not only took that vile woman as a concubine, but also hosted a grand banquet at the Duke and Oppo's residence? Do they not regard me, the heir and Oppo's wife, at all? She was seething with rage and immediately ordered a carriage to return to the Duke's residence. By the time the old lady received news, Shen Qingji was nearly at the Duke's residence. Shen Heading sent someone to pursue her, but was too late. Su Jianjia did not accompany her. Thus she did not witness the scene herself, but heard from Qian Yue that Shen Qingji had caused a ruckus at the duke's residence, smashing several tables. Today, Pei Zhongqing had indeed shown wisdom. Not only did he refrain from confronting her, but he also begged her to stay. In front of the guests, Shen Qingji declared her intention to divorce him, and then she returned to the marquisate in the same manner she had come. Upon arriving at the marquisate, she wept before the old lady, insisting that both she and Shen Heading must support her in divorcing Pei Jingqing. However, there was no legal basis for her demands. Su Jianjia felt elated, having consumed an extra bowl of lunch. With the support of both the marquisate and the duke's residence, she dared not act against Shen Qingji. Yet, with the relationship between the duke's residence and the marquisate now so strained, she had lost their favor. If Shen Qingji wished to divorce, did Pei Zhongqing not wish to divorce her as well? If only someone with sense were involved, her strategy would not be effective. As for the rumors concerning her, they had already dissipated the day before. Shen Qingji's commotion at the duke's residence quickly spread, and now the blame lay entirely on her shoulders. Even the old lady was at a loss as to how to proceed. Shen Jie keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. How could events align so perfectly? First, Shen Qingji inexplicably broke out in a rash, and just as she returned to the marquisate, Pei Zhongqing was rescuing a woman on the road, bringing her back to the duke's residence and further escalating the situation by taking her as a concubine. In just a few days, Shen Qingji's reputation was utterly ruined. After causing 2 disturbances, returning to the duke's residence would be difficult for her, unless she could swallow her pride and go back herself. He felt as if there were unseen hands pushing these events along, so he arranged for someone to investigate, hoping to uncover some clues. After 3 days of banquets, Su Jianjia finally enjoyed a couple of peaceful days. With Shen Heading doting on her, no one in the marquisate dared to hinder her. She knew that Mu Yunshu was plotting against the Qin family and had refrained from informing them, as she intended to use this opportunity to deal with the second branch. Recently, Su Wen had been exceedingly annoyed by Su Jiao's incessant attempts to contact him. He had avoided her several times without even showing his face. Su Jinjia kept a close watch on Su Jiao, aware that she was now at her wit's end. The two were not far from confrontation. What was destined to happen would eventually come. Tomorrow was the day Princess Ningyan had invited her to the flower viewing. Qianyue and Qingyu were both extremely worried, as the invitation was clearly a trap set by Princess Ningyan, who must have devised some plan against their young lady. Shen Heading was aware of the invitation as well and returned home unusually early that evening. He was typically a man of few words, and although Su Jinjia had been sharing the same bed with him for several days, they had hardly conversed, maintaining a polite distance. Su Jinjia seemed to have grown accustomed to him. In the past 2 days, she no longer waited for him to fall asleep before joining him in bed, and their interactions became increasingly natural. Just as she was drifting off, Shen Heading suddenly spoke. "If you do not wish to attend the flower banquet, there is no need to force yourself." Su Jinjia, with drowsy eyes, looked at him. "Does the Marquis not want me to go?" Shen Heading succinctly replied, "No. I understand your intentions, but given my position, can I avoid this once and for all? I will inevitably have to face Princess Ning and Oppose. And then you shall go with Qingji tomorrow. I will have Xiao Zhan escort you." "All right, thank you, Marquis." Su Jinjia turned over and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, when she paid her respects to the old lady, Shun Qingji had already departed. Su Jinjia was relieved not to have to accompany her, thus avoiding any awkwardness. To her surprise, even though Shun Qingji had left, it was still Xiao Zhan who personally went to see her off, which surprised her. Hadn't Shen Heading said he would send Xiao Zhan with both her and Shun Qingji? She had always thought she was merely an accessory, benefiting from Shun Qingji's presence. The carriage journey took a full hour before reaching Princess Ning and Oppose's palace. "Sister, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." As soon as she stepped down from the carriage, Su Wan and Oppose warmly approached and linked arms with her. Chapter 69. This is her opportunity. To her astonishment, Princess Ning and Oppose had extended an invitation to her. "There is no need for such familiarity, nor for you to wait for me here. You may forget what transpired previously, but I cannot. Do take care of yourself." As Su Wanner approached, Su Jinxia retracted her hand. In her past life, Princess Ningyan had hosted a flower viewing banquet, yet she had no standing to attend. It was Mu Yunshu who received the invitation. She had assumed that Princess Ningyan would employ the same tactics against her as she had against Mu Yunshu, but instead, she invited Su Wanner. Was she preparing to employ different strategies against her? Su Wanner stiffened at her words, and several noble ladies nearby observed, making her reluctant to approach further. After Qian Yu presented the invitation, Su Jinxia entered the palace with her 2 maids. To her surprise, Xiao Zhan followed closely behind. "The Lord commands that I remain to protect the lady." He discerned her expression with a glance. Shen Heading likely harbored concerns about her losing face for the Marquis and Oppose as household. Watching her retreating figure, Su Wan and Oppose clenched her teeth in frustration. That wretched girl. They hail from the same background. Who is truly more noble? She merely clings to the high branches of the Marquis and Oppose's family. What is so remarkable about that? The palace was situated on a mountainside, adorned with blossoms in full bloom, the air fragrant with floral scents. A splendid location indeed. Guides led the way, and today's flower viewing banquet was set at the star-picking terrace, the highest edifice of the palace, offering a breathtaking view of the surroundings, shrouded in mist, with the enchanting scenery below laid bare. Upon her arrival, many noble ladies were already present. In her previous life, she had been confined to the depths of the estate, rarely emerging, and as she surveyed the crowd, nearly all faces were unfamiliar. Fortunately, Qian Yu prepared her well who had been invited by Princess Ning and Oppose, and allowing her to recognize a few. Now, as the wife of the Marquis of Chongning, convention dictated that she would be sought after by others. However, her humble origins, combined with the awareness of Princess Ning and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' intentions, meant that everyone kept their distance. Before Princess Ning and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' arrival, the ladies stood in small clusters. Unfazed, Su Jinxia chose a quiet pavilion to quietly admire the beauty around her. "You must be Sister Su." A cheerful voice called as a girl entered the pavilion. Beaming at her, "I am Pei Jinyu. They all call me Miss Pei-san." While Su Jinxia might not have known others, she recognized Pei Jinyu, the legitimate third daughter of the Duke and Oppos' household and the sister-in-law of Shun Qingji. Although they had never met, an incident at the previous flower banquet had made waves. "Greetings, Miss Pei-san," Su Jinxia replied with a smile. Pei Jinyu was adorned in a lovely pale yellow dress, exuding charm like a spring flower blooming amid snow. Her smile revealed dimples, making her particularly endearing. "Sister Su, our families are related by marriage. If you do not mind, you may call me sister." "Very well. I shall henceforth address you as Sister Jinyu," Su Jinxia responded, her gaze profound. She produced a scented pouch from her sleeve and presented it to Pei Jinyu. Initially uncertain about how to gift it, this felt entirely appropriate. Pei Jinyu looked pleasantly surprised. "Sister Su, what is this? Since you have called me sister, this is a token of our first meeting. It is not a precious item, merely something I crafted in my leisure. I hope you will not find it lacking." She had prepared this gift days prior, not out of altruism, but rather because such a young lady should not face a grim fate. Of course, she also sought to cultivate a rapport with the Duke and Amp, Oppos' residents, given the well-known discord between Shun Qingji and Pei Jinyu. "This is my opportunity. Thank you, Sister Su. How could I ever find it lacking?" Pei Jinyu joyfully accepted the pouch, inhaling its delicate fragrance, which brought a refreshing clarity to her mind. She tied it around her waist, admiring it. "Sister Su, I truly adore it." Just as they conversed, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Princess Ningen has arrived." Surrounded by attendants, Princess Ning and Oppos, and approached, resplendent in her opulent attire, adorned with jewels, her long gown trailing behind her, exuding grandeur as she strolled gracefully. Shun Qingji followed closely, her face now radiant and finely dressed, smiling sweetly while casting sidelong glances at the crowd with an air of superiority. Upon noticing Pei Jinyu conversing with Su Jinxia, both laughing together, her expression darkened. "Excellent. Just as I suspected, the two individuals I loathe most are indeed in league." "Your Highness," the crowd bowed in unison. As Princess Ningen settled on a main seat, she smiled and bid everyone arise. Su Jinxia caught a glimpse of Su Wanner, who stood timidly at the back like a mouse, too lowly in status to garner attention. As the guests took their seats, it was a curious coincidence that Su Jinxia and Pei Jinyu were seated adjacent to each other. Today, Su Jinxia wore a silver-red pleated skirt adorned with plum blossom patterns. Her makeup understated, with a set of Eastern pearls in her hair, a gift from the matron that morning. Subtle yet luxurious, perfectly suiting her status. She stood out in the gathering, her beauty unparalleled among the crowd. "This must be the esteemed lady of Chongning Marquis, Princess Ning and Oppos," and remarked, her gaze falling upon Su Jinxia as she settled down. Unlike Shun Qingji's haughty demeanor, her expression was gentle, imbued with a natural aura of nobility. Su Jinxia rose in response. "This is Su Jinxia, honored to meet Princess Ning and Oppos. A truly refined and graceful lady. No wonder the Marquis holds you in such high regard." Princess Ning and Oppos, and praised her sincerity known only to herself. Abruptly, her tone shifted. "I was unable to attend your wedding, so I have specially arranged a gift for you." As she spoke, a maid approached with a brocade box, which Su Jinxia graciously accepted. "Thank you, Princess Ning and Oppos." Just as she was about to take her seat, Princess Ningen continued, "Today I also invited Miss Su Er. May I inquire where she is?" Su Wanner appeared taken aback, quickly rising to respond. "This humble servant is here." Su Jinxia awaited her move. Princess Ningen regarded them both with warmth. "I have heard of some discord between you two recently. As sisters, Let us resolve this matter today. Would it be agreeable for the Marquis and Amp, Apo's wife and Missu heir to put their grievances behind them? Chapter 70. How could the young lady of the heir be so petty? With a hint of cold amusement in her eyes, Su Jinjia observed Princess Ningen's intentions to publicly reveal the discord between her and Su Wanner. If she acquiesced, the second branch of the family would promptly return to the Su residence, rendering her prior efforts futile. Conversely, if she declined, it would portray her as lacking familial affection and being narrow-minded. More critically, the tension in her relationship with Su Wanner was already evident, allowing Princess Ningen to exploit the situation for her own benefit. Your Highness speaks too harshly. How can there be talk of reconciliation? She replied with a gentle smile, her gaze fixed on Su Wan and Apo's. This is merely a matter of financial disputes. Moreover, I have not pursued my younger sister to demand repayment. Since the princess has chosen to mediate, might I suggest that you encourage them to settle their debts promptly? We can discuss other matters later. She paused, perhaps thinking the princess might be compassionate enough to cover the debts herself, which amounted to a mere few tens of thousands of taels. If that is the case, I shall defer to the princess and Apo's wishes. Originally, Qianyu and Qingyu had felt anxious for her, but now they relaxed slightly. Princess Ning and Apo's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that this Su would be so difficult to handle. Did she truly think a mere tens of thousands of taels was insignificant? Su Wan and Apo's, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, her eyes brimming with tears as she said, "Sister, why go to such lengths? We never claimed we wouldn't repay the money." Su Jianjiao replied with a faint smile, "Then perhaps you should repay it. Words alone are meaningless." Su Vania, feigning innocence, began to cry, portraying herself as a victim of Su Jianjia's alleged bullying. Seeing that Princess Ningen was rendered speechless, Shun Qingji rolled her eyes and remarked sarcastically, "Sisters should support one another. This is rather ungracious of you. Does this imply that the young lady of the heir intends to repay my sister's debts?" Su Jianjia feigned delight and turned to Su Wanner. "Sister, why do you hesitate? The young lady of the heir is being so generous. You should express your gratitude." Su Wan and Apo's, was genuinely swayed by her words, blinking as she looked at Shun Qingji. What part of my words suggested I would repay her debts? Shun Qingji and Apo's temper flared. Disappointed, Su Jianjiao realized that the young lady of the heir had no intentions of settling the debts. "Didn't you just advise me to be magnanimous? How can you be so stingy?" Shun Qingji was incredulous, wondering if Su Jianjia considered her a fool. Why should she repay Su Wanner's debts? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Princess Ningen interjected, stating that it was inappropriate for her to meddle in family matters. Her gaze was frigid, and she found this situation rather convenient for her own plans. Su Jianjia lowered her eyes with a cold smile. If she was aware of her limitations, why then act so extraneously? It left Su Wan and Apo's, in a most pitiable position, further diminishing her standing in the eyes of others. "Everyone should try this exquisite plum wine brewed last year. It is perfect for this season." Princess Ningen promptly changed the subject, and the guests raised their glasses to indulge in the drink. Su Jianjia also lifted her glass, taking a gentle whiff before joining the others in a sip. Her gaze drifted to the side, where Pei Jinyu was happily consuming her drink, ordering another cup after finishing the first. Another gaze fell upon her. She turned to see Shun Qingji eyeing Pei Jinyu with ill intentions. After the wine was consumed, the guests began to extol its virtues, elevating the simple plum wine to heights of praise. "Isn't the palace's plum wine delightful, Su's sister? Why aren't you drinking?" Pei Jinyu, slightly tipsy, tilted her head at Su Jianjia. "I adore plum wine, but my mother always restricts me at home." Su Jianjia sighed inwardly, truly a Navi girl. "Sister Jinyu, while this is a fruit wine with little potency, it and Apo's still wise not to overindulge." However, Pei Jinyu was too enamored with the drink to heed her warning. "I understand. Su's sister, after this cup, I promise to stop." She cradled her porcelain cup, savoring each sip like a cherished treasure. Before long, she had finished yet another cup. A few plates of pastries lay on the table, which Su Jianjia dared not touch. Since it was a flower viewing event, there was no reason to confine the guests. After a brief interlude, Princess Ningyan encouraged everyone to explore freely. Pei Jinyu, swaying slightly, stood up, her cheeks flushed. "Su sister, I feel quite tipsy. I need to sober up. I'll join you for flower viewing shortly." Su Jinjia nodded. As Pei Jinyu left, Mama Wu, who was beside Shin Qingji, followed her out, casting a malicious smile as she observed Pei Jinyu depart. Su Jinjia noted this exchange. The guests soon dispersed, and she decided to wander elsewhere to admire the flowers, only to find that Su Wan and Damp, Oppos, was closely trailing her. Concerned for Pei Jinyu, she quickened her pace, attempting to shake off Su Wan and Damp, Oppos, who stubbornly followed like a tenacious gum. Su Jinjia turned into a rockery. Su Wan and Oppos, followed her inside. "Why do you persist in following me? What is it that you seek?" Su Jinjia halted, regarding Su Waner with a cold stare. Su Waner ceased her tears and was about to speak when Su Jinjia suddenly glanced behind her. "Princess Ningyan, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" "What do you mean? Princess Ningyan is here?" Su Waner instinctively turned, but found only emptiness behind her. By the time she turned back, Su Jinjia had vanished. Enraged, she stomped her foot. How could Su Jinjia dare to deceive her? A palace maid led the way. Pei Jinyu's 2 maids assisted her into a guest room, and as she reclined on the couch, a burning sensation spread through her body, making her feel utterly weak, yet her mind remained alarmingly clear. Realizing something was amiss, she struggled to rise but found herself completely immobilized. Panic surged as she called out to her maids, but only faint murmurs escaped her lips. Her 2 maids had long since disappeared. "This is bad. I've been set up." Pei Jinyu's heart raced, plunging her into despair. At that moment, the door creaked open. She thought her maids had returned, but instead, a strange young man stepped inside. "Don and Amp, Oppos, be alarmed, my lovely. I'm here to serve you, ensuring your utmost comfort and ecstasy," he said with a lecherous gleam in his eyes, closing the door behind him and advancing toward her, hands brazenly roaming as he reached to unfasten her garments. "Who are you? Get away from me!" Pei Jinyu cried out, desperately trying to resist. To her surprise, she felt a surge of strength, causing the man to stare at her in bewilderment. This was not how it was supposed to go. She wasn't in Oppos. He meant to resist. Fearing her cries, he swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Outside, Mama Wu wore a sinister smile, eavesdropping from the shadows. "Is it music to your ears?" Suddenly, a chilling, deep voice resonated from behind her. Chapter 71. "It was Shin Qingji who harmed me." Su Jinjia deliberately altered her tone. Wu Mama did not recognize her voice and was startled, swiftly turning around. Before she could see anything clearly, a fragrant handkerchief was pressed against her mouth and nose, causing her vision to darken as she collapsed to the ground. With a mere glance from Su Jinjia, Qianyu and Qingyu immediately lifted Wu Mama. Today's flower appreciation was exclusively for the ladies. Although Xiao Zhan remained to protect her, he needed to avoid suspicion and could not stay close, waiting outside like the other guards. In the guest room, just as the young man was about to unfasten Pei Jinyu's dress, she kicked him away and stumbled to her feet, fleeing towards the exit. "What do you think you're running, you wretched girl? Today, you must obediently submit to me," he snarled, viciously pursuing her. In a few strides, he tackled Pei Jinyu to the ground, carelessly ripping her dress apart with a tearing sound, pinning her hands down and pressing his legs against her. Realizing her innocence was in jeopardy, Pei Jinyu's face turned ashen, and tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks. At that critical moment, the door swung open once more, sunlight flooding in and dazzling their eyes. "Who dares to interrupt my pleasure?" the young man cursed, not granting him a moment to react. Su Jinjia seized a vase and struck him with restrained force. As the vase shattered, he stumbled, collapsing onto Pei Jinyu without sustaining any injuries. "Su sister!" Pei Jinyu cried out, her eyes swollen from tears. Su Jinjia stepped forward, kicking the young man aside, embracing her gently and soothing her back. "Don't cry, my dear. We mustn't attract attention. It would be troublesome if others come over." Pei Jinyu stifled her sobs, allowing silent tears to fall. Qianyu and Qingyu lifted Wu Mama onto the bed and meticulously cleared the shard from the floor before they jointly threw the young man onto the bed as well. Once Pei Jinyu regained her footing, Su Jianjia instructed Qianyu and Qingyu to assist her in leaving. She stayed behind, placing a brown pill into the mouths of both Wu Mama and the young man, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Pei Jinyu was terrified. Su Jianjia led her to a different guest room. Upon entering, she removed the sachet from Pei Jinyu and Appo's waist, containing invigorating herbs. "Hold on to this. It should help you feel better soon," she assured, deliberately omitting any mention of the drugging incident. Pei Jinyu gripped it tightly as Su Jianjia instructed Qianyu to present the dress she had prepared for her, helping her change. Once she was dressed, Su Jianjia firmly held her hand. "Sister Jinyu, I've already sent someone to find your maid. Remember, nothing happened today. That is the only answer, regardless of who inquires." In her past life, Pei Jinyu lost her purity at the flower appreciation banquet and was caught in bed, leading her to take her own life that very night. In this life, her innocence remained intact, and she would not seek death again. Trembling, Bei Ginuvipt, Susist. "I'm no longer pure." "Nonsense. You are as flawless as a white jade, utterly innocent." "I want an Appos to allow you to speak such words," Su Jianjia interrupted sharply. "Sister Jinyu, it is not you who is tainted, but those with vile intentions. You have done nothing wrong. Do not burden yourself with their faults." "Su sister," Pei Jinyu cried as she fell into her embrace, desperately holding back her sobs. "Sister Jinyu, we must face others soon. What if your eyes swell from crying? We cannot afford that. Do you not wish to witness the fates of those two?" Su Jianjia patiently consoled her. Gradually, Pei Jinyu managed to cease her tears. Previously consumed by despair, her mind had gone blank, but now, regaining her composure, she grasped Su Jianjia's hand tightly. "Su sister, I recall now. That old woman is Wu Mama, Shun Qingji's confidant." Her eyes widened in realization, and the plum wine was also suspicious. "It was Shun Qingji who harmed me." She was not foolish. Yet knowing the truth was of little consequence. The matter must remain sealed, not a word to escape her lips. Su Jianjia gently patted her hand. "Sister Jinyu, some things are best kept to yourself. It is not worth sacrificing your well-being for a wretched person. Come, let me help you prepare. We still have a play to watch." Guiding her to the dressing table, Su Jianjia anticipated the effects of the drug on those two had already taken hold. She exchanged a knowing glance with Qianyu, who understood and left the room. Meanwhile, Shun Qingji was accompanying Princess Ningyan in the flower appreciation, surrounded by several noble ladies. For some reason, she felt distracted, frequently glancing towards the guest room. "Oh, why is there smoke rising from that direction? Has there been a flood?" After a while, smoke began to billow from the guest room. A noble lady was the first to notice, exclaiming in alarm. The crowd looked up in shock. Princess Ningyan also turned her gaze. "Your Highness, it seems there is indeed a flood. I wonder if there are any delicate guests in the room. We should hurry over to take a look." Shun Qingji feigned concern, yet a smirk lingered in her eyes. Though she did not understand why Wu Mama had not returned. The plan had succeeded. Pei Jinyu had always looked down upon her, trying to sabotage her at the Duke's residence. Today, she intended to ruin Pei Jinyu's reputation. As the thick smoke billowed, Su Jianjia finished dressing Pei Jinyu, and the two emerged from the guest room, hiding in the nearby peach grove. While other peach blossoms had already fallen, the blossoms here remained stunningly beautiful. Princess Ningyan and her entourage quickly approached the guest room. A fire had broken out, but the palace guards had extinguished it before their arrival. It was merely a false alarm, and she reassured everyone, "Since there is no trouble, let us not spoil the mood. We shall return to enjoy the flowers." With a long sigh of relief, she prepared to lead everyone away. Suddenly, a cacophony of indecent sounds emerged from the adjacent room. Princess Ningyan halted in her tracks, and the expressions of the ladies soured, glancing around to see who was absent. After surveying the crowd, they realized that the only ones missing were the lady of the marquis and Miss Pei, which stirred their imaginations. Who could be so shameless as to engage in such disgraceful conduct in broad daylight in the palace? "Your Highness, they must not be spared," Shun Qingji declared, her eyes glinting with barely contained malice. Princess Ning and Appos and immediately commanded, "Bring me 2 people." drag the individuals inside out. I wish to see who possesses the audacity to tarnish my palace. Shun Qingji was elated, eagerly anticipating the moment Pei Jinyu would be exposed before everyone. With all eyes upon them, 2 guards strode forward and kicked open the door. Chapter 72. My beloved little treasure. The noble ladies, perplexed, speculated silently about the identity of the person inside. Was it the wife of the Marquis? Or perhaps Miss Pei San? In truth, they leaned more towards Su Jianjia in their hearts. Only Shun Qingji was fully aware, her eyes gleaming with undisguised pride. Without keeping the crowd waiting for long, 2 guards swiftly dragged the individuals from within. Present were Princess Ning'an and many unmarried noble ladies, so the person was covered with clothing to spare them any embarrassment. Upon catching sight of the 2 on the ground, everyone was left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Shun Qingji and Appo's expression was particularly vivid. Her prior pride transformed into shock. Where was Pei Jinyu? How could the person inside be Aunt Wu? Su Jianjia had administered a potent drug. The 2, abruptly interrupted, were still in a dazed state. Aunt Wu's face was flushed, her eyes half closed, emitting incoherent murmurs. The young man, even more dissolute, was consumed by lust, instinctively embracing Aunt Wu and exclaiming, "My beloved little treasure, I truly adore you." Princess Ning'an shot a glance at Shun Qingji, her voice low and disapproving. "Fetch 2 buckets of well water. Let them sober up properly." Isn't this the maid by the young lord's side? A keen-eyed observer recognized Aunt Wu, causing Shun Qingji's face to darken instantly. With a splash, the 2 buckets of icy well water drenched the pair, jolting them awake. Aunt Wu, being older, was slower to react and still struggled to comprehend the situation. "Please don't blame me. We were mutually affectionate, which led to this indiscretion. I shall take responsibility and propose to her shortly, marrying her as my wife," the young man declared, shielding Aunt Wu behind him, not even glancing at her as he addressed the crowd. Everyone wore expressions of incredulity. "Do you wish to reconsider your words?" A fine young gentleman reduced to folly, expressing a desire to wed a woman as aged as a grave. Shun Qingji's countenance darkened further. Was this fool blind to the reality behind him? Had he not uttered such nonsense, she could have deflected the blame onto others. Now all would think him deranged. Princess Ning'an, at a loss for words, was interrupted by a soft voice. "What has transpired? Why is everyone gathered here?" At that moment, Pei Jinyu appeared, one arm linked with Su Jianjia, the other holding a peach blossom, her delicate pink dress enhancing her enchanting beauty as they strolled leisurely toward the gathering. Shun Qingji's eyes blazed with venomous hatred. Surely Su Jianjia was the one who had ruined her plans. The young man's eyes widened in horror, instinctively looking back. Upon encountering Aunt Wu's aged visage, his stomach churned violently, and he could no longer contain himself. He retched. In light of his earlier declarations, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. Who could explain this absurdity to him? Had he not been entwined with Miss Pei San? Why then was he entangled with this old crone? With so many spectators, he wouldn't dare pursue the noble miss of the Duke's household. At this moment, Aunt Wu regained her senses, kneeling before Shun Qingji with a mournful expression. She herself could not fathom how events had spiraled into such chaos. "I happened to overhear a few words. A gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others. Since he is enamored with Aunt Wu and has publicly committed this blunder, perhaps the princess should bless their union. This scandal could transform into a tale of love, preserving the dignity of the young lord's wife, for she is one of her attendants. It wouldn't reflect well if it spread, would it?" Su Jianjia observed the 2 kneeling figures. Pei Jinyu's heart brimmed with animosity towards Shun Qingji, yet she maintained a smile. Sister Su is right. Why not grant them this favor? This incident occurring in the Princess and Appo's palace could tarnish her reputation if it leaked. Her words were unassailable. Yet, the crowd, hearing her suggestion, exchanged glances, their eyes darting back to Su Jianjia, recognizing Princess Ning'an's infatuation with the Marquis. Did she genuinely favor the Marquis's wife? It was evident that Aunt Wu and the young man had been ensnared in a scheme. But who was the target of this plot? Princess Ning'an, feeling unjustly implicated, cast a sidelong glance at Shun Qingji, her voice laced with irony. The proposal from the Marquis and Amp, Oppos, S wife and Miss Pei is splendid. Let us proceed as they suggest. Aunt Wu stiffened, her face draining of color. At her age, such turmoil was unbearable. Her legs trembled with weakness. The young man wore a look of despair. Facing that old hag daily was akin to a death sentence. Seeing their distress, Pei Jinyu felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the Princess and Oppos' decree. Why were they not bowing in gratitude? Reluctantly, they complied. Princess Ning and Oppos, and upon the departure of the onlookers, wore a disapproving frown. Qingji, you have concealed such a matter from me. Look at the mess you've created. Others will suspect me of intending to harm the Su family. And I haven't even acted yet. How infuriating it was that she had to bear the blame for Shun Qingji's missteps. How would her brother Heading perceive her upon learning of this? Shun Qingji seethed with frustration, unable to vent her ire towards Princess Ningen. Gripping her handkerchief tightly, she nearly tore it apart in a rage. It was undoubtedly Su Jianjia's interference that thwarted her plans. She would not let this go unpunished. Rest assured, Princess, you need not involve yourself further. Just observe my actions. I shall ensure this wretched girl is dealt with. Chapter 73. You may stab me as many times as you wish. Upon hearing her words, Princess Ningen felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Please stop, she implored. I have my own plans regarding this matter. If you cannot even deal with a bothersome little sister-in-law, what can I expect you to achieve? If she merely stays out of my way, I would consider it a blessing. Shun Qingji pouted in displeasure, feeling the Princess and Oppos' lack of faith in her. Just wait and see. She was determined to succeed in this endeavor, hoping to earn the Princess and Oppos' respect. With an excuse, she parted ways with Princess Ning and Oppos. Sister Su, I truly owe you my gratitude this time. Without you, I wouldn't know how to handle this. Pei Jinyu confessed, still trembling at the thought of that loathsome man. The mere image of him sent shivers down her spine. She could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her had it not been for Sister Su. The two women arrived at a pavilion, where Pei Jinyu clutched Su Jinjia and Oppos' arm tightly, noticing her own trembling. Su Jinjia gently reassured her, and Oppos' all over now. You handled the situation admirably. Pei Jinyu's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded vigorously. Su Jinjia instructed Qianyu to brew a pot of tea to calm her nerves. After sipping the warm beverage, Pei Jinyu finally felt a semblance of warmth return to her body. Her two maidservants had been located, but they had been detained. Upon seeing Mama Wu and the young man, they quickly grasped the situation. Big sister, you truly made it easy for me to find you, one of them remarked. Just then, Su Wanner shamelessly approached them. Upon noticing Pei Jinyu's presence, Su Wanner subtly furrowed her brow. Might I request a moment of privacy with my sister? She asked politely, bowing slightly to Pei Jinyu. Pei Jinyu harbored no fondness for her and turned to Su Jinjia, seeking her opinion. Knowing that Su Jinjia's relationship with Shun Qingji was also strained, she felt a twinge of concern. Jinyu, you're fine. Go ahead, Su Jinjia replied with a gentle smile, aware that Su Wan and Oppos had ulterior motives. The princess had orchestrated this from the beginning, intending to use Su Wan and Oppos against her. Su Jinjia was curious to witness the extent of the princess and Oppos' cunning. Be careful, Sister Su. I will be nearby. Just call if you need me, Pei Jinyu said, still worried. Su Jinjia nodded, and with reluctance, Pei Jinyu left, glancing back several times. Speak your mind. No need to hold back, Su Jinjia said, her demeanor cool as she cast a glance at Su Wan and Oppos. Big sister, father, mother, and I, we truly acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us just this once. You are now the lady of the Marquis. After all, we are family, and we cannot allow others to mock us. It would tarnish your reputation, and not to mention, Ayin is still young and needs support, Su Wan and Oppos pleaded, tears streaming down her face. I will kneel before you. Suddenly raising her voice, she dropped to her knees before Su Jinjia. Su Jinjia looked down at her, unimpressed by her act. Your theatrics won't work on me. If you wish to kneel, then do so properly. Otherwise, it's simply an eyesore, she retorted. A flicker of malice crossed Sue Wainer and Amp. Amp, Oppos, eyes, but she continued to wail. Big sister, what must I do for your forgiveness? Just say the word, and I shall comply. Oh, Sue Jianjia rested her chin on her hand, her gaze piercing. Seeing you annoys me. Would you kindly disappear from my sight? Vile wretch, why one in Oppos? Do you just die? Sue Wainer seethed internally, while her face remained a mask of despair. I have come sincerely to apologize. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. In a surprising turn, she pulled a dagger from her bosom. Sue Jianjia sprang to her feet. What are you trying to do? Qian Yu and Qing Yu quickly stepped in front of her. You misunderstand me. I have no intention of harming my big sister. Sue Wan and Amp, Oppos, rushed to explain, forcibly placing the dagger in Sue Jianjia and Amp, Oppos' hand. If you're still unsatisfied, stab me a few times. Yes, you. I will not utter a single complaint. This unexpected move left Sue Jianjia momentarily stunned. Come on, big sister. Stab me as many times as you wish. Su Fianxia, realizing the absurdity of the situation, would not be so foolish as to hand over such leverage. Big sister, if you desire my life, then very well. I shall grant it. Suddenly, Sue Wainer raised her voice, charging towards Sue Jianjia and the dagger in her hand. The princess was right. Wealth and honor come through risk. Today, she wagered her life, hoping to ruin Sue Jianjia's reputation. If she miraculously survived, untold riches awaited her. In a flash, Sue Jianjia comprehended her intentions and instinctively recoiled. What are you doing, Sue Jianjia? Just then, Shun Qingji appeared at the most opportune moment. As Sue Jianjia retreated, her eyes flashed with cold determination. She collided forcefully with Shun Qingji, while Sue Wan and Amp, Oppos, driven by madness, continued her pursuit, aiming for the dagger in Sue Jianjia and Amp, Oppos' grasp. What do you intend? Get away from me. Shun Qingji, enraged, instinctively pushed Sue Wainer away. Seizing that moment, Sue Jianjia deftly evaded. Sue Wainer, caught off guard, lost her balance and tumbled down the stairs. The pavilion was built atop an artificial hill, rising several meters high, with treacherous steps winding downwards. Sue Wan and Amp, Oppos, fell down the stairs, the back of her head striking the ground with a sickening thud, blood oozing out in a shocking display. Shun Qingji was momentarily taken aback. Sister Sue, are you all right? Pei Jinyu, having heard the commotion, rushed over. Upon her arrival, Sue Jianjia wore a cold smile, pointing an accusing finger at Shun Qingji. Lady of the Air, I know you harbor ill feelings towards me, but must you take it out on my younger sister? How cruel of you to push her from such a height. Do you seek her life? Chapter 74. A Life for a Life, as Pei Jinyu supported Sue Jianjia. Sue Jianjia discreetly slipped something into her hand. The chilling sensation startled her, and she glanced sharply at Sue Jianjia before promptly concealing it. No, it wasn't Oppos, Timi. I did not. Although Shun Qingji was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, she had never stained her hands with blood. And now she found herself in a state of panic. How can you claim innocence? How did my second sister fall, then? Sue Jianjia forced out a few tears, crying out, second sister, as she rushed toward Sue Wan and Amp, Oppos, She had witnessed everything clearly. Sue Wan and Amp, Oppos, had plummeted from such a height. Landing headfirst, she was undoubtedly dead. Sister-in-law, this is your doing. Pei Jinyu cast a cold glance at Shun Qingji, following closely behind Sue Jianjia as they descended. Indeed, by the time Sue Jianjia reached Sue Wainer and Oppos' side, she had already lost all breath, her corpse a pitiful sight, bruised and battered, her hollow eyes wide open in a final gaze of despair. Second sister, please don't die. Second aunt and the others are waiting for you to return home. Ignoring the blood-staining Sue Wainer's body, she rushed forward to embrace her and wept bitterly. Although everyone had been separated for the flower viewing, they all gathered around the starlight platform. Her cries quickly drew a crowd. Why is there so much blood? What happened to Miss Sue? A group of noble ladies surrounded them, each one visibly shaken. It is the young master's wife. She harbors resentment towards me and pushed my second sister from the pavilion. Su Jinjia sobbed, her expression one of utter heartbreak. No one dared to engage with such an accusation. One was the wife of the Marquis of Chongning, and the other was his sister. Who would dare offend either of them? Shun Qingji followed them down, her face twisted with anger. Su Jinjia, you lie. I never intended to push Su Wan'er. I meant to push you. With so many eyes upon her, she refrained from voicing the latter part of her thought. I saw it with my own eyes. How could there be any doubt? You are the one who caused my second sister's demise. Su Jinjia accused Shun Qingji vehemently. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial, and she had to be grateful to Shun Qingji for providing the perfect opportunity to shift the blame and implicate her. I also witnessed it. It was indeed the young master's wife who pushed the second young lady. Qin Yu and Qin Yu chimed in, tears streaming down their faces. You are her maidservants. Naturally, you would speak in her defense. Your words hold no weight. Shun Qingji quickly regained her composure. After all, she was merely the daughter of a minor official. Even if she were guilty, it was imperative that she did not bear the title of a murderer. While they argued, the crowd remained confused about the truth of the matter. Pei Jinyu stepped forward. I also saw it. It was my sister-in-law who pushed Miss Su, she stated boldly, meeting Shun Qingji and Amp, Oppo's, gaze head-on. What of Su Jinjia's words? If Shun Qingji acted with malice first, she cannot complain of injustice in return. Pei Jinyu, have you lost your mind? Shun Qingji and Oppo's face changed dramatically with rage, wishing she could slay Pei Jinyu with her glare. Did she really not understand the stakes? Dragging her into this would offer her no benefit. The crowd raised their eyebrows, glancing at Pei Jinyu. After all, Shun Qingji was her sister-in-law, and her testimony lent credibility to the situation. Princess Ning and Oppo's awaited news and brightened upon seeing Granny Wei hurriedly enter. Had the situation escalated? Granny Wei shook her head and leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing Princess Ning and Oppo's, and fumed at Shun Qingji and Oppo's as foolishness. Did I not instruct her to do nothing? She rushed to the scene with the physician. The young master's wife has killed my second sister. I implore the princess to seek justice for her. Su Jinjiao moaned, her expression one of deep sorrow. Shun Qingji attempted to speak, but Princess Ning and Oppo's silenced her with a glare, insisting that the physician assess the situation first. Only then did Su Jinjiao release her hold on Su Wan'er. The physician quickly assessed the situation and delivered his verdict. Your Highness, this young lady fell from a height and is beyond saving. His words corroborated Su Jinjia's earlier claims. A life for a life. The princess is just and fair. I beseech you to seek justice for my second sister. Su Jinjiao lamented, her grief palpable. With the arrival of Princess Ning and Oppo's, and Shun Qingji felt a sense of clarity return. You accuse me of causing the death of Miss Su. It is you who bears the guilt. I witnessed you wielding a dagger, intent on killing her. It was only when she sought to evade you that she fell from such a height, meeting a tragic end. Princess Ning and Oppo's subtly regarded her with approval, relieved that she had not completely lost her wits, understanding the need to steer the narrative back on course. She instructed someone to retrieve the dagger that had belonged to Su Wan'er. Even if it was not found on Su Jinjia, it would be nearby. As long as they could locate the weapon, it would serve as proof of her guilt. Lady of the Marquis, is what Miss Qingji says true? Her tone was grave, laden with authority. Your Highness, inquire of her, and she will surely deny it. That dagger is hidden on her person, and a simple search will reveal it. Shun Qingji, emboldened, sensed the tide turning in her favor. Su Jinjia remained composed. What dagger? I have never seen one. This is the Princess and Oppo's palace. Do you think the guards are incompetent enough to allow weapons inside? Her argument was sound. Your Highness, you have witnessed this. Even now, she dares to feign innocence. Let search be conducted. I stake my life on it. That dagger must be on her. Bring her forth, commanded Princess Ningen. And two maidservants approached Su Jinjia with impassive expressions. My apologies, Lady of the Marquis, they said, gesturing her to follow. All the noble ladies turned their eyes upon her. Unfazed, she met Shun Qingji and Oppose. S gazed defiantly. If I bear no dagger, does that not prove that it was indeed the young masteress wife who pushed my second sister? She seeks to slander me. Impossible. That dagger must be on you. Shun Qingji shrieked, her voice rising in desperation. Yet, Su Jianjia and Oppose. S words were not directed at her. Her unwavering gaze was fixed on Princess Ning and Oppose, and seeking her stance on the matter. Princess Ning and Oppose, and noted Shun Qingji and Oppose, as certainty and, after a moment in Oppose, as contemplation, decided to echo her sentiments. Thank you, Your Highness, Su Jianjia smiled appreciatively. Lady of the Marquis, please. The maidservants gestured for her to proceed. Sister Su, Page and you looked on with concern. Do not worry. I am unharmed, Su Jianjia reassured her with a calming smile, turning to follow the maidservants. If it meant placing the murder charge upon Shun Qingji. It was a simple search. The princess may command a search of my lady's person, but it must be sanctioned by His Majesty. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared. Chapter 75. When two can only preserve one, everyone was taken aback. Why had the Marquis of Chongning arrived? Even Su Jianjia was quite surprised. Was it yet another coincidence? Unlike the uncontainable joy displayed by Princess Ning and Oppose, and Shun Heading and Oppose, S gaze was immediately fixated on him. Su Jianjia furrowed her brow slightly. She had meticulously planned to pin the murder on Shun Qingji after a simple search. After all, he was Shun Qingji and Amp, Oppose, his elder brother. Would he truly betray her in such a significant matter? His words were unmistakably clear. Princess Ning and Amp, Oppose, and was not worthy of searching Su Jianjia. A sharp pang of jealousy pierced through Princess Ning and S' heart, as if it were being pricked by needles. Heading, dear brother, as companions of the Crown Prince. Both Princess Ning and Oppose, and then the Crown Prince shared the same mother, the Empress, and had grown up together. This is for Xi and Oppose, or S' sake, she insisted. Miss Su was pushed down, and the Marquis and Oppose. S' wife firmly believes it was Xi and Oppose, or who did it. This is the only way to clear her name. Although her words seemed to explain her actions to Shun Heading, in truth, she was shifting a dilemma onto him. In a situation where only one could be saved. Would he protect his sister or the lowly Su family? Su Jianjia was not oblivious to Princess Ning and S' intentions. She remained unfazed, for she bore no hidden daggers. What harm would a search do? It would merely embarrass a Shun Heading. My lord, I am willing to restore the Marquis, S' wife's honor, she declared promptly. Shun Heading regarded her with a profound gaze. Standing there, she was neither servile nor arrogant, her tone composed. She claimed to be admiring flowers with those noble women, yet was consistently marginalized. I reiterate, to search my wife, one must have the Emperor's decree. A sudden tenderness flickered within him, despite Xiao Zhan's inability to protect her closely. He was no fool. After all, Xiao Zhan had already sent word that he was nearby, having been at their family estate. Su Jianjia looked up at him, realizing he still cared deeply about his reputation. Second brother, what would a search accomplish? Would it cost you any flesh? Do you wish to see me branded with the crime of murder? Shun Qingji was utterly exasperated. Why did her brother repeatedly shield Su Jianjia? She was his biological sister, yet she seemed to be less valued than this outsider. Had Pei Zhongqing shown her such protection, she would not have needed to confront Pei Jinyu. Princess Ningen was taken aback by his fierce defense of Su Jianjia. Her heart ached with bitterness. Heading, you must consider Zhe. Shun Heading cast a detached glance at her, devoid of any superfluous expression. Though accustomed to warfare, he was well aware of the clandestine intrigues of the inner court. His gaze fell upon Shun Qingji. I ask you, what truly transpired? Shun Qingji was inherently afraid of him. Her complexion paled. Second brother, do you not trust me? She was the one wielding the dagger, intending to kill Miss Su. I only pushed her in self-defense when she lunged at me, not realizing she would evade and cause Su Weiner to fall instead. It was an accident. To uncover the truth, a mere search would not suffice. Xiao Zhan, investigate based on their previous positions. It will reveal who truly pushed Miss Su. Even without her confession, Shun Heading had ways to discern the truth. Xiao Zhan nodded, acknowledging. I am aware of their prior positions. Pei Jinyu stepped forward. Although she harbored no affection for Shun Qingji, she believed the Marquis would not harm Sister Su. Then I shall rely on you. Mississippi, Shun Heading nodded in agreement. Su Jianjia felt like an outsider, raising her eyes to glance at him. This indeed seemed a sound plan. As Pei Jinyu followed, Xiao, Zhan a few steps. Shun Qingji could no longer maintain her composure. Desperate, she cast a pleading look at Princess Ning and Amp, Oppose, and who merely averted her gaze. At this moment, what good would it do? Her eyes momentarily flicked to Su Jianjia, where a fleeting glint of malice appeared. Heading had initially rejected her peace charm, which she had entrusted to Shun Qingji, only to have it returned later. He was famously indifferent to women. She had assumed he treated all alike. Yet, his protection of this Su family member was alarming. Shun Qingji could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes reddening as she cried out, "Second brother, I did not mean it." Su Jianjia charged at me with a dagger. I thought she meant to kill me and pushed her away. I didn't anticipate she would dodge and cause Su Weiner to collide with her. It was an accident, I swear. Hearing this, Shun Heading turned to the bloodied Su Weiner, feeling a disconcerting chill. Despite being a general who had traversed countless battlefields, witnessing far worse carnage, this scene struck him with an unsettling fear. Had Jur not faltered, had she not dodged, it would have been her lying lifeless on the ground. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Jianjia's eyes. Shun Qingji's own admission was a significant turn of events. How would Shun Heading choose to deal with this? Would he dismiss it with it was unintentional and compensate Su Jianjia's family? Or would he take a stand for justice? Second brother, I truly did not mean it. As for Su Weiner's death, a compensation to the Su family would suffice. After all, Su Jianjia's father holds a minor official position. He wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus. Shun Qingji argued. Princess Ningen, with a gentle tone, added, Heading, look at how frightened Jur is. Since this was merely an accident, I shall personally appease the Su family. Let us consider this matter closed, for no one desired this outcome. Su Jianjia and Amp, Oppose, S objective had been achieved. She surmised that Shun Heading would prefer to settle matters peacefully. However, murder, even if accidental, still constituted a crime. Guards, take Jir to the Ministry of Justice. She commanded. Unexpectedly, Shun Heading's response was contrary to her expectations. He believed that while accidental murder might not warrant the harshest penalty, it was imperative to rein in her reckless behavior. Today it was Su Weiner who lay dead. Who could guarantee it would not be someone else next time? What? Second brother, you cannot send me to the Ministry of Justice. I am your own sister. No, I refuse. Even Princess Ningen was astonished. Heading, the ministry is no place for her. She is a young lady of noble birth. How could she endure such an ordeal? What would the Duke's household think of her henceforth? Pei Jinyu interjected. What could they think? They already despise her. This would only deepen their disdain. Su Jianjia observed Heading, blinking in surprise. She did not harbor the delusion that his actions were for her sake. He likely intended to teach Shun Qingji a lesson. It was evident he was not unconcerned about her. Unmoved, Shun Heading persisted, sending Shun Qingji to the Ministry of Justice despite her unwillingness. Princess Ning and Oppose, and arranged for Su Weiner and Oppose's body to be taken back. With matters escalating thus, the onlookers lost interest in the flower viewing and began to disperse. Sister Su, once outside the palace, Pei Jinyu hurriedly caught up with Su Jianjia, discreetly returning the item Su Jianjia had given her while linking arms. Since Shun Heading had arrived, they were bound to share a carriage. Throughout the journey, both remained silent. Su Jianjia awaited Shun Heading's inquiry, while only he knew what he was waiting for. It was not until they reached the capital that Shun Heading finally broke the silence. Where's the item? Chapter 76. This is the first and last time Su Jianjia suddenly raised her eyes, and he knew, in her moment of astonishment, Shun Heading had already extended his hand towards her. Su Jianjia retrieved the dagger from her sleeve and placed it into his palm. Since he was aware of the dagger's presence on her person, he could naturally surmise other matters as well, and she awaited his inquiries. Yet, Shun Heading asked nothing. He idly toyed with the dagger in his hand, his expression inscrutable, oscillating between joy and anger. Su Jianjia cast a glance at him, lowering her gaze. Was he preparing to settle the score with her once they returned home? But what fall had she committed? Should she merely wait for others to conspire against her? Until the carriage halted at the gates of the Marquis and Apo's residence, Shun Heading remained silent, stepping down from the carriage first. As Su Jianjia rose to disembark, a broad hand reached out. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped it. Shun Heading assisted her down from the carriage and then fixed his gaze upon her, assuring her that he would handle the matter properly and that such incidents would not recur. The sharpness Su Jianjia had held began to soften with his words. Heading, Zhi'er is your own sister. Why did you send her to the Ministry of Justice's prison? I won't stand for this. You must go fetch Zhi'er back immediately. The old lady had already received word, and as they disembarked, Mama Su was there to support her. And you too. What harm would it do to show Xi and Amp, Apos, or a little leniency? She shot a furious glare at Su Jianjia. Shun Heading instinctively shielded her behind him. Mother, do not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own judgments. Besides, why should others accommodate her? After saying this, he turned to Su Jianjia, instructing her to return to Tinjiuxuan. Su Jianjia nodded, bowed to the old lady, and entered the Marquis and Amp, Apo's residence with Qianyue and Qingyu. Behind them, the old lady and Apo's anxious voice rang out. I do not care what your judgments are. You must go and bring Xi and Apo's, back at once, or I shall accompany her to the Ministry of Justice myself. Shun Heading stepped forward to support the old lady, and only when they returned to Qiubai Courtyard did he speak meaningfully. At today's flower banquet, Xi and Apo's, had plotted to tarnish another and Apo's reputation. The old lady paused to consider. Zhi'er, aside from harboring disdain for Su Jianjia, had a particular aversion to her little aunt, who was rumored to be in the midst of courtship. Shun Heading could see that she had deduced the truth. Mother, now do you understand? I act for Xi and Amp, Apos, sake. With her shallow schemes, who could she possibly deceive? This matter will not be leaked from the Duke's residence, but we must also take a stance. Why must it be her maid entangled with that person? It is evident to all. Xi and Amp, Apos, is being foolish. The old lady stopped clamoring for Shun Heading to fetch Shun Qingji. Upon returning to his study, Shun Heading found a box and placed the dagger inside, then summoned Xiao Zhan. You shall personally deliver this to Princess Ning and Apos, and then convey this message. This is the first and last time. Why did she invite the daughter of a 6th-rank official today? The dagger appeared ordinary, yet it was crafted within the inner court. Did she truly believe he was unaware of her intentions? Meanwhile, Su Jianjia had returned to Tinjiuxuan. Qianyue and Qingyu, upon learning that Shun Heading had taken the dagger, felt a sense of unease. Miss, do you think the Marquis will hand the dagger to the Ministry of Justice, thereby rescuing the young master's wife? Miss, we cannot dismiss this possibility. We must prepare in advance, they urged. Su Jianjia smiled, skimming the surface of her tea with a lid, sipping a mouthful. No, he would have done so already if that were the case. On her way back, she had already comprehended Shun Heading's motives for sending Shun Qingji to the Ministry of Justice. He must have guessed who orchestrated the matter involving Mama Wu and that man, as well as who she sought to harm. He aimed to quell the anger from the Duke's residence. Yu would certainly not confide in anyone else. Would she dare keep secrets from her own mother? The Duke's residence had only this one legitimate daughter, and not to mention, the Duchess was a woman of intolerable temperament. She would never let this matter rest easily. Only then did the two breathe a sigh of relief. Qingyu pondered, Miss, I presume that the second young lady's body has already been sent back. Should I advise them? Su Jianjia and Amp, Apos, smile deepened. No need. Those in the second branch are adept at preying on others. They are in a desperate situation now, and to them, Shun Qingji is no different from a fat sheep awaiting slaughter. They do not require our counsel. Besides, they're not lacking in advisors. Even though she had driven out the second branch, to outsiders, one cannot write 2 Su characters in a single stroke. Should the members of the second branch cause a ruckus, the old lady would undoubtedly hold a grudge against her. In Luoyuan residence, Mu Yinshu would not let this rare opportunity slip by. She anticipated that today's flower banquet would not be tranquil. Shun Qingji and Princess Ningen, Both viewed Su Jianjia as a thorn in their sides. It was a pity that she had escaped a calamity. She whispered a few words to Shi'er, immediately dispatching her to act. Compared to her own daughter, what was she? This adopted daughter-in-law? Indeed, upon returning to the Duke's residence, Pei Jinyu's first action was to seek out the Duchess. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, bursting into tears as she threw herself into the Duchess and Appo's embrace. "Mother, today you almost lost your daughter." The Duchess was taken aback. "What happened to you, my dear? Why do you speak in such a manner? Tell your mother everything." Pei Jinyu sobbed, relaying the entire incident to the Duchess. Upon hearing it, the Duchess was furious. "What a wicked Shun Qingji. I was just contemplating that Yunshu's matter was indeed a bit excessive, and I would send Zheng Qing to call her back in a few days. I never expected she would dare to harm you in such a way. My precious daughter, thankfully you escaped this ordeal today. Otherwise, I would have to confront her fiercely." The Duchess, still shaken, embraced Pei Jinyu tightly, her eyes clouded with dread. Pei Jinyu, leaning against her mother, could not help but shed more tears. "Mother, it was all thanks to Sister Su that I remain unharmed. You do not know that Shun Qingji sought to conspire against Sister Su." Upon hearing this, the Duchess reflected. "I did not realize that the Marquis and Appo's wife is indeed a good person. We owe her a great debt of gratitude, one that cannot go unrepaid. Today was a calculated affair, yet beyond Su Jianjia, he Ting still protect her so." The more Princess Ningyan thought about it after returning to the palace, the angrier she became. All of this is Shun Qingji's fault. Had she not acted recklessly, today's events would not have transpired. The loaning Marquis sent someone to deliver a message. "Does the princess wish to meet?" She was in a fit of rage when Wei Mama came to report. Princess Ningyan's eyes brightened. "Quickly let them in." When Xiao Zhan entered, her frown lifted, for she realized that He Ting still cared for her. Chapter 77. Was he warning her? What did Brother Heading send? Princess Ningyan eagerly inquired, her gaze fixated on the brocade box held by Xiao Zhan. Surely, Brother Heading was aware of her disrupted flower-viewing banquet and had sent something to soothe her. The princess knew at a glance. Xiao Zhan presented it with both hands. Granny Wei accepted it and handed it to Princess Ningyan. Without delay, she opened it. The next moment, clang. The brocade box slipped from her grasp and fell heavily to the ground, the dagger inside tumbling out as well. Granny Wei was startled. "Princess, are you all right?" Princess Ningyan stared intently at the dagger on the ground, instantly recognizing it as the very one she had instructed someone to give to Su Wan'er. What did Brother Heading mean by this? Xiao Zhan respectfully stated, "The Lord instructed me to convey a message to the princess. This is the first and the last time." Princess Ningyan abruptly lifted her gaze to him, her face alternating between shades of green and white. This, Brother Heading knew everything. He knew of her intent to use Su Wan'er's life as leverage, aside from Su Jianjia. He was warning her. After speaking, Xiao Zhan turned to leave. Princess Ning and Appo's expression darkened as she glared at the dagger on the floor. She first burst into laughter, only for tears to follow, realizing that Brother Heading had come to warn her about a mere harbinger of misfortune. Did he still hold any regard for her? "Do not cry, princess." The Lord was simply momentarily confused. "Time will reveal his true feelings for you," Granny Wei comforted her. Momentarily confused? Brother Heading would not be so easily misled. It was she who had undoubtedly enticed him with some underhanded scheme. Princess Ning and Appo's, and clutched Granny Wei and Appo's sleeve tightly. "I want her dead." She could see that Brother Heading treated her differently. Earlier that day, Su Jiaojiao had caused a stir at the Imperial Academy, this time targeting Su Wen rather than Su Yan. After several days of evasion, Su Wen had finally provoked her ire. "Su Wen, come out. You promised to marry me. You've left me with child and instructed me to frame Su Yan to tarnish his reputation. Now you wish to deny it?" While Su Jiaojiao made a scene during lunch, Su Wen cowered like a turtle, unwilling to show himself. Yet, his absence mattered little. Everyone believed him to be the one scheming against Su Yan, and wherever he went, people pointed fingers at him. Fearing for Su Yan's safety at the Imperial Academy, Su Jianjia had dispatched people to keep watch outside. When news of the incident reached her, not only she, But even Qing Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Su Jianjia and Amp, Appo's spirits lifted, yet she was determined to expel Su Wan from the academy. And this was far from sufficient. Qian used more silver to expedite their search and bring him back. Although the old lady had been persuaded by Shun Heading, she remained deeply concerned for Shun Qingji. The Ministry of Justice in Appo's prison was no place for anyone to endure. She instructed Mama Su to prepare ample food and supplies to send to Shun Qingji, but Shun Heading intercepted her. He ordered Mama Su not to disclose this matter to the old lady, who remained oblivious, believing Mama Su had delivered the items. Shun Qingji had been in the prison for only half a day and was already on the brink of despair. Outside, the weather had warmed, yet the prison remained cold and dreary, particularly at night. The chilling winds seeped into her bones, and in the pitch-black darkness, she felt an unsettling presence behind her. During dinner, the prison warden brought her a bowl of thin porridge. Accustomed to delicacies, she turned her nose up at it and angrily tossed it to the ground, unaware that this was a rare treat arranged specifically for her by the warden. "Mother, where are you? Have you abandoned me? Please come and save me. I'm so scared," she sobbed, hugging her knees on the filthy floor, crying until her voice was hoarse. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced her ears, freezing her in fear. Before she could discern what it was, she felt something bite her leg. Her scream shattered the silence as she instinctively grabbed the furry creature. A rat. There and Amp, Appo's rat. "Someone help." As she shrieked, the plump rodent bit her hand, prompting her to leap in terror and release it. Given her noble status, the warden merely glanced at her and remarked, "Lady, it's just a rat. What is there to be alarmed about? Haven't you seen one before? They even eat people." His words did little to soothe her. Let me out. My second brother is the Marquis of Chongning. You must release me." Shun Qingji screamed frantically, her heart filled with venomous hatred for Su Jianjia and her ruthless second brother. "Without orders from above, I cannot release you. Please endure a little longer," the warden replied before departing. "Come back. Let me out." On the ground, a few rats scurried to feast on the food she had discarded. Incessantly squeaking, she knelt on the floor, crying, waving her sleeves in a futile attempt to shoo them away, gagging at the thought of them having consumed human flesh. Although Su Jinjiao was unaware of Shun Heading and Appo's persuasion of the old lady, she felt immense joy just thinking about Shun Qingji suffering in the prison. That night, Shun Heading returned early, as if since their conversation, he no longer stayed up late. The two lay together on a couch, a dim candle and Amp, Appo's light filtering through the sheer curtains, casting a faint glow. Neither spoke. As Su Jinjia drifted into a light slumber, Shun Heading and Amp, Appo's voice broke the silence. "Today, you suffered because of me. I have sent the dagger back to Princess Ning'an as a warning." His tone was not as cold as during the day. It carried a subtle warmth. Startled, Su Jianjia opened her eyes, having been lying with her back to him. She turned to meet his gaze, which was as deep and dark as obsidian, revealing emotions that were hard to decipher. "Do you have nothing to ask me?" "It and Amp, Appo's. It's getting late. We should sleep," Shun Heading replied softly. Once again, Su Jianjia turned away, unable to suppress a smile that curled at the corners of her lips. No matter the circumstances, this man behind her always seemed to protect her. This feeling was unfamiliar yet delightful, so much so that it was easy to become entranced. The next day, while dawn in Appo's light barely broke, Su Jianjia remained in slumber, and Shun Heading had yet to rise. "Lord, madam, are you awake?" The Su family had sent a coffin to the Marquis's front gate, and a mourning pavilion had already been erected, accompanied by several hired mourners. What were they to do? Suddenly, a frantic knocking echoed as the steward rushed in, nearly at his wit's end. Chapter 78. They intend to send us all away. Shun Heading was the first to awaken, casting a glance at Su Jinjia, who still lay with her eyes shut, assuming she was still asleep. He carefully descended from the bed. Just as he donned his robe, he turned to find Su Jinjia sitting up. "Your Grace." Shun Heading noted her disheveled appearance, suggesting it was still early. "You should rest a little longer. I shall go and check." Su Jinjia shook her head. suspecting that someone had already approached the old matriarch to instigate trouble. With Shun Qingji already married, she was now perceived as a member of the Pei family. If Su Jianjia's relatives wished to cause a disturbance, they should have gone to the Pei household. However, they had audaciously brought Su Wanner's coffin to the Shun residence, evidently guided by someone with sinister motives. Shun Jianliang was still an official in court. What was he hoping to gain from this uproar? Merely wealth. Woe is me. Return to me Wanner's life. For a life taken, I demand the life of the young lord's wife in return. The streets remained eerily quiet before dawn, yet Meng's wailing pierced the stillness. Upon opening the door, Su Jianjia was met with her mournful cries, accompanied by a chorus of lamentation that felt ominously unsettling. Your Grace, my lady, should we not have them driven away? Shen Heading stepped out behind her, the steward appearing as if he had seen a savior. Su Jianjia intended to voice her desire to investigate first, but before she could speak, Su Mama arrived. Madam, the old matriarch requests your immediate presence. In Bai courtyard, she reassured her grandmother, do not worry, Annie, not only is she a legitimate daughter of our household, but she is also the young lord and Amp Appo's wife. The officials from the Ministry of Justice would not dare to trouble her. As for those outside from the Su family, once mother arrives, she will surely persuade them to leave, given she is also a daughter of the Su family. Have faith. Shun Qingji remained imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, causing the old matriarch to fret even more, especially with the commotion outside. Shun Jue was attempting to console her. Given the events of yesterday, the old matriarch had already grown resentful of Su Jianjia. Upon her entrance, she snapped, Jianjia, hurry and send those people outside away. If they continue their wailing, I shall surely perish from their noise. Sister-in-law, please endure a bit longer. With Heading's wife addressing the matter, I believe they will depart soon. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Auntie, with my sister-in-law present, there is no cause for concern. It is simply that the Su family has gone too far. Our Qingji did not intend for this to happen. They even positioned the coffin at the main gate of the residence, which is an ill omen. Once they leave, we must conduct a proper ritual to dispel the negativity. Just as Su Jianjia arrived, Qin Shi entered, supporting He Shi. Listening to their remarks, it was clear they were there to exacerbate the situation. The old matriarch and Appo's complexion darkened further upon hearing them, and Shun Heading, accompanying Su Jianjia, was advised by her. Do not involve yourself in this matter, lest others accuse our household of using our influence to intimidate. It would be unwise to leave any room for gossip. She continued to urge Su Jianjia, hurry. I can hardly bear the noise from outside. Auntie, my sister-in-law is now the head of our household. She is more than capable of handling this minor issue. Please, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Qin Shi dutifully poured tea and handed it to the old matriarch. Yes, I shall go at once. Su Jianjia and Appo's eyes glimmered with derision. Both Shun Jie and Qin Shi were fervently fawning over her, downplaying the severity of the situation, while the second branch of the family were indeed vampires, not easily satisfied without extracting blood. If she failed to resolve this, it would reflect poorly on her capabilities. Who knew what they might say next? Shun Heading accompanied her out of Bai courtyard. I shall accompany you to see. Su Jianjia was taken aback. The old matriarch had expressly forbidden his involvement. Your Grace, Mother is correct. It is not suitable for you to intervene. Father, Grandmother has something to say to you. Before she could finish, Shun Jue caught up, clearly intent on preventing Shun Heading from assisting her. Your Grace, you should go. Su Jianjia thought similarly. The more chaos Meng and the others created, the worse Shun Qingji's reputation would become. Surely, the Duchess must be aware of the situation by now. Given Shun Qingji's actions against Pei Jinyu, she would not remain passive. A mourning canopy had been erected at the entrance of the residence, starkly white and eye-catching, with Su Wan and Appo's coffin displayed within. As Su Jianjia arrived with Qianyu and Qingyu, the mournful cries of Wan and Appo's, my Wan and Appo's, you died so wrongfully, filled the air. Sister, dear sister, brother cannot bear to lose you. Rest assured, I shall ensure the one who harmed you pays with their life. Ming and Su Wan wailed dramatically, surrounded by others clad in white, sobbing in a hauntingly rhythmic manner, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Second aunt, What purpose does your crying serve? The Lord has already delivered justice by sending the young lord's wife to the ministry of justice. The case is in their hands, and you must go there for any resolution. If you do not know where the ministry is, I can send someone to guide you. Moreover, since our sister has departed, it is time to allow her to rest in peace. Carrying her around only disturbs her spirit. Su Jinjia did not invoke her status as the young lord and amp, Appo's wife, but instead offered gentle counsel. Noticing that Su Jianliang had yet to arrive, a cold smile flickered in her eyes. Her uncle seemed still hopeful for promotion. Upon seeing her, Su Wen charged towards Su Jinjia, grabbing at her collar. Su Fianfia, do not forget that Waner is also your sister. What nonsense are you spewing? I heard you were present when Waner died. Did you conspire with Shun Qingji to harm her? Now that she is gone, you Yuan Ti escape unscathed. I shall fight you. His resentment towards Su Jinjia had long been brewing. Had she not expelled them, they wouldn't have fallen to such depths. He swung a fist at her fiercely. My lady, Qin Yu, and Qin Yu rushed to shield her. But it was too late. Su Wen's arm was seized from behind, preventing him from even grazing Su Jinjia's clothing, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch! Who dares to lay hands on me? Help! Help! Someone trying to kill me. Upon witnessing Su Wen's misfortune, Meng ceased her wailing and lunged at Su Jinjia, intent on fighting. Your Grace, what brings you here? Su Jinjia looked at Shun Heading in surprise. Upon hearing her words, Su Wen trembled in terror. Your Grace. Both he and Meng turned pale, incredulous at Shun Heading's presence, having assumed Su Jinjia was disregarded by her family. She is not only a daughter of your Su family, but also my wife. Shun Heading and Amp, Appo's tone was calm as he released his grip on Su Wen. Before him, Su Wen and Meng dared not act brazenly. My one and Amp, Appo's died so unjustly. I implore you, your Grace, to uphold justice for us. We cannot allow the murderer to escape simply because she is your sister. Meng and Amp, Appo's voice was hoarse from crying. Su Jinjia bristled at these words. How could her second aunt speak such nonsense? Well, had the Lord ever shielded the young lord and Appo's wife? Such lowly people were unworthy of tarnishing his reputation. Meng faltered, while Su Wen, emboldened yet aware of the truth, knew that Waner had perished at Shun Qingji's hands. What compensation do you seek? Speak freely. Shun Heading sought to resolve the matter. Su Wen and Meng exchanged heated glances, both sobbing with exaggerated grief. We only wish for the murderer to pay for Waner's life. Otherwise, we shall not leave here. Demanding Shun Qingji's life was utterly impossible. For involuntary manslaughter, the punishment would not be death. At this point, there was little more to discuss. Su Jinjia cast a glance at Shun Heading. Understanding the depths of grief that accompanied the loss of a daughter, it was best to allow her aunt and the others a moment to collect themselves. Once inside the Marquis and Appo's residence, she turned to Shun Heading and said, This matter is best left to the Marquis. Shun Heading paused momentarily, then acquiesced. The old matriarch awaited her good news, while others were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Outside, the wailing grew progressively louder, vexing everyone in the Marquis's household. The old matriarch and Amp, Appo's head throbbed. Upon Su Jinjia and Amp, Appo's arrival, she inquired, What is going on? Why are they not yet departed? Indeed, sister-in-law, you cannot allow your surname Su to cloud your judgment in favor of the Su family. There is a coffin placed prominently at the main entrance, and their incessant lamentations seem intent on sending us all away. Qin took the opportunity to stoke the flames. Shunjie had already gone to the Imperial Academy, leaving only Qin and he and the old matriarch and Amp, Appo's company. He too held her head, stating, To be honest, the noise is giving me quite the headache. Heading into Amp, Appo's wife, I must advise you to discern the closeness of kinship. Should their clamor provoke a headache for the old matriarch, will you be able to bear the consequences? It would not be too difficult to compel them to leave. Su Jinjia leisurely lifted her eyelids, contemplating that they truly believed her to be a soft target. Then why are you not acting swiftly? Have you not observed that Aunt is unable to eat? Qin's tongue was quicker than anyone else's. Did you not hear them clamoring for the young lady of the house to pay with her life? If we acquiesce, they will have no reason to continue their uproar. Absolutely not. What standing does that Sioux girl have, and what of Ji and Appos? Moreover, Ji and Appos did not act with malice. Why should she bear the burden of such a debt? The old matriarch firmly rejected the notion. Chin, standing nearby, interjected with biting sarcasm. After all, she is not your own sister. It is surprising that a sister-in-law would utter such words. Su Jianjia could no longer indulge her. Sister-in-law, given your sharp tongue, why not intervene? They may heed your counsel. Chin and Appos' expression darkened. Why should she be involved? Mother, if you wish for the young lady of the house to avoid such a fate, I have a suggestion. Su Jianjia said slowly, waiting for the others to fall silent. Chapter 79. Is this a stage for a performance? The old lady was in a state of agitation, urging, speak up quickly. The Chin and He families appeared to be spectators, while members of the Su family's second branch were clearly being treated like mere trifles, making it difficult for them to leave. Having lost their daughter, it was imperative to allow the family to express their grievances before retrieving the heiress wife. The Marquis shared this sentiment, which prompted him to send the heiress wife to the criminal department and Appos' prison, aiming to silence the gossip that suggested they, in their lofty positions, disregarded the law. Su Jianjia explained the situation to her, and the old lady was profoundly moved by her words. Her concern for the Su family was irrelevant. All she desired was for Ji and Appos' to return. As for how to resolve the Su family and Appos' grievances, that was no longer her concern. Su Jianjia's eyes glimmered with determination. She had plenty of methods at her disposal. Volnad, maudit Volnad, how unjustly you have perished. Meng and Su Wen resumed their lamentations, joined by others whose wails echoed dramatically. An increasing number of onlookers gathered at the Marquis' gate, though they refrained from voicing their opinions. Just as the morning reached a crescendo, dozens of women streamed from the Marquis and Appos' residence. The first group carrying an array of items, hot tea, food, fruits, and assorted delicacies, creating a dazzling spectacle. Even more astonishing, those who followed bore cushions, while attendants brought in low tables. Their presence was formidable, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. What were they up to? Even Meng, Su Wen, and the other mourners momentarily forgot their grief. Qianyu led the way, her smile capturing the reactions of the onlookers. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed, My lady has said that this situation arises from the heir's wife's transgressions against the Su family. It is only natural for everyone to feel aggrieved. As guests, we must extend proper hospitality, ensuring no one goes hungry. As her words settled, several attendants quickly set up the low tables, and the women arranged the items as if they were offerings. Meng and Su Wen were at a loss for how to respond. Yet this was not the end. Oh, my second daughter Su, your demise is so tragic. After the initial group set everything, the following dozen women placed their cushions on the ground, knelt, and began to wail, their cries surpassing even Meng's sorrow. Meng Suina, what was happening here? How were they stealing their thunder? The onlookers were equally bewildered, having never witnessed such a spectacle in their long lives. Here they were, bringing a coffin to the door, and instead of being chased away, the Marquis' wife was offering food and drink, and even getting her servants to join in the mourning. The professional mourners halted their lamentations, staring longingly at the feast laid out before them. It was no wonder. They had risen early and wept, and now they were ravenous. Qianyu, however, had no time to concern herself with them. She scanned the surroundings as if awaiting someone's arrival. After a moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Is that the Dashing troop? They seem to be heading towards the Marquis' residence. The crowd turned to see the Dashing troop arriving with their full ensemble, beginning to set up a stage. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Are they going to perform? The Marquis' servants rushed forward to assist in the stage construction. Meng and Su Wen were utterly dumbfounded. What was this little wretch, Su Jianjia, planning? Before the stage was even completed, someone called out, I see the Jishan troop coming with their gear as well. Are they also here to perform? Indeed. If anyone has no business here, please stay and enjoy the show, Qianyu declared, turning to Meng and Su Wen. My lady also mentioned that the tragic fate of our second daughter, who met an untimely end, is quite regrettable. As sisters, she has generously invited a renowned troupe from the capital to properly farewell our second daughter. Once the Jixiang troupe arrived, they too began setting up a stage. Before long, the two stages were completed, with Dasheng on the left and Jixiang on the right. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air as both sides began to perform, drowning out all the morning cries. The old lady, a lover of operatic performances, felt her spirits lift as the melodies filled the air, her pain momentarily forgotten. "Su Mama, go outside and see what is happening. Why are they singing?" She even instructed Su Mama to take a look. In the study, Shun Heading heard the distant sounds of singing. Xiao Zhan was reporting on various matters when he furrowed his brow and said, "My lord, why is there singing?" Suddenly, Shun Heading chuckled. "Doesn't my mother love opera? Compared to the disturbing cries, the music is certainly more pleasant to the ears." Xiao Zhan understood, realizing the brilliance of the lady. Not only had she sent food and drink to the Su family, but she also had her servants join in the morning. She truly is remarkable. Shun Heading mused with a smile. No one could rival her wisdom. She has orchestrated everything so thoroughly that, even if this matter spreads, no one could find fault with the Marquis's residence. Observing the lively scene before him, Su Wen felt a deep sense of frustration, thinking it looked as if they were at a market. Meanwhile, Meng was boiling with rage. Her wonder was gone, and yet these people were here to watch a performance. Su Jinjia's south ploy to drive them away was futile. "Miss, I fear that our actions may not compel the second lady and young master one to depart." Qian Yu expressed her concerns. Su Jinjia had cleared a room for herself, busying herself with herbs. "Who said I wanted them to leave? As long as they stayed, Shun Qingji could not return. In fact, she hoped Shun Qingji would suffer a few more days in prison. However, if she were to inform Meng and the others not to leave, they would undoubtedly flee faster than rabbits." She aimed to create the impression that she was trying to drive Meng and her family away, believing this would keep them compliant. But it wouldn't last beyond 3 days. It wasn't that Meng and her family couldn't endure. It was that after a few more days, Su Wen's body would start to decompose. Days passed, and soon it was the 3rd day. The Dasheng and Jixiang troops had been performing outside, while Shun Qingji remained in the criminal department as prison. Likewise, Meng and Su Wen had endured for days, nearly reaching the point of unbearable stench, hardly better than beggars on the streets. After breakfast, the crowd continued to swell, while Su Jinjia and the Marquis's household had not shown their faces again, leaving Meng and Su Wen to suffer outside. Unable to contain herself any longer, Meng forcefully overturned the low table before her, the porcelain shattering with a resounding crack. Silence enveloped the area. "Enough! Stop singing and bring your master out." Meng trembled with rage. Wanner's body was on the verge of decay, and now they were not worried. If she couldn't endure, neither would they. Chapter 80. You should have a Marquis abandon her. When Su Jinjia received the letter, she was at the old lady and Appo's residence. The old lady was having breakfast, and upon hearing the steward and Appo's words, she immediately set down her silver chopsticks. The Su family members were clearly restless. "Jinjia, you must go quickly. As long as they no longer mention having Ji pay with her life, you should agree to whatever demands they make," the old lady urged. Su Jinjia was well aware of the Meng family's intentions. "No need to rush, mother. Whoever is anxious now will only be at a disadvantage." "Very well." The old lady, just thinking that perhaps Ji could return today, finished her meal in high spirits. Su Jinjia poured her another cup of tea. At the door, Meng was growing increasingly impatient, her expression contorted with rage. She overturned the drums used by the theater troupe and shouted at the servants by the entrance, "Where is your mistress? Call her out immediately." Having endured days of hardship without rest, Su Wen was utterly defeated, resembling a wilted eggplant, hoping only to extort some money and return home soon. "Madame Su, please wait a moment. My mistress is having breakfast and will be able to meet you shortly," the steward relayed. Meng and Appo's fury escalated. "Even now, Su Jinjia has the audacity to eat? Is she even human? I don't care. Tell Su Jinjia to come out at once." Or, I will take Wanner's corpse to the Ministry of Justice and demand that Shun Qingji pay for Wanner's life. The steward, having received Su Jianjia's instructions, raised an eyebrow. Bring a few people to escort Madame Su to the Ministry of Justice. Meng, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, "This is infuriating. What do I care about that? Even if Shun Qingji is made to pay for Wanner's life, what of it? They want money, endless, copious amounts of it." Several servants quickly stepped forward to lift Su Wanner's coffin. Seeing this, Su Wan hurriedly tugged at Meng's sleeve. "They are only after wealth. If this goes to the Ministry of Justice, can it end well? Get away. You all stay away. No one is to touch my Wanner." Meng's eyes were bloodshot as she crazily charged at the servants. "Tell Su Jianjia to come out. I am your second aunt. If you do not come out now, you will be disrespectful to your elders." Su Jianjia had anticipated Meng would cause a scene outside. "It's fine. Let her make a fuss until the old lady finishes her tea. Mother, you should meet my second aunt and hear what conditions they propose, so I can gauge the situation." The old lady nodded. When Qian Yuan summoned Meng, she found Meng throwing a fit on the ground. Upon hearing that Su Jianjia wanted to see them, she sprang to her feet. This was Meng and Su Wan's first visit to the Marquisate, and the winding path nearly disoriented them. Upon entering, Meng, brimming with aggression, saw the old lady present and abruptly swallowed her words. "Second aunt and elder brother have not had breakfast, have you? I had someone prepare a meal for you. Why not eat a bit first?" Despite harboring resentment, Su Jianjia maintained her poise, smiling gently and speaking in a soft tone. At that moment, Meng and Su Wan had no appetite. Noticing their reluctance to eat, Su Jianjia finally inquired, "Second aunt, you wish to see me. What is the matter? Are the servants outside inattentive, or is it that the theater troops performed poorly?" She deliberately skirted their demands, preventing even the old lady from speaking, who was silenced by Su Jianjia and Amp Appo's glance. Meng and Amp Appo's face turned ashen with rage. "Speak." Shun Qingji killed Wan and Amp Appo's Although it was not intentional, she is still responsible for her death. How do you plan to address this? My sister cannot just die without explanation. Su Wan chimed in. The old lady attempted to speak, but Su Jianjia interjected with a beaming smile. "What is there to address? Isn't it your wish for the young lady to pay with her life for my second sister?" Meng and Su Wan exchanged looks of disbelief, their expressions darkening. Su Jianjia, eyes sparkling with amusement, continued, "So you intend to let the young lady off the hook?" Meng squeezed out a sound through gritted teeth. The young lady did not act with intent. The old lady relaxed her tightly pressed lips. They had finally relented. This is good. Su Jianjia then asked, "What is second aunt and Amp Appo's current stance?" Meng resolutely responded, "Since Wan and Amp Appo's died at the hands of the young lady, surely you must provide some compensation." Seeing her finally broach the subject, Su Wan's eyes lit up. "Indeed, you cannot allow my sister to die in vain." Su Jianjia's eyes darted thoughtfully. "Is second aunt seeking money?" The old lady awaited their figure, eager to dismiss them and summon Jir back. Meng and Su Wan exchanged glances and stated, "We do not ask for much, merely 500,000 taels of silver." The old lady's hand trembled. "How much do you want?" "Well, I do not care for silver." "This is rather excessive." "Is it too much? My uncle's annual salary is only 200 taels. 500,000 taels is hardly reasonable." Su Jianjia had anticipated their audacity, knowing they would demand a hefty sum. Observing the old lady and Amp Appo's visible displeasure, it was clear that 500,000 taels was a considerable amount, as no one wished to be a fool in this matter. Wan and Appo's life has been lost. Is 500,000 taels too much to ask? Or do you think the young lady's life is worth less? Meng's voice pierced sharply. 500,000 taels. Not a word less. Otherwise, we will make a scene at the Ministry of Justice and insist that the young lady pay for Wan and Appo's life. Su Wan's eyes gleamed with avarice. With this sum, they could live without worry for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, the old lady felt a pang in her heart, ready to relent. "Fine, 500,000 taels it is. As long as Ji and Amp Appo's can return, the expense is worth it." However, Su Jianjia preempted her. What if you truly caused a ruckus at the Ministry of Justice? It is true that my second sister died at the young lady's hands, but in the case of negligent homicide, no life need be repaid for such a mistake. Someone, escort them to the Ministry of Justice. At her words, the old lady fell silent. Upon hearing that Su Jinjia intended to have them removed, Meng exploded. Even if the young lady does not have to pay with her life, she should be exiled. What is wrong with us, demanding 500,000 taels? Su Wen glared at her fiercely. I have long heard that you and the young lady do not get along. Naturally, you do not wish to save her. Old lady, can you truly bear to see the young lady exiled? The old lady's heart trembled. She could not bear the thought. She cast a reproachful glance at Su Jinjia. Jinjia, perhaps we should just give in to them. Mother forgets who is currently in charge. Moreover, while the young lady is a member of our Shun family, she is now part of the Duke's household. Thus, this sum should rightfully come from the Duke's residence. My words bear truth, do they not? She would not allow Meng and her ilk to have their way. The old lady was momentarily at a loss, recognizing the validity of Su Jinjia's point. Second aunt, why not inquire with the Duke's household if they are willing to part with this 500,000 taels? Su Jinjia remained unhurried. Meng nearly fell backwards. The Duke's household would never part with such a sum. Su Jinjia, your heart is truly wicked. You cannot stand to see the young lady do well. Old lady, you have witnessed her intentions. A person so cruel and heartless does not deserve to be the Marquis's wife. Meng and Su Wen relentlessly attempted to sow discord. The elderly lady could no longer remain seated, on the verge of uttering a response. However, Su Jinjia winked at her and leisurely remarked, 100,000 taels of silver is already a considerable sum. Should you choose to refuse it, I kindly suggest you exit to the left. You may either visit the Ministry of Justice or the Duke and Appo's residence. Chapter 81. The Duchess arrives with a retinue. What? Su Jinjia, you heartless wretch. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? My Wanner has lost her life, and you think you can placate us with a mere 100,000 taels of silver? Do you take us for beggars on the street? Meng and Appo's voice trembled with fury as she pointed an accusing finger at Su Jinjia. Su Wen was equally incensed. What could 100,000 taels possibly suffice? Have they endured the agony of carrying Wan and Appo's lifeless body for days, only to be offered such a paltry sum? Su Fianghia, as Wanner's sister, how can you so shamelessly attempt to barter her life for this trifling amount? 50,000 taels, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I shall not rest until this matter is resolved. His fists clenched tightly, radiating an intensity that suggested he was ready to confront Su Jinjia head-on. Even the matriarch was taken aback, realizing at that moment that it was not Su Jinjia's unwillingness to assist her, but rather the second branch of the Su family who had overstepped their bounds. I will abide by Jinjia's wishes. If she deems it 100,000 taels, then so be it. Not a cent more. If you desire it, take it. If not, then kindly leave. Go wherever you please. Su Jinjia shot a glance at the matriarch, noting that she was not entirely beyond redemption. Yu, Meng, and Su Wen were momentarily speechless. If it were merely Su Jinjia's stance, it might have been one thing, but now even the matriarch had spoken. Someone, show our guests out. Su Jinjia did not afford them a moment to ponder. Please, you may leave. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the steward entered. Both Meng and Su Wen understood well that once they stepped through that door, retrieving any funds would become a daunting task. The Duke's residence held power and influence. Shen Qingji's crime was merely one of negligence, and a few days' confinement sufficed. There was no need for exile. Recently, Shen Qingji had caused quite a stir with the heir, a fact known to all, making it improbable that the Duke's household would part with any silver. With gritted teeth, Meng declared 300,000 taels, not a cent less. The matriarch and Appo's eyes brightened momentarily. This meant a reduction of 200,000 taels. Yet Su Jinjia remained unmoved, casting a glance at the steward. See them out. This urgency spurred Meng into a frenzy. At the very least, it must be 200,000 taels. The matriarch, however, felt a pang of anxiety as she realized they were now down by another 100,000. Ah, we have reduced it again by another 100,000. Her gaze lingered on Su Jianjia, contemplating whether she should simply concede to their demands of 200,000 taels. This was already a significant reduction. Su Jianjia sipped her tea, maintaining her silence, merely signaling the steward with her eyes. The steward's expression darkened. "Please, you must leave." Was it necessary for them to be asked multiple times? With a wave of his hand, two guards approached to escort Meng and her companions away. Su Wen, in a panic, exchanged glances with Meng. "Mother, we only require 150,000 taels. Are you satisfied now?" Su Jianjia? Before Su Jianjia could respond, the matriarch chimed in eagerly. "Very well, 150,000 taels, I will acquiesce." She immediately instructed someone to fetch the banknotes. Su Jianjia raised an eyebrow. This was fortuitous. Since her mother had spoken, 150,000 taels it would be. However, they must draft a letter of understanding, clearly stating that they absolve the heir's wife and that this matter would henceforth be considered resolved, with no further requests for money to follow. Upon hearing this, the matriarch felt a wave of relief. Indeed, Su Jianjia was thorough in her considerations. Is this a precautionary measure? Meng loathed her even more, casting a venomous glare at Su Jianjia. When in oppose, you write it. In her heart, she thought that while 150,000 taels was not an exorbitant amount, it would alleviate their immediate predicament. The steward quickly summoned ink and paper. "All right, Su Jianjia, I shall fulfill your wishes." Su Wen dipped the brush and swiftly penned the letter of understanding. Su Jianjia took a brief glance at it before handing it to the matriarch. "Mother, please review it." After the matriarch examined the document, she promptly ordered it to be stored securely. With this letter of understanding in hand, she could go to retrieve Zhe. Madame Su soon returned with the banknotes. Meng eagerly reached out to accept them. "Wait," Su Jianjia interjected suddenly, glancing at Qianyu, who stepped forward to take the banknotes from Madame Su and Appo's hands. Both Meng and Su Wen were momentarily stunned, as was the matriarch, confused by her actions. "Su Jianjia, what are you doing? Do you wish to keep Wanner's life savings for yourself?" Meng's voice was sharp. "Qianyu, bring forth the IOU from second uncle." Su Jianjia had already arranged for the IOU written by Su Jianliang to be retrieved, waiting for this very moment. In her previous life, they had wronged her mother, and in this life they sought to enjoy wealth and status. What a delusion! Qianyu presented the IOU before them, proclaiming, "This is the IOU personally penned by the second master. Do you intend to deny its validity?" Meng and Su Wen's eyes widened in horror, realizing they had overlooked this crucial detail. Calmly, Su Jianjia pointed out, "The IOU clearly states that the second branch owes us a total of 159,763 taels. In addition to the 150,000 taels, you still owe us 9,763 taels. Please ensure that second brother issues a new IOU so that I may destroy this one." Thus, all their efforts over these past days had been for naught. With a resounding thud, Meng, overwhelmed by rage, fainted and collapsed to the ground. "Mother." At this moment, the matriarch comprehended that Su Jianjia had never shown favoritism towards the Su family, nor had she wished to save Ji and Appo's. Once Su Wen and the others departed, she instructed someone to take the letter of understanding to fetch Shun Qingji. Soon, Su Wanner's coffin was carried away, and the theater troupe packed up. The entrance of the Duke and Appo's residence returned to its usual tranquility. Upon learning that the matriarch had gone to retrieve Shun Qingji, Shun Heading said nothing. Ji and Appo's had spent 4 days in the dungeon, which was more than sufficient. When the matriarch finally collected Shun Qingji, she barely recognized her. After spending a full 4 days in confinement, Shun Qingji appeared dazed and disheveled, looking as though she had aged decades in an instant. Her clothing was tattered, gnawed upon by rats. One might mistake her for a beggar. "Mother, why did you take so long to come?" Upon seeing the matriarch, she rushed into her embrace, weeping weakly. "Oh, my Jir, you have suffered. But now, it is all right. We can finally go home." The matriarch's heart ached at the sight, her eyes glistening with tears. "Mother, is there anything to eat?" After her tears subsided, Shun Qingji's stomach rumbled audibly. "Jir, did you not receive the provisions I had sent?" Shun Qingji glared resentfully. Shaking her head, It must have been that wretched Su Jianjia who intercepted them. Not a single person from the Duke and Appo's residence had come to visit her. And even those from the Duke and Appo's household seemed to have vanished. She would remember this grievance upon hearing that the matriarch had brought Shun Qingji back to the residence. Su Jianjia remained silent. She had anticipated that Shun Qingji would not remain in prison for long. Her return was merely a matter of time. Given her esteemed status, the jailer would not allow her to perish behind bars. With a contemplative gaze, she pondered what the Duchess intended to do next. Would she swallow her pride? Miss, the Duchess has arrived with her entourage. Just as she was lost in thought, she was taken aback to discover that the Duke's household had come knocking immediately after Shun Qingji's return. Chapter 82. An ominous visitor just moments ago. Su Jianjia had been languid and indifferent, but upon hearing Qinyue's words, she instantly perked up. The arrival of the Duchess at the Marquis's estate. What could be her intent? Was she there to retrieve Shun Qingji, or was there something else at play? Meanwhile, the matriarch had already commanded that bathing water be prepared, and Shun Qingji, readying herself for a bath and change of clothes, dismissed the news of the Duchess's arrival with a wave of her sleeve, sending everything on the table crashing to the floor. What if she had come in person? Where was she when I languished in prison? How can she remember me now? It is too late. Mother, I will never return to the Duchess's residence. Please tell her to leave. The matriarch had intended to offer some words of comfort, but upon reflection, she realized that Qingji had endured several days in confinement, and not a single soul from the Duchess's household had come to inquire about her. How could that not be disheartening? Very well, you shall bathe first, and I will meet with your mother-in-law. The matriarch summoned the Duchess to the main hall. In truth, she was uncertain of the Duchess and Appo's true purpose. After some contemplation, she glanced at Mama Su and instructed her to invite Jianjia to the main hall as well. The recent uproar caused by Meng had only deepened her trust in Su Jianjia. After all mothers-in-law detest showing favoritism towards their daughters' families. Fortunately, Jianjia was not of that ilk. The Duchess awaited them in the main hall. Su Jianjia and the matriarch arrived almost simultaneously. As a younger generation, Su Jianjia naturally paid her respects to the Duchess. The Duchess maintained a composed demeanor, yet when her gaze fell upon Su Jianjia, a fleeting softness flickered in her eyes. And Su Jianjia felt she could discern the Duchess and Appo's underlying intentions. The Duchess was not here with benevolent intentions. Though the Duchess and Appo's standing was superior to that of the Marquis, even 10 Duchesses would never rival the influence of Shun heading. Was the matriarch here to see Qingji? Qingji had just returned and had suffered greatly. If the Duchess wished to see her, she would have to wait, for Qingji was currently bathing. The matriarch was not foolish enough to send the Duchess away. After all, what would become of their familial ties? Life must go on. Younger than the matriarch, the Duchess exuded an air of grace and opulence. Although her family lacked the real power of the Shun family, it still possessed considerable prestige, making the question of whether to meet or not largely irrelevant. However, there were certain individuals the matriarch felt compelled to meet. Upon uttering her words, the matriarch's heart sank. Could it be that the Duchess was not here to invite Qingji back? Su Jianjia also caught the subtle nuances in the conversation. The matriarch referred to the Duchess as family, while the Duchess addressed the matriarch with formal respect. The distinction in their relationship was clear. Noticing that several servants remained in the hall, the Duchess cast a glance at them, smiling as she requested the matriarch to dismiss those unrelated to the matter. Although the matriarch harbored doubts, she complied. Su Jianjia pondered briefly before preparing to leave with the servants. However, the Duchess interjected, asserting that the Marquis's wife was no outsider and should remain. Su Jianjia exchanged a glance with the matriarch, then lowered her gaze and returned to her seat. Intrigued to see what the Duchess would do next. Bring them in, the Duchess commanded once the servants had exited. Shortly thereafter, Mama Wu and a young man, bound and gagged, were brought before them. The matriarch quickly grasped the situation. The Duchess had not come to retrieve Qingji, but to settle a score. Even at this moment, the Duchess wore a smile, a testament to her unyielding composure. Surely, the matriarch had heard of the amusing incident that transpired at the flower viewing banquet. It was this strong and vigorous young man who had fixated on the elder unattractive servant beside Qingji, brazenly declaring his intention to marry her before the crowd. The matriarch's expression shifted. "Dear mother-in-law, the matter has passed. Why raise it again?" She sought to deflect attention, hoping to smooth over the recent incident where Qingji had struck Xingqing. It was a mistake on Qingji's part, and she would ensure her daughter returned to treat Xingqing and Amp, Appo's concubine with respect. The matriarch and Amp, Appo's intentions were clear. They would not pursue the matter of Pei Xingqing taking a noble concubine. Let pass, she thought. Su Jinjia suspected the Duchess would not acquiesce easily. After all, what daughter was not cherished? The matriarch loved her daughter. Surely the Duchess loved hers as well. The Duchess smiled faintly, her mirth failing to reach her eyes. "This matter is quite intriguing. Dear matriarch, you should listen closely." She signaled to a nearby servant, who stepped forward and removed the rags from the mouths of Mama Wu and the young man. Though their bodies appeared untidy, their eyes were filled with terror. Mama Wu spoke first, pleading for mercy from the Duchess, claiming she had acted on the orders of the young lady of the house, who had sought to tarnish the reputation of the third Mississippi. It was a scheme to publicly disgrace her, and Mama Wu insisted she had been coerced into compliance. "Please, spare me, my lady." Following her, the young man also begged for clemency. It was the young lady and Appo's idea. She offered me money to carry out her wishes, assuring me that once the deed was done, the third miss would be given to me as a wife. I was blinded by greed and made this foolish mistake. As their words reached the matriarch, her face flushed with shame and indignation. Is there some misunderstanding at play? The Duchess was indeed decisive in her actions. Su Jinjia had not anticipated that the Duchess would so boldly expose the incident. It revealed her straightforward character, devoid of cunning. She could have easily lured Shun Qingji back under false pretenses and allowed her to languish in the Duchess's residence, a deed not beyond her means. The Duchess smiled enigmatically. "I too hope for a misunderstanding, dear matriarch. Qingji is your cherished daughter, but Jinyu is equally dear to me." The matriarch's countenance darkened further. "Bring these two out and execute them," the Duchess commanded without a flicker of hesitation. She ordered that Mama Wu and the young man be taken away and executed on the grounds of the Marquis's estate. The thud of the rod against flesh echoed, and she deliberately refrained from silencing their cries. Their screams filled the air, a horrifying cacophony. The matriarch was rendered speechless, forced to endure the spectacle. Su Jinjia could not help but admire the Duchess and Amp, Appo's audacity. This confrontation had unfolded before the matriarch, and for the sake of Shun Qingji and Amp, Appo's reputation, the matriarch could only endure in silence, unwilling to let any scandal tarnish Pei Jinyu's name. It was only when the anguished cries faded that the Duchess turned to the matriarch with an apologetic smile. "I truly regret any distress caused. I fear I might have frightened you. However, these individuals belong to your household, and it is only fitting that their fate be decided here, rather than sully the reputation of my residence." This was akin to a stinging slap delivered to the matriarch's face, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate, forced to swallow her indignation. She thought that surely the Duchess would be appeased now. To her astonishment, the Duchess cast a glance at a nearby servant, who promptly retrieved a neatly folded square of paper and presented it to the matriarch for her review. "If you find no issue with it, we shall proceed as planned." Su Jinjia and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in surprise. What was this? Chapter 83. The divorce decree. Upon receiving the document, the old lady and Amp, Appo's hands trembled violently. The Duchess had handed her a divorce decree, and it was signed by Pei Xingqing. He actually intended to divorce her. "Dear mother-in-law, surely matters have not escalated to this extent. If Zhi'er has erred in any way, you can take her back and educate her properly. How could you consider divorce?" Hearing this, Su Jinjia felt a twinge of disappointment. It was merely a divorce decree. What she truly desired was for Shun Qingji to be cast aside by her husband. Nevertheless, this was a significant development. The Duchess had already entertained such thoughts, and divorce was merely a step away from abandonment. Yet, it was evident that persuading the Duchess to proceed with the divorce between Pei Zhongqing and Shun Qingji would not be an easy task. Not to mention, Shun Qingji herself would certainly never agree. The Duchess's expression darkened. I have already shown leniency towards the Marquis. Had I not, the document delivered today would have been something far more severe. Shun Qingji has married into the Duke's household for several years without bearing any children and has committed disgraceful acts. A divorce is entirely justified. Her words were blunt and resolute. The old lady recognized the truth in her words. Dear mother-in-law, please temper your anger. Jier has made countless mistakes, and you may choose how to correct her, but we absolutely cannot accept this divorce decree. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Su Jianjia, urging her to assist in persuading the Duchess. Suppressing her amusement, Su Jianjia quickly chimed in, yes. Dear Duchess, please grant the young lady another chance. If she misbehaves again, not to mention a divorce decree, but even a letter of dismissal, we would have no complaints. Indeed, dear mother-in-law, please forgive Jier this once. We implore you to retract this divorce decree, the old lady added, lowering her tone in submission. What divorce decree? Just then, Shun Qingji entered with a scowl. The old lady, attempting to conceal the decree, was too late. Shun Qingji seized it from her hands and swiftly scanned the document. Pei Jingqing actually wishes to divorce me. On what grounds does he dare to do so? I refuse. If anyone is to be divorced, it shall be I from the Pei family. Shun Qingji had always believed the Duchess sought to persuade her to return, and now her anger was palpable, her eyes blazing. The Duchess remained unfazed. Then I kindly ask Miss Shun to sign her name on this document. I shall inform others that it was your desire to part ways with my son. Would anyone believe her claims? You. Shun Qingji glared fiercely at the Duchess. She had never considered divorce, even with Pei Zhongqing taking a concubine behind her back. Although she had once driven him away, she had always awaited his return, yearning for reconciliation. Jier, quickly apologize to your mother-in-law and assure her that you will not err again. What are you waiting for? Hurry. The prospect of divorce was hardly better than being cast aside. If Jier truly were to be divorced, who would want a divorced woman? The old lady certainly did not wish for that outcome. Noticing Shun Qingji's wavering demeanor, Su Jianjia seized the moment to coax her further. Madam Young Master, please heed your mother's advice and apologize to your mother-in-law. As a younger generation, what harm is there in bowing your head to your elders and admitting a fault? Her eyes twinkled with hidden amusement. Look how anxious your mother is. Or do you truly wish to divorce the heir? She reminded her to consider the other sisters within the household. Why should I apologize to her? Shun Qingji's fleeting softness turned to ice, and with a fierce motion, she tore the divorce decree into shreds. She flung the pieces into the air, the white paper fluttering down like winter snow, stained with ink. Pei Zhongqing wishes to divorce me? They could try to cast me aside if they dare. I doubt they have the courage. At that moment, the old lady, infuriated, gasped. Jier, cease your insolence. Prior to their arrival, the Duchess had anticipated the difficulty of the task. She rose slowly, smoothing the wrinkles of her garments. This matter is not urgent. Since we cannot reach an agreement today, I shall take my leave. Regardless, she would not allow Shun Qingji to re-enter the Pei household. Jianjia, please see the Duchess off. The old lady panted heavily, clearly distressed by Shun Qingji and Amp. Oppose, as defiance. Madam, please. Su Jianjia gestured for the Duchess to exit. The Duchess and Amp, Oppose, S expression softened. I appreciate your assistance, Madam Marquis. As they stepped out of the main hall, a sudden commotion arose behind them. Old lady, what is wrong? Su Jianjia turned to see the old lady had fainted from anger. Familial duty is paramount. Go tend to your mother-in-law. The Duchess gently patted her hand. Her eyes filled with kindness, conveying an unspoken understanding. Su Jianjia bowed respectfully. Someone, quickly summon a physician. She commanded the household servants with calm authority. Su Jianjia, what pretense of kindness is this? My mother's condition is entirely your fault. If you had not dodged that blow, how could I have harmed Su Wanner? Why would the Duchess have brought a divorce decree today? It is all your doing, you harbinger of misfortune. Shun Qingji and Oppose, S eyes burned with hatred directed towards Su Jianjia. Madam Young Master, your words are misguided. The old lady in Oppose, S current state is solely due to your actions, Su Jianjia retorted, her tone mocking. Did Shun Qingji expect her to remain there, waiting for her to push her over the edge? Blame could only be placed on her own folly. Each reference to Madam Young Master was like a dull knife, cutting into Shun Qingji's flesh. You, be silent. Shun Qingji felt the world around her dim. Having just carried the old lady away, Shun Qingji's complexion turned ashen, her cheeks exhibiting an unnatural flush. Stumbling, she began to fall backward. Su Jianjia, standing closest, feigned shock yet did not reach out to catch her, watching impassively as she collapsed to the ground, her tone chillingly indifferent. Oh dear, what has happened to the Madam Young Master? Within a few days, the Marquis's household had grown accustomed to summoning a physician, as if it were a daily routine. Even the physicians they frequently consulted were now unfazed. The old lady and Appo's fainting spell was merely a moment of intense anger. As soon as the physicians entered, she regained consciousness, disregarding everything else, seizing Su Jianjia's hand. Jianjia, dear, I know you are good-hearted. It is I who spoiled Jir. Please do not hold her faults against her. I implore you, can you help her devise a plan? Do not worry, mother. I would never stoop to the level of the Madam Young Master. Allow me to ponder this matter further. It requires a proper approach, Su Jianjia replied, offering her reassurance. Seeing her acceptance, the old lady finally felt a sense of relief. Su Jianjia's eyes darkened. Today she had come to understand that the Duchess would undoubtedly prevent Shun Qingji from returning, if she added a little more fuel to the fire. Convincing Pei Zhangqing to dismiss her would not be a formidable challenge. Shun Qingji was far more precarious than the old lady, having spent several days imprisoned and traumatized. She had also suffered from rodent bites. Now, she was in a stupor, likely due to the severity of her condition. That night, Shun Qingji finally regained consciousness. As the old lady felt unwell, Su Jianjia naturally remained by her side. After the old lady had dined, she returned to the listening rain pavilion. Miss, just now the young lady sent someone with items to the heir's Ningxiang residence. We may need to be vigilant, Qianyue approached after her bath, informing her. Su Jianjia patted Qingyu, who was drying her hair, and said, All right, that is enough. Let air dry. Mu Yinshu was still in her confinement period, and it seemed she intended to ally with Shun Qingji against her. No matter, she had plenty of ways to turn them against each other. Shun Heading returned at the usual hour, having taken his medication to suppress the toxins. His appearance had regained its former elegance, now quite pleasing to the eye. Once both individuals had settled into their respective beds, Shun Heading finally spoke. Regarding Ji and Appo's, should you find it impossible to resolve the matter, do not feel compelled. It is entirely reasonable that the Duchess would not excuse her actions. Su Jianjiao pondered. What if the Duke's residence insisted on a divorce? Shun Heading replied nonchalantly. Then let it be so. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Surely, he understood that the matter of divorce was contingent upon his reputation. Otherwise, what the Duke's residence delivered today would likely have been a letter of dismissal. The following morning, as was her custom, Su Jianjia went to pay her respects to the matriarch. To her surprise, upon her arrival, Mu Yunshu had also come, accompanied by a thick stack of ledgers. Su Jianjia's eyes instantly brightened. After enduring so many days, it appeared Mu Yunshu was finally poised to unleash her fury. Chapter 84. Let them bite each other. Mu Yunshu was still in her confinement period, which typically meant she should refrain from socializing for her own well-being and that of others. Thus, when the old lady saw her, her brow furrowed, and there was no trace of joy on her face. Yinshu, what brings you here? Despite being in her confinement for nearly half a month, Mu Yinshu appeared with a pallid complexion, lacking any hint of vitality. She first paid her respects to the old lady and then to Su Jianjia before addressing the matter at hand. Grandmother, my mother instructed me to investigate the accounts. Even during my confinement, I dared not be remiss in my duties. Fortunately, my efforts bore fruit. I have come to report back to you. Su Jianjia leisurely lifted her teacup, sipping slowly, showing no inclination to engage with Mu Yinshu's words. It was the old lady who interjected, Oh, what have you uncovered? Is it possible that someone in this household has engaged in embezzlement? Having managed the household for years, the old lady was aware that some of the underlings had questionable practices. However, she understood the adage that a clear stream bears no fish. Thus she turned a blind eye as long as the general affairs were in order. Mu Yunshu cast a glance at Su Jianjia, noticing the flicker of malice in her eyes. To her surprise, rather than being dismissed by the old lady after the recent upheaval, Su Jianjia appeared to have garnered even greater trust. Immediately, she summoned the account books and placed them before the old lady. The pages were filled with dense notations, and the old lady, disinterested in perusing them, urged, "If there are issues, speak plainly. Indeed, Yunshu, what discrepancies have arisen within the accounts?" Su Jianjia Kaimding, for she was well informed by Mama Yu, who reported daily on Mu Yunshu and Appo's findings. In fact, what Mu Yunshu discovered was likely what Su Jianjia intended for her to find. "Grandmother, it is astonishing what one uncovers upon investigation. The prices of all goods procured by our household are inflated by at least 5 times compared to the market value. For instance, a dough of fine rice is priced at merely 75 when in the market, yet here it costs 361. Pork, which is 35 when per gene in the market, is purchased at 180 when per gene by our household. A rough estimate reveals that through such procurement alone, our household could be losing an additional 50 to 60,000 taels of silver annually." Mu Yunshu and Appo's findings were indeed thorough. What? Such unscrupulous dealings! How dare they? Have I ever treated them poorly? The old lady was appalled, her anger palpable. 50 to 60,000 taels was no trivial sum. What would happen over 3 or 5 years? The losses to the Ho residents would be staggering. "Yunshu, are you certain of your findings? When we searched Mama Xia's quarters, we only uncovered a little over 1,000 taels. If you allege embezzlement, where has the rest of the silver gone?" Su Jianjia's words pierced straight to the heart of the matter. Mother poses an excellent question. Mu Yunshu exchanged a knowing glance with her, their silent agreement evident in their unified approach against the second branch. Mama Xia was merely a lowly servant. She would not dare act independently. But what if she had a master behind her? Who is it? The old lady and Appo's fury surged, for there were so few people in the household. She was determined to uncover who possessed the audacity to commit such acts. "Please, grandmother, review this." Mu Yunshu had already ascertained that Mama Xia deposited her ill-gotten gains, after deducting her own fees, into an account at the Huitong Bank, owned by none other than the second branch and Appo's matriarch. Each transaction can be accounted for. Upon examining the evidence, the old lady's rage ignited. What a treacherous Qin! After all these years of our support, they repay us with betrayal. The old lady handed the account books to Su Jianjia. "Jianjia, you should also take a look." As Su Jianjia perused the documents, she could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. Who would have imagined that in just the past 2 years, my sister-in-law has taken over 100,000 taels from the Ho residents? Mama Xia has managed the household procurement for a full 8 years. How much silver does that amount to? And she claims to have no money for purchasing bird and Appo's nest for the second aunt, indulging in blood nests for every meal. How much silver could that cost in a year? After reviewing the books, she returned them to the old lady. "Go fetch the old lady of the second branch and Qin for me." The old lady slammed the books onto the table. When he and Qin received the message, they were perplexed. What would the main branch want with us? As the servants drew back the curtains, he and Qin entered, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Upon seeing Mu Yunshu present with a multitude of account books on the table, Qin and Appo's eyes flickered, and her heart sank. "Aunt, Qin, take a look at the deeds you and Appo's committed over the years," the old lady began, thrusting the evidence from the Huitong Bank at her. The moment Mu Yunshu laid eyes on her, the hatred within her surged uncontrollably. Qin had caused her to lose her child and robbed her of any future chance of bearing offspring. She longed to see Qin suffer the agony of loss herself. "Do not be hasty," she thought. "Qin has been married to Sheng Guanshan for 8 years. It has only borne him a son, affectionately called Zhou Ge, who is now merely 3 years old, doted upon and never let go. I will ensure that Qin experiences the pain of losing a child, as well as the anguish of never being able to conceive again." He wore a displeased expression. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Is there any difference between hitting her daughter-in-law in front of her and hitting her? The old lady shot a glare at Qin. Let her speak for herself. Qin looked down at the documents in her hands, her complexion drained of color. Aunt, this is all false. My daughter-in-law has never engaged in such actions. A flicker of resentment crossed her eyes upon hearing that Mu Yunshu intended to investigate. She had ordered the obliteration of any traces of her dealings with Mama Xia. Yet, she never anticipated that Mu Yunshu would uncover the truth. Su Jinjia assumed a detached demeanor, opting to remain silent and allow them to tear each other apart. While Qin may have erased the evidence of her transactions with Mama Xia, she was unaware that the entire Huitong Bank of the Wei Kingdom was owned by her maternal uncle, who had gifted the bank in the capital to her mother. What was it that she sought to investigate? It was a simple matter. All the evidence was laid bare in black and white. Did the matriarch still wish to deny it? Mu Yunshu cast a cold glance at Qin. Turning to the old lady, she offered a respectful bow. Grandmother, all evidence now confirms that Mama Xia is indeed under the matriarch and Amp, Appo's, influence. Having managed the procurement for many years, how could she not discern the poisonous fungi? Surely it was the matriarch who instructed her to poison both you and father. Just think, grandmother, if both you and father were to meet with misfortune, my husband, being merely an adopted son, would have no claim to inherit the whole residence. Would not all the assets of the estate then fall into the hands of the second branch? Chapter 85. This truly is an eye for an eye. Such words are indeed piercing to the heart. In the past, the matriarch placed her trust in the second branch without a second thought, but now her suspicions have been aroused. She fixed her sharp gaze upon Qin, questioning, "Is this truly how you think?" Qin's face turned pale as she vehemently denied, "No, Aunt, I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. The Marquis has supported my husband repeatedly, and you have shown us great kindness. How could I possibly entertain such despicable thoughts?" She swore that she had already resorted to such a tactic once, and even if she tried again, it would yield little result. His expression darkened, filled with disappointment as she looked at Qin. "You are truly foolish. How could you ever entertain thoughts of embezzling money? Did I not teach you better?" She insisted that Qin kneel and apologize to her aunt. "Aunt, I was wrong. I should not have been so greedy. I beg for your forgiveness this once, and I promise it shall not happen again." With evidence laid bare before her, Qin could not simply deny it. When it came to plotting against the matriarch and shunheading or coveting a small fortune, she knew well which path to choose. Moreover, with Mama Xia deceased, there were no witnesses to contest her, and, as long as she held her tongue, who could do anything to her? "Sister-in-law, though my daughter-in-law is somewhat greedy, she possesses no ill intentions. Please forgive her this time." His words were earnest, tinged with deep pleading. If she truly harbored no malice, then why entertain thoughts of embezzlement? Besides the previous incident of stopping your bird's nest supply, the Marquis' household had borne all your expenses. Her lack of gratitude and her thoughts of tarnishing the Marquis' fortune, was that not malicious thinking? As the old saying goes, pursuing wealth can lead to death. When one's eyes turn red, the heart follows suit. Who knows what scheme she's truly plotting? Mu Yunshu's sharp tongue rendered he and Qin speechless. "Grandmother, this matter must not be taken lightly. Otherwise, those beneath us will follow suit, and before long, the Marquis' household will be emptied." Her words struck a chord with the matriarch. "Jinjia, how do you propose we handle this?" The old matriarch unexpectedly thrust her into the spotlight. Mu Yunshu seized the opportunity to add, "Mother, it was your suggestion to investigate the accounts. You must not let this matter slip by. Su Jinjia is adept at casting shadows upon others. Yunshu, was this not your proposal?" She flung Mu Yunshu's arrow back at her. Qin's eyes glinted with resentment as she glanced at them. Does it matter who proposed it? In any case, neither of these women are virtuous. Mu Yunshu, that wretched woman. Is this truly the time for such words? We must promptly punish Qin. She must be dealt with harshly, preferably banishing the entire second branch from the Marquis' household. Since Mother has asked for my opinion, I believe, as we are indeed a family, it would be unwise to quarrel over mere money, as it would only invite ridicule from outsiders. Perhaps it would be best for elder sister-in-law to return the embezzled funds. To prevent such occurrences in the future, we all reside in the same courtyard. Henceforth, The first and second branches shall manage their own expenses. What do you think, mother? Her expression was congenial, for now was not the time to expel them. She still needed them to contend with Mu Yunshu and Shun Jie. It was better to feign goodwill for the moment. Upon hearing this, both he and Qin breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best outcome. Even if the matriarch were to decide the matter, she seemed to share the same sentiment. Though having held a high position, many would desire to see him brought down. This affair should not be made too scandalous. Let it be handled as Jianjia suggested. The thought of returning so much money, along with the knowledge that the first branch would no longer be responsible for their expenses, made Qin's heart ache as if it would bleed. Yet, she still had to express her gratitude to the matriarch and Su Jianjia, which only added to her frustration. Daughter-in-law, I have another suggestion. Since we are beginning to scrutinize the accounts, it would be unreasonable to investigate only the purchasing aspect. We should review the entire household and Appo's as accounts. Those who have lined their own pockets must be punished accordingly. I believe Yunshu has done well in this regard. Let her handle it. She intended to use Mu Yunshu to expel all those from the second branch who had infiltrated the household. The matriarch nodded in agreement. Mu Yunshu's expression darkened. How cunning of Su Jianjia to play the virtuous role, shifting all the blame onto her shoulders. Noticing her silence, Su Jianjia raised an eyebrow. Yunshu, are you unwilling? I seem to have forgotten that you are still recuperating and may lack the strength. Perhaps we should assign this task to someone else. She aimed to stab at Mu Yunshu's heart. Having lost her child, she could no longer conceive, and the only power she could grasp was that of managing the household. Mother, I have almost fully recovered and will certainly handle this matter well. You need not worry. Mu Yunshu hastily replied. Su Jianjia smiled with satisfaction. Then it shall be hard on you, Yunshu. Both Qin and he felt a deep unease. Who knew how much would be uncovered? They had painstakingly placed their people within the Marquis's household. Mu Yunshu's heart was even heavier. She had initially believed that Su Jianjia shared her desire to rid the household of the second branch. Yet she felt as though her efforts had led to such a disappointing outcome. Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed at her eyes. Thankfully, she had left herself a backup plan. He maintained a smiling facade, showering the matriarch with flattery, while Qin could not leave either, merely nodding and bowing to placate her. Mu Yunshu accompanied them, remaining silent, occasionally casting veiled glances at he and Qin. No one understood Mu Yunshu better than Su Jianjia. The pain of losing a child weighed heavily upon her, and Qin's actions had rendered her unable to conceive again. Her calculating gaze surely held other schemes. She sat and awaited the unfolding drama. As noon approached, he and Qin prepared to take their leave. Qin personally assured the matriarch that within 3 days, she would repay the embezzled funds. Seeing her sincere attitude, the matriarch chose not to press further. Su Jianjia planned to discuss Shun Qingji's matter with the matriarch after their departure, as she had already formulated a plan. Just as they were about to leave, Mama Jean rushed in, flustered. Matriarch, Madam, it is terrible. Young Master Zhou fell into the lake while playing by the shore. What? How could young Master Zhou fall into the water? He staggered, her face paling in fear. Zhou was her beloved grandchild. Zhou, my dear Zhou, even a grandmother was thus. While Qin felt her vision darken, as if her heart had been brutally wrenched from her chest, she stumbled forward, collapsing onto the ground in disarray. Su Jianjia cast a discreet glance at Mu Yunshu, catching a fleeting glimpse of malice across her face. This truly is an eye for an eye. Chapter 86. A Mother and Appo's debt is paid by her child. In light of the recent calamity, Su Jianjia accompanied the old matriarch for a brief inspection. By the time they arrived, little Zhou had already been retrieved from the lake. The child, having been submerged for an extended period, bore a pallid and purplish visage, and his small belly was distended. He appeared lifeless. The prospect of his recovery was uncertain. The wet nurse was inconsolable, weeping, "My dear Zhou." Qin wept and screamed, frantically approaching the wet nurse and striking her several times. "You wretched servant! How could you neglect the child? If anything happens to Zhou, I shall take your life." "Zhou, what has happened to you, my dear boy?" He sure cried out in anguish. Prior to their arrival, Qin had already summoned a physician. The old matriarch's heart ached for the grieving parents. Su Jianjia, however, remained indifferent. Little Zhou was still young and had yet to display any violent tendencies. In her previous life, he had taken several lives by the tender age of 7, including those of his maidservants and young attendants. Observing the scene, Mu Yunshu felt an unsettling satisfaction. Her own child was gone, and someone had to pay for it. It was no surprise that the young master fell into the lake. The railing had indeed been ravaged by termites. A grave misfortune. It was imperative to thoroughly purge the estate of these pests, lest another tragedy befall someone else. She feigned shock, though her eyes sparkled with malicious glee. Upon noticing the damage to the railing, the old matriarch could not suppress a frown. This year seemed particularly rife with termites. What could be the cause? It is you. Qin suddenly turned her gaze, her eyes ablaze with fury directed at Mu Yunshu. It must be this vile woman who has brought such calamity upon Zhou. What do you mean, dear aunt? This is merely an accident. Have you forgotten that my own child met a similar fate? Mu Yunshu replied with an innocent demeanor, though her gaze was frigid. Such was the nature of retribution, a mother's debt repaid by the child. Since Qin had harmed her child, she would demand Zhou's life in return. Enough of this commotion. This cannot be blamed on Yunshu. I shall have the estate and Apos termites exterminated once more. Everyone must exercise caution henceforth. The old matriarch, who had previously regarded the second household as kin, now delineated the lines of affection and enmity. Su Jianjia's eyes brimmed with amusement. Mu Yunshu had returned Qin's tactics in kind, leaving her to suffer in silence. A cursory glance revealed that children were not like adults. Even if Zhou were to be saved, he would likely endure lasting consequences, the nature of which remained uncertain. Qin ordered the child to be taken back inside, where the physician was already attending to him. Su Jianjiao returned to Qiubai courtyard with the old matriarch, while Mu Yunshu had also departed. Su Jianjia understood that while this incident appeared resolved, it was merely the beginning. Qin was undoubtedly aware of who had caused Zhou's plight. With only one son, she and Xinguanshan would not spare Mu Yunshu or Shinjue, though Mu Yunshu seemed to have gained the upper hand. This incident was undoubtedly orchestrated behind Shinjue and Apos back. Su Jianjia comprehended both Mu Yunshu and Shinjue well. He was meticulous to the point of paranoia, and while accounting was a domestic matter, neither he nor Xinguanshan would interfere. However, if Mu Yunshu had harmed Zhou, the stakes were raised significantly, igniting the flames of conflict between Shinjue and Xinguanshan. Presently, Shinjue was merely a foster son of the Marquis. What could he possibly do in opposition to Xinguanshan? Once he learned of this incident, would he show mercy to Mu Yunshu and Shinjue? The old matriarch had instructed her servants to keep a vigilant watch on the second household's activities. After a while, Mama Su reported that Zhou had been rescued, but now he was suffering from high fever and rambling incoherently. This was not a good sign for a child. A high fever could be fatal and could lead to irreparable brain damage. The old matriarch furrowed her brow, expressing her grievances about the misfortunes plaguing the estate this year, which brought her great unease. Su Jianjia refrained from commenting, and when the old matriarch finished lamenting, she broached the subject of Shun Qingji. Mother, I have pondered this all night. If we wish to ease the situation with the young master's wife, we must focus on the young master himself. As the old saying goes, and Apos, a night as husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection, and Apos, there is still some bond between them. If the young master persuades his wife to return, even the Duchess would find it hard to object. The old matriarch remained troubled, for the young master had already signed the divorce papers. If he truly cared for Qingji, how could he act so? Su Jianjia had prepared her argument well. The young master's absence indicated he still held feelings for his wife. Hearing this, the old matriarch felt a flicker of hope, her worries somewhat alleviated. Jianjia, you possess such keen insight. I entrust this matter to you. Su Jianjia was delighted by the prospect and readily consented. After her departure, Shun Qingji visited the old matriarch. Ji and Apos, you are still unwell. Why have you come out? The old matriarch hastily urged her to sit. Shun Qingji had lost considerable weight during her days in confinement. and her complexion was far from radiant. She refrained from discussing her own troubles, instead inquiring about Zhou and Appo's as condition. The two women exchanged a few words before Shen Qingji abruptly shifted the topic. Mother, do you not feel it? In previous years, our household was not plagued by such distress. This year, it seems we have been cursed with calamities striking one after another. Just the other day, the coffin of Su Wanner was placed at our doorstep. How ominous. The old matriarch had already harbored such thoughts, and Shen Qingji's words intensified her unease. Jier, what do you propose we do about this? A cold smile flickered across Shen Qingji's lips. Mother, did not our second brother narrowly escape calamity, thanks to a wise man's guidance? Perhaps we should invite that sage to discern what malevolent force plagues our estate. The old matriarch hesitated. Such a task was not trivial. A recluse of such caliber was rare to find. Where we even begin to search for such a person? Shen Qingji took it upon herself, assuring her mother, "Do not worry, mother. I will handle this matter and ensure that we bring him here." The old matriarch was eager for such a resolution, and Shen Qingji departed with a sinister smile, fully satisfied with her scheme. She intended to see Su Jianjia suffer. That evening, upon returning from the National Academy, Shen Jue indeed quarreled vehemently with Mu Yunshu. Investigating the accounts was one matter, but how dare she meddle with Shen Guanshan's only son? Shen Guanshan was known as a cunning and ruthless man. He would not hesitate to take a life if provoked. Meanwhile, Shen Guanshan had returned home, where the physician had administered a needle and given Zhou medicine. But the child's fever persisted. Qin wept and lamented before Shen Guanshan. It must be that wretched Mu Yunshu who has brought such suffering upon our Zhou. My husband, you must avenge him. Shen Guanshan cast her a cold glance. Enough. Even without your prompting, I would have pursued vengeance. His eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. While he usually remained uninvolved in the rivalries of the inner quarters, should his son be threatened, he would not hold back. Shen Jue returned to his study. His face darkened with anger. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, he unexpectedly received a response to a letter he had sent some time ago. Gazing at the flimsy piece of paper in his hand, the gloom on his face dissipated instantly. Quick, investigate. I must know if my father and Su Jianjia have truly consummated their union. Chapter 87. To this day, no union. Shen Jie ignited the letter in his hand above the candle, the flickering flame casting ambiguous shadows across his face, rendering him even more brooding and unpredictable. As for the matter of his father and Su Jianjia's consummation, he had long harbored doubts. What sort of man was his father? Cold and aloof. He never sought the company of women. Even Princess Ning'an failed to stir his interest, so how could Su Jianjia possess any merit to sway him? Fortunately, this matter was not difficult to investigate, though it would require some time. After leaving the study, he proceeded to Qiaoer's chamber. Thankfully, the child in Qiaoer's womb had been saved, and now he hoped fervently for a son, for then the entire marquisate would belong to his offspring. Upon learning of this, Mu Yunshu was consumed with fury. Su Jianjia had been keeping a watchful eye on Luoyang residence, and, naturally, she was aware of the tumult between Shen Jue and Mu Yunshu. Such feelings, after all, diminished gradually, piece by piece. After dinner, as she prepared for a bath, she was unexpectedly visited by Mama Yu. Madam, this afternoon, I inadvertently overheard some idle gossip and felt it prudent for you to be informed. Mama Yu spoke in a hushed tone. Su Jianjia was taken aback. What matter could warrant such a serious demeanor from you? Mama Yu stepped closer, lowering her voice further. This morning, after you departed from the old madam, the young lady of the air went to see her. She mentioned that something malevolent must be at play in our household, causing endless misfortunes, and suggested inviting a renowned expert to investigate. The old madam has already agreed, but I am unaware of what transpired thereafter. At this revelation, Su Jianjia understood that Mu Yunshu had visited Shen Qingji the previous night and what they must have discussed. They intended to employ this ruse against her. What renowned expert? Surely, it was the same person who had proposed the idea of seeking a remedy for Shen heading. Thank you, Mama, for bringing this to my attention. Su Jianjia instructed someone to reward Mama Yu. Having served in the marquisate for many years, Mama Yu was well aware of who the true specters and phantoms were. Shen Qingji and Mu Yunshu's animosity towards Su Jinjia was known to others. However, Qianyue and Qingyu were acutely aware of it. They would undoubtedly leverage some expert to target the young lady. That expert had claimed the young lady's fate was splendid, enhancing the Marquis's fortune. Thus, they could easily fabricate a pretext to label her as some malevolent entity. Even a servant could conjure numerous baseless accusations to affix the label of evil upon her. The old madam, known for her gullibility, would likely believe it, and even with the Marquis's protection, it would be challenging to withstand such pressure. The two maidservants exchanged worried words on her behalf. Unperturbed, Su Jinjia removed the hairpin from her head and placed it upon her dressing table. Glancing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, she smiled. "Why are you so anxious? This is a fortuitous development." What an Oppos, renowned expert in Oppos. Merely a street swindler summoned by Shen Jue. She signaled to Qianyue to lean closer, whispering a few words. Qianyue burst into laughter. Later that night, after they had retired for the evening, Shen Heading suddenly turned to Su Jinjia and said, "From now on, keep your distance from the lakeside. The weather grows increasingly warm." Su Jinjia, clad in a thin nightgown, lay in bed with a wide gap between them, although they shared the same bed. Each maintained their own space, distinctly separate. She slowly turned towards him. "Very well, I shall heed the Marquis's words." In the dim light, her eyes sparkled, outshining the stars above. Shen Heading swallowed hard before continuing. "Today, when the physician departed, he made a point to inform me that even if Zhou Guer awakens, he may bear lasting afflictions." Su Jinjia had already known this, yet she feigned concern, sighing deeply. "Zhou Guind amp. Oppos is but a child. How could fate be so cruel?" On the following morning, Shen Jue emerged from Qiaoer's room to receive excellent news. His father and Su Jinjia had indeed not consummated their union. The bridal veil was a mere sham. This was truly a stroke of fortune. By adhering to the instructions in the letter, he could ensure his father would have no heirs, thereby compelling him to adopt a child to preserve the lineage of the Marquis. Clearly, one child from Xiao and Oppos would not suffice. Should she bear a daughter, it would be prudent to utilize the two maidservants sent by his grandmother. After paying his respects, he proceeded to the Imperial Academy, as usual. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling agitation as he departed. Daily rituals were indispensable, and after breakfast, Su Jinjia sought the old madam's audience. "Jinjia, you must know that Zhou Guer has awakened, but his gaze is vacant, and he merely smiles foolishly at anyone. He may not amount to much." The old madam beckoned her to sit, twisting the prayer beads in her hands, lamenting. "Zhou Guind Oppos, has he lost his wits? Qin sure has but this one son. She must be beside herself with grief. I can only imagine her desire to see Mu Yunshu suffer. Indeed, this will only intensify their conflict." Su Jinjia mused, engaged in conversation with the old madam, when "Madam, something has happened to the eldest young master." The steward, breathless and agitated, burst in. "What calamity now? One misfortune after another. This is becoming unbearable," the old madam fretted. The steward gasped for breath. "Today, as the eldest young master's carriage passed through the bustling market, the horse was startled, causing it to bolt wildly, colliding with several pedestrians and throwing the young master from the carriage. He has since been brought back, unconscious and covered in blood. His injuries are grave." Upon hearing this, the old madam increasingly believed Shen Qingji's assertions. Just yesterday, Zhou Guer had nearly drowned, and now the eldest young master faced disaster. Surely, something malevolent was afoot in their household. A cold smile flickered in Su Jinjia and Oppos' eyes. At this moment, Shen Guanshan made his move. As Shen Jue lay injured, she, as his rightful mother, naturally felt compelled to visit. Upon arriving at Luyan residence, she found Shen Jue still unconscious, with only Mu Yinshu weeping inconsolably at his side. Shen Jue's condition was indeed dire. He was drenched in blood, with a gaping wound on his head and numerous abrasions marring his face. She secretly wished for his misfortune to be severe. Alas, her wishes were unfulfilled. Shen Jue had merely sustained serious injuries. The old madam also came to take a look. Now, Seeing the blood made her feel faint, so she left early. What a turn of events. Mama Su assisted her in sitting down and poured her a cup of tea to calm her nerves. Old madam, there is something I am uncertain whether I should mention. Mama Su deliberately created suspense. The old madam glanced at her. Speak freely. You have been with me since my youth, and I trust you implicitly. Mama Su, well aware of the old madam's concerns, stepped closer and whispered, It seems, alas, that the Marquis and Madam have yet to consummate their union. Chapter 88. The old matriarch's urge to hold her grandson. Soon the old matriarch expressed her disbelief. The joyous red cloth was something I had witnessed with my own eyes. Could it possibly be false? As she spoke, her voice faltered, acknowledging that if one wished to fabricate such evidence, it could be easily done with a mere drop of blood from a cut finger. Why would he Ting deceive me? So Mama interjected. The Marquis is merely protecting his wife. The old matriarch's countenance darkened. Can the protection of his wife justify deceiving me, her mother? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Su Mama's eyes. My lady, this is indeed a positive sign. It clearly indicates that the Marquis holds his wife in high regard. She paused deliberately. The old matriarch cast her a sharp glance, urging her to continue. Su Mama then elaborated. However, the Marquis possesses a rather aloof temperament, and it seems the lady is not one to take the initiative. This situation is quite challenging. Once the Marquis recovers from his injuries, he may soon return to the battlefield, and who knows when you might finally cradle your grandson. It might be a long wait. At her age, the old matriarch yearned for the company of her grandchildren, seeking the joy of familial bonds. This sentiment struck deeply, yet even if she wished to rush matters, it was beyond her control. In her youth, she was naive. Upon marrying into the Marquis's household, she found that the old Marquis had never taken a concubine, keeping the inner residence remarkably pure and free of sordid intrigues, of which she had never heard. Su Mama hesitated momentarily, but then proposed a plan that could expedite the old matriarch's wish to hold her beloved grandson. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's spirits lifted considerably. Then do share this plan. Su Mama's eyes twinkled as she leaned in to whisper a few words into the old matriarch's ear. The old matriarch frowned upon hearing the suggestion, questioning its feasibility. If they were to accept money from the eldest young master, they must ensure the task is accomplished. Moreover, this was for the old matriarch and Appo's benefit. Su Mama had skillfully gauged the old matriarch and Appo's sentiments. If she truly did not wish for a grandson, she could dismiss the matter entirely as if nothing had been said. Su Jianjia had only lingered at Luoyang residence for a brief moment before returning. As the presence of her daughter-in-law, Mu Yinshu, alleviated many of her concerns. Once Shun Jue awoke, there would be plenty of discord between the two. Though Mu Yinshu had only recently joined the Marquis's household, she was still unable to discern the true nature of Shen Guanshan. On the other hand, Shun Jie was acutely aware of who had caused him harm today. In the second branch, upon learning that the illegitimate son, Shun Jue, was still alive, Qin Shi felt a seething hatred, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Why was he still alive? Ever since Zhou Gu awakened, he had lost the ability to speak, only able to smile foolishly. This was the cherished child she had carried for 10 months. Her heart was breaking, yet no one offered her solace. Her mother-in-law blamed her for not caring for the child, while her husband criticized her for provoking Mu Yinshu. But all her actions had been for the good of the second branch. Now, a substantial sum awaited her repayment. Who had ever asked if she had the means? When trouble arose, she was solely to blame. Her resentment boiled over. Reluctantly, she summoned Jean Mama, who had already calculated the total amount owed to the old matriarch, a staggering 210,000 taels of silver. The second branch existed solely due to the Marquis' support, possessing no substantial assets. Over the years, her personal savings, after providing for her mother-in-law and husband, amounted to less than 80,000 taels. Fortunately, her dowry had been considerable, and she owned 2 lucrative shops. To repay that debt, she would need to temporarily forfeit these assets. Su Jianjia had instructed Qingyu to keep a close watch on her movements. Just as Jean Mama stepped out from the second branch, she received word. Unfortunately, her mother owned not only a bank but also a pawn shop, and most of Qin Shi's possessions would likely end up in the pawn shop. Qingyu, Go inform Manager Sun to ensure the price is minimized and that a firm transaction is established. Qin Shi had tormented her in her previous life, and this time, she would repay it tenfold. Qing Yu promptly departed. Early that morning, Qin Yu had gone out, and by now, she had yet to return. At Luoyun residence, with a sharp slap, Shun Jue awoke and struck Mu Yunshu across the face. The maids and servants remained in the room. Shun Jue glanced at them, commanding, "Get out." Mu Yunshu was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow. Her cheek burned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. "On what grounds do you hit me?" she exclaimed, clutching her face and shouting hysterically at Shun Jue. Shun Jue scoffed. "Do you have the audacity to question me? Do you even know why I face such a calamity today, almost losing my life?" "Wasn't it an accident?" Mu Yunshu replied, bewildered. "An accident?" Shun Jue's face twisted with mockery. "You turned Zhou Ge into a fool, and now they seek my life." A pang of guilt struck Mu Yunshu, but more so, a chill of despair. "Well, my child, does my child deserve this fate? You tell me to endure, yet never once have you mentioned avenging our child or me. Are we simply to accept this? Ah, I almost forgot. Your heart is now solely with Qiao Air, leaving no room for us." Shun Jue felt a headache coming on. "Yinshu, have I not told you? Regardless of whose womb the child comes from, he is still yours. Should I succeed, half of the Marquis and Appo's estate will be yours." With tears brimming in her eyes, Mu Yunshu lamented, "But all I desire is my child." Their argument escalated to such a volume that even the servants in the courtyard, despite their attempts to distance themselves, could not help but overhear. Su Fianxia, having caught wind of their quarrel, smirked. This was merely the beginning, and many more conflicts lay ahead for them. By evening, Qian Yu finally returned, her face alight with excitement. Su Jianjia instructed someone to pour her a cup of tea. "Do not rush. Wet your throat before speaking." Qian Yu drank eagerly. "The maidservants found the person at the location you indicated, but he refuses to speak or cooperate. Such a trivial matter. You shall return tomorrow and ensure he consumes this." Su Jianjia retrieved a porcelain vial from her dressing table and handed it to Qian Yu. "This contains something effective for those who are uncooperative." The arrangements concerning Qing Yu had already been made. Soon, it was time for dinner. The servants had laid out the meal, and Su Jianjia sat down leisurely. While she dined, Qian Yu entered, parting the curtain and carrying a food box. Today, the old matriarch was in high spirits, inviting the Marquis to dine with her. "When I arrived, it was too late, and the special soup you prepared might go to waste." Su Jianjia dismissed her concerns. It was entirely normal for a mother to invite her son for a meal. In Qiubai courtyard, the old matriarch had also instructed someone to prepare soup for Shun Heading. Shun Heading, ever filial, had no guard against the old matriarch and drank the soup obediently. After their meal, the old matriarch began to usher him away. "Heading, have you forgotten that you and Jianjia are still newlyweds? How can you spend all your time in the study, drowning in official duties? You must not neglect Jianjia. You should spend more time with her." She exchanged a knowing glance with Su Mama, instructing her, "See Heading back." Chapter 89. The Marquis is on the brink of collapse upon realizing that his mother had spoken up and that the day's affairs had nearly reached conclusion. Shun Heading did not refuse. Outside, lanterns had been lit, their red glow swaying gently in the breeze. As soon as they departed, the old lady sighed in relief, believing she would soon be able to hold her beloved grandson. Yet, upon reflection, she felt a pang of embarrassment as a mother for administering such a potion to her son. At Luoyun residence, Shun Jue finally relaxed after a day of furrowed brows, having received confirmation that matters had progressed. Before receiving the reply from the other party, he had assumed that the individual was providing him with an antidote, believing that according to Su Jinjia's prescription, he would eventually be able to counteract the poison afflicting his father. However, he discovered that the poison his father had contracted had no antidote. The prescription merely served to temporarily suppress the toxin within him. Yet, if an aphrodisiac were administered, it would exacerbate the poison, robbing his father of his manhood. Should his father become impotent, the only recourse would be to adopt a successor from a side branch. What of Xingguanshan then? The first order of business upon taking control of the Marquis would be to eliminate these secondary factions. Madame Su held a lantern beside him, observing Shun Heading and Appo's demeanor with quiet apprehension. Upon exiting Chiobai courtyard, Shun Heading felt a sudden surge of restlessness, initially attributing it to the heat of the day and the recent meal he had consumed. Little did he know that upon entering Tingyu Pavilion, this restlessness would intensify, accompanied by an inexplicable fire igniting within his lower abdomen. As a man, he was acutely aware of the implications. Suddenly halting, he cast a sharp gaze towards Madame Su, questioning, "What has my mother given me?" Seeing his inquiry, Madame Su realized the medicine was taking effect. She chuckled softly, assuring him that the old lady had acted in the Marquis's best interest. "Madam, the Marquis is feeling unwell. You should come out to greet him." As they approached the door, she raised her voice. Su Jianjia hurriedly emerged, immediately noticing Shun Heading and Appo's flushed cheeks and reddened eyes, his steps unsteady. "Marquis, what is wrong?" she asked, bewildered, quickly reaching out to support him. Her delicate, cool touch sent a shiver down his spine, overwhelming him with an urge he struggled to suppress. "Do not touch me," he rasped, furrowing his brow as if battling an indescribable agony, forcefully pushing her hand away. "Marquis, what ails you?" Su Jianjia noted his strange behavior, feeling his skin burning. Shin Heading dared not meet her gaze and turned to leave. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged, and darkness enveloped him. "Marquis!" The sight alarmed everyone present. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan was quick to catch him. "Quickly fetch the imperial physician." Su Jianjia's heart sank. Xiao Zhan lifted Shun Heading and dashed toward the room. What unclean substance did the Marquis consume? Considering that the old lady had insisted Shun Heading dine with her and had sent Madame Su to escort him back, Su Jianjia had already begun to piece together the situation. Madame Su, too, was taken aback by the turn of events. It was the old lady who prepared the tonic for the Marquis. She only wished the best for both him and Madame. Just as she suspected, Su Jianjia had no time to settle scores with Madame Su. She shot her a cold glance before departing. Upon her return to the chamber, Xiao Zhan had already laid Shun Heading upon the couch. He resembled a thoroughly cooked shrimp, unconscious, yet the effects of the potion remained unabated. Su Fianxia approached, rolling up his sleeve to reveal spiderweb-like red marks on his wrist, faint yet discernible, indicative of the poison's onset. "Fetch ice immediately," she commanded, and Shan Yue and Qing Yu swiftly complied. Su Jianjia instructed them to wrap the ice in cloth and place it around Shun Heading to lower his temperature, attempting to suppress the raging effects of the drug. The old lady entered in tears, distraught. Heading, she had never anticipated such an outcome. Her face etched with guilt. "Jinjia, I did not mean to. Had I known earlier." As she examined Shun Heading and Appo's wrist again, the red marks had darkened significantly. Her expression turned somber. Should the poison fully manifest, the earlier remedy would be futile. They could only hope the physician possessed a solution. The attending physician, Cui Yuanshou, felt his heart race as he assessed the disordered pulse of the Marquis. How could this happen? How could the Marquis fall victim to such vile poison? The gravest concern was that this toxin had aggravated the existing poison within him. With both toxins wreaking havoc simultaneously, if this continued, it would spell disaster. "May I inquire, what kind of aphrodisiac has the Marquis ingested?" he asked, sweat beading on his brow. "Old fool, hurry and retrieve it." The old lady scolded Madame Su. Madame Su soon returned with the vial. Cui Yuanshou's hands trembled as he examined it. This is spring breeze. Spring breeze," he murmured, "is incurable. Only through the union of yin and yang can it be resolved." The old lady was unaware of the implications of spring breeze, her voice quaking as she asked, "Cui Yuanshou, is there a problem with this medicine?" He gasped. "The potency of this drug is fierce. There is no antidote, only." The old lady understood. Suddenly, Shun Heading's body stiffened, and he expelled several mouthfuls of black blood. "Heading," the old lady wept anew. Cui Yuanshou's face drained of color. Typically, being afflicted by spring breeze would not lead to death, but the Marquis already bore poison in his system. The current crisis had stirred the dormant toxins, and now both were in a frenzy. "I am powerless. I fear the Marquis's fate is dire." The old lady urged, "We must prepare." Prepare for what? Naturally, it was for Shun Heading's final rites. "Heading, my Heading, it is all my fault as a mother." The old lady lamented, collapsing onto Shun Heading's form, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Jianjia stood in silence, having devoted her spare moments to studying the shadowing poison, yet achieving nothing. Madame Su, trembling in fear, fell to her knees. Jianjia, you must have a way, right? I beg you, please save Heading. In a sudden realization, the old lady clutched Su Jianjia, tears streaming down her face in desperate supplication. At that moment, Shun Heading convulsed violently. Cui Yuanshou rushed forward to administer acupuncture, but it proved futile. The red threads had spread to his neck. In a panic, he checked his pulse. The next moment, his face turned ashen, his voice quaking with emotion. Old lady, the Marquis is on the brink of demise. Chapter 90. Such grandeur listening to the words of the head of the hospital. The old lady's heart shattered. You're talking nonsense. My son was perfectly fine just a few days ago. How could he suddenly be unwell? He shall live to a ripe old age. At this moment, her regret was so profound it felt as though she might bleed from the anguish. The head of the hospital dared not speak. Mother, where did this medicine come from? And who suggested this idea to you? He seeks the Marquis and Appo's life. Su Jianjia slowly raised her gaze, her face stern as she questioned the old lady fiercely. It was her. That old schemer gave me the idea, and she purchased the medicine. The old lady glared at Mama Su. Her eyes filled with a fury that made her wish she could tear the old servant apart. Old lady, I am wronged. I never intended to harm the Marquis. I only thought of you. Mama Su was terrified, her eyes rolling in fear. Xiao Zhan, seize this perpetrator who plotted against the Marquis. Su Jianjia knew well that Mama Su lacked the courage to harm Shun Heading. She was merely a pawn in someone else's game. Now, she could be used to draw out the true culprit lurking behind the scenes. Xiao Zhan, with reddened eyes, grasped Mama Su by the collar, causing her to squeal in terror. Su Jianjia calmly raised her eyes, silencing her, instructing him to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she did not die without understanding the situation. The old lady remained on the ground, weeping, but what good was crying at this juncture? Mother, you must consider what to do next. Once Shun Heading dies, the Marquis will face a power vacuum, and how many malevolent forces will emerge. The old lady ought to see the true nature of the Marquis. Su Jianjia glanced at Shun Heading lying on the couch, her voice tinged with sorrow. You all leave. I wish to be alone with the Marquis for a while. The old lady, too weak to stand, was assisted out by two maids. The head of the hospital sighed deeply and departed as well. In the blink of an eye, only Qian Yue and Qing Yu remained with Su Jianjia. She instructed them to guard the door, allowing no one to enter. The two maids were also deeply saddened. With the Marquis's departure, their young mistress would become a widow. Once everyone had left, Su Jianjia retrieved an item from the very bottom of her makeup box. It was an acupuncture kit. When she approached Shun Heading's couch, she slowly opened it, revealing 13 gleaming golden needles, quietly resting within. Su Jianjia placed her hand on Shun Heading's wrist. His pulse was chaotic. The head of the hospital was correct. This was indeed a sign of impending death. But what he did not know was that there existed a long-lost technique, the ghost doctor's 13 needles. With these 13 needles, one could bring a person back from the brink of death. When she was 8 years old, her mother had taken her to Jian Temple to pay respects, and by chance, she obtained 2 ancient texts, one of which detailed the ghost doctor's 13 needles. As for the other book, she had learned this technique from the ancient text, yet had never had the opportunity to use it. Shun Heading, teetering between life and death. Do you dare to take this chance? She lacked complete confidence in her ability. If you do not speak, I shall take it as your consent. Though Shun Heading had lost consciousness, his awareness remained clear. He had overheard the conversation between the head of the hospital and his mother. He could hear Su Jianjia's words, though he could not open his eyes or respond. At first, he was puzzled. He was on the verge of death. What was she planning to attempt? But as the golden needle pierced his skin, a stabbing pain surged through him, and he immediately realized she was performing acupuncture on him. Alarmed, he chuckled bitterly in his heart. But would this truly help? Even the head of the hospital had declared him close to death. Before beginning, Su Jianjia lit all the candles in the room, transforming the spacious chamber into a bright sanctuary. To perform the ghost doctor's 13 needles required utmost concentration. Any distraction could lead to disastrous consequences, and once the process began, it could not be halted, for this technique was too perilous and could rebound upon the practitioner. As the first golden needle fell, beads of sweat began to form on Su Jianjia's forehead. Her brows knitted together in deep focus. Though it was her first time employing the ghost doctor's 13 needles, she had practiced countless times before, merely waiting for the right moment to apply it. Thus, her movements were not only steady, but also swift and precise. The old lady's wails echoed as she was carried back. News of Shun Heading's imminent demise quickly spread throughout the Marquisate. Shun Jue had been keeping a close watch on the happenings at Tingyu Pavilion and was the first to learn of it. "What did you say? Father is about to pass." Upon hearing this news, he bolted upright, astonished. After all, he had just fallen from a carriage today. How could this be? Qiaoer had not yet given birth. He did not wish for Shun Heading to die at this moment. The letter had stated that according to the method described, Shun Heading would only face extinction regarding his heirs. Why was he on the brink of death? If he were to die now, the Marquisate would fall into the hands of the second branch. Shun Guanshan and Qin despised him deeply. How could he survive that? No, this could not happen. He needed to see for himself. As he exited Luyun residence, he abruptly changed his mind. Rather than going to Tingyu Pavilion, he would head to the old lady. As long as the old lady did not give her approval, the second branch could not have their way. The pressing matter was to stabilize the old lady. If his father were to die, so be it. As long as the second branch was excluded, the Marquisate would still belong to him. As the fifth golden needle fell, a loud voice pierced through. "I want to see my second brother. You two maidservants, get out of my way." It was Shun Qingji and Appo's arrogant voice from outside. Beads of sweat rolled down Su Jianjia's forehead. Her gaze flickered as she silently prayed. "Qianyue and Qingyu, you must stop Shun Qingji. If she interrupts now, all will be lost, and Shun Heading will surely die." Qianyue and Qingyu quickly stepped forward to block her. "I am sorry, Lady of the Air, but my mistress wishes to be alone with the Marquis. She has instructed that no one is to disturb them." Shun Qingji's expression darkened as she directed two maids beside her to force their way in. "Third miss, this is dire. The old lady has fainted." At that moment, the steward rushed in, flustered. With the Marquis and Appo's collapse, the old lady had also succumbed, and chaos erupted within the Marquisate. Now, only the third miss remained to take charge. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingji disregarded Su Jianjia entirely, turning on her heel. After all, her second brother was on the verge of death. It would be futile to cling to a corpse. She merely wished to witness for herself how her second brother would meet his end. Would it be a tragic demise? Ever since Shun Heading had sent her to the Ministry of Justice and Appo's prison, her hatred for him had deepened. As silence fell outside, Su Jianjia finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The old lady still held some utility. Had it not been for her timely fainting, Shun Qingji would not have been so easily deterred. Once undisturbed, her entire focus returned to the golden needles in her hand. With each needle that descended, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. The ghost doctor and Appo's 13 needles, both a miraculous life-saving technique and a deadly weapon, required immense mental fortitude to wield. By the time the final golden needle was firmly placed in a Shun Heading spy Hui point, Su Jianjia suddenly smiled, collapsing in exhaustion beside Shun Heading's couch. Her face was as white as a ghost, devoid of color, gasping for breath, her back drenched in sweat. At that moment, had a knowledgeable physician been present, they would have been left speechless at the sight of the golden needles embedded in Shun Heading and Appo's body. 13 golden needles, each piercing a vital point. A slight miscalculation, or even the smallest deviation, could claim a life. Any single acupoint chosen would be one that even the palace physicians would hesitate to touch. What was this? A means of salvation? It is evidently a matter of life and death. Su Jianjia raised her soft, feeble hand and rested it gently on Shun Heading's wrist. She observed that his pulse had begun to stabilize. Gazing at his extraordinarily handsome face, a look of surprise graced her features as she offered a faint, fragile smile. "Shun Heading, I have pulled you back from the gates of the underworld. Tell me, how shall you repay me for this?" Shun Heading was conscious. He could hear Su Jianjia's words and was acutely aware of the changes in his body. After she administered the acupuncture, the turbulent blood within him gradually calmed, save for one area that remained uncontrollable. A thought crossed his mind. How does one repay a life-saving grace? The 13 needles of the ghostly physician should not be left in place for too long, lest they turn against the practitioner. After a while, Su Jianjia rose and carefully removed each golden needle from Shun heading, placing them back into the acupuncture pouch. Yet, her heart was still heavy with concern, prompting her to take his pulse once more. Suddenly, her expression darkened. What could this mean? She had only just removed the needles, and his pulse had begun to spiral into chaos again. In a flash, she recalled something crucial. How could she have forgotten that he still harbored the lingering effects of spring breeze once? Even the 13 needles of the ghostly physician could not remedy such a condition. Her gaze traveled down his chest, and upon catching sight of it, she was utterly taken aback. This was exceedingly magnificent. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her, and she thought, Heavens, who will come to my aid? What am I to do now? Chapter 91. He should not have opened his eyes as Shun heading into Oppos. As pulse grew increasingly erratic, Su Jianjia, with great difficulty, employed the 13 ghost needles to suppress the turbulent energy within him. Yet, it seemed to retaliate once more. The delicate crimson lines that had previously vanished from his wrist threatened to resurface. A frown marred her brow. The effects of the spring breeze were particularly debilitating, and if not alleviated promptly, even if Shun heading were to miraculously survive, he would likely be rendered incapacitated thereafter. She remained fixated on his face, entirely oblivious to the pair of blood-red eyes that gazed at her intently. At the very moment she removed the golden needle, Shun heading had already regained consciousness. He opened his eyes discreetly, intending to speak, but was met with her unwavering stare. In that instant, he felt a surge of self-loathing for awakening at such an inopportune time. The effects of the spring breeze had already flushed his face, and now it burned even more intensely. He took a deep breath to quell his agitation, just as he prepared to utter a word. Suddenly, he heard her murmur with newfound resolve, I am doing this to save a life. What could be wrong with that? Regardless of the means, as long as it proves effective, it suffices. If Shun heading were no, he surely would not blame me. I too do not wish for this. But what other options do I have? I cannot simply watch him perish. After considerable mental preparation, she steeled her heart, closed her eyes, and swiftly extended her hand. Even with her eyes shut, she felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment, her face blooming with a radiance akin to a peach blossom, even more vivid than Shun heading's own. Unbeknownst to her, Shun heading had opened his eyes at some point. His eyes glowed with a fierce red, veins pulsing on his forehead. Shun heading thought to himself, I should not have opened my eyes, nor should I have regained consciousness. What cruel misfortune is this? I ought to have simply perished on the spot. He fought to suppress his ragged breaths, feeling as though he were being fried in hot oil. His body aflame with heat, the effects of the spring breeze overwhelming him, giving rise to sensations akin to ascension. Yet, an immense sense of shame clung to him, inescapable. At times, he felt as though he were floating in the clouds, only to be plunged back into a hellish torment. His embarrassment was compounded by Su Jianjia's own sense of mortification. While she endeavored to alleviate the effects of the spring breeze for Shun heading, she cautiously glanced at him. What if, at that moment, he were to open his eyes and witness this scene? Would she then wish to continue living? Just as she opened her eyes, Shun heading hastily shut his, their gazes perfectly aligning yet missing one another. Seeing that he remained in a stupor, Su Jianjia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, let him remain in this unconscious state. He must not awaken midway. Otherwise, who could say who would feel more embarrassed? Large, glistening beads of sweat cascaded from Shun heading into Oppos' brow as he clenched his teeth, daring not to utter a sound. Though his mother was somewhat soft-hearted, she was certainly not a fool. As for Su Mama, his mother-s maid who had watched him grow up, she harbored no ill intentions. She must have fallen into someone else's trap. The spring breeze was not something one could casually acquire in the marketplace. He was determined to unearth that culprit and exact his vengeance. Meanwhile, The second house had received news of Shun Heading's impending demise, and chaos erupted among them. He sure was elated, nearly bursting into celebratory firecrackers. This was splendid news. Once Shun Heading died, the first house would be left without heirs. As she spoke, her scheming expression deepened. Based on my understanding of that old fool, she would choose to adopt a child, and among her closest ties were Guanshan and Liu Bai. Thus, she would certainly select one of them. Haha. When that time comes, everything in the will belong to us. Shun Guanshan exuded an air of calm, his eyes darkening with concern that Shun Heading might not perish after all. Shun Liu Bai, with a wicked grin, replied, "Brother, you worry too much. This news comes directly from Cui Yuan's lips. It cannot be false. We have endured subjugation under Shun Heading and the first house for far too long. The day of our resurgence is finally at hand." Qin Shi was also present, her gaze shrouded in impenetrable clouds, laden with unshakable resentment. "Mother, husband, I desire the deaths of Shun Jue and Mu Yinshu." He sure cast her a glance, her heart brimming with hatred for Zhou Ge. This shall be manageable. Simply endure for a few more days, and when the time comes, orchestrating their demise will be but a word from you. As for Shun Heading, he was beyond saving, even if he were to go to Tingyu Pavilion. Rumor had it that the old matriarch had fallen unconscious, prompting He Sure to gather the second house and head to Choubai Courtyard. The old matriarch was now of utmost importance. Overwhelmed with grief, she had yet to awaken, lying listlessly on the couch, as though all her vitality had been drained, visibly aged in an instant. Mu Yinshu, Shun Jue, and Shun Qingji, along with the members of the second house, surrounded her bed, vying for her favor. Meanwhile, Su Jianjiao was drenched in sweat, utterly unprepared for the physical toll this entailed. She felt as though her hands were no longer her own. Yet, he remained unresponsive. She was on the verge of tears. Her discomfort paled in comparison to Shun Heading's agony. Every passing moment was a torment for him. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a glimmer of hope emerged. Su Jianjiao was on the brink of tears of joy as he involuntarily emitted a muffled groan, suddenly opening his eyes. Hearing the sound, Su Jianjiao instinctively turned to look at him. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Chapter 92. If only there were a crevice before me, this scene was utterly unexpected for both individuals. Su Jianjia and Shun Heading froze in place. The atmosphere became palpably tense in an instant. Their faces flushed crimson, each more intensely than the other. Shun Heading felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. All the embarrassment he had ever encountered in his life paled in comparison to this moment. It was indeed his first experience of such a nature, leaving him momentarily at a loss. If he were to close his eyes now, would it still be possible to escape? The moment their gazes collided, Su Jianjia's mind went blank. Although they were technically husband and wife, that was merely a formality. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat, her doe-like eyes wide with shock and fear, brimming with unspoken sorrow. Why had he chosen this moment to awaken? If a crevice had appeared before her, she would have plunged into it without hesitation. "My lord, please do not misunderstand. You have been drugged." She hastily turned away, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Shun Heading pondered if they could simply gloss over this incident. Just as he prepared to speak, a low moan escaped his throat, the embers of desire reigniting within him, this time with even greater fervor. "My lord, what is wrong?" Hearing his anguished voice, Su Jianjia feared for his well-being and turned back abruptly. There he was, once again aroused. Indeed, the fleeting pleasures of spring could not be so easily resolved. She gasped and turned to leave. "My lord, since you are awake now, you must resolve this yourself. Alternatively, I could summon a clean maid to assist you. You must release this urge quickly, or the poison within you shall resurge." Only when she had exited the inner chamber did she pause, awaiting Shun Heading's response. In truth, finding a maid was the most prudent solution. Yet while he had been unconscious, she had been hesitant to make decisions on his behalf. Shun Heading clenched his teeth, refusing. Upon hearing his terse denial, Su Jianjia felt inexplicably relieved. At that moment, Shun Heading was consumed by regret. He should not have awakened. He closed his eyes and, resolutely choosing between life and death, opted for the former without hesitation. He bit his lip to stifle any sounds. Yet, the thought of her standing outside, aware of what he was experiencing within, filled him with a mix of shame and fury. Her radiant visage continuously flickered in his mind, stoking the flames of desire within him to an unbearable intensity. No matter how much he tried to suppress himself, Su Jinjia could still hear his heavy, strained breaths, which sent her heart into disarray. She wished she could block her ears, or perhaps even her own hands. Perhaps it would be better to simply perish. Qinyu remained at the door, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding inside. After the departure of the head of the courtyard, everyone tacitly accepted that Shun Heading was on the verge of death. Perhaps, they thought, he had already succumbed. From outside the door, Su Jinjia instructed Qianyu to fetch a basin of water, immersing her hands within, washing them repeatedly. Though the water was cool, her hands felt alarmingly hot, as if she could never cleanse them adequately. She continued until her skin began to peel, finally drying her hands. "Miss, please accept our condolences. Although the Lord may be gone, you are still young, and life must carry on." The two maids consoled her from outside. Unaware of the true circumstances, Su Jinjia refrained from disclosing Shun Heading's survival, leading them to believe he had indeed perished. What would others think? How long had it been since the head of the courtyard left? Aside from Shun Qingji, not a single soul had come to inquire. They likely suspected Shun Heading was beyond saving, preoccupied with vying for inheritance, currying favor with the old matriarch. As this thought crossed her mind, a layer of frost settled on her features as she glanced towards the inner chamber. My lord," she cried out, her voice laden with anguish. Upon hearing her heart-wrenching wails, Qinyu immediately knelt, joining in her lament. Their cries ignited a wave of sorrow throughout the entire household, as if grief were contagious, rippling through the halls of the Marquis's residence. Xiaozhan, stationed outside, cried the loudest, his voice hoarse as he called, my lord, my lord." Inside the chamber, Shun Heading's actions momentarily faltered before he swiftly grasped her intention. What a clever woman she was, attempting to draw out those lurking in the shadows, seeking to harm him. What puzzled him most was that even the head of the courtyard had been powerless, leaving matters to his mother to prepare for his demise. Yet, she had forcibly pulled him back from the brink of death, confirming his earlier suspicion. She possessed remarkable medical skills. His wife, indeed, was a treasure concealed beneath layers of secrecy, harboring no ill will toward him. The servants of the autumn white courtyard also began to weep, their sorrow echoing that of others, as if compelled to join in the collective mourning. The old matriarch had yet to awaken. Upon learning of her fainting spell, the head of the courtyard returned to administer acupuncture, advising everyone that her distress was due to excessive grief, and there was no need to rush her awakening. As the sounds of mourning filled the air, Shun Jie, Mu Yunshu, and the others exchanged glances, each one's eyes gleaming with a newfound light. Mu Yunshu harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Qin family, while Qin harbored equal animosity toward her. Their eyes met, revealing an unmasked malevolence. He sure and Alpo's lips curled into a barely concealed smile. At last, Shun Heading has perished. Though Shen Guanshan's expression remained stoic, the slight relaxation of his furrowed brows betrayed his delight. Shen Lu Bai, meanwhile, knew the cause of Shun Heading's death. The old matriarch had ordered that particular poison, leaving that tempting figure intact. Once Shun Heading was gone, everything would naturally belong to their branch, including her. Shun Jie observed their reactions with a smirk of derision. How naive they were to believe the Marquis's death would grant them dominion over the household. How laughable. He had been plotting for far too long to allow them to succeed. Only when the matriarch awoke would the real drama unfold. Shen Qingji's gaze was similarly cold as she feigned tears, though there was no trace of sorrow in her eyes. After all, her second brother had never cared for her. If he were to perish, so be it. Su Jinjia wept quietly, glancing repeatedly toward the inner chamber, hoping for a response from Shun Heading. Yet, aside from his labored breaths, silence reigned. It was evident he understood her intentions. A smile graced her lips. It was indeed advantageous to engage with an astute individual. However, a wave of concern washed over her. The potency of the spring medicine was fierce, and he would likely be preoccupied throughout the night. Fortunately, he was a warrior, strong and resilient. Were it anyone else, they would surely be incapacitated. Chapter 93. Thus, the Long family is assured of its continuation. Without further ado, her wrist still ached intensely. Su Jianjia was filled with perplexity. When exactly had Shun Heading awakened? Had he witnessed her administering the 13 ghost needles? Surely not. At that moment, he had been on the brink of death. He must have been unaware. As for the reason behind his recovery, she had already concocted an explanation. Since the poison within him had been triggered by the fleeting spring breeze, once that was resolved, his health would naturally improve. That night, apart from the old matriarch who was in a deep slumber, everyone else was restless, anxiously awaiting the dawn. Su Jianjia sat alone in the outer chamber throughout the night. The sound of Shun Heading and Appo's ragged breathing lingered in her ears, a testament to the potency of the spring breeze and Appo's effects. It was not until the first light of dawn that silence enveloped the room. Fearing that Shun Heading might succumb to exhaustion, she called out to him softly, and upon hearing his hoarse voice, she finally felt a sense of relief. No matter the circumstances, he had at last survived this ordeal. Watching the rising sun, a faint smile graced her lips. The old matriarch's chamber would soon be abuzz with activity. In the Chiobai courtyard, the old matriarch suddenly awoke, crying out for Shun Heading. Shun Qingji's eyes flickered. Indeed, her elder brother was the apple of their mother's eye. When she had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, not once had their mother visited her, yet now, with her brother in peril, she was inconsolable. "Mother, you're finally awake. You truly frightened your daughter." She rushed to her mother's side, followed closely by others, all expressing their concern. The old matriarch, still dazed from her slumber, soon asked with a quivering voice, "Quick, tell me, how is Heading?" A pall of sorrow descended upon the crowd. None dared to respond. Their silence spoke volumes. In an instant, the old matriarch broke down, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting, "It is I who have harmed Heading. Heading, my Heading. It is your mother who has wronged you. It is I who should perish. Mother, the situation is dire. It would be best for you to grieve in moderation. You must not harm yourself further. The whole residence needs you to remain strong. If you were to fall ill, what would become of us?" She cast a wary glance at Shunjie and the members of the second household, all of whom appeared predatory, waiting for their moment to pounce. "Indeed, sister-in-law, you must take care not to endanger yourself. Heading, if he has any spirit left, would wish for your well-being." He Shi's words pierced the heart, and she thought to herself that if only this old woman would join Shun Heading in death, it would be for the best. However, there was no rush. It would be an easy matter to eliminate her when the time was right. Upon hearing He Shi, the old matriarch's cries grew more desperate. "I must see Heading. I must see Heading. Otherwise, I refuse to believe he would abandon me." Though she longed to see Shun Heading, there were more pressing matters at hand, and several voices rose in protest. "Mother, it will only deepen your sorrow. I beg you not to go. I fear you cannot bear it. Sister-in-law, is it proper for an elder to attend to a younger's funeral? Heading is gone. Do you wish to rob him of his afterlife's blessings? Grandmother, please heed Aunt and Appo's counsel. The whole residence cannot withstand any further turmoil." Shun Jue spoke earnestly, his eyes red-rimmed. Qin Shi also urged the old matriarch. "If anything were to happen to you, how would we survive?" Shun Guanshan and Shun Lu Bai exchanged glances. "Aunt, with the passing of our second brother, we must arrange for his funeral. The deceased are gone, yet those who remain must continue living. It is imperative that someone upholds the whole family's legacy." This was Shun Guanshan and Appo's assertion. Shun Lu Bai nodded in agreement. "Elder brother is correct. This matter requires your guidance, Aunt. What shall we do?" Shun Jue's heart quickened. They were eager to take action, yet he refrained from speaking, instead directing his gaze at Shun Qingji. Upon hearing their words, Shun Qingji was consumed by fury. "What do you mean, the Long family lacks heirs? Do you not see me and my elder sister as worthy?" With a scornful smile, she continued, "Do you believe that with my second brother gone, the whole residence will fall to your second household? You are indeed deluded. I assure you, such a fantasy is utterly unattainable." A flicker of amusement crossed Shun Jue's face. He knew someone would soon speak up on his behalf. He Shi's expression soured. Do not presume to be knowledgeable. Just days ago, the Duchess personally visited Shun Qingji to deliver a divorce decree. She is no longer the heir apparent's wife. Qingji, you twist Guanshan and Liu Bai's intentions. While main household still includes you and Yaoer, you are both married women. Pray tell, can you enter the ancestral hall to honor our forebears, or shoulder the responsibility of carrying on the family line? Can you bear to let elder brother and sister-in-law leave this world without anyone to honor their memory? Moreover, someone must take up the mantle of the Ho family's affairs. The old matriarch continued to weep, lost in her grief, unable to absorb the words around her, still insisting on seeing Shun heading. Yet, her heartbreak rendered her powerless to rise. Shun Qingji had long harbored disdain for the second household. That is a matter for our family, none of your concern. Isha is unyielding, rolling her eyes. You are mistaken. We are all one family now, and you are but an outsider. What right have you to meddle in your maternal family's affairs? Her words were blunt. Qin Shi interjected with a mocking tone. Indeed, lady of the heir apparent, you are now a Pei family matron. Have you inquired how any married daughter remains in her family home? It seems you are the sole exception. Do you still desire to involve yourself in family matters? What if word spreads? Would you not be the subject of ridicule? Moreover, how would the Duke and Apos' residence perceive you? At the mention of the Duke's residence, Shun Qingji's rage boiled over. She pointed an accusatory finger at He, ready to unleash her ire. Younger aunt, do not disrespect your elders, lest you provide them with fodder for gossip. Shun Jue stepped in front of her, having witnessed enough theatrics. It was time for him to take center stage. What is the intent of our great aunt? He had long planned this, knowing that if Shun Qingji did not confront the second household, she would never see their true colors and would not choose to stand with him. Isha's eyes brightened as she pondered. Perhaps we could adopt someone under sister-in-law and Apos' name, thus ensuring the Long family's legacy continues. Chapter 94. The Marquis is still in need of an heir. Only the esteemed Mrs. He could utter such words, for apart from the matriarch, her seniority in the gathering was unparalleled. Truly, the tension was palpable, and it seemed as though the beads of an abacus might leap onto Shun Qingji and Apos' face. She endeavored to suppress the fury bubbling within her, and, with a veneer of politeness, inquired of Mrs. He which child does second aunt believe should be adopted. Her gaze flitted over to the brothers Shun Guanshan and Shun Liu Bai. What do you think of them? Mrs. He raised an eyebrow, her smile brimming with self-satisfaction. When considering proximity, it was indeed Guanshan and Liu Bai who were closest to heading. Whichever one was chosen would undoubtedly devote themselves to caring for the matriarch and shouldering the burdens of the Marquis. In the future, you and Yaoer shall not find yourselves without a maternal home. The mockery hidden in Shun Jue's eyes was unmistakable. They were indeed indulging in fanciful thinking. Shun Qingji's temperament, upon hearing such remarks, could very well upend the heavens. With a restrained smile, she replied, "What a splendid idea, second aunt. This way." Without lifting a finger, the Marquis becomes yours. Her voice rose suddenly. I advise you to abandon this notion promptly, for it is utterly impossible. However, you are correct. A child should indeed be adopted, but it should be under the name of second brother. Do you, by any chance, have any suitable children in your branch? So there are indeed suitable children. But isn't Joer currently incapacitated? Perhaps you could urge sister-in-law to bear another child. I can speak with my mother and wait for you a few years. Shun Jue's gaze sharpened. Shun Qingji had finally struck the right chord. If such words were to escape his lips, they would inevitably lead to unnecessary speculation, and as a mere adopted son of the Marquis, he had no standing to voice such opinions. In 8 months, Chaoer's child would arrive. If waiting were not an option, they could simply adopt a child temporarily under the father's name, raising the child in an estate outside the city. When the child grew older, they could quietly exchange him, claiming the child had not been well cared for and had grown somewhat frail. How absurd! You dare speak of my Zhou? I shall not let this stand. At that moment, Qin Shi, furious, lunged towards Shun Qingji. With me here, I shall see who dares to harm my aunt. How can you not tolerate her now that father has just departed? Shun Jue stood resolutely before Shun Qingji, unyielding. I concur with my aunt and Appo's statement. Since father has no heirs, if an adoption is to occur, it should rightfully be under his name. Why should it fall under grandmother S? Shen Qingji cast him a glance, acknowledging his astuteness. Shen Guanshan pulled Qinshi back. You of all people have the least right to speak. Though you bear the Shun surname, you are ultimately an outsider. This matter concerns the Shun family and does not require your interference. He glanced at the matriarch, who was still weeping. It was evident that Aunt was incapable of making decisions now. This matter should be left for the clan leader and the elders to resolve. He had already arranged for their arrival the previous night, and he was determined to achieve his goal. Shen Jue clenched his fists in silence. Shen Guanshan was correct. To the Shun family, he was merely an outsider. As for the clan leader and the elders, he could not assert his influence there. However, it mattered little. With Shen Qingji present, the matriarch would undoubtedly refuse to consent. As long as she did not acquiesce, their plans would come to naught. Shen Qingji scoffed. Even summoning the clan leader would be futile. It might be beneficial to invite them. Let them witness the true nature of your branch. Frankly speaking, you need not reside in the Marquis any longer. It would be prudent to have them serve as witnesses so that our two families may sever ties cleanly. Shen Guanshan had already sent someone to summon the clan leader and the elders. Shen Qingji picked up a handkerchief to wipe away the tears from the matriarch's face. Mother, please cease your weeping. Do you not see how they long to devour us whole? The matriarch could not stop her tears. She truly wished to depart alongside Shun Heading. The cries had echoed for nearly half a day, yet not a single soul had come to the rain-listening pavilion to glance at Shun Heading. Su Jianjia remained unperturbed, seated in the outer chamber, while Shun Heading lay in the inner chamber. A smile flickered in her eyes. Surely, he had seen the truth by now. His so-called filial sons and brothers, upon learning of his demise, could not spare even a moment to pay their respects, all too busy squabbling over the inheritance. Had anyone bothered to check on him, they would have known he was still very much alive. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from within, akin to the creaking of a window. Su Jianjia turned her head. Surely, Shun Heading had realized what was afoot. Inside, Shun Heading's gaze was dark and brooding. He sat up silently from his couch, his expression austere. Previously, he had believed the Marquis to be relatively untainted, and that familial bonds were intact. Yet now, it appeared he had been overly optimistic. Before long, the clan leader and several elders arrived. Shen Qingji instructed someone to assist the matriarch to the front hall. The clan leader and elders mourned for a moment before steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. The clan leader, displaying genuine sorrow, began these years. We have indeed thrived thanks to the Marquis. Our lives, prosperous beyond compare, have allowed us to navigate the complexities of the capital without fear. Even if we had not been summoned, we would have come for Heading and Appo's, as sudden departure necessitates proper funeral arrangements. Moreover, the lineage of the main branch must not be extinguished. He paused. Now, I urge you all to share your thoughts on how we should proceed. The second elder quickly chimed in. I propose we adopt one of the boys, either Guanshan or Lu Bai, under the matriarch's name. This would honor Heading's memory and ensure that the affairs of the household are managed. The third elder nodded in agreement. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. Yet, with Heading leaving no children, there must be someone to honor his legacy in the years to come. Once Guanshan and Lu Bai have children of their own, they will still need to adopt one to preserve his lineage. The elders all nodded in unison, concluding that this was the way forward. Shen Guanshan and his brother, along with Mrs. He and Mrs. Qin, were all quite pleased, for these words did not originate from them, but rather from the respected elders, leaving little room for dissent. But why should they adopt a child for Shen Heading? While adopting under the matriarch and Appo's name would indeed secure a place in the Marquis. What held the most value was the hereditary title. The Marquis was still in dire need of an heir. Chapter 95. Shun Heading, am still alive. If only Brother Zhou were a capable individual, there would be no need for such machinations. They could simply adopt him into the Shun family. Alas, Brother Zhou is quite ineffectual, prompting them to devise this scheme to seize control of the Ho residence. Shen Jue and Mu Yunshu exchanged a glance filled with unspoken understanding. Mu Yunshu, remarkably composed, reflected on how she once fought for her son. Now, she thought, let those who wish to contend do so. Shen Jue remained unfazed, aware that Shen Qingji posed a significant obstacle, not to mention their formidable aunt, who would undoubtedly return to mourn upon learning of her father's passing. It is permissible for them to adopt a child for my second brother, but anyone hoping to have one of them as a son to my mother should abandon that thought. I will never consent to such a thing, Shen Qingji declared with the poise of a noblewoman, her gaze laced with disdain. She added, my mother would never agree to it either. Right, mother? Do tell them that one son is sufficient. No other is needed. Observing the old matriarch's sorrowful demeanor as she wept, Shen Qingji shook her vigorously. Heading, my son, it is I who have wronged you. The old lady, overwhelmed with grief, fainted once more. Shen Qingji frowned, realizing the gravity of the moment. Her mother and Appo's, as helplessness was exasperating. Sure, a married daughter is like spilled water. We are discussing important family matters that do not concern you, the clan leader remarked, casting a glance at Shen Qingji. Someone, please escort the noblewoman outside. I dare anyone to lay a hand on me. Shen Qingji seethed. Though brash, she was not without wit, surveying the second house and the elders in attendance. Ah, I see now. You have long conspired with the second house. Reluctantly, she was pushed out by several matrons. The clan leader surveyed the gathered company. This matter is settled. Since we are all here, let us select a suitable candidate today, open the ancestral hall, and after consulting our ancestors, inscribe their name under the old matriarch. Shen Qingji continued to protest from outside. Shen Jue felt a weight in his heart. Her opinion mattered little. Did they not consider the old matriarch's stance? It would be prudent to wait for her to awaken and ascertain her preferences before proceeding. He harbored resentment toward the old lady for being so fragile. He sure cast him a sidelong glance, making it clear that he had no place to speak here. Shen Jue and Appo's expression darkened as the clan leader resolutely declared, no need. They then began deliberating on whom to adopt under the old matriarch and Appo's name. Hin Si, feeling a stir of ambition, glanced at Shun Guanshan. Ultimately, he sure decided on the candidate. Guanshan was mature and reliable, so it would be him. Shen Lu Bai had no objections. He had never sought anything from this. Let us proceed to the ancestral hall, the clan leader declared, leading the way. Shen Qingji signaled to a nearby matron, urging her to awaken her mother. No matter what, you must bring her to the ancestral hall, even if you have to carry her. The matron understood the assignment. Shen Jue feared interference